Flower Stealing Master Chapter 643 to Chapter 718. In order to make the effect more realistic, Ren Yingying tightly held on to Song Qingshu's hand and pressed her body against his. He and I are in love with each other and have long since pledged to marry each other. In this life, we will never marry anyone else. Hearing her say this, Xia Qingqing's expression became even more strange. She deliberately put on a straight face and asked, "Do you really like him?" "Of course." Ren Yingying puffed out her chest and Song Qingshu felt a soul-stirring sensation from his elbow. His heart could not help but sway. "Fine, a melon that is forcefully twisted is not sweet," Xia Qingqing faintly sighed and suddenly raised her head to stare at Song Qingshu. "However, what I find strange is why Brother Linghu is always wearing a mask." Ren Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She pretended to be calm and said, "When Brother Chong heard that I was forced to be betrothed to you, in order to snatch me back, he had no choice but to practice an evil martial art to increase his power. In the end, he went berserk and caused the color of his face to change. He wears a mask to avoid the trouble of being pointed at. However, no matter what he has changed, I will still love him." Ren Yingying's thoughts were meticulous. She had long guessed that there would be people who would suspect Song Qingshu's identity. Therefore, she had already discussed a countermeasure with him. What kind of martial art would have such a negative effect? To cause the color of one's face to change, if it is not a poisonous martial art, then it must be some kind of qi cultivation technique. After going berserk, it caused the blood in one's veins to flow in reverse. In the past, I heard Wu Ji mention that when he practices the heaven and earth great shift, his face will also turn green and purple. Could it be that he practices the heaven and earth great shift? Zhang Sanfeng's heart was filled with curiosity. However, he did not voice out the doubts in his heart. "Is that so?" Xia Qingqing looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Since the great master has made the decision today, and I am not the kind of person who would steal someone else's love, I can promise you to cancel this marriage. However, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Hearing Xia Qingqing agree, Ren Yingying was instantly overjoyed. As long as she could cancel her engagement with Song Qingshu, she would agree to 1,000 requests, let alone one. "If you come to my house and I directly cancel the engagement, everyone will think that I, Song Mao, was broken off by you in front of everyone. That way, I will lose a lot of face in Jianghu," Xia Qingqing said with a straight face. "But if I help you out, I believe that the damage to my reputation will be minimized." "Of course. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Just tell me." Ren Yingying was elated that the engagement was about to be cancelled. She also found Song Qingshu more pleasing to the eye. After calming down, she looked at the whole thing again. It seemed that she had indeed gone a bit too far. If she could compensate the other party, it was not a big deal for her to give in a little. Xia Qingqing nodded and pointed at Song Qingshu. "During this time, the Golden Snake Camp has been decorated with lanterns and streamers. We have been preparing for our marriage for so long. If it is suddenly cancelled, it will be a huge blow to the morale of the soldiers. I think it is better to do this. Since you and he are in love with each other and have already decided to marry each other, then I will present the Buddha with borrowed flowers. The two of you can get married here and let the soldiers of the Golden Snake Camp be lively and raise their morale. In this way, the people in Jianghu will not laugh at me after this, but will praise me for being righteous." Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He could not help but secretly give Xia Qingqing a thumbs up. None of his women were easy to deal with. He had almost forgotten that Xia Qingqing was also a weird little demon girl in the past. "Ah?" Ren Yingying was dumbfounded and could not help but speak incoherently. How can this be?" "Why not?" Xia Qingqing asked expressionlessly. When you get married, both parents must be present." Ren Yingying finally found a tenable reason. "My father is now at Blackwood Cliff. Although he is an orphan, he has been brought up by his master and mistress. Hua Mountain sect leader Yu and his wife should be present. How can we get married so hastily?" Xia Qingqing replied unhurriedly, "Miss Ren, don't forget that this marriage was proposed by cult leader Ren. He may not agree with you breaking the engagement. This is a rare opportunity. With great master presiding over your wedding, with great master's prestige in Jianghu, even if cult leader Ren learns about this in the future, it will be difficult for him to say anything. As for Hua Mountain sect leader Yu, if I remember correctly, Hua Mountain sect has already expelled Ling Huchong. Why would they come to attend your wedding? This? Ren Yingying was speechless for a moment. Her thoughts turned quickly in her mind. What she said is not unreasonable. Father has always wanted to form an alliance with the Golden Snake Camp to fight against the Ming dynasty. He will definitely not agree with me breaking the engagement. Even if I bring Brother Chong back to Blackwood Cliff, with father's temper, it is possible that he will kill me. Now that Jinren Zhang is here, it is indeed a rare opportunity. Xia Qingqing was silent for a moment. He coughed and said, Miss Ren, you've been making excuses. Could it be that this person isn't Ling Huchong at all? Could it be that you found a fake to fool me? Of course not. Ren Yingying hurriedly explained. If they knew that Brother Chong was an impostor, her marriage would definitely be ruined. However, marriage is an important matter, and we have to think about it. I wonder if we can have a private chat. Sure. Xia Qingqing nodded expressionlessly. However, when no one was looking, she secretly winked at Song Qingshu. Before Song Qingshu could smile bitterly, he was pulled out of the door by Ren Yingying and walked out to the corridor. Before Ren Yingying could speak, Song Qingshu rushed to say, Miss Ren, I will never agree to this. I have someone I like. If she finds out that I have married another woman in the future, what will happen? Song Qingshu laughed inwardly. With Qingqing's excellent acting skills, as her husband, I can't fall behind too much. Ren Yingying was dumbfounded. She was worried that he would take the opportunity to blackmail her and marry her to take advantage of her. Who knew that he would be even more unwilling than she was? Is the sweetheart that senior mentioned Miss Yu? Seeing Song Qingshu nod, Ren Yingying hurriedly said, Senior Su, I don't want you to marry me for real. I just want you to pretend to be Brother Chong and marry me. Only you and I know about this. Your lover will never know about what happened today. Song Qingshu shook his head. There are no airtight walls in this world. I don't want to do anything that will let her down. Ren Yingying gritted her teeth. She lifted her skirt and knelt in front of Song Qingshu. Senior Su, you already know about the cause and effect of this matter. I will never marry that bastard Song Qingshu. If I miss this opportunity today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to ruin this marriage. If Senior Su doesn't agree, Yingying can only die. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. Was he that scary? Compared to marrying him, she would rather die? However, when he thought about the things he had done to her in the past, any girl would probably not be able to accept it. Alright, since that's the case, I'll help you one more time. However, you have to promise me that you will never tell a third person about this. Song Qingshu pretended to be in a difficult position and said through gritted teeth. Ren Yingying was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Su. Rest assured, Yingying is not a talkative person. Bertrand, A. C/OM. The two of them walked in hand. Xia Qingqing put on a fake smile and said, How did the discussion go? Ren Yingying nodded. We've already discussed it. Since you're so righteous, we'll do as you say. That's good. Xia Qingqing's eyebrows twitched. Servants, immediately prepare the phoenix coronet and robe, dragon and phoenix incense and candles. Ren Yingying was shocked. Are we getting married now? At first, she thought that even if they were going to get married, they would have to wait a few days. During this time, she would be able to discuss some arrangements with Senior Su Ruowu. Who knew that he would be in such a hurry? Xia Qingqing walked in front of Ren Yingying with her hands clasped behind her back. She stared at Ren Yingying's delicate face and waited until Ren Yingying couldn't stand her fiery gaze and looked away before saying, No man would be able to reject such an outstanding beauty like Miss Ren. I'm only agreeing to help you two now because of a momentary thought. Perhaps in a few days, I won't be able to bear to push such a beautiful fiancé into the arms of another man. Shameless and vulgar. Ren Yingying's face turned slightly red as she cursed under her breath. She didn't know why, but when she heard Song Qingshu praising her in the past, she felt disgusted. Today, when she heard him praising her beauty, it was actually somewhat pleasing to her ears. Perhaps it was because of Audio's previous scolding that she had lost some confidence. A.B. However, with Song Qingshu's shamelessness, Ren Yingying was really worried that he would go back on his word in a few days, so she could only say, "Let's get married now." Seeing that Ren Yingying had fallen into her trap, Xia Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. "What do you think, young hero Linghu?" She purposely emphasized the pronunciation of the two words Linghu. Only the three of them knew that there was something fishy about it. Although Zhang Sanfeng and Ren Yingying felt that her pronunciation was a little strange, they didn't think too much about it. Song Qingshu held back his laughter and nodded. "Since Yingying has no objections, I naturally have no objections as well. Then I'll have to invite Grand Master to organize this wedding." Xia Qingqing respectfully bowed towards Zhang Sanfeng. "This?" Zhang Sanfeng hesitated and did not speak. The reason he came here this time was actually because he had something to ask Song Qingshu. He did not expect that there would be so many twists and turns. "That's fine." After a long time, he nodded in agreement. It was better to settle this matter first. Following that, Ren Yingying felt as if she was in a fog. When she came back to her senses, she had already put on a phoenix coronet and red cape with the help of a servant girl. Looking at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror, Ren Yingying couldn't help but touch her face with the back of her hand. The warmth that came from her palm made her heart beat rapidly. Although this was a fake marriage, apart from the fact that the parties involved knew about it, everything else was no different from a real marriage. Is this how it feels to be a bride? For some reason, Ren Yingying felt that her heart was in a mess. How great would it be if the other party was really Brother Chong? The auspicious time has arrived. The bride should go out soon. The voice of the old maid interrupted Ren Yingying's thoughts. Ren Yingying could only cover her red veil and slowly follow the other party to the main hall. After a series of trivial formalities, the wedding quickly entered the most important part. "First bow to heaven and earth." The voice that came to her ears made Ren Yingying hesitate. Was she really going to bow to heaven and earth with this strange man? Although the two of them said that it was a fake marriage, this ceremony was real. After the ceremony, in everyone's heart, she would be his wife. Ren Yingying stood still, causing everyone present to whisper. Xia Qingqing couldn't help but frown and whisper to Ren Yingying, "Miss Ren, it's not too late to regret now. Song Mao will definitely let bygones be bygones and immediately marry you." "Pay." Ren Yingying secretly spat. Without any hesitation, she bowed down together with Song Qingshu. "Second bow to the parents." With a start, the rest of the matter was logical. Both of their parents weren't present, so Xia Qingqing recommended Zhang Sanfeng to be their parents. Ren Yingying hoped to use Zhang Sanfeng's prestige to intimidate her father, so she didn't raise any objections. As for Song Qingshu, there was no way he would have any objections. Zhang Sanfeng was his great master, so he was definitely worthy of the title of parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Hearing these words, Ren Yingying's heart immediately trembled. However, now that things had come to this, she couldn't give up halfway. She could only numbly bend down and bow. When she saw the lower half of Song Qingshu's body through the red veil, she was confused. Is this person going to be my husband from now on? However, she quickly came to her senses. Pay, this person only represents Brother Chong. My husband can only be Brother Chong. Send him to the bridal chamber. Ren Yingying's heart thumped. Oh no, I didn't agree to the bridal chamber with Senior Su. If he really enters the bridal chamber, I'll fight him to the death. However, when Ren Yingying thought of the other's unfathomable martial arts, she couldn't help but secretly groan. If the other really had evil intentions, how could she resist him? If she was really humiliated by him, she might as well take advantage of that bastard Song Qingshu. Ren Yingying was startled by her own sudden thought. Pay, why did I suddenly think of that bastard? Senior Su is a gentleman, he definitely won't bully me. Even if he really wants to bully me, I'll just reveal everything. With Zhang Sanfeng and Song Qingshu around, the Su Ruowu wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ren Yingying herself wasn't clear about the change in her mentality. In the beginning, she had treated Su Ruowu as a teammate on the same front, and shared a common hatred for Song Qingshu. But now that she had faked her marriage with this Su Ruowu, she subconsciously began to guard against him. Song Qingshu, who she had always regarded as a bastard, had actually become a bit more reliable. Worrying about gains and losses along the way, she had unknowingly returned to the bridal chamber. When everyone else had left, Ren Yingying naturally wouldn't wait for Su Ruowu to come in and take off the veil. She tore off the veil and paced back and forth in the room, thinking about all the possible scenarios that could happen later. She seemed very restless. After an unknown amount of time, because Ren Yingying's mind was overworked, she felt sleepy. However, she didn't dare to fall asleep at this time. Otherwise, if that fake bridegroom came in and the fake act became real, she wouldn't even have a place to cry to. Therefore, Ren Yingying could only force herself to stay awake and wait for Su Ruowu to come in. Then, she would explain things to everyone. Anyway, her bottom line was that she absolutely wouldn't stay in the same room with the other party for a night. Just as Ren Yingying was anxiously waiting, Song Qingshu finally stumbled in. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on his body, Ren Yingying frowned slightly and subconsciously took a step back. She pinched the short sword in her sleeve, and her chaotic heart finally calmed down a little. Song Qingshu's eyes were only a few feet away from Ren Yingying's cheeks. He saw that her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, with a faint layer of redness. Now under the bright red wedding dress, her cheeks were peachy and her face was rosy and delicate. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart, such a beautiful bride, I would be stupid to push her to another man. Want read books www.book. Book 1 inch sorry to keep you waiting. Song Qingshu said drunkenly. Ren Yingying's face turned cold. I hope that Senior Su can conduct himself with dignity. I only got married to you because I wanted to cancel my engagement with Song Qingshu. Senior should be aware of the whole story. I'm sure that Senior is not willing to do anything that would let Miss Yu down. Song Qingshu slapped his head and laughed. Look at my memory. Seeing such a beautiful bride, I got a little carried away. The person in front of her was mysterious and unfathomable. It was rare for Ren Yingying to hear such praise from him. She couldn't help but blush. Is she really that beautiful? She's more beautiful than a flower. Song Qingshu praised. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Ren Yingying was a little embarrassed by his praise. Suddenly realizing that the person in front of her wasn't Brother Chong, she couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Brother Chong can't see it. Song Qingshu said with a double meaning, he can only blame his bad luck for not having this good fortune. Ren Yingying did not hear the hidden meaning in his words. She hesitated for a long time before saying what she was thinking. Senior Su, even though we are faking our marriage, if we were to stay in the same room under the watchful eyes of so many people, it would be hard for others to misunderstand. Song Qing laughed. Are you afraid that Ling Huchong will misunderstand? Ren Yingying was shy, but she still nodded slightly. A book www. One Song Qingshu sighed and said, I understand Miss Ren's concern, but everyone in the Golden Snake camp saw me coming in just now. If I suddenly go out now and the Golden Snake King hears about it, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Ren Yingying furrowed her brows, but what the other party said was not without reason. However, she was absolutely unwilling to spend a night with this man in the bridal room. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood the logic of the plum growing in the melon field. Song Qingshu said, in fact, Miss Ren, you don't have to worry too much. You only care about Ling Huchong. You and I are innocent. When the time comes, you can make it clear to him. Ren Yingying shook her head and said, it's inevitable for men to think about this kind of thing. Song Qingshu's expression became serious. Miss Ren, I heard you say that you and young Master Ling Hu really love each other. As the saying goes, true love is not afraid of tests. You have made so many sacrifices for him. If he doesn't believe you and still doubts you, he will feel sorry for your deep love. Ren Yingying was moved by his words. That's right, I had no choice but to agree to this marriage in order to protect Brother Chong's life. Later on, in order to reject this marriage, I had no choice but to get married today. I don't know if Brother Chong can understand my sacrifice and difficulties. A book www. One Miss Ren, in order to reassure you, let's not sleep tonight. How about we talk by candlelight? Song Qingshu smiled. Ren Yingying finally came back to her senses and looked at him apologetically. I know that Senior is a gentleman, but I don't want to be suspected by Brother Chong in the future. I'm afraid that I can't share a room with Senior tonight. Ren Yingying was a very smart woman. Although she was misled by Song Qingshu's words, she quickly understood that true love could stand the test, but deliberately testing it would cause a lot of trouble. In her heart, she knew that Ling Hucheng would definitely choose to believe her, but she couldn't be sure whether he would doubt her deep in his heart. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble in the future, she would rather not test him. A trace of surprise flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Ren Yingying was really smart. It should be known that the method he used just now was the favorite method of those successful men in his previous life to steal young lovers. Those men deliberately pretended to be gentlemen in front of young girls and would not reveal the slightest intention at all. However, they would intentionally or unintentionally make some things that would cause the young girl's boyfriend to misunderstand. The young girl's boyfriend was generally inexperienced and easy to be tricked. Under the torture of jealousy, he would only question and suspect his girlfriend. Therefore, in the young girl's heart, it was inevitable that she would compare the two's performance. How could a young boyfriend compare to those mature men? Just like that, a crack appeared in a pair of lovers who loved each other deeply. After a series of manipulations, the mature man easily stole the young girl's heart. Now, apart from Ling Hucheng, Ren Yingying's love experience could be considered as a blank piece of paper. Song Qingshu didn't believe that she had seen these methods before. She could resolve it invisibly, which could only prove that she was a woman who always thought for her boyfriend. No wonder in the original work, Ling Hucheng had an unforgettable love for Yu Lingshan, but in the end, he was still melted by her tenderness. Such a woman, I must obtain her true heart. Song Qingshu secretly made a vow. In fact, with the current situation, it was easy for him to obtain Ren Yingying's body. However, he wanted the other party to willingly offer her body, not be forced. However, Song Qingshu's heart was extremely clear. For a woman like Ren Yingying, once she fell in love with someone, how could it be easy for him to step in? If he was one step slower, he would always be one step slower. The chances of him surpassing Ling Hucheng through normal means were slim. In fact, the simplest and most effective method was to obtain her body first and be one step ahead of Ling Hucheng in this aspect. That way, the situation would be reversed, and he would have the chips to compete with Ling Hucheng in the field of love. However, once he did this, he might never obtain Ren Yingying's heart. Therefore, Song Qingshu was hesitant to take this risk. Noticing the occasional look in Song Qingshu's eyes, Ren Yingying couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. Her woman's intuition told her that she couldn't continue to stay here, otherwise, something irreversible might happen. Senior has helped Yingying so much, and you even saved my life. How can Yingying let Senior sleep in the open? Senior can rest in the room tonight. Yingying will go outside and hide for the night, Ren Yingying said. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. If I'm going outside, it should be me. How can I let a woman suffer? Ren Yingying couldn't help but be startled. In this era, the husband was the wife's leader. In a small family, the husband was the wife's sky, and only the wife would give way to the husband. It was rare to see a husband who was considerate to his wife. Seeing his natural tone, it was clear that he respected women from the bottom of his heart. She couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Senior Su was indeed a strange man. Ren Yingying quickly shook her head. Senior, you've done enough for me. How about I let you suffer? Senior doesn't need to say anything, Yingying has made up her mind. Song Qingshu sighed. Miss Ren, you're really good at thinking for others. How about this, we won't fight. How about we go out and admire the moon together? Ren Yingying had a strange expression on her face. She thought, I'm going out to deliberately keep my distance from you. If I really want to admire the moon with you, it's better if you go out and I rest in the room. However, she was too embarrassed to say this. Thinking that it was better to be outside than in the same room, she nodded. Okay. With Song Qingshu's martial arts, it wasn't hard for him to sneak out with someone. Seeing Song Qingshu choose a secluded place to go, Ren Yingying frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Song Qingshu pulled her to hide in the shadow of a nearby fake mountain with a serious expression. Ren Yingying was startled. Thinking that he had some evil intentions, she hurriedly opened her mouth to shout. Worried that she would make a sound, Song Qingshu hurriedly hugged her and covered her mouth. Wu Ren Yingying was even more afraid. she couldn't help but struggle violently. However, the difference in power between her and Song Qingshu was like heaven and earth. How could she struggle free? However, this instead made Song Qingshu suffer. The beauty in his arms was so soft that he was already somewhat restless. Now that she was wriggling around, it was hard for Song Qingshu to remain calm. Sensing the changes in Song Qingshu's body, Ren Yingying was stunned at first, but she soon reacted. Her face was as red as blood, and she struggled even harder. "Don't move. Someone is coming." Song Qingshu lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. Seeing that she still had no intention of stopping, he couldn't help but say angrily, "It's not like we haven't hugged like this before. Why are you so nervous?" Ren Yingying couldn't help but be stunned. That's right, when they were fighting in the forest, the two of them also hugged each other. After that, when they were treating the cold poison, they hugged even more intimately. At that time, she didn't feel anything, so why did she have such a big reaction now? Ren Yingying quickly came to a realization. Back then, she had treated him as a virtuous and respectable senior, so naturally, she would not be afraid of him. But now that the two of them were married, she was worried that he would turn the act into reality. Subconsciously, she was on guard against him. Therefore, if he made any strange movements, she would react violently. At this time, there was a conversation not far away. Only then did Ren Yingying realize that she had misunderstood the other party. She couldn't help but look at him reproachfully. She complained in her heart, "Why didn't you just tell me directly? Why did you have to use this method? It would be strange if I didn't think that you were lustful." Soon, Xia Qingqing, Jiao, and Zhang Sanfeng all appeared at the corner of the corridor. Seeing that it was them, Ren Yingying didn't dare to make a sound. The newlyweds weren't in the bridal room at this time and were instead running to this secluded place to experience the northwest wind. Even a fool would know that there was something wrong. In order to successfully cancel this marriage, Ren Yingying had already sacrificed too much. She would not allow everything to go to waste. Song Qingshu easily grasped her thoughts. His lips curled into a playful smile as he moved his head closer to her neck. Ren Yingying felt his hot breath on her skin, and she quickly realized that he was leaning toward her. She was stunned. How could this person be so daring? Previously, Song Qingshu had been struggling on how to conquer Ren Yingying. Now, he had clearly made up his mind, so he didn't hesitate in his actions. When Song Qingshu's lips pressed against her neck, Ren Yingying's mind instantly went blank. She hadn't expected that he would actually dare to disrespect her at this moment, so she was completely unable to react. Feeling that the soft body of the beauty in his arms suddenly became extremely stiff, Song Qingshu did not stand on ceremony with her. His lips slowly moved forward, kissing her cheek for a while, and then biting her earlobes for a while. Ren Yingying was about to go crazy. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly heard a soft voice transmission from the other party. "You can just say it. Anyway, the two of us are officially husband and wife. Even if they find out, they will only think that we are absurd and won't have any other thoughts. At that time, even if you explain the whole story, I have nothing to fear. Instead, all your previous efforts will go down the drain." Ren Yingying's expression changed. She knew that the other party had hit the nail on the head. She knew that she didn't dare to make a sound. Compared to losing her chastity for no reason, what was the inability to cancel the marriage with Song Qingshu? Just as she was about to call for help, Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and continued to say, "Actually, you don't have to worry. I'm just taking advantage of you with words. Do you really think that I would dare to do anything to you in front of these peerless masters?" Seeing that Ren Yingying's expression had loosened, Song Qingshu struck while the iron was hot. "As long as you are obedient, I can get intimate with you. You won't have any fundamental loss, and you can still keep your secret." "Why not?" "Don't worry, I won't harm your body." Ren Yingying was at a loss. The other party's words seemed to have some kind of magical power. She couldn't help but think that this wasn't the first or second time that the two of them had hugged. Moreover, the other party had saved her life. As long as he didn't harm her chastity, it didn't matter if he kissed her a few times. She could just treat it as repaying his kindness and keep the secret of the annulment of the marriage. "Tomorrow morning, I'll leave this place. When I return to Blackwood Cliff, I won't have to fear him anymore." Song Qingshu had a deep understanding of Ren Yingying's personality. She was a smart woman, but a smart woman would inevitably weigh the pros and cons. As long as he didn't cross the bottom line in her heart, it was very likely that she would choose to silently endure for the sake of one goal. Seeing that Ren Yingying was silent, Song Qingshu knew that she had tacitly agreed. He couldn't help but smile. As expected, he was no longer satisfied with just kissing her cheeks. His hands gradually reached into her clothes. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down Ren Yingying's heart. "Brother Chong, do you know how much I've sacrificed for you?" Ren Yingying suddenly thought of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's bad behavior on the surface was much more adorable when compared to the beast-like hypocrite behind him. Rather than letting him take advantage of her, why not let Song Qingshu take advantage of her? Thinking of this, Ren Yingying suddenly saw the light. She pressed the man's hand that was about to go deeper and said coldly, "Let go of me." Song Qingshu asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of failing at the last step?" Ren Yingying said coldly, "I've already thought it through. Compared to you, even marrying Song Qingshu isn't something that I can't accept." Song Qingshu smiled faintly, "Unfortunately, it's too late." Ren Yingying was shocked. Just when she was about to call for help, she suddenly felt a numbness on her waist. Her entire body softened and fell into the arms of the man behind her. "You promised me that you won't harm my chastity," Ren Yingying said in panic. "You're the one who didn't follow the rules first." Song Qingshu shook his finger in front of her and leaned over to kiss her tender cherry lips. Ren Yingying's almond-shaped eyes widened. She didn't expect that her pure lips would be invaded so violently by this man. Her gaze swept over to Xianxia, who was not far away, and she couldn't help but shout in her heart, "Song Qingshu, you bastard. Your fiancé is being bullied. Hurry up and save me." She didn't know why, but the first person she thought of in this moment of crisis was not Ling Huchong, but Song Qingshu, who she hated to the bone. She didn't know if her prayer worked, but the man on top of her suddenly let go of her lips and vigilantly looked in the direction of Xianxia and the other 2. Ren Yingying was delighted. Could it be that Song Qingshu discovered the abnormality here? But she quickly dispelled this thought because she sensed that the man beside her was listening to the conversation between the 3. Although Ren Yingying's acupuncture point had been sealed, her body's power was still there. Listening carefully, she could faintly hear the conversation between the 3. "What exactly does Great Master want to ask?" Xiaoqingqing asked. Zhang Sanfeng muttered to himself and didn't say anything. He just quietly stared at her. When Xiaoqingqing's heart was in a panic, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly moved and slapped her face with his palm. On the other side, Ren Yingying was shocked. She did not understand why Zhang Sanfeng would suddenly make a move against Song Qingshu. If it was any other day, she could not wait for Song Qingshu to be beaten miserably and finally die from his serious injuries. That way, not only would she be able to avenge the other party's disrespect, but the engagement between the 2 could also be left unsettled. But now she was trapped in the wolf's claws. She was looking forward to Song Qingshu noticing the abnormality on this side. If the 2 of them were to fight, wouldn't it be difficult for her to escape? Subconsciously turning her head to look at the hypocrite beside her, Ren Yingying was startled. She did not know when the other party had disappeared. On the other side, Xiaoqingqing did not have time to see Zhang Sanfeng's move clearly. The other party's palm had already slapped in front of her. In order to avenge her husband, Yuan Qingji, Xiaoqingqing changed her former temperament and concentrated on practicing martial arts. In addition, Yuan Qingji did not hide anything from her, so she learned 50 to 60% of Yuan Qingji's martial arts. After that, she followed Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu also often gave her pointers on martial arts. From time to time, he would also use the Happy Zen technique to coexist yin and yang with her. Therefore, her current martial arts could also be regarded as a first-class expert in Jianghu. If she encountered other people, even if she was not a match for them, she would not have a problem protecting herself. Unfortunately, this time she encountered a legend of the martial arts world, Zhang Sanfeng, who had the cultivation of half-immortal. On the side, Audiobook did not expect that Zhang Sanfeng would suddenly make a move. However, her cultivation was still above Xiaoqingqing's. Therefore, her reaction was also a little faster than the other party. She pulled out her long sword and stabbed forward. Zhang Sanfeng casually waved his hand. Audiobook only felt a soft force coming, and her whole body was involuntarily pulled to the other side. She could not help but be shocked in her heart. Seeing that Xianxia did not respond at all, Zhang Sanfeng could not help but frown. His attacking palm could not help but hesitate for a moment. At this time, Song Qingshu had already rushed out from the side of the rockery like a cannonball. Song Qingshu did not understand why Zhang Sanfeng would suddenly make a move out of nowhere. Could it be that the matter of him accidentally killing Luo Xinggu that year had not been settled, and that he had come this time to clean up his sect? Song Qingshu was not a person of this world, so of course he would not abide by the rules of the elders wanting to kill the juniors, and the juniors could only surrender. Moreover, Luo Xinggu was killed by the unlucky Song Qingshu. Moreover, he had been beaten up by the Wu Dang sect during the lion-slaying gathering, and had already repaid what he owed. Thanks to Audio's delay, Song Qingshu finally managed to arrive. He grabbed Xianxia by the waist and sent her 10 feet away. Then, he hastily gathered all the power in his body to meet Zhang Sanfeng's palm. Eh? Zhang Sanfeng let out a soft cry of surprise as he sensed the surging palm energy between his opponent's palms. He hastily changed his move and drew a faint circle with his palms. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that the power in his palms was like a clay ox entering the sea. Moreover, there was a strong force coming from the side of his body. His opponent took advantage of the situation to pull, hit, and push. His whole body suddenly lost its balance and fell to the side. Song Qingshu knew that once he lost the initiative, his opponent's attack would be like a torrential torrent. Even if he did his best, he would only be a small boat in the raging sea. All he could do was bitterly hold on. Therefore, Song Qingshu did not panic and stabilized his body. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and rolled on the ground. He used the 9 manual snake form flipping over. Even though his posture was a little awkward, like a child throwing a tantrum, he was still able to temporarily escape from his opponent's Tai Chi force. Song Qingshu did not dare to hesitate. The wooden sword that he had not used for a long time instantly appeared in his hand. Like an antelope hanging its horn, he thrust the sword behind him. At first, it was nothing special, but after a split second, his whole body suddenly blossomed with a sword aura that filled the sky, surrounding Zhang Sanfeng in the center and attacking him from all directions. Just then, a gust of wind blew past and the leaves that filled the sky floated down between the two of them. However, they were instantly turned into fine powder. The sword aura had not yet reached his body when Zhang Sanfeng felt that the air around his body seemed to have been sucked dry. His expression suddenly became dignified. His 2 hands slowly lifted up and a faint Tai Chi pattern appeared around his body. As soon as the sword aura that was rushing towards him touched the Tai Chi pattern, it gradually melted away. However, Zhang Sanfeng did not relax. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. His whole body began to slowly move. From the perspective of Xianxia and the others, every step that Zhang Sanfeng took was very slow. However, every step allowed him to avoid at least half of the surging sword aura. The remaining half of the sword aura was offset by the Tai Chi pattern in his hand. Audiobook suddenly looked at Zhang Sanfeng's feet in shock. He had clearly seen him walk a very far distance, so why did the footprints on the ground indicate that he did not move more than 3 feet away from his original position? Those footprints seemed to be messy and disorderly. However, when looked at together, they clearly formed a perfect and flawless circle. Seeing that his 10,000 swords returned to origin had been broken by Zhang Sanfeng just like that, Song Qingshu was also shocked. However, he did not have any intention of continuing to attack. Instead, he stood in front of Xianxia and Audiobook to protect them. He looked at the other party warily. I wonder why Daoist Zhang suddenly attacked. Zhang Sanfeng saw the mask on Song Qingshu's face and sighed. It really was you. Reninging, who was hiding in the fake mountain, opened her small cherry mouth wide. Although the two of them had only exchanged blows for a very short period of time, how could she not see that the cultivation level that the two of them had displayed was far beyond her understanding? However, this was not what shocked her the most. What shocked her the most was the wooden sword in Su Ruawu's hand. This sword could be said to be engraved in her bones and heart. This was because it was that bastard Song Qingshu's signature weapon. Actually, this humble Daoist has always found it strange. Although Ling Huchong has received the true teachings of Feng Qingyang, and his sword techniques are incomparably exquisite. I have never heard of his martial arts being so powerful. As for the skills that you have displayed just now, let alone Ling Huchong, I am afraid that even Feng Qingyang cannot compare to you. Zhang Sanfeng then shifted his gaze to Xia Qingqing. Also, although this young lady's martial arts are not bad, it is still far from the martial arts that the martial arts of my grand disciple have described in Jianghu. Xia Qingqing bit her lip and took off the human skin mask on her face. She respectfully bowed to Zhang Sanfeng. Qingqing pays her respects to Great Grandmaster. Song Qingshu also smiled bitterly as he took off his mask. Great Grandmaster, Qingshu did not intentionally deceive you. It is just that I have accidentally killed 7th Martial Uncle. I really do not have the face to see you. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, Ren Yingying, who was hiding in the fake mountain, was immediately dumbfounded. How could it be him? Does that mean that we have become betrothed to each other? Ren Yingying's face couldn't help but turn green and red as she thought about how she had acted like an idiot and begged him to break off the engagement. However, perhaps it was because there were too many shocking things that had happened tonight. She was not as angry as she had imagined. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Compared to being taken advantage of by another strange man, it seemed that she could accept it a little more. Even Ren Yingying herself was startled by this sudden thought. Her entire person was instantly dumbfounded. How could I think like that? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? Thanks to Xu Jian, please don't make trouble. Qing Xu Jian, 7 names, 6 kings, pepper powder, mischievous wind, scholar of the Eastern Sea, square inch of heaven and earth, northern hemisphere of memory and others for their tips and monthly tickets. Ren Yingying hurriedly shook her head, constantly comforting herself. The reason why I think this way is only because that bastard has already taken advantage of me in the bathtub. It's not a big deal to suffer a little more. This was the strange logic of girls. They would rather be taken advantage of by one man, but they were unwilling to accept being taken advantage of by 2 men at the same time. While Ren Yingying was in a daze, Zhang Sanfeng was also stunned. As far as he knew, Xia Qingqing was the wife of the former Golden Snake King, Yuan Xingji. But at this time, she actually called him Great Master. Looking at her and Song Qingshu's demeanor, how could Zhang Sanfeng not understand the relationship between the two? This disciple of his was much better than himself in this aspect. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. Although he felt that Song Qingshu's seduction of someone else's widow was immoral, he could not see the slightest bit of unwillingness on Xia Qingqing's face. He quickly felt relieved. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Let them be. Your 7th master has encountered a great disaster. Although you can't escape the blame, he himself is also responsible. If it wasn't for him. Sigh. Zhang Sanfeng wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he only let out a long sigh. Song Qingshu was shocked. Could it be that there was still some hidden story in that old case? Zhang Sanfeng was unwilling to bring up the sad matter again. He changed the topic and asked, Qingshu, what was the name of that sword you just used? This poor Taoist has never seen such a powerful sword move in the past 100 years. This is a move that I created myself. It is called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Song Qingshu replied respectfully. He then added, I originally thought that with this move, I would be invincible in Jianghu. But in the end, Great Master easily resolved it. You really are unfathomable. Qingshu's admiration for Great Master is like an endless torrential river. It is also like the overflow of the Yellow River. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. Stop, Qingshu, where did you learn to be so glib-tongued? Zhang Sanfeng was getting a headache from his continuous stream of bootlicking. How could it be as easy as you make it out to be for Great Shifu to receive this move of yours? Take a look for yourself. After saying that, he raised his hands that had been clasped behind his back in front of him. The 3 of them fixed their eyes on him and saw that his wide sleeves were already in tatters, obviously caused by the sword qi. Song Qingshu was happy at first, but he soon realized that something was wrong. He immediately said seriously, I, Qingshu, really deserve to die. Tomorrow, I will definitely compensate Great Master with 100 sets of Taoist robes. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but glare at him. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Before, When you saw that your own unique move had been blocked by me, you had an absent-minded look on your face. Now that you know that I'm not completely unscathed, you must be feeling extremely proud of yourself, right? Song Qingshu replied in embarrassment. How could that be? Of course, my meager abilities can't compare to great masters. Just a moment ago, when you casually pulled, leaned, and sent me away, I almost fell flat on my face. It's not that I'm bragging, great master, but with my current level of martial arts, I reckon that in this Jianghu, there's no one other than you who would be able to put me in such a difficult position in a single move. Song Qingshu's bootlicking just so happened to scratch Zhang Sanfeng's itch. After all, he had lived for more than 100 years, and had long since lost all desire. However, in recent years, he had developed his own Tai Chi technique, which was so effective in actual combat that he couldn't contain his joy. Hey, you don't need to beat around the bush to find out more about this move. This move is a new set of martial arts that I've developed in recent years, the Tai Chi. It's one of the moves within it, grasping the bird's tail. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, and he silently recited, grasping the bird's tail? Sure enough, this move lives up to its name. Alright, Qingshu, the reason why Great Master has come this time is because he has something to ask you. Zhang Sanfeng's expression suddenly became solemn. Great Master, please speak freely. Qingshu will definitely tell you everything he knows. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng's solemn face, Song Qingshu's heart inexplicably tightened. Could it be that something had happened? Zhang Sanfeng slowly said, you should remember that some time ago, your 4th and 6th uncle master came to participate in the Golden Snake Convention. Song Qingshu nodded. After I became the Golden Snake King, 4th and 6th uncle master stayed behind to help us resist the Qing army. After that, they returned to Wudang. As he spoke, Song Qingshu suddenly became startled. Could it be that something happened to the two masters? Zhang Sanfeng sighed, not only them, but also your father. At first, Song Qingshu was stunned, but after a while, he realized that he still had a father in this world, Zhang Sanfeng's eldest disciple, Song Yuanqiao. All this time, Song Qingshu had deliberately avoided this question. After all, he was a transmigrator, not the real Song Qingshu. For him to suddenly have a father for no reason was indeed very difficult to accept. However, avoiding the question was one thing, and if something really happened to the other party, it was another matter. Because of Song Qingshu's body, he was able to live this life again, so naturally, he also had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Song Qingshu's obsession with Zhou Zhirua and his hatred towards Zhang Wuji, he was able to help him achieve his wishes, so there was no reason for him to stand idly by when something happened to his father. Great Master, what exactly happened? Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice, his whole body like a ferocious beast that was ready to pounce. Seeing this, Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded his head. This child finally had some filial piety. To be honest, regarding the matter of Muo Xinggu's murder, it was inevitable that he was somewhat troubled. However, during the lion-slaying gathering, Song Qingshu had already received the punishment he deserved. Moreover, later on, Song Qingshu had risked his life for the Han people, fighting against the Tartars and Hu invaders. Only then did Zhang Sanfeng gradually forgive him. However, seeing is believing. Zhang Sanfeng was always worried that the rumors of the pugilistic world would glorify Song Qingshu, so he took this opportunity to come out of seclusion and personally examine him. However, Song Qingshu's previous act of mystifying things, as well as his ambiguous relationship with a few girls, had made him slightly displeased. Only now, after seeing Song Qingshu's reaction, did Zhang Sanfeng completely untie the knot in his heart. After all, being lustful was only a small matter, as long as the other party was not ambiguous in the grand scheme of things, then there would not be too much of an impact. It's like this, ever since Zhao Min had looted the 6 major sects, in order to prevent a similar incident from happening and Wudang sect from being caught off guard, I had set down a rule. Every disciple that goes down the mountain must send a messenger pigeon back to the Purple Cloud Palace to report that they are safe and sound. This way, if something were to happen, the disciples of Wudang sect would be able to formulate a corresponding action as soon as possible. Song Shi and Li Ting's previous whereabouts were not a problem, but not long after they left the Golden Snake camp, Wudang sect did not receive any news from the two of them, so we immediately knew that something must have happened to them. Because they disappeared within the sphere of influence of the Golden Snake camp, I sent Xianxia down the mountain to investigate this matter. Originally, I thought that with you father and son working together, you should be able to find the whereabouts of Xianxia and Li Ting. Who knew that not long after Xianxia left, he also disappeared. Zhang Sanfeng faintly sighed, I know these disciples of mine very well. They have a lot of experience in the pugilistic world. Although their martial arts are not invincible in the world, they are absolutely more than enough to protect themselves. This time, their whereabouts are unknown. They must have encountered an extremely powerful opponent. If I sent your second uncle, I'm afraid that even he would not be able to protect himself. That's why I personally went down the mountain to see what kind of person is making things difficult for my Wudang sect. Second more the previous ordinary reader group 337294925 is full. Those who did not successfully join, please join the new group 5244433728. Thanks to Duan Muling 95 for this. Genuine readers such as Palm Reading Panda and other third-party channels, please join the group 196988784. Genuine readers of Zongheng, please join the VIP group. Fan points of Young Hero and above, please do not repeatedly join the group. Zhang Sanfeng had always had a kind and benevolent countenance, giving people a kind of sage-like feeling. But now, when he said these words, a disdainful aura spontaneously arose. Only then did everyone remember that he had already been recognized as the number one person in the Jianghu for several decades. One reading book. Book 1 Wansong Qingshu also said in a deep voice, the other party dared to attack the two martial uncles after they had just helped the Golden Snake camp, and they even attacked my father. Obviously, they are also targeting me. Don't worry, great Master. With your status in Jianghu and the power of Golden Snake camp, the other party shouldn't take things too far. It's very likely that they're just imprisoned now. There shouldn't be any danger to their lives. Zhang Sanfeng nodded, Qingshu, what you said is not without reason. Song Qingshu continued, Great Master, since this matter happened in the sphere of influence of the Golden Snake camp, it shouldn't be difficult to find clues. As long as we know who the other party is, with Great Master's martial arts and me, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we can still save the martial uncles and my father. Zhang Sanfeng glared at him, you little brat, you sure have a big mouth. Don't you know that there is always someone better out there? Song Qingshu chuckled and said, if we run into those outsiders, of course you, Grand Master, will deal with them. As for those insiders, I, your disciple, will be more than enough to deal with them. Zhang Sanfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his twisted argument, but he also understood that what the other party said wasn't false. Before this, Zhang Sanfeng was still worried that the rumors in Jianghu were exaggerating Song Qingshu's martial arts. But after the exchange of blows just now, he knew in his heart that Song Qingshu was definitely more powerful than the rumors in Jianghu. A look at books. K1 Book K1 Inch Qing Qing, a Jiao, immediately convene a meeting with all the commanders of the Golden Snake camp. I want to clearly investigate the disappearance of the two martial uncles. Song Qingshu's expression had already become incomparably solemn. Although he had planned to go south to recruit Li Kexiu, but now that such a major event had occurred, he had no choice but to temporarily put his original plan aside. Yes. Xiao Qingqing and Ajiao looked at each other and immediately became 120% alert. Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting were fine, but Song Yuanqiao was their future father-in-law. Who didn't want to show off in front of him? The two women left in a hurry. Song Qingshu turned to Zhang Sanfeng and said, Great Master, you must be tired from the long journey. You should return to your room to change your clothes and rest for a while. I will inform you as soon as I have any news about the other martial uncles. All right. Zhang Sanfeng nodded. At his current realm, the only thing he pursued was the heavenly way. Therefore, he needed to frequently go into closed-door meditation. This time, if it weren't for the fact that several of his disciples had met with an accident at the same time, he wouldn't have personally left the mountain. Before he left, he suddenly glanced in the direction of the rockery where Reningying was hiding. Zhang Sanfeng hesitated for a moment, but still advised him, Qingshu, lust is like a knife above your head. You must behave yourself. Song Qingshu blushed and said embarrassedly, Great Master, I don't have many pursuits. I just like money and beauties. Oh, it was a slip of the tongue. Career and love. I hope Great Master doesn't mind. Zhang Sanfeng was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartily and floated away. The wind faintly carried some words, "You are indeed frank. Qing Shu, you must remember that in the future, no matter if you are cultivating or being a person, as long as you don't forget your original intentions, you will have a clear conscience." What was his original intention? Song Qingshu was suddenly at a loss. What was his original intention? When he first transmigrated, his biggest wish seemed to be to retaliate against that dog couple, Zhang Wuji. Ba, my family's Jirua is so arrogant and cute. She's definitely not a dog girl. In addition, at the beginning, he also seemed to have the idea of saving the various pitiful people in the world of Jin Yang's novels. But now, with his current actions, wasn't he somewhat falling into the demonic path? Ba, what demonic path? Money and beauties are my original intentions. As long as there is no conflict with this, saving some pitiful people in passing is nothing. But if there is a conflict, with this thought, Song Qingshu suddenly felt enlightened. His thoughts were incomparably clear. After the few people left, Song Qingshu came in front of Ren Yingying and looked at the beautiful bride in front of him. Ren Yingying stubbornly raised her head and stared at him. Now, her heart was filled with anger from being teased. For a moment, she forgot to be afraid. Song Qingshu casually tapped her and unsealed her acupuncture point. "Do you feel happy teasing me like this?" Ren Yingying bit her lip tightly and said angrily. "It's quite happy." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. "You." Ren Yingying didn't expect him to admit it so directly. She was stunned by his shamelessness. "I don't have time to play with you now. I still have to investigate the whereabouts of your father-in-law." Song Qingshu turned around and left. "My father-in-law?" Ren Yingying was startled. Clearly, she didn't react. Song Qingshu turned around and pointed at the bright red wedding dress she was wearing. "We are already married. My father is naturally your father-in-law." "You're shameless," Ren Yingying said angrily. "If you didn't use despicable means to trick me, why would I marry you?" Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. "Miss Ren, you have to be clear. You are my legitimate fiancé. On one hand, you reached an agreement with me. On the other hand, you secretly tried to destroy this marriage. If I didn't accidentally save you when I was hiding my identity, I'm afraid I would have been completely tricked by you without knowing it. This can only prove that the heavens have eyes." After being scolded by him, Ren Yingying's face was incomparably pale. She found that she couldn't find any words to refute. "I will write a letter to your father about today's wedding. With my great master presiding over it, I believe your father won't have any objections. From today onwards, you are Lady Song. You can stay here for this period of time." Estimating that the people of Golden Snake Camp had almost gathered, Song Qingshu turned and left. "I hate you." Ren Yingying's sobbing voice came from behind. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. Man proposes, God disposes. If it wasn't for this incident, with his methods, he would have already made Ren Yingying obedient. Now that his father's life or death was unknown, even if he was only a father in name, Song Qingshu still couldn't bring himself to enter the bridal room. He could only leave her to the side. However, he also understood that after this incident, it would be even more difficult to win Ren Yingying's heart. Ever since the battle with the Manchurian Qing, Golden Snake Camp followed the strategy of concealing their strength and biding their time. Like a lion, they temporarily lay dormant. But this time, such a big incident happened. The entire Golden Snake Camp was completely mobilized. From the place where Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting lost contact, they began to fan out and carpet search for any information related to the disappearance of the two. Audiobook and Xiaoqingqing's previous period of painstaking reorganization was indeed effective. 3 days later, their subordinates sent back news that they had found a rundown temple. It was very likely that Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting had encountered the enemy there. Third more the previous ordinary reader group 337294925 is full. Those who didn't successfully join, please join the new group 5244433728. Thanks to Duanmuling95 for this. Genuine readers from Xianxia Panda and other third-party channels, please join the group 196988784. Genuine readers from Zongheng, please join the VIP group, Fan Points Young Hero and above. please do not repeatedly join the group. Before his subordinates could find out the news, Song Qingshu received Songgotu and the others. Knowing that her big brother was the great hero that she worshipped in her heart, Wu Yunju was extremely excited. Especially when she recalled how the other party carried her and flew through the sky, she was so happy that she almost fainted. Reading a book. 1K reading a book because he did not know who the enemy was hiding in the dark, Song Qingshu needed to be on guard. Therefore, he changed his previous plan of deliberately making things difficult for the peace negotiator, and seizing the opportunity to fight for benefits at the negotiation table. His meeting with Songgotu was carried out very efficiently. Song Qingshu very straightforwardly agreed to the other party's request, making Songgotu pleasantly surprised. He thought that it was because Song Qingshu cared about old friendships and was taking care of his former comrades. Wu Yunju had learned of the progress from her father and subconsciously thought that it was because of her. Her heart was beating rapidly. This was something that Song Qingshu had not expected. Although Wu Yunju very much wanted to stay behind to accompany Song Qingshu for a few more days, Songgotu was in a hurry to return to report on the completion of the mission. She, as a young lady of a noble family, could not possibly stay outside alone. "Big brother, will you come to the capital to see me in the future?" When she bid farewell to Song Qingshu, Wu Yunju's eyes were red. She knew that after this incident, it would be difficult for her to run away from home again. "Yes, I will. I will definitely come to see you." Looking at the little girl's pure eyes, Song Qingshu's gloomy expression for the past few days finally improved. "Big brother, you must come as soon as possible. Otherwise, after the armistice agreement ends, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for you to come to the capital." Wu Yunju could not hide the worry on her face. After all, she was a noble lady of the 8 banners, while Song Qingshu was a great rebel. There were too many obstacles between their identities. Song Qingshu didn't think too much about it, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, even after the armistice agreement ends, I still have a way to enter the capital." What a joke, Yanjing City could be considered as his second headquarters. However, outsiders did not know any of this. When Wu Yunju heard what he said, she only thought that it was because his martial arts were high and it was easy for him to enter and leave the capital, so she did not think too much about it. In view of the previous attack on the emissary party, Song Qingshu was worried that a similar situation would occur again, which would lead to unexpected twists and turns in the relationship between the Golden Snake Camp and the Manchurian Qing. In addition, he was also unwilling to see anything happen to such an adorable little girl like Wu Yunju. Therefore, he specially dispatched a troop of elite horsemen to escort Songgotu, father and daughter, back to Yanjing. Although Zhuo Lenchan and the other Jianghu heroes were highly skilled in martial arts, they could only lament their inadequacy when faced with a regular army that had been baptized by blood and fire. "Master, that little girl is interested in you. Why don't you make her stay?" Looking at the dark cloud beads in the distance, which were still turning their heads back, Zi snorted in her heart, but she said something else. "She's a proper noble lady of the Yellow Banner. How could the family tolerate her getting close to a traitor?" Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly. "She's just the daughter of a Tatar official, what nobility." Seeing her master praising Wu Yunju, Zi felt a burst of displeasure in her heart. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said craftily, "Master, you're lying." With Master's temperament, even if she was a princess or an imperial concubine, if Master wanted her, you would definitely have countless ways to get her, let alone a mere official's daughter. But in the end, she was clearly deeply in love with you, yet Master let her go. It's really strange. A few days ago, when she saw the way he played with Reninging, Zi simply admired him from the bottom of her heart. She had been in the Xianxia sect for so many years, but she had never encountered such a wonderful story. Song Qingshu immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Zi, you're really smart. You figured out my temperament so quickly. You don't hate me, do you?" "How can that be?" Zi asked curiously. "I like Master's unscrupulous temperament." If Master was a gentleman, Zi would feel a little embarrassed instead. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Zi was really tactful and becoming more and more considerate. Although he didn't have a maidservant like Xiaoxiao to serve him, Zi, who was under the great soul-shifting spell, was not inferior to Xiaoxiao at all. Unable to withstand Zi's repeated questioning, Song Qingshu could only answer, "This time, I Father's whereabouts are unknown. I don't have the mood to think about other things. After I find the clues, I'm afraid it won't be convenient for me to bring you along. When the time comes, you'll settle down here and help Audiobook and Qing. Hearing that she had to stay behind to face the two matriarchs alone, Z immediately panicked. Master, Z just wants to stay by your side. Thinking of Z's various advantages, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. However, he still knew what was important and replied, this time I'm with Grand Master. As a junior, I have to bring a maidservant to serve me. What's wrong with that? I can serve Grand Master. If it's just the two of you, won't Master have to do all the dirty and tiring work along the way? Z couldn't help but say. I've made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. Song Qingshu shook his head. With the skills of Grand Master and I, we can come and go like the wind. We can advance and retreat freely when we encounter something. If I bring you along, it'll be really inconvenient. I see. Z looked disappointed. Reporting to Golden Snake King, the 9th princess found a broken temple near the border. There may be clues there. A soldier of the Golden Snake camp came to report. Song Qingshu's expression changed. He pulled Z and said, let's go back and inform Grand Master. Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng rushed to the broken temple immediately. The things inside were in a mess. It was obvious that there had been a fierce fight. This is Li Ting's sword. Zhang Sanfeng suddenly looked excited. He pulled out a long sword from a pile of withered grass. Grand Master, come and look at this. Song Qingshu stared at a deep palm print on the pillar in front of him. Did 4th uncle and 6th uncle practice any advanced palm techniques? This is not the palm print left by Song Shi and Li Ting. Zhang Sanfeng also came over. He stared at the palm print on the pillar for a long time. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise. He immediately frowned and said nothing. Did Grand Master recognize the origin of this palm print? Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, he was far less familiar with the martial arts of the various sects in Jianghu than Zhang Sanfeng. This is Shaolin Temple's Prajna palm. Zhang Sanfeng slowly said, there are many palm techniques in Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills, such as the Great King Kong palm, the Thousand Buddha's palm, the Godly palm of Mount Meru, and so on. Each of these palm techniques is very powerful. However, among these palm techniques, Prajna palm is recognized as the #1 palm technique in Shaolin. It is because of this that I can't figure it out. What is it that Grand Master can't figure out? Song Qingshu's eyes became sharp. Shaolin, humph, I didn't look for you, but you came to provoke me. If it was any other palm technique, with so many disciples in Shaolin for hundreds of years, it would inevitably be leaked. Therefore, if it was any other palm technique, I would not dare to conclude that it was Shaolin's doing. But this Prajna palm is the supreme palm technique of Shaolin. Only a few eminent monks have the opportunity to practice it. It is extremely guarded. Naturally, there is no possibility of others framing it. But why would Shaolin do this? Zhang Sanfeng muttered to himself while pacing back and forth in the temple. Obviously, he was very puzzled. Fourth more Song Qingshu snorted. The relationship between Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect has always been bad. For the past 100 years, they have been slandering Great Master for secretly learning Shaolin Temple's martial arts. They often announce to the public that you are a traitor of Shaolin Temple. Furthermore, with the incident with Dragon's Gate Escort Agency and 5th Uncle, they have long since viewed Wudong sect as a thorn in their side. I want to read some books. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. Although the martial arts of the Wudang sect were created by me later on, if we were to trace back to its source, if not for Reverend Zhu Yuan passing on the Nine Yang Manual to me, all of the martial arts thereafter would have been completely useless. They said that my kung fu came from Shaolin, and it is not an exaggeration. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice, that's because Tai Shifu is open-minded, those Shaolin people do not have such good self-restraint. In addition, in the past 2 years, Qingshu and Shaolin Temple have had many conflicts. They want to get rid of me as soon as possible. This time, they ambushed the 2 martial uncles. I'm guessing that they want to slowly consume our strength, and when the time is right, they will suddenly attack. What you said is not without reason. It seems that I have to go to Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng gazed out the window, looking at the distant horizon. A trace of complex emotions appeared on his face, as if at this moment, memories of the past had been evoked. Great master, I'll go with you. Song Qingshu thought to himself, it's time to put an end to the grudge with Shaolin. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head, you are shouldering the heavy responsibility of driving out the Tartars. There are countless things waiting for you to do, you don't need to go with me. The Shaolin temple has a large number of people. Moreover, their behavior this time is so despicable. When the time comes, they will certainly not abide by the rules of Jianghu. I want one, I want K, I want A, I want N, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Zhang Sanfeng laughed out loud, Qingshu, you don't have to worry. Although I haven't made a move for many years, when it comes to fighting, this old Taoist has never been afraid of anyone in these past 100 years. Where do you think Wudong's illustrious reputation in Jianghu came from? Ever since the establishment of the sect, countless experts have come up the mountain to cause trouble in the past few decades. Isn't this reputation built by my fists and swords? It was rare for Song Qingshu to see Zhang Sanfeng in such a heroic manner, so he couldn't help but flatter him. The elegant demeanor of your esteemed self back in the day really fascinated your disciple. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but glare at him, then immediately shook his head and said, actually, what I'm most worried about right now is something else. What is it? Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn when he saw how cautious he was. Although Shaolin and our Wu Dang have a lot of enmity between us, it really doesn't make sense for them to openly attack Wu Dang like this. Zhang Sanfeng looked at the long sword in his hand. Furthermore, since they have already decided to make their move, there is no reason for them to leave such obvious traces at the scene. There is also Li Ting's sword and a Prajna palm imprint that was deliberately left behind. I am worried that perhaps someone is hiding in the dark and deliberately provoking our two sects to fight, so that they can reap the benefits of the fishermen. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Zhang Sanfeng's short speech. Sure enough, Zhang Sanfeng was worthy of his 100 years of experience. It was really unrealistic to think that any kind of conspiracy or crafty plot could be hidden from his eyes. But didn't Great Master say that the Prajna palm is a Shaolin secret? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Read a book. This is also something that I can't figure out no matter how much I think about it. Zhang Sanfeng also had a puzzled look on his face. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go to the Shaolin temple to investigate. There are only a few eminent monks in the Shaolin temple who can use the Prajna palm. Even if someone is trying to frame us, we can investigate one by one and find some clues. Song Qingshu replied. That's right. This is the only clue we have at the moment. If we want to save your father and the others, we have to go to the Shaolin temple. Zhang Sanfeng nodded. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, the Shaolin temple is full of masters, and now there is another hidden enemy. I'd better accompany Tai Shifu to Shaolin to seek justice. Qingshu, you clearly know my level of cultivation, but your tone is still full of worry. Are you hiding something from me? Do you think that Great Grandmaster's trip to Shaolin temple this time is very likely to be dangerous? Zhang Sanfeng suddenly looked at him. Great Grandmaster's eyes are like a torch. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. If the mastermind behind the scenes is someone else then it's fine, but if it really is the Shaolin temple has been famous in the martial world for thousands of years, and there are countless masters in the temple. The current Xian generation, Kong generation, and Fang generation of the eminent monks, although their martial arts are already in existence that ordinary people in the Jianghu can only look up to, should not be a threat to Great Grandmaster. However, the King Kong subduing evil circle of Du Yi, Du Jia, and Du Nan, even Zhang Wuji, who had achieved great success in martial arts, was helpless against it. Hearing him mention the three dukes of Shaolin temple, Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly. I have also heard about the matter of the lion-slaying gathering. The three dukes meditated 30 years ago, and their minds have long been connected. Because of this, the power of the King Kong subduing evil circle has increased exponentially. It is indeed somewhat troublesome to deal with. As Zhang Sanfeng spoke, he suddenly sighed. Qingshu, the grudge between you and Wuji only arose because of Miss Zhou. Now that you and Miss Zhou have tied the knot, let this grudge pass. You are the most outstanding representatives of the third generation of Wu Dang sect, and Great Grandmaster really does not wish to see you fight among yourselves. I will solemnly follow Great Grandmaster's teachings. Song Qingshu replied respectfully. Previously on Blackwood Cliff, he spared Zhang Wuji's life, and at the same time let him practice a self-castration version of the great astral sucking technique, so the original grudge had been completely dispelled. Now, he was thinking more about the bigger picture, because he needed Zhang Wuji to lead the Ming dynasty in the western region to delay the Mongolians, so he chose to let him go. For the same reason, today he did not tell Zhang Sanfeng about the matter of Zhang Wuji being possessed by the revered Ming. Otherwise, with Zhang Sanfeng's fondness for Zhang Wuji, he might kill his way to Brightness Peak in a fit of rage, and that would be too easy for the Mongolians. Zhang Sanfeng did not know what Song Qingshu was thinking, so when he heard his reply, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Qingshu, there are some things that great Grandmaster has never said to anyone before, but now I will just treat it as a chat with you. Your father and the other martial uncles are limited by their innate talents, so they are unable to truly inherit my mantle. Although Wuji is naturally gifted and intelligent, he is after all the cult leader of the devil cult, and his martial arts are far from Wudong's. Therefore, Great Grandmaster has always regarded you as the candidate to inherit Wudong's mantle, but it's a pity that such a thing happened later on. Zhang Sanfeng's face was full of desolation. Fate makes fools of people. Now that you have achieved so much, it has little to do with Wudong, and you have even become the Golden Snake King. Sigh, it's a pity that my Wudong has produced two amazingly talented third-generation disciples, but in the end, neither of them can inherit my mantle. Song Qingshu giggled, Great Grandmaster, you don't have to be sad. If the third-generation disciples can't do it, then the fourth-generation disciples can. Zhang Sanfeng was startled. Where did the fourth-generation disciples come from? Song Qingshu laughed, you also know my hobbies. Now that I have so many women, I will definitely have many sons in the future. When that time comes, I will pick a few with good aptitude and send them to Wudong for you. Zhang Sanfeng could not help but laugh and scold, by the time your sons grow up, Great Grandmaster will be long dead. The previous ordinary reader group 337294925 is full. Those who did not successfully join, please join the new group 5244433728. Thanks to Duanmuling95 for the information. Genuine readers from Zhangyue Panda and other third-party channels, please join the group 196988784. Genuine readers from Zongheng, please join the VIP group. Fan points of Young Hero and above. Song Qingshu had a mysterious expression on his face. Great Master, believe me, you can live to at least 200 years old. I read books www. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be shocked. Now that he was a Karma Deva, he had a faint premonition that he could probably live for another 180 years, but how did this brat Song Qingshu know? Seeing the proud look on Song Qingshu's face, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but say, since you brought it up to this point, your Grandmaster has no choice but to remind you of a few things. As the saying goes, a 16-year-old girl's body is soft and limp. With a sword at her waist, she beheads fools. Even though we don't see heads being chopped off, it secretly makes one's bone marrow dry up. You're so lustful now, it's not a sign of longevity. You'd better learn more about the way of health from Tai Shifu. With a bitter smile, Song Qingshu said, Great Master, if you want me to be like you and stay away from women for the rest of my life, it would be worse than killing me. It's not that exaggerated, Zhang Sanfeng replied. As the saying goes, concealing one's essence and accumulating one's qi is the key to understanding the unity of man and nature. Just like your great grandmaster, I, who is already more than 100 years old, every morning when I wake up, I'm still like a pillar. Cough, 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 I don't know how many young people I'm more energetic than. This is the true way of longevity. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Great Master, you've lived for more than 100 years, but you've never tasted a woman. It's too regrettable. I'll take you to Yanjing City when there's time. I'm the owner of the largest brothel in the city. At that time, I'll find a few pure young girls to serve you. Only then will you know what it means to have a cigarette after the deed is better than living as an immortal. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng's complexion was becoming more and more unsightly, Song Qingshu's tone suddenly changed. His entire person also became solemn. However, for a person at the level of Grand Master, what he pursues is the way of the heavens. How could he possibly look up to the low level of these mortals? Just now, Qingshu just wanted to verify his thoughts. His great master was indeed bright and upright. In the face of such temptation, he was not moved at all. His determination was even better than that of Buddha in those days. Read a book www. Zhang Sanfeng didn't expect him to be so good at making things up. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Little brat, I don't know where you've learned to have such a glib tongue these past few years. If there's anything else you want to say, you'd better not spout nonsense. How would I dare to compare myself to the Buddha? Song Qingshu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Coming from the future, he basically didn't have the concept of respecting one's teacher like in this world. He didn't treat Zhang Sanfeng as an elder, but subconsciously treated him as a friend. Coupled with the fact that he was used to being unrestrained in his daily life, he had inadvertently said those shameful words from before. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng didn't blame him, Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, when Gautama Buddha was trying to prove his Tao, he almost couldn't resist the temptation of the heavenly demon Buishuan. Grand Master, your heart just now was as calm as an ancient well and didn't have the slightest bit of reaction. Of course, you're more powerful than Gautama Buddha. Zhang Sanfeng laughingly scolded, how can the temptation of the heavenly demon Bo Sun be something that can be compared to those few words of yours? I want to read a book WCW. 111K. The old man and the young man joked for a while. Song Qingshu suddenly recalled that when Zhang Sanfeng had mentioned Sandu's guardian demon subduing hoop, he had only mentioned that it was a little tricky, and hadn't given any other reaction. Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly admire Zhang Sanfeng. Grand Master's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. Back in the day, when Zhang Wuji was at the peak of his cultivation, he was beaten into a dog by this Sandu's guardian demon subduing hoop, although he understood that the current Zhang Wuji wasn't the real Zhang Wuji, and that the soul of the venerated Ming was in his body. Song Qingshu didn't have a good impression of Zhang Wuji. Therefore, he wasn't so polite when he spoke of the other party. Grand Master, in addition to Sandu, there is also the 13 ultimate divine monk Xianxia, who is known as the #1 person in the last 200 years. There is also Fangxing, who has reached the peak of Yijing, and the incomparably mysterious little monk Suzhou. If these people were to swarm you, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for you to fight them with just 2 fists. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng was silent, he knew that it was time to give him a strong dose of medicine. These people are actually not what I'm most worried about. What I'm most worried about is the sweeping monk in the Shaolin Temple's scripture pavilion. Sweeping monk? Zhang Sanfeng's eyebrows twitched. Obviously, he had never heard of this person. Song Qingshu hurriedly recited the description of the sweeping monk in the original work one by one. Of course, he changed it to fit the specific situation of the current world. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up as he listened. With your current eyesight, if you think that the sweeping monk's cultivation is not below mine, then I'm sure it's not far from the truth. Zhang Sanfeng's face revealed a look of worry. If that's the case, then I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get people from Shaolin. Well, you and I will go to Shaolin together. But you have to promise me one thing. Grand Master, please go ahead. Song Qingshu said. Qingshu, you are young and full of vigor. Your martial arts are also shocking. I'm worried that when the time comes, you won't be able to control your emotions and will really form an unresolvable hatred with the Shaolin monks. After all, we still don't know whether or not it was Shaolin who did it. If we wrongly blame a good person, then wouldn't that be giving advantage to the conspirators hiding in the dark? This was the reason why Zhang Sanfeng had been hesitant about whether or not to let Song Qingshu accompany him. The last time he returned to Shaolin to ask for the 9-yang manual for little Wuji, the aggressive faces of those monks were still fresh in his mind. He had lived for 100 years and had already seen through everything. Naturally, he wouldn't get angry because of these small things. However, Song Qingshu was still young and might not be able to bear such anger. If at that time a fight broke out because of a quarrel, it was really not what he wanted. However, although he had an easygoing temperament, he was not a pedantic person. If the Shaolin Temple was really hiding a top master who was not inferior to himself, if he insisted on going up the mountain alone, it would really be somewhat unwise. Don't worry, Grand Master. When the time comes, Qingshu will listen to everything you say. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Song Qingshu was somewhat disapproving. he had already formed an unresolvable hatred with the Shaolin Temple. In the beginning, he had completely destroyed the plan that the Southern Shaolin Temple had painstakingly worked on for decades. After that, he had repeatedly become enemies with the Shaolin Temple. Those people from the Shaolin Temple had probably long planned to get rid of him. Even so, he still chose to go up to the Shaolin Temple together. After all, with his current martial arts, and with Zhang Sanfeng accompanying him, he did not believe that the Shaolin Temple could do anything to him. The two of them decided to immediately set off for the Shaolin Temple. When Xia Qingqing, Jiao, and the other women found out about this, they also wanted to go together. However, Song Qingshu thought about it again and still refused. Although the martial arts of the two of them were not bad, in that kind of situation, the help they could provide was limited. Moreover, the Golden Snake Camp still needed someone to oversee it. In addition, Li Keqiu still needed to be contacted. Therefore, he arranged for Xia Qingqing to continue to oversee the Golden Snake Camp, while Jiao went to visit Li Keqiu with his own handwritten letter. Although he could not personally go, with Jiao's status as a former Ming princess, it was enough to see that the Golden Snake Camp valued him. However, Song Qingshu knew that Li Keqiu had 100,000 Green Camp soldiers under her control. She was a target that all the forces competed to win over. Jiao's visit might not be effective. Ren Yingying took advantage of the fact that everyone was out and took the opportunity to escape. When Song Qingshu heard this news, he only secretly sighed and ordered his subordinates to let her go. He did not allow his subordinates to capture her. As for Zi, she was naturally left behind by Song Qingshu to share Xia Qingqing's worries. After everything was arranged, the old man and the young girl set off on their journey to the Shaolin Temple. Even more on the second day. Thank you for your support, Wine Over Autumn Moon. I've really been squeezed dry by you. Along the way, Song Qingshu naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. From time to time, he would ask Zhang Sanfeng for guidance on the intricacies of martial arts, and then compare it with his own insights. After a few days, he actually began to faintly show signs of mastering the different martial arts he had learned. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh with a myriad of emotions. Zhang Sanfeng was indeed worthy of being called the person who was on par with Bodhidharma in the Golden Book system. His level of cultivation and knowledge was truly unfathomable. Zhang Sanfeng was also very surprised by Song Qingshu's ability to understand. Often, he only needed to give a few pointers and Song Qingshu would be able to immediately understand. This made him feel strange. In the past, Song Qingshu didn't seem to have such a high aptitude. Could this be the so-called late bloomer? Zhang Sanfeng didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Song Yuanqiao had such an outstanding son, he couldn't be happier. Very quickly, he realized that Song Qingshu's entire life of martial arts was extremely complicated. He couldn't help but curiously ask about his experiences after the lion-slaying festival. When he heard that Song Qingshu had received Wang Yuyan's guidance and went to the city of Jingzhou to obtain the divine illuminating scripture, to repair his meridians, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but sigh. The Miss Wang you speak of is only 16 years old, yet she is so familiar with all the martial arts in the world. This world really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After praising Wang Yuyan, Zhang Sanfeng began to sigh again. In my early years, I heard that the divine illuminating scripture had the ability to bring the dead back to life. I thought it was just a rumor in the martial world, but I didn't expect it to actually be true. Although the divine illuminating scripture isn't well known, from your description, it's profound is definitely not inferior to the I Jing Jing, divine nine yang, and divine nine yin. When he heard that Song Qingshu had lost all his martial arts due to an accident and went to the Ningma temple to obtain the joyful Zen, Zhang Sanfeng was even more shocked. Master Lotus is an extremely prominent figure in the Tantric Buddhism. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, he soon frowned. No wonder you're so lustful now. It turns out that you've been influenced by this martial art. As far as I know, no one from the Tantric sect has been able to truly master this martial art all these years. Most of them were eventually controlled by their desires and fell into the path of evil, ultimately bringing about their own destruction. Song Qingshu's face was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly interrupted, Great Master, I know all this, but I had no other choice but to learn this. I had no choice but to drink poison to quench my thirst. Zhang Sanfeng asked in a deeply concerned manner. This martial technique is extremely strange and evil. The higher one's power, the heavier the inner demon would be. Has anything strange happened to your body? Feeling Zhang Sanfeng's worry, Song Qingshu felt warm in his heart and hurriedly replied, "Indeed, I was almost obsessed by the devil in my heart." Then he told Zhang Sanfeng about his indulgence in the Forbidden City. Of course, after Zhang Sanfeng handled it, he hid some secrets. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but wonder, hey, with your current power, as far as I know, the devil in your heart shouldn't be limited to this. Why isn't this martial art as terrifying as you imagined? Song Qingshu smiled calmly. Perhaps I've always been a lustful person, and this martial art is fated to be with me. Zhang Sanfeng nodded repeatedly. What you said is not without reason. Think about the tantric sect. Although they don't abstain from lust, the practice of dual cultivation is really against the Buddhist principles. As long as the monks of the tantric sect practice, they will inevitably have a sense of guilt in their hearts. As time goes by, the devil in their heart will become more and more difficult to dispel. Unlike you little rascal, who can't wait for dual cultivation. Instead, it's a blessing in disguise and you don't have the corresponding negative karma. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. So there's actually such a benefit to being lustful? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. If you abuse this martial art to harm innocent girls, it will also produce the devil in your heart. Fortunately, even though you're lustful, you still have some strength of character. You didn't go and pluck flowers. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Actually, he did pluck flowers, such as Little Tong Ho, Nan Lan, Luo Bing. However, these were mostly done by his own means and not by using the Mary Diana to seduce them. Of course, looking at Zhang Sanfeng's sage-like appearance, he naturally didn't dare to dirty his ears with these matters. Zhang Sanfeng asked him some questions about the Mary Diana. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Qingshu, if Grand Master's prediction is correct, as long as you can adhere to the 4 words never forget your original heart, perhaps you can really cultivate this supreme martial art that no one has ever succeeded in before." Song Qingshu knew that with Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation and knowledge, he would never speak without thinking. Hearing him say this, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He couldn't help but smile. I wonder what effect it will have after I've truly cultivated it. Zhang Sanfeng looked at the white clouds in the sky and said thoughtfully, according to legend, the Yellow Emperor had 3,000 women and finally ascended to heaven. This martial art of yours may have the same effect. Ascended to heaven? I don't care about it. How can it compare to building a huge harem in this world? Song Qingshu couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, he had a thought and hurriedly said, Grand Master, isn't the highest realm of Taoism that you are pursuing is to ascend to heaven? How about I teach you this martial art? With your determination, even if you have 3,000 women, you will definitely be able to overcome those messy inner demons. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng was speechless. He couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Get out of here." Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Seeing that Song Qingshu had also stopped smiling and was looking at him, he couldn't help but ask, "You heard it too?" Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. From a few miles away, there was the sound of fighting. Listening to the battle, it seemed that the 2 parties involved were extremely skilled. The 2 of them had important matters to attend to and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, the place where the other party was fighting just happened to be in the middle of their path. Although the 2 of them didn't know whether the other party was a friend or a foe, with their martial arts, there was naturally no reason for them to deliberately avoid taking a detour. Thus, they walked straight towards the place where the sound was coming from. Not long after, the situation of the 2 parties could be seen. They saw a yellow-robed monk and a middle-aged man in a green robe fighting back and forth. When this person waves his palms, it seems that he can produce invisible sword energy. Moreover, he obviously only used 2 palms, but there are 8 forces. When did Shaolin have such a master? Zhang Sanfeng was secretly shocked. The other middle-aged man in a green robe was not inferior. Both of his palms flew up and down, protecting the acupoints of his body. At the same time, he faintly sealed off the opponent's next move. Moreover, it seemed that the monk was quite afraid of facing his palms. Sensing that there were outsiders around them, the two people in the field simultaneously stopped their martial arts and took a few steps back. While secretly guarding against the other party, they looked towards Zhang Sanfeng and Song Qingshu. When they saw the appearance of Song Qingshu, the two of them couldn't help but be overjoyed. "My dear son-in-law, quickly help me get rid of this monk. Junior brother, be careful of this devil's evil martial arts." The two of them spoke at the same time. When they heard each other's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. "You two know each other?" Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two people were both old acquaintances. The yellow-robed monk's face was glowing with health and vigor. There seemed to be a faint light flowing around his face. Naturally, he was the long-lost Great Will Wisdom King, Jiumaji. The scholar in a green robe had delicate features, but his face was really frighteningly pale. He was the leader of the Sun-Moon God cult, Ren Wuxing. Seeing that both of them were old acquaintances, this fight naturally couldn't happen. The two of them snorted and simultaneously stopped their martial arts. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Why did the two of you fight?" Third more Ren Wuxing snorted in annoyance. "You can ask him yourself. I came to the Henan branch to eradicate the forces that were bribed by the Ming cult. Who would have thought that I would run into this bastard? After he found out about my identity, he attacked me without saying a word." Seeing Song Qingshu's questioning gaze, Jiumaji smiled bitterly. "Junior martial brother, you know that my biggest hobby is to find people to spar with. After I lost to Dongfang Bubi in the Forbidden City, I returned to Tufan and practiced hard. I felt that my martial arts had improved greatly, so I wanted to spar with Dongfang Bubi again to avenge my humiliation." Who knew that Mr. Ren had already taken Dongfang Bubi's position and his whereabouts were unknown? "I thought that since Mr. Ren could defeat Dongfang Bubi, his martial arts must be great, so it would be the same to spar with him. I was worried that he would refuse, so I attacked him to force him to fight." Junior martial brother? Ren Wuxing was surprised when he heard how Jiumaji addressed Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "In the past, I learned the lotus peanuts from Tufan's Ningma temple, so in a sense, I am indeed Wisdom King's junior martial brother." Ren Wuxing's eyes flashed. No wonder Song Qingshu's martial arts were so terrifying at such a young age. It turned out that he had such a strange encounter and learned the divine arts of Tantric Buddhism. Song Qingshu continued to introduce to Jiumaji, "Wisdom King, this is my father-in-law, the current leader of Sun Moon God sect, Ren Wuxing." Jiumaji thought, "Every time I see you, you have a different beauty by your side. Now that you are the son-in-law of Ren Wuxing, no wonder master taught you the Joyzen. Monk Jiumaji greets Mr. Ren. Mr. Ren's astral absorption great technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. I hope Mr. Ren can forgive me for my previous offense." Jiumaji put his palms together and bowed. Ren Wuxing's expression became a little better. He hurriedly replied, "Your flame blade is also very brilliant. I am ashamed of my inferiority." Seeing the two of them flattering each other, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered Zhang Sanfeng and hurriedly introduced, "This is Song Mao's great master." "Your great master?" Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing were both startled, because Song Qingshu had never considered himself as a disciple of Wudong sect, so they naturally didn't think that way. Ren Wuxing was startled. To be able to teach such a powerful disciple like Song Qingshu, this person's martial arts must be unimaginably high. Jiumaji's first reaction was that he had never heard that his master had a master. When he saw that the other party was dressed like a Taoist priest, he realized that he had misunderstood. The other party had nothing to do with the Tantric sect. He should be Song Qingshu's Grand Master from the Central Plains. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and stepped forward. "This humble Taoist is Zhang Sanfeng from Wudong. I pay my respects to the Great Will Wisdom King and sect leader Ren." Zhang Sanfeng? When the two of them heard the other party's name, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was the cult leader of the evil cult, or the faraway Daluan Ming Wang in the Western frontier, they all knew what these three words meant. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the Central Plains Wuling world. Therefore, although Ren Wuxing had always been arrogant, he had always told his followers not to offend the people of Wudong sect. Jiumaji had challenged everyone in the Central Plains Wuling world, but he had never thought of going to Wudong Mountain and asking for trouble. "Greetings, Taoist Zhang." The two of them hurriedly saluted. Both of you are sect leaders, there is no need to be so polite. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's voice faded, Jiao Maji and Ren Wuxing felt a gentle force coming towards them, as if they were being supported by a pair of invisible hands. Ren Wuxing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't see Zhang Sanfeng stretch out his hand just now. The other party didn't even move his sleeves. This kind of ability to move as he pleased was something that he couldn't even dream of. Jiao Maji, on the other hand, thought deeper. Zhang Sanfeng's move seemed to be similar to the Shaolin Temple's formless finger of disaster. Both of them exerted force in an invisible and formless manner. However, even though the name formless finger of disaster was formless, it still needed to be executed. As for how Zhang Sanfeng managed to do it, Jiao Maji had no idea at all. Song Qingshu didn't know that Zhang Sanfeng was able to intimidate the two of them with such a simple move. Seeing that the two of them were silent and thinking about how to rescue Song Yuanqiao and the others, he cupped his fists and said, "The two of us have important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay here for too long. I hope the two of you won't mind." Ren Wuxing asked curiously, "My dear son-in-law, the two of you seem to be in a hurry with a worried look on your face. What happened?" Ren Wuxing had always been a meticulous person, so he quickly discovered the abnormality of the two of them. With their martial arts and Zhang Sanfeng's prestige and status in the martial world, what could possibly be difficult for them? Hearing this, Jiao Maji also said, "That's right, junior apprentice brother. Even though senior apprentice brother's martial arts is weak, he might be able to help." Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Thinking about how the Shaolin Temple was filled with experts, if he could get the help of these two people, it might not be a bad thing. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng didn't intend to hide anything, he told him about the disappearance of Song Yuanqiao and the others. He also told them that they were preparing to go to the Shaolin Temple to investigate. Ren Wuxing smiled coldly, "My dear son-in-law, your matter is naturally my matter. Not to mention that those bald donkeys from the Shaolin Temple are colluding with that Zhua guy from the Song Mountain sect. They are always making things difficult for our sect. I've long been displeased with them. Going to the Shaolin Temple, count me in." Jiao Maji also laughed loudly, "Junior apprentice brother, I was originally planning to pay a visit to the Shaolin Temple to learn from their so-called 72 ultimate techniques. Just in time, let's go together." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Even though these two people's martial arts were high, they weren't righteous people. It was obvious that they didn't have good intentions. If he went up the mountain with them, it would really damage Wu Dang's reputation. Naturally, Song Qingshu understood his concerns and hurriedly said, "Great master, they are all on the same side. Since they have the heart to help, the more people we have, the more power we have. The more people we have, the greater the chance of saving the several martial uncles will be." Originally, Zhang Sanfeng was still hesitant, but after hearing what Song Qingshu said, he felt that there was some truth in Song Qingshu's words. If the mastermind behind the scenes wasn't the Shaolin Temple, then everything would be fine. But if it really was the Shaolin Temple, then with the sweeping monk that Qingshu had mentioned, it would indeed be beyond the power of the grandfather and grandson duo to rescue Song Yuanqiao and the others from the Shaolin Temple. That's fine too. But I hope that when the time comes, the two of you won't hurt the relationship between the Shaolin Temple and the Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng said. Of course, we will listen to Master Zhang's arrangements. Even though Ren Wuxing and Jiao Maji didn't agree, they naturally wouldn't refute Zhang Sanfeng's words. With the addition of these two people, Song Qingshu felt even more confident. As he hurried along, he thought to himself, if it wasn't for the fact that Great Master wouldn't agree, with my personality, I would definitely invite as many helpers as I can before I go to the Shaolin Temple. Apart from these two people, I would also invite Dongfang Bubi, Xiaofeng, Ouyang Feng, Yang Miaozhen. I would call all of them. It would be strange if I didn't turn the Shaolin Temple upside down. Wait a minute, if Ren Wuxing sees Dongfang Bubi, he would probably fight with him first. Xiaofeng also regards Shaolin Temple as a sect, so he probably wouldn't help me either. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Ren Wuxing suddenly asked, "Qingshu, not long ago, Yingying came to the Golden Snake Camp to look for you. Have you seen her? Furthermore, we didn't just see each other, we even got married." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Ah? Ren Wuxing was shocked. Great Master is our wedding witness. Song Qingshu hurriedly told him the whole story selectively. Of course, from his mouth, Ren Yingying was definitely not deceived, but was willing to go through the wedding ceremony with him. Ren Wuxing felt upset. Why didn't you invite me, the father, for such a big event? And with such a hasty wedding, it's obvious that the wedding was too simple. Song Qingshu immediately guessed what he was thinking and hurriedly explained, I hope father-in-law doesn't mind, the main thing is that something happened to my father. After rescuing my father and the others, I will definitely hold a grand wedding to marry Yingying. Ren Wuxing's anger turned into joy, but he still said, having Master Zhang as a witness is Yingying's good fortune, ha ha ha. While Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing were whispering to each other, Jiao Maji was asking Zhang Sanfeng for advice. Jiao Maji was a very arrogant person, he didn't put the people of the Central Plains in his eyes, but Zhang Sanfeng was too famous, so he didn't dare to provoke Wu Dang without full confidence. Now that he had such a good opportunity to test Zhang Sanfeng's strength, he naturally wouldn't let it go. So along the way, he asked Zhang Sanfeng questions about martial arts. Zhang Sanfeng was indeed worthy of being called a great master. When faced with some questions that were deliberately made difficult by Jiao Sanfeng, he would often answer them in a few words, which made Jiao Maji afraid and scared. Just like that, the four of them arrived at the foot of Mount Song. Song Qingshu originally wanted to go in and investigate, but Zhang Sanfeng didn't allow it. With his status, he really couldn't do such a thing. Song Qingshu thought it made sense, so he decided to go to the mountain openly. The four of them went up Mount Xiaoshi. Zhang Sanfeng remembered that more than 90 years ago, his Master Jiu Yuan carried a pair of iron buckets and escaped from Shaolin with Guoxiang and himself. Note, Guoxiang in this book is not Guojing's daughter, it's just the same name. Looking back at the past, it was more than a lifetime ago. He slowly went up the mountain. The 5 peaks looked the same as before, but Jiu Yuan, Guoxiang and the others were no longer in this world. The 4 of them arrived at a reed pavilion and happened to see 2 young monks talking and laughing. Zhang Sanfeng stepped forward and said, please tell them that Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang is here to see the abbot. When the 2 monks heard Zhang Sanfeng's name, they were startled. They focused their gazes on him, sizing him up. They saw that his stature was abnormally tall, his hair was like silver, his face was rosy and smooth, and his smile was very amiable. The green robe he wore was unbearably dirty. The 2 monks couldn't help but think, Zhang Sanfeng is the great grandmaster of Wudang. Wudang has never been on good terms with our Shaolin. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? However, looking at the extraordinary appearance of the 3 people accompanying him, they could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Being glanced at by the 3 people, the 2 monks suddenly felt an invisible pressure and subconsciously believed 80% of it. Are you really Zhang? Zhenren Zhang of Wudang Mountain? Zhang Sanfeng laughed, I'm the real deal. I wouldn't dare to fake it. The other monk did not believe him at all when he heard that his words did not have the dignified air of a grandmaster, but he did not dare to ask again. He could only turn to Song Qingshu and the other 2. May I know your names? Song Qingshu and the other 2 introduced themselves. The 2 monks were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big shot in their lives. Who would have thought that they would see 4 of them? The 2 monks looked at each other. Although they were a little suspicious, they didn't dare to be negligent. They hurried back to the temple to report. Hearing that Zhang Sanfeng had personally arrived, accompanied by the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu, the Sun Moon Cult's hierarch Ren Wuxing, and the Great Will Wisdom King Jiao Maji, all of whom were top-notch experts in the Jianghu, the entire Shaolin temple was shaken. The simple and unadorned sound of the bell resounded through the temple for several miles. On one side, all the monks in the temple were summoned to the Hall of Great Strength in case of an emergency. On the other side, someone was sent to invite the left sect leader of the Song Mountain sect. Abbot Xianxia led the monks of the Xian, Kong, and Fang generation to greet them. Along the way, Xianxia discussed with the monks in the temple, Zhang Sanfeng is 100 years old. His martial arts are unfathomable. Who in the world can be his opponent? This time, he naturally had nothing to fear. Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing were accompanying him. One of them had defeated all the heroes in the world during the Golden Snake meeting, and the other was the cult leader of the evil cult, whose, absorbing star's great art, was unparalleled in the martial world. Although Jiamaji was not famous, since he was able to travel with them, his martial arts should not be too bad. So many experts came to Shaolin together. Maybe they have the intention to destroy Shaolin. Even if we are not their opponents, the thousands of monks in the temple will rush forward to protect the reputation of Shaolin Temple. The rest of the monks nodded and answered, "We swear to live and die with Shaolin." Not long after, the temple door opened. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng and the other three, Xianxia couldn't help but secretly complain, "I was hoping that it was a few arrogant people who came to make fun of Shaolin. I didn't expect it to be them." In front of the enemy, Xianxia quickly calmed down and led Zhu Xian, Zhu Wen, Zhu Kong, and more than 10 elders of Dharma Hall to greet them. "Monk Xianxia greets you." Xianxia put his palms together and greeted. Zhang Sanfeng saw that Xianxi's eyes were reserved. It was obvious that his cultivation was extremely profound. He couldn't help but sigh. Great Master Xianxia and the holy mountain of Qingliang Temple were known as the dragon-vanquishing tiger Arhat. Shaolin's 1,000 years of accumulation really lived up to its name. Song Qingshu looked at the righteous old monk in front of him and couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. "You can hide from the world, but how can you hide from me? That year, you broke the precept of lust and gave birth to a child with Yi Ernyang. Afterwards, you ignored Yi Ernyang and her son and let Yi Ernyang wreak havoc in the Wuling world. At the same time, you watched your old friends die one by one and refused to reveal your identity as the leader. You really are a sanctimonious monk." However, he knew that this secret was extremely valuable and now was far from the time to reveal it. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng didn't know any of this. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Abbot and the great masters, for coming out to greet us. How can I accept this?" Although Song Qingshu and the others were a bit unhappy, they could only follow suit and bow. Ren Wuxing snorted coldly in his heart, "I have traveled the Wuling world, how can these stinky monks deserve my bow?" Jiao Maji, on the other hand, was thinking, "It is said that Shaolin is full of experts. Although the martial arts of these people in front of me are not bad, none of them can be my opponent. If it wasn't for Master Zhang's face. I will let you accept my bow first. If I don't humiliate you later, I won't be able to show off my abilities." Xianxia quickly put his palms together and asked, "Master Zhang and the others have come from afar. This is really unexpected. May I know what instruction you have for me?" Zhang Sanfeng said, "I have a question." Xianxia said, "Everyone, please sit down." As soon as Zhang Sanfeng sat down in the pavilion, a monk came to serve him tea. Ren Wuxing had long been angry in his heart. Seeing this, he sneered and said, "The three of us are fine. Although we have a bit of fame in the Wuling world, compared to Master Zhang, we are nothing more than fireflies. In any case, Master Zhang is a great master of a sect and can be considered as your senior. Why didn't you invite him into the temple and instead let him sit on the ground halfway up the mountain? Even if you are treating an ordinary guest, you shouldn't be this impolite. Shaolin is really getting worse with each generation." Both sides were already wary of each other. As soon as Ren Wuxing finished speaking, the expressions of the Shaolin monks changed. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Zongheng VIP Readers Group, requires fan points and above, Ordinary Group 337294925, Full, Ordinary Group 25244433728, thanks to Duan Muling 95, Xianxia said, "If the three of you had come alone to our humble mountain, we would have respectfully welcomed you into the temple. It's just that the three of you have come together with Zhang Zhenren. When Zhang Zhenren was young, he left the Shaolin temple without saying goodbye. I'm sure Zhang Zhenren is well aware of our sect's several hundred-year-old rule. Any traitor or abandoned disciple of our sect is not allowed to take a single step into the Shaolin temple for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he will be punished by having his legs chopped off." Zhang Sanfeng smiled but did not say anything. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, did not have such a good temperament. With a cold laugh he said, "When Tai Shifu was young, although he once served Reverend Jue Yuan in the Shaolin temple, he was only a servant who swept the floor and brewed tea. He did not shave his head nor did he take him as his master. How could he be considered a Shaolin disciple?" Xianxia coldly said, "But Zhang Zhenren secretly learned martial arts from the Shaolin temple." Song Qingshu recalled Zhang Sanfeng's own words, my Wu Dang Pai's martial arts, although I was the one who painstakingly created them, if I traced back to the source, if Jiuyu and Dashi did not teach me the Nine Yang manual, and Xianxia did not give me the pair of Shaolin iron Luohan swords, I would not have been able to rely on any martial arts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that my martial arts came from Shaolin. However, Zhang Sanfeng's acceptance did not mean that Song Qingshu was. Seeing that the Shaolin temple kept mentioning the word traitor, he could not restrain his anger from rising. You keep on saying that Tai Shifu secretly learned Shaolin's martial arts. Now that Wu Dang's martial arts are known by everyone in the Jianghu, why don't you tell me which martial art belongs to your Shaolin temple? Xianxia indifferently said, Zhang Zhimen's Nine Yang divine skill belongs to our temple. Song Qingshu was at a loss for words. However, he had always been quick-witted and quickly had an idea. If Tai Shifu really knew the Nine Yang divine skill, he would not have brought Zhang Wuji to the Shaolin temple to be looked down upon by you. Besides, in today's world, only the Ming cult's cult leader Zhang Wuji knows the Nine Yang divine skill, and his Nine Yang divine skill secret manual came from a valley in Kunlun Mountains, not from your Shaolin temple. To be honest, perhaps it was your Shaolin temple who secretly learned some fragments of the Nine Yang manual from who knows where, and then used it to brag that the Nine Yang divine skill belongs to your Shaolin temple. Hearing his words, the monks opposite him angrily rebuked him. Xianxia frowned. Fortunately, as the abbot, he knew a thing or two about the past. He slowly replied, that year, our temple's manual of the Nine Yang divine skill was stolen by Yin Kishi and Xiaoxiangzi. Presumably, the secret manual that Zhang Jiaozhu obtained in Kunlun was stolen by the two of them. Zhang Zhimren is also aware of this matter. Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. In a deep voice, he said, Qingshu, don't be rude. Do you still remember what you promised me before? Song Qingshu nodded his head helplessly. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Tai Shifu, oh Tai Shifu, why do you have to be so honest? Originally, if you had denied it, I would have said a few words to make Shaolin Temple unable to bring this matter up again, but in his heart, he knew very well what kind of person Zhang Sanfeng was. Naturally, he would not stoop to lying. I have not come here today to argue with your temple about the past. I have another request. Zhang Sanfeng calmly said. Xianxia and Fangjing looked at each other and thought, I wonder what he has come here for. Bringing so many experts with him, I don't think he has any good intentions. Xianxia said, please elaborate. Not long ago, several of my disciples disappeared one after another. Zhang Sanfeng slowly explained the disappearance of Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting, as well as the disappearance of Song Yuanqiao when he went to look for them. Xianxia could not help but ask, Hero Song and the others have met with such a great disaster. This poor monk is deeply sorry. But why did you come to Shaolin Temple? Could it be that you suspect that our Shaolin Temple was not the culprit? Song Qingshu snorted and took out the wooden plank he had dug out from the rundown temple from his bag. He pointed at the palm print on it and said, Masters, you are all Kung Fu masters. Surely you can recognize what kind of Kung Fu this palm print was made, right? Huh? Master Fangjing took the wooden plank and looked at it. He was still a little uncertain. He handed it over to Xianxia and said, Brother, do you think this is it? Xianxia could not help but nod, yes, this was indeed created by the power of our temple's prajna palm. Seeing that Xianxia had confirmed it, Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and sucked the wooden plank in Xianxi's hand over to him. This action caused everyone present to turn pale. Xianxia thought to herself, although I wasn't prepared, the thing in my hand can't be taken away so easily. The opponent just grabbed the air and snatched the plank back. Could it be the long-lost dragon-catching skill of Jianghu? Jiao Maji was also secretly shocked. After not seeing him for a while, his martial arts seemed to have made a breakthrough. I wonder if my controlling crane technique or his grab would win. Ren Wuxing was also deep in thought. My absorbing star's great technique also has a similar effect. However, it can only be used against people whose martial arts are much weaker than mine. To snatch something from the hands of the Shaolin Temple's abbot would be very difficult. Surnamed Song, what is the meaning of this? Last time, Xianxia was defeated by Zhang Sanfeng and went into closed-door cultivation. Today, when he heard the alarm in the temple, he came out to investigate. That was why he came out later than the other monks and saw this scene. Xianxia could not help but be angry. I am afraid that you will destroy the evidence. Song Qingshu replied calmly. Xianxia heard the sarcasm in his voice and could not help but say, Surnamed Song, explain it to me clearly. Although I have not read much Buddhist scriptures, I understand that people who practice Buddhism must abstain from greed, anger, and foolishness. Your words are so angry, it seems that your cultivation is not good enough. Song Qingshu's words made Xianxia seethe with anger. However, he was too lazy to continue talking to him. Instead, he said to Xianxia, Abbot, do you know where this wooden plank was found? Xianxia vaguely had a bad guess in his heart. But now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and ask, this old monk does not know. Please enlighten me, Golden Snake King. Song Qingshu's expression was wooden. The scene where my fourth uncle Zhang and sixth uncle Yin disappeared was full of traces of a fight. And this Prajna palm print was left at the scene. At this time, I hope that the masters can give us an explanation. Although he had vaguely guessed it before, hearing the other party say it out loud, Xianxia could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The expressions of the surrounding monks also changed. This matter is definitely not the work of Shaolin. I hope that Master Zhang will investigate clearly. Xianxia hurriedly said. Zhang Sanfeng sighed. I also do not believe that their disappearance has anything to do with your temple. But although the martial arts of my two disciples are not high, they are not something that ordinary people can subdue. The Prajna palm is also a secret of your temple. To be able to cultivate the Prajna palm to such a level, besides the high monks of your temple, I really cannot think of anyone else in Jianghu. Kong Ji, who was at the side, could not restrain himself. He pointed at Zhang Sanfeng and said angrily, listening to Master Zhang, could it be that you want to wrongly accuse our Shaolin temple of being the mastermind of this matter? Among the four great monks of Shaolin, Kong Wen, Kong Ji, Kong Jian was the most merciful. Unfortunately, he passed away the earliest. Kong Wen was extremely shrewd. He did not show his emotions on his face. Kong Ji was muddle-headed, naive, and ignorant of the affairs of the world. Kong Ji was narrow-minded. He often felt that Zhang Sanfeng had secretly learned a lot of martial arts from the Shaolin temple. Instead, he had caused the reputation of the Wu Dang sect to suddenly surpass that of the Shaolin temple. You! Kong Ji was enraged. As one of the four divine monks of Shaolin temple, he was proficient in 11 of the 72 arts of Shaolin and was only second to Xianxia and Fangxing. He had always been arrogant and conceited, so when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was the hierarch of the Sun Moon God sect. Although he had some misgivings in his heart, he had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He could only strike the railings around the pavilion with his palm. With a cracking sound, the railings were completely broken. Wooden splinters flew everywhere and were instantly shattered. The power of this palm was truly astonishing. Ren Wuxing's eyes narrowed. Bald Donkey Kong Ji, what are you trying to do here? Do you think I'm just a railing that you can strike at? If you have the guts, come and fight me. You're making a fool out of yourself by only showing off your power to an inanimate object. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Seeing that both parties were about to fight, he wanted to stop them, but Ren Wuxing was the leader of a sect and not a member of the Wu Dang sect. After all, they had come to the mountain together out of good intentions, so he didn't want to interfere. Kong Ji had just suppressed his impulse with great difficulty. Now that he heard Ren Wuxing's provocation, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You think I'm afraid of you?" Then he struck out with his palm. Although Xianxia felt that it was inappropriate, Kong Ji was one of the top experts in the temple. Now that Kong Ji had struck out in anger, it was too late for him to stop him. Good move. Ren Wuxing had been provoking Kong Ji with his words, so he was naturally on guard. Seeing that Kong Ji had made the first move, he didn't need to be polite anymore. With a grin, his whole body shot forward like a cannonball. The two of them fought back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The impact of their punches and kicks caused the clothes of the people around them to flutter. The people in the front row were all experts, so they could clearly see the exchange of moves between the two of them. Kongji had used no less than 10 Shaolin martial arts, but Ren Wuxing had only used one type of palm technique to neutralize all of Kongji's martial arts. Although Ren Wuxing's palm technique was simple and unadorned, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. It was obvious that the palm technique itself was extraordinary. A loud bang resounded. It turned out that Ren Wuxing had forced Kongji into a corner and forced him to extend his palm to receive the attack. The previous sound was the sound of their palms colliding. The corner of Ren Wuxing's mouth curled up into a smile. Old man Kongji, even though you know a lot of techniques, it's a pity that they're all mixed and impure. You'll only be restricted if you meet a true expert. Kongji had always been proud of his profound knowledge, so how could he receive such a comment from the other party? He couldn't help but sneer. What a big tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his inner force to surge towards the other party, intending to heavily injure him while the other party was distracted while he was speaking. Unexpectedly, Ren Wuxing didn't panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. While Kongji was puzzled, he suddenly felt the true qi in his body surging uncontrollably into his opponent's body. It was only then that he remembered the ultimate skill that shocked the world of martial artists, and he could not help but be shocked. Star-sucking great skill. Fang Jing, who was at the side, had long sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped forward when he heard Kongji's words. With a flick of his sleeve, he separated the two's arms and pulled Kongji back. A strange expression appeared on Ren Wuxing's face. Great Master Fang Jing's heaven and earth sleeve technique has really been practiced to the point of perfection. At this time, Kongji had already caught his breath. He felt the true qi in his body churning, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to fight for a while. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Surnamed Ren, you secretly attacked me. Ren Wuxing glanced at him disdainfully. Everyone knows that I have the star-sucking great skill. You were the one who didn't guard against it, so it's none of my business. Kongji was about to retort, but Fang Jing raised his hand to stop him. What Sect Master Ren said is correct. My junior brother's skills are inferior to yours, so it's not your fault. However, I'm excited to see your skill, so I'd like to experience your star-sucking great skill. Sect Master Ren, please receive my palm. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly struck his palm towards Kongji. The style of this palm was ordinary, but halfway through, it suddenly shook slightly. Immediately, one palm turned into 2 palms turned into 4 palms, and 4 palms turned into 8 palms. Song Qingshu had seen Fang Jing use the Thousand Hands palm when he was fighting Zhang Sanfeng. This was the unpredictable Thousand Hands palm. He was worried that Ren Wuxing had just finished fighting an expert and his inner energy hadn't recovered yet, so he was about to step forward and replace him. Unexpectedly, Ren Wuxing saw through his intention and laughed. Don't worry, my dear son-in-law, I can handle it. It turned out that Ren Wuxing had just used the star-sucking great skill to absorb almost 10% of Kongji's inner energy. Not only did his inner energy not lose, but it had also greatly increased. Today, in front of so many top figures in the pugilistic world, and as the sect master of the Sun Moon God sect, he had always been a person who cared about his reputation. He wanted to fight and show off his prestige, so he rejected Song Qingshu's intention to help him and swung his palm to meet the attack. Ren Wuxing had been famous in the pugilistic world for many years, so he naturally recognized the Thousand Hands palm. He knew that if he delayed for a moment, his 8 palms would turn into 16 palms, and then into 32 palms. He wasn't Zhang Sanfeng, so he didn't dare to let his opponent's palm power accumulate to its peak. He immediately struck out with his palm, aiming for Fang Jing's right shoulder. Fang Jing's left palm pierced through the bottom of his right palm, still shaking slightly. 1 palm turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and then the shadows of his palm danced in the air. Ren Wuxing leaped up and returned 2 palm strikes. Kongji, who was standing at the side, watched with rapt attention. He saw that Master Fang Jing's palm technique was unpredictable. Every palm strike would change to several different directions. He had never seen such a strange palm technique in his life. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When senior brother Abbott said that my cultivation wasn't as good as Fang Jing's, I didn't think much of it. But now that I've seen it, I can see that he's much stronger than me. The Thousand Hands palm is so complicated, but he's still able to maintain his power. It's really difficult. Kang Ji shifted his gaze back to Ren Wuxing. Previously, when he exchanged blows with Ren Wuxing, he only felt that Ren Wuxing's palm technique was ordinary. Even though he lost, Kang Ji hated the fact that he was careless and fell into Ren Wuxing's trap. He wasn't the least bit convinced of Ren Wuxing's martial arts. Now, as a spectator, he finally saw the subtlety of Ren Wuxing's palm technique. Ren Wuxing's palm technique was very simple. When he struck out and retracted his palm, it seemed to be rather stiff. However, no matter how strange and unpredictable Fang Zhang's palm technique was, once Ren Wuxing's palm energy arrived, Fang Zhang would immediately change his stance. It seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. The two of them fought for a long time. Ren Wuxing gradually felt that Master Fang Zhang's palm technique was slowing down. He was secretly delighted. Although your palm technique is exquisite, you're old and can't last long. He wanted to show his strength and end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, when he saw Master Fang Zhang's left palm coming towards him, he let out a shout and swiftly met it with his left palm. He quietly used his life's greatest skill, the Absorbing Star's great technique. With a loud bang, the two palms collided. Both of them took a step back. Ren Wuxing felt that although his opponent's internal energy was gentle, it was incomparably thick. Even though he used the Absorbing Star's great technique, he couldn't absorb any of his opponent's internal energy. He was extremely shocked. Master Fang Zhang said, "Excellent. Excellent." He took the opportunity to strike out with his palm. Ren Wuxing was able to become the leader of the Sun Moon God sect, so he had a lot of battle experience in his life. At this moment, instead of advancing, he retreated. He immediately launched several palm attacks while thinking, the I Ching Jing is indeed worthy of being the #1 divine skill of Shaolin. It can actually restrain my Absorbing Star's great technique. Humph, but even if I don't use the Absorbing Star's great technique, with my martial arts, how can I not defeat a pampered old monk like you? Thank you to readers Blue is Black, 7 Names, Tai, Board Soy Sauce 8, Wind God Fei Lian and others for your monthly votes. Ren Wuxing attacked Fang Zhang's palm technique for a while and saw that Fang Zhang's palm technique was becoming more and more difficult to execute. He couldn't help but feel happy. Although your cultivation level is high, you aren't like me who has gone through mountains of knives and seas of fire, so it's hard for you to display your full strength in a real battle. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, he suddenly felt his right arm go slightly numb and his internal energy flow wasn't smooth. He couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that it was because he had absorbed 10% of Kang Ji's internal energy and didn't have time to refine it. In this fierce battle, the internal energy took the opportunity to attack him. Although his Absorbing Star's great technique was extremely powerful, it had a fatal flaw. When his internal energy was absorbed to a certain extent, the absorbed internal energy would fight with each other and start to attack him. Therefore, he had no choice but to use a part of his internal energy to suppress the foreign internal energy in his body. Originally, with Ren Wuxing's internal energy, this flaw of the Absorbing Star's great technique wouldn't be fatal. Unfortunately, Fang Zhang's martial arts were on par with his, so he unknowingly used his internal energy. As a result, the foreign internal energy in his body was no longer restrained and took the opportunity to attack him. Bah. Fang Zhang quickly noticed his abnormality and immediately switched from defense to offense. He punched towards Ren Wuxing's chest. Ren Wuxing gritted his teeth and had no choice but to use his right palm to block the attack. Both of their bodies shook. Fang Zhang was still fine, but Ren Wuxing was forced back a few steps. He felt the blood in his body shake and he was shocked. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would lose all his face. He immediately took 2 steps back and turned around. His right hand had already grabbed Kang Ji's chest and his left palm was aimed at the top of his head. Reading. This sudden turn of events was beyond anyone's expectation. Ren Wuxing and Reverend Fang Zhang were fighting and the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Logically speaking, Ren Wuxing should have tried his best to protect himself, but who would have thought that he would turn around and attack Kang Ji? This turn of events was too sudden. Otherwise, Kang Ji, as a divine monk, wouldn't have been captured by Ren Wuxing in just one move even though he would have lost in the end. Ah, the monks cried out in unison. Reverend Fang Zhang leaped up like a bird, his palms struck out towards the back of Ren Wuxing's head. This was the besieging way to rescue Zhao tactic, attacking the enemy when they have no choice but to rescue Ren Wuxing. His aim was to force Ren Wuxing to withdraw his palms from Kang Ji's head and use his hands to block the attack. Seeing Fangjing Dashi was able to launch this palm strike in a split second, the monks were filled with admiration, but they did not have the time to cheer. They knew Kang Ji's life could be saved. Who would have thought that although Ren Wuxing withdrew his palm, he didn't turn his hand to block. Instead, he grabbed Reverend Fangjing's chest acupoint, followed by a finger of his right hand pointing toward Fangjing's chest. Master Fangjing's body went limp and he fell to the ground. By this time the Shaolin monks had come to their senses. In their great shock, they shouted and rushed forward together. At this moment, Ren Wuxing's vital energy and blood were boiling, so he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Fangjing. He allowed the monks to snatch Fangjing away. Ba. Xianxia frowned and sneered. Mr. Ren is deceitful, but he didn't win fair and square. This is not the behavior of a gentleman. Song Qing smiled and took the opportunity to reply, a martial arts contest has always been based on one's own ability. Blindly focusing on being fair and square is just Song Xianggong's pedantic opinion. Cult leader Ren is quick-witted and fought with his wits instead of his strength. I think he'll win beautifully. Reading? Ren Wuxing was forced to make such a bad decision, so he was a little embarrassed at first. However, after hearing Song Qingshu's words, he suddenly felt proud. He thought to himself, he's indeed a good son-in-law. Ying definitely won't suffer a loss if she marries him. Jiumaji also spoke at the right time. Although I've lived in Tubo for a long time, I also know that there's a saying in the Central Plains, the art of war is deceitful. Abbot, you're so knowledgeable, surely you understand this principle. After being interrupted by the two, Ren Wuxing also adjusted his emotions. He laughed loudly and said, does my Sun Moon God sect also have a gentleman? If I were a gentleman, I'm afraid the rest of the sect would have long converted to Buddhism. Then why are we still competing? The Shaolin monks didn't know how to refute the three's words. Many of the more violent monks were so angry that they almost cursed out loud. Fortunately, they remembered the temple's commandments at this critical moment. However, their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat the four of them alive. Seeing the way the monks looked at him, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It could be said that a fire at the city gate would also bring disaster to the fish in the moat. However, he was an extremely knowledgeable person, so his vision and bearing were not something a normal Shaolin monk could compare with. In fact, in his heart, he faintly agreed with Song Qingshu's words. These past few years, the Mongols had often used all sorts of methods on the battlefield, causing the southern Song dynasty to suffer defeat after defeat. If the people of the martial arts world still held on to such pedantic rules, then it really wasn't a blessing for the Han people. Since Mr. Ren doesn't follow the rules of the martial arts world, then don't blame me for not following the rules of the martial arts world. A loud shout came from the crowd. A figure suddenly pounced out and fiercely attacked Ren Wuxing's back. When Ren Wuxing saw that it was the head of the Song Mountain sect, Zhuo Lenchan, he hurriedly counterattacked and shouted, good. Ren Wuxing had always been a headstrong person, and Zhuo Lenchan had always been his archenemy, so how could he show any weakness? It turned out that Zhuo Lenchan had hurriedly rushed over from Taisher Mountain after receiving Xianxi's notice. He just happened to see Ren Wuxing and Fang Zhang's fight reaching a critical moment, but he had been silent all along. Only now did he suddenly make his move. His accumulated power was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, he punched, then slapped, then clawed, and in just a short moment, he had already changed more than 10 moves. Ren Wuxing was suddenly attacked by him, and could only barely defend himself. He had just fought with Master Fangjing, so he had used up a lot of his internal energy. At this moment, the blood in his body was turning, and he could only secretly complain. Song Qingshu frowned. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Ren Wuxing was still unable to catch his breath? In a flash, he appeared between the two of them. Head Zhuo, as a member of the imperial clan, you want to take advantage of this situation? Do you have any shame? I'm here to pick you up. Zhuo Lenchan had lost to Song Qingshu several times before, so the moment he saw that it was Song Qingshu, he immediately felt fear in his heart. However, in front of so many people, with his status, how could he show weakness in front of a junior like Song Qingshu? A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately came up with a plan, saying, "Wait until I defeat this ignorant man surnamed Ren, then I'll fight with you. Do you think I'll be afraid of you taking turns to tire me out?" Zuelenchan had a good plan in his mind. As long as Song Qingshu made his move, he could use the reason that the opponent was bullying him with numbers to retreat. That way, his prestige as the head wouldn't be affected. If Song Qingshu didn't make his move, he would take the opportunity to end Ren Wuxing's life and get rid of this thorn in his side. He could already see that Ren Wuxing was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so it would be easy for him to win. At that time, after he killed the cult leader of the evil cult, his prestige would definitely soar, and the hope of the 5 great mountains as one would increase. Only with the 5 great mountains as one, would he have the capital to truly participate in the competition between the various forces of the world. How could Song Qingshu let him take advantage of him? Just as he was about to raise his palm to block, Ren Wuxing coldly said, "Son-in-law, please step back for the time being." Song Qingshu was startled. He immediately understood that Ren Wuxing was extremely competitive, so it wouldn't be good for him to lose face in front of so many people. However, if he really stood by and watched, Ren Wuxing would inevitably be in danger. Now that the two of them were on the same side, Song Qingshu naturally didn't want the other party to suffer any injuries, so he replied, "All right, I'll step back for the time being. But this guy is too shameless, I'll give him a slap first." After he said that, he raised his palm and slapped Zuelenchan's face. Zuelenchan was immediately shocked and angry. If he was slapped in front of everyone, how could he continue to be the head of Mount Song sect? He hastily leaned to one side to evade. "Are we going to fight 2 against 1? Who knew that although Song Qingshu pretended to slap him, he didn't actually use his palm. He only raised his right hand and conveniently scratched his cheek. It was a feint. Seeing that Zuelenchan was fooled, he laughed and said, "I've heard that I'm the head of the 5 great mountains, but aren't you a little too timid? I only scratched an itch and you're scared to this extent, you." Zuelenchan was embarrassed. Not to mention the Shaolin disciples behind him, even the Song Mountain disciples he brought along had strange expressions on their faces, obviously trying to hold back their laughter. Reading? With Song Qingshu's interference, Zuelenchan's attack came to a halt. When experts exchanged blows, the difference between them was only a thin line. Ren Wuxing took a deep breath and unblocked his internal energy. His spirit was immediately boosted and he struck out 3 times with his palms. Zuelenchan tried his best to neutralize the attacks, but he was secretly shocked. "I haven't seen this old man for more than 10 years, his power is much stronger than before. If I want to beat him today, I have to use all my strength." More than 10 years ago, the two of them had a battle on the pilgrimage platform. Ren Wuxing was about to kill his opponent with his palms, but the internal energy in his body exploded, causing him to fail on the verge of success. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them fought to a draw, but only the two of them knew the real situation of the battle. For the past 10 years, Zuelenchan had been painstakingly studying and finally came up with a method to break his opponents, absorbing Star's great technique, so he wanted to avenge his humiliation. Ren Wuxing, on the other hand, was still brooding over the result of that battle and always wanted to defeat his opponent in front of the world. This time, they met again, and it was a showdown in front of the world's top figures. Both of them placed a lot of importance on winning and losing, unlike the peaceful battle between Ren Wuxing and Master Fangxing. Ren Wuxing attacked immediately, his palms were like knives and axes, while Zuelenchan's punches and palms, grabbing and grabbing were extremely versatile. The two of them fought faster and faster. Those who were slightly weaker in terms of cultivation were soon dazzled by what they were seeing. Previously, when they saw Ren Wuxing and Master Fangxing fighting, they didn't understand the subtleties of their moves. But now, the two of them were moving so fast that they couldn't even understand how their fists and palms were released or retracted. Fangxing was secretly shocked. "I thought that Ren Wuxing only won because of tricks, but now that I see him in 3 consecutive battles, he's actually getting more and more courageous. The people of the evil cult really can't be judged by common sense. If he and I were to fight with our lives on the line, it's really hard to say who would win." Jiao Maji also nodded silently. Although he and Ren Wuxing seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, he believed that if it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Ren Wuxing's star-absorbing great technique, he would definitely be able to defeat him. However, after watching him fight 3 battles in a row, the martial arts cultivation he had displayed had greatly exceeded his expectations, especially the battle with Fang Jing. Jiao Maji could not help but think of the time when he had fought with Fang Jing at the top of Mount Tai. He had thought that he would win the fight, but due to a strange combination of factors, he had lost to Fang Jing because the Zhen Qi in his body had suddenly boiled. But fortunately, he had received Song Qingshu's guidance in the past, and he understood that when he practiced the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple, he needed to use Buddhist Dharma to get rid of his murderous aura at the same time. Over the past 2 years, he had isolated himself into Fan, and he had gradually gotten rid of the hidden injuries in his body. He felt that his martial arts were much stronger than before. This time, when he returned to the Chinese plains, his main goal was to look for Dongfang Bubi. His main goal was to get back at Shaolin Temple. After all, not many people knew about his battle with Dongfang Bubi, and he knew that Dongfang Bubi's lightness skill was far above his, so even if he lost, it was understandable. But his loss to Fang Jing was an accident, and it was seen by all the heroes in the world. Therefore, when he came to Shaolin Temple this time, he already had the idea of getting revenge. When he saw that Ren Wuxing defeated 2 of Shaolin Temple's top experts, he felt admiration for Ren Wuxing, and he also felt extremely carefree. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was influenced by the novels and television shows in his previous life. He always felt that Ren Wuxing boasted so much in the original novel, but he often suffered losses in Jianghu. In the original novel, he couldn't defeat Dongfang Bubi, but in reality, he couldn't defeat Fang Jing, which was a black mark that couldn't be erased. Therefore, in his previous life, Ren Wuxing was inevitably looked down upon in all kinds of martial arts discussions on the internet. But now, he finally understood that Ren Wuxing's success was due to the star-absorbing great skill, and his failure was also due to the star-absorbing great skill. Although the star-absorbing great skill made him awe-inspiring in Jianghu, and caused countless people's expressions to change when they heard about it, but when he met a real expert, he was often unable to display his full strength because of the backlash from the star-absorbing great skill. Originally, Ren Wuxing used the star-absorbing great skill to absorb his opponent's internal energy, but his opponents were from different sects, and their internal energy was different. All kinds of mixed internal energy were absorbed into his body, and he couldn't merge them into one. Using it as his own, he would often use it unexpectedly. His own internal energy was very strong, and when he felt that the internal energy of a different sect was acting up, he immediately suppressed it. He had never encountered any danger, but once he faced an extremely strong expert, his internal energy would be greatly consumed, and the internal energy he used to suppress the internal energy of a different sect would be correspondingly weakened. When facing a great enemy, there were both external threats and internal problems, so he couldn't help but be in a difficult situation. Therefore, he couldn't fully display his martial arts. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, he could naturally objectively evaluate Ren Wuxing's strength. Whether it was palm technique, sword technique, or actual combat ability, Ren Wuxing was a top-notch existence in Jianghu. Ren Wuxing was really much stronger than what he had previously thought. The few of them were lost in thought, and in this short period of time, Zhuolong Chan was already forced into a corner. Ren Wuxing attacked him with palm after palm, and each palm was like a mountain-splitting axe, with astonishing power. Zhuolong Chan was completely at a disadvantage, his arms were extremely short, and he retracted them after attacking for less than a foot, as if he was only defending and not attacking. Suddenly, Ren Wuxing shouted loudly, and pushed his palms towards his opponent's chest. The 4 palms collided, and a loud bang was heard. Zhuolong Chan's back hit the Shaolin Temple's wall, and the dust on the roof tiles fell, but the 4 palms didn't separate. All the Shaolin monks' expressions changed. The internal energy of the two clashed, and once that devil Ren Wuxing used the star-absorbing great skill, wouldn't the left headmaster's life be hanging by a thread? Jiao Maji smiled faintly. Headmaster Ren will definitely win. At this moment, Zhuolong Chan withdrew his right palm, and actually used his left palm to block his opponent's palm energy, while his right hand stretched out its index and middle fingers, and jabbed towards Ren Wuxing. Ren Wuxing let out a strange cry, and hastily leaped away. Zhuolong Chan's right hand followed. He pointed 3 times, and Ren Wuxing retreated 3 steps. Jiumaji was immediately puzzled, and muttered to himself, "Why is this happening?" At this moment, Ren Wuxing was also shocked. He used the star-absorbing great skill, but when he sucked, he found that his opponent's internal energy was completely empty, and nowhere to be found. Ren Wuxing was extremely shocked. His opponent's internal energy was condensed, and it wasn't strange that he couldn't suck it in. Just now, he couldn't suck Fang Zhang's internal energy, but in the blink of an eye, Fang Zhang's internal energy had disappeared without a trace, and Ren Wuxing's star-absorbing great skill was powerless to suck it in. Not to mention that he had never encountered something like this in his life, he didn't even think that such a strange thing could happen. He sucked a few more times, but still couldn't touch Zuoling Chan's internal energy. Seeing that Zuoling Chan's finger technique was swift and fierce, he retreated 3 steps. Zuoling Chan let out a sinister laugh, and his right index finger continued jabbing towards Ren Wuxing's left rib. Ren Wuxing saw that his finger was ruthless, and thought to himself, "Don't tell me that there's no internal energy in your finger?" He tilted his body slightly, as if he was dodging, but in fact, he deliberately left an opening, allowing Zuoling to jab his rib. At the same time, he used the star-absorbing great skill on his chest, and thought to himself, "You have the ability to hide your internal energy, and not let my star-absorbing great skill absorb it. But if you attack me with your finger, if there's no internal energy in your finger, then it'll just be like tickling me. But if there's any internal energy, then I'll definitely absorb it all." Ren Wuxing was slightly startled, but it was already too late for him to change his move. Zuolenchen's finger had already pierced the Xianxia acupoint on his left chest. Ren Wuxing subconsciously activated the absorbing star's great technique, and sure enough, Zuolenchen's internal energy gushed into his Xianxia acupoint like a broken dam. Ren Wuxing was a talented and outstanding person. Even though Song Qingshu's words didn't make sense, he understood Zuoling Chan's plan after a while. Zuoling Chan wanted him to absorb Zuoling Chan's frigid ice Xianxia. If he was caught off guard, his whole body would inevitably freeze. Ren Wuxing understood everything in a split second, and he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. How would he dare to recklessly absorb Zuolenchen's cold qi into his body? But he had just invited a wolf into his house, and if he didn't use the absorbing star's great technique to absorb the internal energy from Zuolenchen's finger, he would inevitably be seriously injured. Ren Wuxing made a prompt decision and used his body to block Zuoling Chan's finger even though he was seriously injured. At the same time, he threw a kick at Zuoling Chan's lower abdomen. Zuoling Chan let out a loud cry and fell backwards. He curled up on the ground and wailed. Everyone present was shocked. Zuoling Chan was the head of the Five Mountain Sword faction, and a famous tough guy in Jianghu. If he wasn't suffering from extreme pain, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. People from the Song Mountain sect had already surrounded him to check on his injuries. "Your methods are very vicious. I, Xuandu, would like to learn from your skills." An old monk with a red face stepped out angrily, and his right index and middle fingers lightly touched each other. From his words, it was obvious that he was extremely angry, but there was a smile on his face, and his expression was gentle. Such a contrast was extremely strange. Ren Wuxing was currently seriously injured, so how could he be his opponent? Song Qingshu and Jiumaji both rushed out and protected Ren Wuxing behind them. "Junior Marshal brother, let me deal with this monk, you take care of Mr. Ren first." Jiumaji immediately blocked the old monk's path. Song Qingshu knew Jiumaji's cultivation level, so he naturally wouldn't worry about him. Instead, he hurriedly checked Ren Wuxing's pulse, and felt that his skin was bone-chillingly cold, and his pulse was even more chaotic. Obviously, he was seriously injured by Zuolenchen's cold qi. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel regretful. "Father-in-law, if I didn't interfere, you wouldn't be so heavily injured." In the original work, Ren Wuxing accidentally inhaled Zuolenchen's frigid true qi in this battle. His acupoints were sealed by Zuolenchen and he was defeated. Although he lost, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After recuperating for half a day, he was able to expel the frigid poison from his body. However, the injuries he had sustained would probably require several months of recuperation. Please turn the page for the remainder of this chapter. Ren Wuxing's teeth were chattering, but he still chuckled, "It's just an injury." If this old man were to lose to Zhuxing, it would be worse than killing me. Song Qingshu's face darkened. You make it sound so easy. Why don't you take a look at how serious your injuries are? If you had made the slightest mistake just now, I'm afraid you would have died on the spot. As he spoke, he channeled his Xianxia into the young man's body to help him expel the cold poison from his body. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Ren Wuxing's face. If you knew what kind of injuries Wuxing suffered, you wouldn't think my injuries were serious. Song Qingshu was also curious as to why Zhuo Lenchan would howl so miserably. Thinking back to when Zhuo Lenchan was kicked in the lower abdomen, he couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that father-in-law destroyed his dantian? Ren Wuxing had a faint smile on his face. I indeed planned to do so at that time, but Zhuxing regarded martial arts as more important than his life. At the critical moment, he forcefully leaped 3 inches into the air and avoided the destruction of his dantian. However, in this way, I kicked him. Hee, I heard that Zhuxing has a few concubines. I think they'll have to live as widows for the rest of their lives. Song Qingshu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but look sympathetically at Zhuo Lenchan in the distance. Thinking back to his previous plan to make Zhang Wuji practice the great astral sucking technique, which had the effect of castration, he thought, we father and son-in-law are really fated. In the future, we can change our nicknames to eunuch makers. At that time, which man in the pugilistic world would dare to oppose us? Zhang Sanfeng sighed inwardly. Previously, he wasn't willing to travel with these 2 people because he was worried that something like this would happen. However, Ren Wuxing was standing up for him after all, so he couldn't complain about it. Although Zhang Sanfeng was easygoing, it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. In fact, he was also dissatisfied with Shaolin's indifferent attitude just now. After all, the Prajna Palm was your Shaolin's ultimate technique. But in the end, you didn't even say anything. What kind of situation is this? Taoism was about letting nature take its course. Zhang Sanfeng didn't think too much about it and began to pay attention to the battle between Jiao Maji and Great Master Xian Du. The 2 people confronted each other for a long time. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jiao Maji's face. I've admired Great Master Xian Du's flower-pinching finger technique for a long time. It's my honor to see it today. As he said this, his right index and middle fingers also lightly touched each other, making a flower-pinching gesture. Xian Du was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that this person also knows Shaolin's flower-pinching finger? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly made his move. The crowd saw the 2 monks slowly raise their left hands at the same time and flicked 3 times towards each other. 3 popping sounds could be heard. The force of their fingers collided. Great Master Xian Du's body swayed. Suddenly, 3 arrows of blood shot out from his chest. Under the collision of the 2 finger forces, Xian Du was no match for Jiao Maji's 3 finger forces. It was as if he had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Xianxing and Xian Du had always been good friends. When he saw this, he immediately rushed forward to protect Xian Du. He sealed his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. At first, he didn't dare to believe it, but when he saw Xian Du's wound, he couldn't help but look at Jiao Maji in shock. Sir, why do you know Shaolin's flower-pinching finger? Jiao Maji smiled proudly. It's true that I know flower-pinching finger, but this flower-pinching finger doesn't necessarily belong to Shaolin. Bastard, flower-pinching finger is one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills. Everyone in the world knows this. How can it not belong to Shaolin? Xianxing was so angry that he didn't even care about being angry anymore. Great Master, you're wrong again. There are indeed 72 ultimate skills in the world, but they don't necessarily belong to Shaolin. Jiao Maji's expression was obviously respectful, but what he said was earth-shattering. What did you say? Xianxing was hot-tempered. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Jiao Maji angrily. Song Qingshu was also speechless. Jiao Maji, this show-off, is probably trying to show off again. What a bad friend he has made. Zhang Sanfeng also frowned. He used secret voice sending and said to Song Qingshu, it looks like this senior brother of yours is going to challenge the entire Shaolin temple. Song Qingshu chuckled, Great Master, don't worry. Qingshu knows what he's doing. It's good to let him kill some of those stupid monks first. Hearing Jiao Maji's words, Xianxia, who had been looking down the whole time, couldn't sit still anymore. What does Wisdom King mean? Jiao answered lightly, back then, Bodhidharma brought Indian martial arts to the East and then taught them to Shaolin. However, Indian martial arts are so vast that even though Bodhidharma was extremely talented, he didn't know all of them. Because Tibet and India are neighbors, many other Indian martial arts were gradually introduced to Tibet. After hundreds and thousands of years, many of these martial arts were introduced to the Central Plains. Shaolin organized them one by one and formed the so-called 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin. I have seen many Shaolin monks in the Central Plains over the years, so I know that the famous 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin are just Indian martial arts that have been passed down in Tibet for a long time. Thank you for your support in 1998151, as well as the monthly votes of readers such as O0 Pepper, 465811664, Xianxia, Flower Stabs My Heart, etc. As soon as Jiao voice fell, the entire area fell into a strange silence. All the Shaolin monks were stunned and didn't know how to react. Shaolin was the Wulin world's leading mountain. How many years had it been since someone dared to provoke them like this? Ren Wuxing's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he sighed and said, "My dear son-in-law, I thought my mouth was already poisonous enough, but compared to your senior martial brother, it's nothing." Even Zhang Sanfeng couldn't sit still anymore. He came to Song Qingshu's side and said, "Qingshu, your friend." Zhang Sanfeng wanted to say something but stopped. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid we're going to encounter some trouble this time." Song Qingshu also smiled bitterly. I didn't expect him to have such an idea. At this time, all the Shaolin monks had reacted and started to criticize Jiao. If it was a normal sect, Jiao would have been drowned by a flood of curses. Xianxia had the demeanor of a great master. He raised his hand and signaled the monks to be quiet. He then slowly said, "Our Buddhist teachings and martial arts were all passed down from Bodhidharma." That is true. According to the imperial preceptor, these are all Indian martial arts. However, the martial arts passed down by Bodhidharma is only a small part of Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. The rest of the 72 ultimate techniques were created by countless senior monks during the past 1,000 years. For example, the Prajna palm was created by the 8th generation abbot, Master Yuan. The Maha finger was created by a 7-fingered Buddha who had been in the temple for 40 years. The Great Vajra fist was created by the 11th generation abbot of the temple. It took 6 monks of the Tang generation of the temple 36 years to create it. These ultimate techniques are all martial arts of the Central Plains. They are completely different from the Indian martial arts that use one's will to control one's strength. Everyone here is an expert in martial arts. The difference between them can be easily seen. I don't need to say more. His words were reasonable and even Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. With his knowledge, he knew that most of the 72 ultimate techniques were self-created and had little to do with Indian martial arts. Jiao smiled and said, "What the Shaolin abbot said is certainly brilliant, but it's a bit of a sectarian bias that deliberately separates China and India. Actually, in the eyes of Buddha, all living beings are the same. China and India are all illusions and pseudonyms." Moreover, according to the abbot, Bori palm, Maha finger and Great Vajra fist were created by Shaolin themselves. But when Shaoxing was still in Tubo, I have heard many Tibetan Buddhism sects eminent monks mention Bori palm, Maha finger and Great Vajra fist. For example, the Prajna palm has a move called flawless defense. In Sanskrit, it is called Avijaya. When translated into Chinese, it means indescribable. This move's right palm's strength is weak but real, while the left palm's strength is heavy but fake. Both fake and real are used interchangeably. If the enemy is not aware of it, it is very easy for them to fall for it. Abbot senior martial brother, I wonder if what this little monk said is correct. A yellow light flashed across Xianxi's face and he said, "This." He pondered for a moment and then said, "Xianxing Shidi, can I trouble you to go to the scripture depository tower and bring the books that record these 3 martial arts for our Xixiong to take a look?" Xianxing said, "Yes." He turned around and walked out of the hall. Not too long afterwards, he returned with the books and handed them over to Xianxi. The distance between the Dexiong Baodian and the scripture depository tower was about 3 li's. Xianxing was able to retrieve the books in a short period of time. His movements were extremely agile. Outsiders did not know the inside story, so they did not think it was strange. But the Shaolin Temple monks secretly sighed in admiration. The paper of the three scriptures was yellow and black. It was obvious that they were very old. Xianxia placed the books on the square table and said, "Gentlemen, please take a look. Each of the three books describes the experience of creating the martial arts. You do not believe Lao Na's words. Could it be that Shaolin Temple's previous generation's abbot reverend, an eminent monk of great virtue, would lie and deceive people? Or could it be that he had already foreseen today's matter and wrote it down several hundred years ago, so that he could twist the facts now?" Jiao pretended not to understand the hidden meaning of his words. He took the secret points of the Maha finger and flipped through it page by page. Because of his disciple's matter, Zhang Sanfeng conveniently took the Bori palm technique. But he respected his status, so he only casually glanced at the preface and notes before returning it to Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng felt that firstly, this was Shaolin Temple's martial arts secret book. Since he was a sect leader of another sect, it was not appropriate for him to pry into other people's secrets. Secondly, Reverend Xianxia was an eminent monk of his generation. Since he had said so, it was definitely not false. If he were to look at it in detail, it would be unavoidable that he would be suspicious, which would be rather disrespectful. Jiao, on the other hand, was extremely serious. He slowly flipped through the book page by page. It was obvious that he was concentrating on finding the flaws in the book so that he could refute Reverend Xianxia. For a moment, apart from the soft breathing of the crowd, there was only the sound of pages turning. After Jiao finished the Bori palm technique, he looked at the secret points of the Maha finger and then the great King Kong fist. The Shaolin monks stared at Jiao expression. They wanted to know if he could find any evidence in these three ancient books to refute. But they saw that he was expressionless. There was neither joy nor disappointment on his face. They watched as he slowly flipped through the pages and closed the last book, Great King Kong Fist. He held it with both hands and returned it to Reverend Xianxia. Then he closed his eyes and meditated without saying a word. Seeing him like this, Reverend Xianxia felt that he was unfathomable. After a while, Jiao opened his eyes and said to Reverend Xianxia, "Reverend Xianxia, in the past when I was in Tufan, the eminent monks of Ningma Temple had read the Sanskrit secrets of the Bori palm technique to me. I remember that it was, Inku na luo, buorgan Shing, Koro Pachistan, Bing na and I, Varbutan luo. When translated into Chinese, it was, if you are restless at night, your mind will be wandering. How to subdue it is the most important part of practicing the Bori palm technique." "Is that it?" All the Shaolin monks who had practiced the Bori palm technique were shocked. Because what Jiao had said was exactly the same. Xianxia was also shocked. The essence of the Bori palm technique was only available in Chinese. Because the eminent monks of the past generations could not translate the essence of the technique, there had never been a Sanskrit translation. But the Sanskrit that Jiao had said was indeed very exquisite. If someone who didn't know about it heard it, they would really think that the Bori palm technique came from India. Even Xianxia didn't know how to respond. But Xianxia reacted quickly. He sneered and said, "Not long ago, I told this to Song Qingshu. At that time, he translated it into Sanskrit. It was exactly the same as the Sanskrit that the state preceptor had translated. Zhang Zhenren can also testify to this. Now that the state preceptor and Song Qingshu have come together, presumably, he. Although Xianxia didn't finish his words, everyone in the room understood what he meant. This time, it was Jiao turn to be stunned. He looked at Song Qingshu in shock and said, "I didn't expect that junior brother also knows Sanskrit." Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and said, "I know a little, just a little. If that's the case, then I will say something else. These junior brothers should have heard of it before." Jiao mumbled a long piece of Sanskrit. "When this Sanskrit is translated into Chinese, it must be like this, but if the flying heart is searched for where it flies, if there is no place to search, then where is the flying heart? If the heart is searched, then can the heart be at peace? The wisdom that can be reflected is empty. The realm of fate is also silent. The one who is silent but not silent covers the person who can't be silent. The one who shines but not shines covers the realm of no reflection. The realm of wisdom is silent, and the heart is at peace. The outside does not seek dust, the inside does not settle. The two paths disappear, and the one is happy. This is the essence of the Bori palm. Jiao continued, not only the Prajna palm, but I also remember the essence of the King Kong fist and the Maha finger. Then he recited a paragraph of Sanskrit and recited a paragraph of the martial scriptures. The monks thought that although he was not exactly correct, he was basically correct. It was the essence recorded in the three ancient books. Even Xianxia was stunned. The Sanskrit he recited earlier could be explained as a mutual exchange between the two brothers, but he had never mentioned the rest to Song Qingshu. Jiao could recite the Sanskrit version so fluently, so it was impossible for him to have prepared it beforehand. Could it be that these martial arts really came from India? A thought suddenly emerged in the hearts of many of the monks present. Even Xianxiang's faith was shaken. However, he quickly sobered up. This foreign monk must have used some trick. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out the trick no matter how hard he thought. Ba. Xianxia chanted the name of Buddha and said, Wisdom King actually has a photographic memory. Just now, I silently flipped through the books and you actually memorized the three martial arts manuals. At the same time, you are also proficient in Sanskrit. You first translated the scriptures into Sanskrit and then recited them in Chinese. Hearing Xianxi's words, all the monks realized that something was wrong. They all scolded Jiao for being shameless. Since his trick was seen through, Jiao became angry out of shame. Instead of explaining, he said directly, if you want to twist words and force logic, I can't do anything about it. But I have a simple way to distinguish whether the so-called 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple were created by Shaolin Temple or spread to the central plains through Tubo. All the monks were shocked. Xianxia couldn't help but frown and said, Wisdom King, what is it? When these ultimate skills were spread from Tubo to Shaolin, the monks of the Tantric Buddhism sect deliberately left a way out to prevent a situation like this. Hearing Jiao words, all the people in the hall started to discuss. Seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, he said, when these ultimate skills were spread from India to Tubo, they came with very detailed notes on the essentials of cultivation. But those that were spread from Tubo to the Central Plains didn't have these notes. Therefore, people in the Central Plains couldn't practice the same ultimate skills to the highest level. Kongwen, one of the 4 divine monks of Shaolin, sneered. There is no need for the king to deliberately mystify us. These supreme skills were created by the previous generation of eminent monks of our temple. The previous eminent monks believed that cultivation is a process of cultivating the mind. Everyone's cultivation is a great opportunity to improve the Dharma. Therefore, they deliberately did not leave behind any shortcut or anything like that. They were worried that the younger generation would lose the big picture because of small gains. Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded his head as he listened. For thousands of years, Shaolin Temple had indeed produced no lack of outstanding talents. To think that they could be so wise and far-sighted as to leave behind such an unwritten rule. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Jiao is showing off again. Just as he had expected, Jiao answered calmly, you may sound high-sounding, but the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin Temple have been changed several times, and many secrets have been lost. This is an indisputable fact. All the monks of Shaolin Temple were furious. Xiancheng's figure flashed, but he did not move in the end. After being defeated by Zhang Sanfeng last time, he had become much more cautious. He decided to wait and see the depth of his opponent's abilities. On the other side, Xianxia could not hold himself back. He stepped forward and asked, Delu and Ming Wang, you said that the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin Temple are all Indian martial arts. They were passed down to our temple from Tubo. You also said that our temple lacks the essence of the various supreme arts, which makes it difficult for us to cultivate them to the highest level. It is very easy to determine whether this is true or false. As long as the people of Shaolin Temple ask you for guidance on a few of these supreme arts, the moves that the people of our temple use will definitely not be outside of these supreme arts. When the great master gives guidance, please limit yourself to these few martial arts. Naturally, you will be able to distinguish whether you are boasting or not. Jiao smiled slightly, may I ask what the supreme arts are, great master? It seems that Wisdom King has chosen me as his opponent. Xianxia was also one of the top experts in the Xian generation, so he was not afraid at this moment. I am not talented, and I only have a basic understanding of 3 supreme arts. They are the Prajna palm, Maha finger, and Great King Kong fist that you have just mentioned. If you are only an armchair strategist and do not really know these supreme arts, then there is no harm. Although most of the monks of our temple only know 5 or 6 supreme arts, but if you combine them together, we can find a suitable monk to practice the 72 ultimate arts. Wisdom King does not need to worry that if you say a few of the unpopular supreme arts, we will not have anyone to fight you. Although Xianxia appeared to be polite, everyone present could hear the hidden meaning in his words. He was using words to push Jiumaji, cutting off all opportunities for him to quibble. After all, Jiumaji's previous speech was very logical. If it was spread to the Jianghu, it could cause many people to doubt the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin. However, once Jiumaji said that he could not compete with the monks of Shaolin, the people of Jianghu would naturally not believe what he said. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This Xianxia was indeed talented, but unfortunately, he did not know that Jiumaji had never thought of retreating. The only person who knew about Jiumaji's strength, Fang Jing, was seriously injured when he fought with Ren Wuxing. Not long ago, he returned to the temple to treat his injuries, so no one reminded the monks of Shaolin. As for Song Qingshu, he was just watching the show. He could not wait for the Shaolin temple to be defeated, so naturally, he would not say anything. As expected, Jiumaji answered calmly, "Great Master, do you know why it is difficult for the monks of your temple to master more than 1 ultimate arts at the same time? At most, they can master 13 ultimate arts at the same time, and that is already the number 1 in hundreds of years?" Xianxia was dazed for a second, then answered subconsciously, "In the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin, some specialize in the lower body, some specialize in lightness skill, some specialize in fists and palms, and some use hidden weapons, such as knives or sticks. Each ultimate art has its own specialty. Those who use swords cannot use Buddhist staffs, and those who use vigorous divine fists cannot use hidden weapons. Even though some people master 5 or 6 ultimate arts at the same time, they do not conflict with each other. Therefore, it is not surprising that even the monks of the temple only know a few ultimate arts." In fact, Xianxia did not say something else. Among the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin, there were 13 or 14 that were extremely difficult to master. Even the most talented people might not be able to master 1 ultimate art even if they practiced it their whole life. However, Jiumaji had just said that the Shaolin temple lacked the key ultimate arts, so Xianxia would not say it out loud. Jiumaji laughed, "Great Master, why do you need to lie to yourself? Your so-called 72 ultimate arts are incomplete, so naturally, no one can master all of them." Kongwen immediately caught the loophole in his words and said coldly, "From what Wisdom King said, could it be that you have mastered the 72 ultimate arts at the same time?" "Of course," Jiumaji said proudly. As soon as he said this, not only did the monks of Shaolin Temple change their expressions, even Zhang Sanfeng was shocked. This boast was a little too exaggerated. "Thank you, Gao Feiyu and Xiangyu, for your support and monthly votes." Everyone saw that Jiumaji was only 40 years old. Even if he could master 1 technique every year, it would take him 72 years. Each of the 72 techniques was extremely complicated. How could he master several of them in 1 year? Only Song Qingshu knew that Jiumaji was only using the minor non-phase technique to activate the 72 techniques. He only had the form but not the essence. However, the power of the minor non-phase technique was great and Jiumaji's internal energy was profound. Therefore, the power he used was not inferior to the original 72 techniques. The Shaolin monks did not understand what was going on. They all thought, "This man talks big words, yet he is acting like this. Could it be that he has gone mad?" Xianxia sneered in his heart, but he still had a respectful expression on his face. He said, "You are said to be proficient in the 72 techniques. I would like to ask you about the Maha finger, Prajna palm, and Great Jin Gang fist." For thousands of years, Shaolin had produced Xianxia who was proficient in 13 techniques. This was unprecedented. Xianxia did not believe Jiumaji's words. He thought that Jiumaji was just bragging. As long as they fought, Jiumaji's rumors would be destroyed. Jiumaji smiled and said, "I don't dare." Please enlighten me. His body slightly leaned sideways, his left palm suddenly flat, while his right fist struck straight out. In front of the main entrance of the Shaolin temple, a copper tripod burning incense was hit by the power of the fist. With a dong sound, the tripod jumped up. It was the Luo Zhong Dongying from the great guardian deity fist. The fist did not hit the cauldron and the cauldron made a sound. It was not that difficult. The fist was obviously moving forward, but the cauldron jumped up. It was obvious that the fist was skillful and had mastered the Great Jin Gang fist. Jiao Maji did not wait for the cauldron to fall down. He used the Prajna Palm-S deterrence of the external Tao. The cauldron turned half a circle in the air and something fell down. There was a lot of incense ashes in the cauldron. Smoke filled the air and no one could see what it was. At this time, the Luo Zhong Dongying's power had been used up. The cauldron fell down quickly. Jiao Maji stretched out his thumb and pressed forward. A sharp force shot out and the cauldron suddenly moved half a foot to the left. Jiao Maji pressed down 3 times and the bronze cauldron moved a foot and a half away before it landed on the ground. Xianxia's face instantly turned ghastly pale. He knew that while these 3 strikes of his seemed ordinary, the strength contained within them had actually reached an extraordinary realm. It was an orthodox move of the Mahakasyapa finger, and it was called the third entry to hell. That was to say that practicing these 3 restraints was extremely hard. Every time they restrained, it was as if they had entered hell. The ashes of the incense gradually scattered, revealing a piece of ground. A palm-sized object came. As soon as the monks saw it, they could not help but cry out in alarm. It was a brass palm, with 5 fingers, the edge of the palm was glittering, as brilliant as gold, but the back of the palm was grayish-green. Jiao Maji flicked his sleeve and said with a smile, "This Kasaya demon subduing technique is not perfect, please give me some pointers, abbot." As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze cauldron 7 feet in front of him seemed to have come to life. It suddenly spun a few times, and after it stopped spinning, the side that was originally facing inwards turned outwards. In the middle of the cauldron, the shape of a palm was cut, and the cut was also shining with a bright yellow light. Only now did the lower-ranking monks understand that when Jiao Maji used the subduing the external way from the Bori palm, his palm strength was as sharp as a treasured knife. Unexpectedly it cut a piece of the cauldron the size of a palm. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot that Jiao Maji also knows the wisdom palm. Could it be that he did this to the martial uncles? He quickly denied this speculation. After all, the relationship between the 2 of them was not normal. Jiao Maji had no motive to do this, and his reaction when he heard about this matter did not seem to be fake. But after being reminded by Jiao Maji, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. There was another person who could also know the wisdom palm. According to his usual character, he could really do this kind of thing. Xianxia saw that these 3 moves were all far better than him. In a split second, he felt as if his heart had died. He thought, I'm afraid what this divine monk said is right. Our Shaolin sect's 72 unique skills were indeed passed down from India. He learned the secret from the same place, so he is much better than our central plains. He immediately put his palms together and bowed. He said, State Preceptor's divine skills have opened my eyes. I admire you, I admire you. The last move that Jiao Maji used was the Kasaya demon subduing technique. Abbot Xianxia had spent a lot of time on this martial art in his life, so much so that he had neglected the cultivation of Zen. Sometimes he really regretted it, and felt that it was really pointless to continue practicing for just one move. But when he thought about how his sleeve technique was unparalleled in the world, he felt comforted. At this moment, he saw Jiao Maji casually wave his sleeve in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Moreover, he was talking and laughing. His sleeve had already moved, and he was not afraid of letting out any internal energy. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings. In a split second, the whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked by Jiao Maji's divine skills. After a long time, Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, Today, I finally know that there is always someone better than me. I have studied hard for decades, but in the eyes of the state preceptor, it is really not worth mentioning. Shaolin Temple's shallow waters cannot raise a dragon. It is not a good place to keep a good guest. State preceptor, please leave. Hearing the abbot's words, Shaolin Temple's monks were all dejected. All the monks in the temple hung their heads dejectedly. They all understood that the abbot was forced to say these words because he admitted that Shaolin Pai's martial arts skill was inferior to others. Shaolin Temple had been famous for hundreds of years, and was the leader of the Central Plains martial arts. In this way, not only did Shaolin Temple suffer a crushing defeat, the Central Plains martial arts had also lost a lot of face in front of the foreigners. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but frown. "Abbot, please wait." Xianxia had been watching coldly from the side. Originally, he had been preparing to deal with Zhang Sanfeng, so he didn't want to come out so early. However, seeing that Xianxia had admitted defeat, he couldn't sit still anymore. He walked out of the crowd and said to Jiumaji, "I can be considered as a talented monk. I have practiced hard for decades, and only know a little about the 13 ultimate skills. You claim to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills. I absolutely don't believe you. Please enlighten me." Hearing his words, Jiumaji's expression also became serious. "So you are Shaolin Temple's #1 in the last 200 years, Master Xianxia." He had originally planned to take the opportunity to humiliate Shaolin Temple, but he didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly stand out. Although Jiumaji was arrogant, he was not stupid. Facing the hidden #1 master of Shaolin Temple, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Xianxia snorted, "In front of you, who claims to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills, I don't dare to accept it. Arguing with words will only add to your troubles. Master, please." Jiumaji originally planned to use force to shock the entire Shaolin Temple and become famous in the world. With his previous preparation, as long as he defeated Xianxia, no one in Jianghu would doubt what he said, and the foundation of Shaolin Temple would probably be shaken. Xianxia didn't make a move. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. "Wisdom King is a guest." "Wisdom King, please." Seeing that Xianxia was being arrogant, Jiumaji couldn't help but sneer, "If that's the case, I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiumaji's body moved, and at the same time, he used the sleeve whirled and pointed at Xianxia with the formless finger of disaster. Xianxia frowned. As a Shaolin Temple monk, he naturally knew the subtleties of these two skills. He tilted his body and took a step to the side, dodging the two killer skills. Unexpectedly, Jiumaji's eyesight was even better. He had already predicted where Xianxia would dodge, so he threw a punch with the King Kong fist, and with a bang, it hit Xianxia's shoulder, causing him to stagger 2 steps back. Jiumaji laughed and said, "Although you're famous, you're nothing special." He thought that the palm that could break a stone had already broken his shoulder bone into pieces. Knowing that he was a dignified person, Jiumaji took the opportunity to stop, and looked leisurely. "Thank you, Gao Feiyu and Xiangyu, for your support and monthly votes." In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several moves. When the Shaolin monks saw that the most skilled fighter in the temple had been hit in the beginning, they all turned pale. Only Xianxia and a few other people remained calm. Jiumaji was feeling proud of himself, but suddenly he heard a sneer from the opposite side. "You claim to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, but your Buddha's King Kong fist is nothing special." Jiumaji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Xianxia standing there with a faint smile on his face. He didn't look injured at all. Jiumaji was very experienced, so he didn't say anything. Taking advantage of the moment when Xianxia opened his mouth, he appeared in front of Xianxia and kicked 6 times in a row. All of them hit Xianxia's chest. It was one of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, the pursuing shadow kick. After the first kick, the second kick followed like a shadow, and the second kick followed like a shadow. The third kick followed like a shadow, until the 6th kick. Those who were slightly weaker finally realized what was going on. They were all shocked. This monk had really practiced the pursuing shadow kick to perfection. In the entire Shaolin Temple, there was probably no one who was better than him. Jiumaji felt that his kicks were not solid, so he knew something was wrong. He didn't give Xianxia time to catch his breath, so he used 2 fingers. It was the dual Luo finger. Xianxia seemed to be stunned, and didn't react at all. He just let the fingers hit him. Jiumaji frowned. This time, he wanted to use the 72 ultimate skills to humiliate Shaolin, so he wanted to show off. After the dual luo finger, he immediately changed his move. Although he was barehanded, he used the burning wood bladesmanship. After mastering this bladesmanship, one could hack a piece of dry wood 81 times. The edge of the blade couldn't damage the wood, but the heat from the blade had to ignite the wood. Xiaofeng's teacher, Master Xianku, was good at this technique. After he passed away, no one in the temple could learn it. Song Qing had always been curious about the difference between Jiumaji's flame saber and Shaolin's wood-burning saber art. Naturally, he paid extra attention this time. With his current cultivation, after observing a few moves, he immediately understood. The wood-burning saber art was a single saber art, which was completely different from Jiumaji's flame saber art. In the wood-burning saber art, the user used his palm as a Buddhist commandment blade to hack and chop, which was the Shaolin sect's martial arts. The flame saber art was based on the power of the high void palm. Although the user of the wood-burning saber art did not use a real blade, it was still a tangible blade. However, the flame saber art had reached the realm of shapeless and invisible. The difference between the two martial arts was like heaven and earth. No wonder Jiumaji was defeated by Shuzhu, who had no fighting experience at all. Song Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although Jiumaji's internal energy was strong, his minor non-phase art was incomplete. Encountering the original minor non-phase art, his internal energy was at a great disadvantage. Jiumaji had bragged before, so he could only use the Shaolin sect's unique martial arts to fight, which made it difficult for him to break Shuzhu's defense. When Jiumaji realized this and wanted to use his unique martial art, the flame saber art, one of his hands was accidentally grabbed by Shuzhu. As a result, he couldn't use the illusory and ever-changing flame saber art with one hand. Finally, he was defeated by Shuzhu. Now, Jiumaji didn't use the more powerful flame saber art, but the wood-burning saber art, which was many levels lower. Song Qing couldn't help but think of a saying in his previous life, "Don't be pretentious, or you will be struck by lightning." Jiumaji's saber fell, and Xiancheng's right arm was hit. The people of the Song Mountain sect couldn't help but secretly despise him. Xiancheng was known as the Shaolin sect's #1 martial artist in the last 200 years, but he was repeatedly hit by Jiumaji's saber. The people of the Shaolin sect were secretly worried. Jiumaji's saber was so powerful that it was obvious that he had infused his internal energy into his palm. The sharpness of the saber was no less than that of a steel saber. Jiumaji was shocked. Xiancheng's right arm had been hit by his saber, but it didn't seem to be affected at all. Jiumaji's palm was hurt by the impact. He couldn't help but think, he has been hit by me so many times. Even if he has mastered the Golden Bell Shield and the Iron Skin technique, he shouldn't be able to withstand my attacks. Why? Ah, yes, one of the Shaolin sect's 72 unique skills is called Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill. According to legend, after mastering it, one's body will be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire. Unfortunately, I can't simulate this effect with the small non-phase skill. I thought this divine skill only existed in the legends. I didn't expect someone in this world could actually master it. Jiumaji's familiarity with the world's martial arts was so high that only a few people in the entire Jianghu could compare with him. Within a few breaths, he came to his senses and stopped attacking other parts of Xiancheng's body. He attacked Xiancheng's face with great wisdom. Indefinite finger, remove vexation finger, nirvana claw, and ender claw. He continuously used 6 or 7 Shaolin divine skills to attack Xiancheng's eyes, throat, and other vulnerable parts. Humph, I don't believe that Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill can protect these places. Jiumaji secretly sneered. In fact, he glanced at Xiancheng's crotch, but when he thought about his purpose, he gave up this tempting idea. After all, attacking that kind of place was really not in line with his identity as a senior monk. Song Qing, who was watching from the side, saw through Jiumaji's plan. He could even see clearly that Jiumaji was going to attack Xiancheng's crotch. While laughing, he couldn't help but secretly admire Jiumaji. This Jiumaji is really amazing. He thought of a way to break the Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill so quickly. But Song Qing admired Jiumaji. If he really had to face the Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill, he would definitely not use this kind of wretched method to avoid affecting his glorious image. When he thought about how he used his knowledge of structural mechanics to break the defense of the master of the Jin gang, Song Qing couldn't help but feel proud. You have divine skills, but you can't beat me with science. No wonder those people in novels have an innate sense of superiority. Standing on the shoulders of giants, it's hard not to have a sense of superiority. While Song Qing's imagination was running wild, Jiumaji used 16 Shaolin unique skills in a row. The Shaolin monks were dazzled and thought, this person claims to know all 72 unique skills of our sect. It's really not an empty boast. However, Xianxia did not change his mind and adapted to the situation. He stood where he was and did not move an inch. He allowed the opponent to attack him and he was still unscathed. The Shaolin monks were even more impressed by him. If he did not make a single move from beginning to end and let the opponent suffer a crushing defeat, it would be a shocking battle result. If this news spread to Jianghu in the future, Shaolin's prestige would definitely rise to another level. But in the end, they were still disappointed. Facing Jiumaji's endless vicious moves, Xianxia finally moved. Although the diamond body unbreakable divine skill was said to be invulnerable, the eyes and other parts of the body were still flesh and blood. Of course, it couldn't be practiced to that level. With your cultivation, you are also a member of the royal family. Why do you only use these street gangster moves? Xianxia kept dodging, and several times he looked very embarrassed. He couldn't help but feel angry. Xianxia's words were immediately approved by the Shaolin and Song Mountain monks. They all loudly reprimanded Jiumaji for his dirty tricks. Master Xianxia, if I was cut down by someone with a saber, you don't have to stare at me like that. Do Buddhists also believe in curses? Although Song Qing's voice wasn't loud, it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. A few people who realized this were speechless. This level of skill and control was truly at the peak of perfection. Where were we just now? Oh, Master Xianxia was cut down by someone with a saber. If the Shaolin Temple wants revenge, should they look for the person with the saber or the saber? Song Qing continued. Xianxia frowned and answered subconsciously, of course they should look for the person with the saber. That's right. Song Qing clapped his hands. Weapons are not good or evil. The key lies in the person using the weapon. It's the same for moves. Moves are dead, but people are alive. The purpose of both sides is to win. Since the purpose is the same, why should they be good or bad? Nonsense. Xianxia was speechless. Finally, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Hearing Song Qing's words, Jiumaji finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Song Qing was just arguing, but no matter how ridiculous it was, at least it was a reason, right? What he needed now was an excuse. Look, affected by Song Qing's insinuations, Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. Inevitably, his movements became obscure. Suddenly, he was forced into a panic by Jiumaji. Fortunately, he only protected his eyes and a few other parts of his body. Although Jiumaji's attacks were strong, he still couldn't achieve any substantial results. Jiumaji knew that Song Qing's kung fu was not weaker than his. As long as he tried his best to defend his flaws, no matter how brilliant his moves were, it would all be in vain. Suddenly, Jiumaji thought of something. He couldn't help but attack Xianxia's eyes more fiercely. Seeing this, Xianxia secretly sneered. As long as I protect my door, no matter how fierce your attacks are, so what? Subconsciously, he raised his hand to block his eyes. Seeing that Xianxia had fallen into his trap, Jiumaji's mouth curved into a hideous smile. Suddenly, he lowered his palm and stretched out both hands, grabbing Xianxia's fist. It was one of Shaolin's unique skill, Dragon Claw power. His left hand held Xianxia's little finger, and his right hand held Xianxia's thumb. He exerted his strength and twisted upwards, intending to break Xianxia's fingers. It turned out that Jiumaji's attack on Xianxia's eyes was fake, but his attack on Xianxia's little finger was real. Even though Xianxia had the diamond indestructible divine skill, Jiumaji thought that if he concentrated all his power to break Xianxia's 2 fingers, it would be impossible for him not to hurt Xianxia. Look, 2 of Xianxia's fingers were twisted by Jiumaji. Feeling the pain, Xianxia naturally used the Dragon Claw martial art. He turned his right wrist over and grabbed Jiumaji's left wrist. Jiumaji was happy that he succeeded in grabbing Jiumaji's wrist. He didn't expect that Song Qing's hand would suddenly produce a strange force and grab his wrist. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He felt like his left wrist was wrapped in an iron hoop, and he couldn't get rid of it. Xianxia was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Song Qing was using the Dragon Claw martial art, and Xianxia had a profound understanding of the Dragon Claw martial art. That was why he was able to grab Jiumaji's wrist in a split second. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep his two fingers. There was only a thin line in a fight between masters. Xianxia didn't let go of this rare opportunity. He took the opportunity to grab Jiumaji's wrist. As long as he could grab Jiumaji's wrist, no matter how powerful Jiumaji was, he could only be killed. However, Xianxia's expression quickly changed. Before he could grab Jiumaji's wrist, a huge force suddenly came from Jiumaji's wrist, and Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his hand. Seeing that he couldn't grab Jiumaji's wrist, Xianxia had to give up and focus on locking Jiumaji's hand. After all, Jiumaji's endless fancy moves had scared him. As long as he could control one of Jiumaji's hands, he would be able to destroy most of Jiumaji's exquisite moves. Jiumaji couldn't get rid of Song Qing's hand after 3 attempts. He couldn't help but be shocked. Even though his wrist was being grabbed, he could break the skin between his thumb and index finger. Xianxia was known as the Shaolin Temple's most powerful man in the last 200 years, and he really deserved his reputation. Jiumaji knew that the situation would be very disadvantageous for him if Xianxia grabbed him like this. He hurriedly formed his right hand into a palm and slashed Xianxia's wrist, trying to get rid of Xianxia's hand. In a moment of desperation, he didn't think of using Shaolin Kung Fu. This slash was the unique skill of Tubo sect, Flaming Blade. Xianxia felt the faint blade aura on the edge of Jiumaji's palm. It was not the Shaolin Kung Fu that he was familiar with. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless because he didn't know Jiumaji's strength. He used Vajra Indestructible Divine Kung Fu to block Jiumaji's fierce attacks. The two were fighting in close combat. Their breathing could be heard. When they attacked, they both bent their elbows. Each palm was only 7 or 8 inches away from each other. Although the distance was close, the palm power was still very strong. Jiumaji clapped. The monks all felt that the palm power was like a knife cutting their faces, and the coldness invaded their bodies. They felt like they were on the top of a mountain, and the wind was blowing in all directions. The monks of the Shaolin Temple, the Song Mountain sect, and the Shaolin Temple couldn't take it anymore. They all shrank back and stood close to the wall. The senior monks of the Xian generation, Kong generation, and Fang generation of Shaolin Temple were not afraid of the palm power, but they also used their internal energy to resist. Seeing that Xianxia could block such fierce attacks one by one, they couldn't help but admire him. Song Qing secretly shook his head. Although Jiumaji's palm power was getting fiercer and fiercer, the most powerful thing about the flaming blade was the invisible blade aura. Now Jiumaji had a clear target, and the blade aura had lost its unpredictable essence. Such a flaming blade was at best an enhanced version of the wood-burning bladesmanship. It was not difficult for Xianxia to deal with it. Seeing that the two were in a stalemate after dozens of moves, Song Qing couldn't help but think that he could take Xianxia's life with a light attack. As long as he attacked secretly, he was not afraid of being seen. Anyway, Jiumaji was the scapegoat. The Shaolin Temple would only think that Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and died in Jiumaji's hands. Jiumaji was very proud. If he could kill the most powerful person in Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years, he would get a great reputation. Even if he knew it was a scapegoat, he would not say it. Song Qing slightly moved his fingers, and an invisible sword aura shot towards Xianxia's shoulder and neck. Xianxia was protected by the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, so this attack would not be fatal. However, Xianxia was fighting with Jiumaji at a critical moment. If the internal qi in his body was delayed, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Qing Shu, we are not here to fight with Shaolin, but to find out the whereabouts of your father and the others. Reading? Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. He was obviously dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's actions. Great Master is right. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He didn't think that such a secretive action could not escape Zhang Sanfeng's eyes. Zhang Sanfeng nodded and continued to observe the battle. Xianxia is indeed worthy of being called the number one in Shaolin in the past 200 years. His usage of various skills has already reached the peak of perfection. Although your senior brother knows the 72 ultimate skills, it seems that he only has the form and not the essence. Using Shaolin skills against Shaolin skills, he will naturally be restrained. Ren Wuxing saw Jiao Maji humiliate Shaolin Temple and felt a sense of common hatred towards the same enemy. He couldn't help but help. Spiritual Master Zhang, Wisdom King, has to study the 72 ultimate skills. It is not surprising that one or two of them are not as good as the stinky monks of Shaolin Temple. For thousands of years, Shaolin Temple could only cultivate up to 13 ultimate skills at the same time. Wisdom King can cultivate 72 ultimate skills at the same time, which is already far better than Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. Mr. Ren, you may not know this, but each of the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin has its own corresponding internal energy cultivation method. To cultivate the Prajna Palm, one must cultivate the mental cultivation method of the Prajna Palm. To cultivate the formless finger of disaster, one must cultivate the mental cultivation method of the formless finger of disaster. Between the different ultimate arts, many of the internal energy cultivation methods are completely different. 1. Read. 1. K. A. N. S. H. U. C. C. Ren Wuxing was surprised. How can Jiao Maji use the 72 ultimate skills? Previously, he and Zhuo Lenchan were both injured. Although Song Qingshu was helping him heal the chaotic inner qi in his body, he was still panting after speaking for so long. However, he knew that this was a rare opportunity. To be able to exchange pointers with the world-famous spiritual master Zhang, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Ming Wang's internal energy is not Buddhist martial art, but Taoist internal energy. The Shaolin monks have never studied Taoist internal energy, so naturally they could not see it. Ren Wuxing was convinced by Zhang Sanfeng's words. After all, when it came to Taoist martial arts, there was no one in this world who could compare to Zhang Sanfeng in terms of authority. King Ming must have only practiced the usage of the 72 supreme skills, and then used a special internal energy to activate them. So, on the surface, it looks like he is proficient in the 72 supreme skills, but in reality, it is just a facade. Song Qingshu secretly admired Zhang Sanfeng. He only knew the trick because he was familiar with the original work. Among all the masters present, Zhang Sanfeng was the only one who could see through Jiao Maji. Jiao Maji exerted his strength 3 times in a row, trying to get rid of Xiancheng's right hand so that he could use his unique skill, Flame Blade. However, as he increased his strength, Xiancheng's finger strength also increased accordingly. In a moment of desperation, Jiao Maji's killing intent surged. He launched 3 palm attacks with his left hand, but Xiancheng waved his hand to neutralize them. Reading Book 1? K. N. S. H. U. Jiao Maji bent down, took out a dagger from his sock, and stabbed it towards Xiancheng's shoulder. Xiancheng didn't expect that Jiao Maji would use a weapon in a fair competition. He was slightly distracted. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and the dagger stabbed towards Xiancheng. Although Xiancheng had the diamond indestructible divine art to protect his body, before the dagger reached his body, he felt a faint chill. Obviously, it was a divine weapon. In addition, Jiao Maji's martial arts were definitely not weaker than his, and this move was full of hatred. Xiancheng wasn't sure if his body could protect his body. In fact, with Xiancheng's martial arts, it wasn't difficult for him to dodge this move. However, if he did that, Xiancheng wouldn't be able to lock Jiao Maji's arm anymore. Thinking that the advantage that he had built up with so much effort would be gone, he naturally felt a bit unwilling. Xiancheng gritted his teeth, and didn't want to dodge. Instead, he tried to grab Jiao Maji's right wrist. This was a dragon claw hand technique, which was fast and accurate. As soon as 3 fingers touched Jiao Maji's wrist, Jiao Maji's thumb and little finger tightened. However, in a fight between 2 powerful martial artists, Jiao Maji keenly noticed the flaw in Xiancheng's movement. He pushed out a force from his palm, and the dagger flew out of his hand. At the same time, he firmly grabbed Xianqing's wrist with both of his hands. Puff! The dagger stabbed into Xianqing's shoulder, all the way to the hilt. All of this happened in a split second. Most of the monks didn't even see the movements of the two clearly, and Xianqing's shoulder was already injured. All the monks were shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Jiumaji would use a weapon to attack Xianqing in a fair competition. Secondly, they were shocked that Xianqing's diamond indestructible divine art was broken. It should be known that diamond indestructible divine art was known as one of the 3 great divine arts of Shaolin Temple. It was the treasure of Shaolin Temple. Every monk who entered Shaolin Temple would hear countless legends about diamond indestructible divine art. At this moment, they witnessed the destruction of the legend with their own eyes. They couldn't help but feel lost. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the dagger. The dagger was less than 1 foot and 2 inches long, and the blade was as black as ink, without the slightest bit of luster. Even from such a distance, he could feel the coldness of the blade. This dagger is exactly the same as the one Wei Xiaobao took from Oboi's house. I never thought that there would be 2 daggers like this in the world. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. After Wei Xiaobao died, his dagger was kept by Shuang. Although the dagger in front of him looked similar, it shouldn't be the same one. Thinking of the gentle and considerate look of the little girl, Song Qingshu felt a little warm in his heart. Previously, he asked Shuang to go to the King of Medicine Manor of Dongting Lake to find Qinglingsu and the others. But according to Icy Snow, Shuang had already left. There was no news of her for a long time, and he didn't know where she went. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu couldn't spare time to look for Shuang all over the world. He could only secretly tell the people in the stick to look around. As for Xianqing's injury, Song Qingshu was not surprised at all. In the Deer and the Cauldron, Wei Xiaobao didn't know martial arts at all, but he could use the dagger in his hand to defeat all kinds of masters. The dagger infused with Jiumaji's powerful genuine qi was naturally more powerful. At this moment, Jiumaji tightly grabbed Xianqing's hands and kicked his legs repeatedly. It was another vicious kick. Because Xianqing's shoulder was injured, the genuine qi of Vajra protection divine skill could not continue to run perfectly. He was kicked several times by Jiumaji in the chest and spat out mouthfuls of blood. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. He gathered all the internal force in his body and shook his wrists, breaking free from Jiumaji's hands. His whole face was pale, and he hurriedly stepped back. Jiumaji knew that today's battle was dangerous. If he met Xianqing again, he was not sure that he could defeat him. Seeing that Xianqing was seriously injured, he couldn't help but want to kill him. Now that his hands were free, he could finally use the flame bladesmanship and chase after Xianqing like a rock. Seeing Jiumaji's killing intent, the Shaolin monks were all shocked. Xianxia, Kongwen, Fangxing, and other first-class masters in the temple all rushed to the two. Jiumaji knew that if he really killed Xianqing, it would be a great crime. But if he just disabled Xianqing, he could say that it was a mistake during the competition, and the Shaolin Temple could do nothing about it. Xianxia and the others were blocked by the flame saber qi, and it was too late for them to help. They could only watch Jiumaji rushing towards Xianqing. Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. Just as his body was about to move, Song Qingshu gently took a step forward in front of him. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Song Qingshu blocked his path forward. Looking at Zhang Sanfeng's questioning eyes, Song Qingshu chuckled, "Great master, this is a matter between the Tibetan Tantra sect and the Shaolin Temple. Why should we, Wu Dang, get involved in this mess?" Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned, and then he understood Song Qingshu's plan. He couldn't help but laugh. The grudge between his disciple and the Shaolin Temple was really not simple. Although Zhang Sanfeng had always been compassionate, he was not a good person. Shaolin Temple and the Wudong sect had never been on good terms, so there was no need for him to stand up for the Shaolin Temple. Seeing that Xianqing was about to die on the spot, a gray shadow suddenly appeared and punched Jiumaji's ribs. Before the opponent's fists arrived, Jiumaji could already feel the opponent's fierce fist aura. He knew that if he didn't withdraw his attack, although Xianqing's meridians would be broken, he wouldn't be any better. Jiumaji was ambitious, so he naturally didn't want to die together with Xianqing. He hurriedly changed the direction of the flame saber in his hand and attacked the attacker. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. At this time, the Shaolin Temple monks had also attacked. Jiamaji knew that if he fell into the enemy's encirclement, he would be in danger today. He hurriedly used the force of their palms to jump several feet to the side. Only then did he see the appearance of the attacker. It was a young monk with an ordinary appearance, and he even looked a little silly. However, Jiamaji was not fooled by the opponent's appearance. In the short fight just now, he had already figured out the opponent's strength. This young monk might be a little weaker than Xianxia, but the threat he posed to him was far greater than Xianxia's. The reason for this was because Jiamaji noticed that the internal force flowing in the opponent's body was also the internal force of the minor phaseless technique. Due to various reasons, Jiamaji's small phaseless art was missing a few secret manuals. As a result, there were a few meridians that couldn't be cultivated to perfection. If it was someone else, it wouldn't have much of an impact. However, if it was a master who also knew the minor phaseless method, and if the other side learned it more, then he would be restrained in every aspect. In the fight just now, Jiamaji had hit his opponent several times, but each time, his internal force was like a clay ox entering the sea. Jiamaji clearly knew that this was because his small phaseless technique was of the same origin. His internal force was assimilated by his opponent, which clearly proved that his opponent's small phaseless technique was more complete than his. This little monk was naturally Shuzhou. Seeing this junior again, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but sigh. Shaolin is indeed full of talented people. Song Qingshu said noncommittally, this Shuzhou has reached this realm at such a young age, it is indeed very rare, but this may not be due to Shaolin's efforts. Zhang Sanfeng looked at him in surprise. Qingshu, so you also saw through it. Although this little monk's moves are all Shaolin's secret techniques, his internal force is completely different from Shaolin's. If I'm not wrong, he should be from the Carefree sect. However, when I asked him last time, he denied it. Looking at his expression, it really doesn't seem like he's faking it. This makes me very puzzled. Carefree sect? Is there such a sect in Jianghu? Ren Wuxing couldn't help but have a puzzled expression. As the leader of the Sun Moon God sect, he was very knowledgeable, but he had never heard of this Carefree sect. When Song Qingshu read the original novel in his previous life, he yearned for the martial arts of the Carefree sect the most. The wave-like subtle steps was the world's #1 secret technique for escaping, and its movements were elegant and natural. It was truly a weapon to pick up girls. The Dark North divine art was like a cheat, it could turn a person who didn't know any martial arts into a super master in a short period of time. The Life and Death Talisman was also the #1 hidden weapon in the Golden Book. After coming to this world, it wasn't that Song Qingshu didn't have any ideas about the Carefree sect's Musashi. Unfortunately, the wave-like subtle steps and the Dark North divine art were obtained by Duanyu before him, and the exquisite chessboard incident didn't happen. As a result, he knew almost nothing about the Carefree sect except for some descriptions in the original novel. Now, from Zhang Sanfeng's tone, it seemed that he knew a lot about the Carefree sect. How could Song Qingshu waste this opportunity? He hurriedly asked, Great Master, how much do you know about the Carefree sect? He had heard Dongfang Muxue mention before that in order to obtain the Dark North divine art, her brother Dongfang Bubi seemed to have fought with the 3 elders of the Carefree sect. He didn't know how this incident would affect the plot of the original novel. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. The Carefree sect has always been very mysterious. There is a rule in their sect. If anyone who isn't a member of the Carefree sect hears the 3 words Carefree sect, all the members of the sect must kill the other party on the spot. Therefore, almost no one in the Jianghu has heard of the name of the Carefree sect, because those who have heard of it are almost all dead. Zhang Sanfeng's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. I know about the Carefree sect by chance. Years ago, I met a woman in the south of the Yangtze River. A woman? Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched, the fire of gossip burning in his heart. In the past, he only thought that Zhang Sanfeng was a 100-years-old man who really had a pure heart and few desires. However, during these days of getting along with him, he heard him mention more than one woman. The heroine Guoxiang who gave him the iron luohan of Shaolin Temple, and now this woman. Thinking of Guoxiang, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. In this world, Huang Rong hadn't even conceived a second child yet, so naturally, the Guxiang in this world wasn't the Guxiang in his memory. Sigh, I wonder if Huang Rong's second daughter will also be named Guxiang. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know why, but when he thought of that bright and charming woman being made pregnant by another man, he always felt a little sour in his heart. Why are you being jealous here? They are a legitimate husband and wife. Isn't it normal for her to give birth to her husband's child? Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly despise himself. Spiritual Master Zhang, Your Excellency came to visit our Shaolin temple and we treated you with courtesy. I didn't expect you to have the intention to pick on Shaolin temple. The Shaolin temple monks protected Xianxia behind them. Thinking of Jiumaji's continuous killing spree, Kongwen couldn't help but glare at Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Why do you say that? Kongwen sneered, this great will wisdom king and that Mr. Ren just now came together with spiritual master, and in the end, every move they made was ruthless and fatal. If it wasn't for spiritual master's instructions, how could they be so daring? This? Zhang Sanfeng was momentarily speechless. Previously, he wasn't willing to travel together with Ren Wuxing and Jiumaji because he was worried about the current situation. Song Qingshu was anxious to listen to Zhang Sanfeng's gossip, and was immediately displeased when he was interrupted by Kongwen. Great Master's words should be investigated. Mr. Ren is the cult leader of the Sun Moon God sect, and Wisdom King is the Tubo Empire's imperial preceptor. Both of them are leaders of their own territories, so how could they be ordered around by others? Great Master's visit this time was only to investigate the Great Wisdom Palm, but in the end, the people of your temple spoke rudely, which led to this series of events. Who can you blame? Humph. Kongwen snorted coldly, the eminent monks of our temple who know the Great Wisdom Palm definitely have nothing to do with the disappearance of the Wu Dang heroes. In my opinion, you are simply here to provoke and cause trouble. We specially came here, so we can't return empty-handed just because you say it has nothing to do with us, right? Song Qingshu said with dissatisfaction. Xianxia raised her hand to stop Kongwen, and said, if it's about the Great Wisdom Palm, isn't this Great Will Wisdom King also proficient in it? Why don't you ask him? Song Qingshu shook his head and said, Wisdom King is my good friend. He won't do it. Read, Jiumaji nodded with a smile. He had met Xianxia and Su Zhu, two top masters in a row, so he was not as arrogant as before. He knew that Shaolin Temple was full of hidden talents, and he could not shake it by himself. It was better to stop while he was ahead. Anyway, he had been in the limelight today. Song, I think you are deliberately making things difficult for us. Another monk said angrily. Song Mao just wants to have a chat with all the monks in your temple who know how to use the Prajna palm. Is it too much to ask? Song Qingshu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Xianxia frowned and said, Almsgiver Song, I can't let my monks be interrogated like criminals just because of your words. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret. Shaolin and Wudong had never been on good terms. When he heard that something had happened to the Wudong heroes, he was gloating. If he had volunteered to help investigate this matter, not only would it not damage Shaolin's reputation, but Wudong would also owe him a big favor. But now, if he called out the monks in the temple who knew how to use the Prajna palm to confront them, it would be unavoidable that Wudong would give in. In the previous few matches, Shaolin had been disgraced. If he agreed to their request now, Shaolin's reputation would probably be ruined. But if he didn't agree, Xianxia glanced at Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng, and sighed in her heart, Ren Wuxing and Jiumaji are the only two people on the opposing side, and they've already made Shaolin Temple so restless. There's also Song Qingshu, whose reputation has risen in recent years, and Zhang Sanfeng, whose power is unfathomable. If they make a move, how can our temple resist? In fact, Shaolin had many masters. If they attacked together, they wouldn't be afraid of these four people. But if this was spread to Jianghu, Shaolin's reputation would be greatly damaged. Abbot Xianxia, why do you say that? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, we just want to ask the eminent monks of your temple a few questions. How can we interrogate them as criminals? In truth, if it had been any other matter, he would not have been so polite to Shaolin Temple. However, this matter concerned Song Yuanqiao and the others, and he could not let his personal grudge spoil the proper business. Hearing him say this, Xianxi's expression softened a little, and her tone also relaxed a little. Zhang Sanfeng also opened his mouth at the right time to say, "This humble Taoist can also guarantee with my character that I will never be rude to the masters of your esteemed temple. Since Taoist Zhang has said so, this humble monk is naturally trustworthy." Xianxia slightly bowed to Zhang Sanfeng, and then asked his younger martial brother to gather all the masters of Prajna Palm in the temple. During this period, both sides tacitly did not mention Jiumaji's previous statement that Shaolin's 72 ultimate arts came from India. Song Qingshu did not want to cause trouble and make Zhang Sanfeng unhappy. Jiumaji, on the other hand, was afraid of Su Zhu's minor non-phase method. The Shaolin side was even more shocked by Jiumaji's performance, so naturally, they would not take the initiative to mention it. As for the Song Mountain sect, because they needed to heal Zhuo Lenchan, most of them had already escorted him back. Only a few of them stayed behind to observe the current situation, and no one had the courage to get involved. Chapter 8 Novel. The scene fell into a rare silence. When Shaolin Temple summoned all the eminent monks of Prajna Palm, Song Qingshu began to interrogate them, asking about their previous whereabouts. Prajna Palm was the highest palm technique of Shaolin Temple, so there were not many people in the city who knew this palm technique. Song Qingshu quickly finished his interrogation, but unfortunately, he did not get any useful information. "Is there really no one else in your temple who knows Prajna Palm?" Song Qingshu asked with a frown. On the side, Xianxia suddenly became angry. "Surnamed Song, even my elder martial brother as the abbot condescends to let you interrogate him, but you are still not satisfied. Are you really not deliberately looking for trouble?" Being scolded in the face, Song Qingshu's face darkened, but before he had time to speak, Zhang Sanfeng had already rushed to speak. "Masters, please do not misunderstand, we are just eager to save people." From the beginning, this humble Taoist did not believe that it was the work of the eminent monks of your temple, and now that the two have confirmed it, it is indeed so. However, it is a fact that my disciples were hit by Prajna Palm, so this humble Taoist would like to ask one last question, and I hope that masters will not take offense. Given Zhang Sanfeng's current status in the martial arts world, it was only with such an attitude that the Shaolin monks felt a little better. Xianxia nodded his head. "Please do not hesitate to ask, as long as this poor monk knows, I will definitely tell you honestly." Seeing his completely different attitude, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but sneer. "These bald donkeys were arrogant before, but after we beat them up, they really became a lot more honest." Fortunately, Ren Wuxing also knew that this was a serious matter, so he deliberately lowered his voice so that only Song Qingshu and Jiumaji could hear him. Song Qingshu nodded in deep thought. "I have heard a great man say before, if you fight for unity, then unity will survive, if you fight for unity, then unity will perish. Now that Shaolin Temple is so easy to talk to, it is all thanks to the two of you. Junior martial brother is too polite." Jiumaji's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "What you just said, I wonder which master said it." It really hit the nail on the head. "It's Master Mao." Song Qingshu couldn't help but reminisce about his previous world. Although he lived a more carefree life in this world, there were too many advanced technologies in his previous world that could improve the quality of his life. Not to mention other things, the streets were filled with beautiful girls wearing short skirts. The women in this world were all wearing thick ancient clothes, and if you wanted to see a white thigh, you would have to peel off their clothes. How ridiculous! Who is Master Mao? Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing looked at each other, and quickly thought about which senior martial brother this master was. While the three of them were whispering to each other, Zhang Sanfeng had already asked, "Is it possible for your temple's Prajna Palm to be leaked to outsiders?" Xianxia shifted his gaze towards Jiumaji. "Our temple's Prajna Palm has never been leaked to outsiders, and I originally thought that there would be no risk of it being leaked. However, after seeing Wisdom King today, I finally know that there really are outsiders in this world who know our temple's Prajna Palm." Xianxia purposely emphasized the words "our temple." It was obvious that he was mocking Jiumaji's previous claim that this martial art came from India. Jiumaji couldn't help but snort coldly, but he didn't refute. After all, his plan to use force to convince Shaolin Temple had failed. He also knew that everyone here was knowledgeable, and there was no need to argue. Zhang Sanfeng already had his doubts, so he took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask, where did Wisdom King's Prajna Palm come from?" This was given to me by an old friend of mine. As for his name, please forgive me for not telling you, Jiao Maji said apologetically and bowed to Zhang Sanfeng. Is that so? Zhang Sanfeng had always respected righteous people, and seeing that Jiao Maji didn't want to tell him, he didn't want to force him. On the contrary, the Shaolin monks were excited. Hearing that their temple's martial art might have been leaked to the outside world, even Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly said, in the martial world, secretly learning other sects' martial art is a big taboo. This matter also concerns our Shaolin Temple's martial art. If Wisdom King can tell us the person's name, Shaolin Temple will let bygones be bygones. If I don't tell you, what can you do to me? Jiao Maji's face was full of arrogance. He was only respectful to Zhang Sanfeng, but in front of the Shaolin people, he didn't have to be so polite. You. The Shaolin monks' expressions changed, and they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. The situation was once again on the edge of a cliff. Song Qing had stayed in Shaolin for a while before the lion-slaying assembly. After his meridians were all broken, he tried to find the 9-yang manual in the Sutras depository. Jiao Maji looked at him in surprise. Little brother, when that person gave me the manual, there was no third person present. How did you know? His tone revealed a strong sense of disbelief. Song Qing smiled, walked over and whispered a name. Jiao Maji was even more surprised. He mumbled to himself, that's impossible. There's no reason for you to know. When everyone saw Jiao Maji's reaction, they knew that Song Qing was not lying. A group of Shaolin monks rushed forward. Benefactor Song, if you can tell us this person's name, Shaolin will owe you a favor. And pound. Even Zhang Sanfeng was moved. Qing, who is that person? He was more concerned about the safety of his disciples, so he did not have his usual calmness. Song Qing smiled bitterly. Great master, although I know that person's identity, he may not be related to this matter. I still need to verify it. He was very familiar with Jin Yong's novels. When he saw Jiao Maji use the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, he suddenly remembered that Murong Bo had stolen Jiao Maji's 72 ultimate skills from the Sutras depository. However, when his meridians were restored, the Murong family of Gusu also contributed. Song Qing had always been a grateful person. He had always been very kind to the Murong family of Gusu. Even when Murong Fu had secretly done something bad, he did not pursue it. With this relationship, Song Qing did not want to expose Murong Bo's many years of work. Therefore, when everyone asked him, he always avoided the topic. Of course, he was not the pedantic Song Shanggong. If he really found out that Murong Bo was the culprit, he would not be lenient to the Murong family of Gusu. Now, the only thing left was to verify it. Benefactor Song, how do you want to verify it? Xianxia asked. With Song Qing's current status and martial arts, if he did not want to say anything, Shaolin could not do anything to him. They could only hope that the other party would find out that the culprit was the culprit. I'd like to stay in your temple's sutra depository for a few days. I'll naturally find out if that person is the murderer. Song Qing replied. He didn't know where Murong Bo was right now. Based on Murong Bo's character in the original work, other than occasionally returning to Jiangnan to look after his good-for-nothing son, the rest of the time, he should be hiding in the sacred scripture pavilion practicing all kinds of secret techniques. He would hide in the scripture depository pavilion and lay in ambush for a few days. It shouldn't be difficult for him to catch Murong Bo. At that time, he would interrogate Murong Bo about his previous whereabouts. Moreover, if it wasn't Murong Bo, he could still take advantage of this time to investigate the situation of the Prajna Palm in the Sutra Depository Pavilion and find another suspect. Xianxi's expression changed greatly. The first floor of our temple's Sutra Depository contains all kinds of Buddhist scriptures. We have never stopped outsiders from borrowing them. However, the second floor and above contains our temple's secret manuals. Since ancient times, we have never allowed outsiders to enter the second floor. Please forgive us, almsgiver Song. Today, Xianxia found out that the 72 ultimate skills, which were usually regarded as top secret, had been leaked to the outside world. How could she take the risk of her ultimate skills being leaked again? With Song Qing's martial arts, who in the entire Shaolin Temple would be able to stop him after he stole the secret manuals and left? Song Qing also knew that it would be very difficult to get the other party to agree. He couldn't help but frown and say, "Your honorable temple can send an eminent monk to accompany and monitor Song Mao. Song Mao will never read your honorable temple's martial arts secret manuals." Xianxia still shook her head. "I can't do that." Song Qing couldn't help but say, "In fact, there is a hidden super expert in your honorable temple's sutra depository pavilion. If I have evil intentions, I absolutely won't be able to escape his eyes. When he first crossed over to this world, his meridians were all broken. It could be said that he was in a precarious situation. His life was gloomy. Until he met the sweeping monk in the Sutra Depository Pavilion and got his guidance, his life had its first glimmer of hope. Therefore, when he talked about the other party, Song Qing's tone was very respectful. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed in Song Qing's mind. Since the sweeping monk was a Shaolin monk, why didn't he stop Morong Bo from stealing the 72 ultimate skills? Out of respect, Song Qing didn't want to think about it. He could only explain it by saying that the other party's Buddhist Dharma had reached a high level. A super expert? Zhang Sanfeng's heart skipped a beat. This should be the mysterious person whose cultivation is not lower than mine that Song Qing mentioned before. Some of the Shaolin people with a slightly lower status suddenly shouted, "Nonsense! There is no super expert in the Sutra Depository Pavilion. I think it's 80% an excuse for you to steal the martial arts secret manuals." However, Xianxia, Kong Wen, and a few other people with real power looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. How did he know about the existence of that person? Seeing that several people were looking at him, Xuzhu hurriedly shook his head, indicating that it was not him who leaked the information. "There is no such expert in our temple. Benefactor, please go back. The second floor of the Sutra Depository Pavilion and above are not open to outsiders," Xianxia said coldly. The sweeping monk was a secret weapon prepared by the entire Shaolin temple. It was intended to be the last trump card. When the situation at the lion-slaying assembly was so serious, the Shaolin temple didn't ask him to take action. They only asked Sandu to set up the Vajra subduing demon ring to deal with the experts of various sects in the world. From this, it could be seen that the entire temple valued him. Naturally, they didn't want to expose this biggest secret because of the Wudong incident. Song Qing saw that the Shaolin monks were deliberately concealing something. He was even more suspicious. He suddenly turned his gaze to the distant Sutra Depository Pavilion and coldly said, "Masters, your expressions are so abnormal. Could it be that there is some shameful secret in the Sutra Depository Pavilion?" Xianxia held her breath and said with some hesitation, There is no secret." "Benefactor, you are thinking too much." Song Qing frowned and walked to Zhang Sanfeng's side. He said with secret voice sending, "Great Master, do you think my father and the others are imprisoned in the Sutra Depository Pavilion by the Shaolin Temple?" Zhang Sanfeng nodded without leaving a trace. "It's not impossible. Why don't we break in and see?" Song Qing continued to ask. Even if he was alone, with his lightness skill, he was confident that he could break in and come out unscathed. What's more, there was Zhang Sanfeng, who was recognized as the world's #1. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. Directly having a conflict with the Shaolin Temple has too much to do. Let's wait until nightfall and explore the Sutra Depository Pavilion. He had previously rejected Song Qing's proposal to explore the Sutra Depository Pavilion because of his identity. But now that the Shaolin Temple was behaving strangely, and several of his disciples might really be imprisoned in the temple by the other party, their lives uncertain, he didn't care about these superfluous formalities. Song Qing was still worried that Zhang Sanfeng had too many concerns. Seeing that he had agreed, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He then turned to Xianxia and said, "It was Song Mao's suggestion that was too hasty. Since his abbotship has previously guaranteed that this matter was not done by the Shaolin Temple, we naturally believe in the reputation of the Shaolin Temple. Farewell." When they arrived at the inn at the foot of the mountain, Song Qingshu said to Jiao Maji and Ren Wuxing, "Thank you for your help this time." Ren Wuxing laughed, "Hee, I've been annoyed by those bald donkeys from Shaolin for a long time. Today, I borrowed Master Zhang's tiger skin and taught them a lesson. I hope Master Zhang can forgive me for causing trouble for Wu Dang." Zhang Sanfeng said, "Mr. Ren is too polite. Shaolin now places too much emphasis on sections. If I came here alone, I'm afraid I would only be able to take a few soft rebuffs and return without accomplishing anything. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the two of you for stirring up the water. Jiumaji was overjoyed. On the way down the mountain, I'd been worried that Master Zhang would blame me for being too arrogant. Now that I've heard your words, I can finally relax. Zhang Sanfeng laughed. Wisdom King has mastered Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. I can't wait to admire you. He had always believed that all the martial arts in the world belonged to the same family. For thousands of years, they had been competing with each other to make up for each other's weaknesses. Therefore, he was not limited by sectarian views like other sect leaders. Therefore, he didn't feel anything about Jiumaji stealing martial arts from other sections. Instead, he admired Jiumaji's intelligence and wisdom. Although Jiumaji had taken the minor non-phase art, he had mastered many variations of the 72 ultimate arts, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Being praised by someone like Zhang Sanfeng, Jiumaji was overjoyed. This little trick of mine is like the light of a firefly in front of Master Zhang. How could I dare to compete with the bright moon? On the way to Mount Song, Jiumaji had asked Zhang Sanfeng many times for advice. He was already convinced by Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation. Therefore, he changed his arrogance and became very humble. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Wisdom King is too humble. However, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Jiumaji's expression turned serious. Master Zhang, please say it. Zhang Sanfeng slowly said, today, on the mountain, this humble Taoist has observed Wisdom King in action several times. Although the 72 ultimate skills are indeed breathtaking, in the end, you are still using trickery. Encountering an expert who is proficient in the corresponding ultimate skills, it is inevitable that you will suffer a loss. In fact, if you forcefully use the 72 ultimate skills, in terms of power, they are far inferior to your flame saber. Why do you have to neglect the essentials? Hearing this, Jiumaji broke into a cold sweat and said, thank you for your guidance, Shenren. In fact, I have always been aware of it, but the fame of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin is too tempting. I have never been able to see through the fame and benefits. Today, with your guidance, I feel like I have just woken up from a dream. Seeing that Jiumaji had benefited a lot, Ren Wuxing's eyes lit up. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he hurriedly asked, Enlightened Zhang, can you give me some pointers? Mr. Ren, you are too serious. I don't dare to give you pointers. Just think of it as a casual chat between friends. Zhang Sanfeng pondered for a moment, then asked, I have observed Mr. Ren's previous moves. Whether it is your eyesight or your moves, they are all top-notch in the martial world. However, it is a pity that every time you use your qi, you are unable to use your full strength, as if you were always worried about something. Could it be that there is some hidden danger in your great astral sucking technique? Ren Wuxing was shocked at first, then he smiled bitterly. Enlightened Zhang's eyes are really sharp. Originally, this was my biggest secret, but since there are no outsiders here, I will not hide it from you. Then, he told Zhang Sanfeng about the situation where he had to use 30% of his internal energy to suppress the foreign qi in his body. A few years ago, when I was in the Westlake Iron Prison, I came up with a solution, but it was only a temporary solution. Ren Wuxing's smile was extremely bitter. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have needed to resort to tricks to win against Monk Fangjing. The strange illness within Ren Wuxing's body caused the three experts to look at each other in dismay. Zhang Sanfeng stroked his long beard with a solemn expression on his face. Mr. Ren, this poor Taoist may need a period of time to come up with a solution. However, this poor Taoist needs to rescue my disciples in the near future, so I may still need some time to come up with a solution. Hearing that Zhang Sanfeng would need some time to think of a solution, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but be overjoyed. With Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation and identity, unless he had a certain degree of confidence, he wouldn't easily make such a promise. Of course I will save the Wu Dang heroes first. I can still wait for this little bit of time. Thank you, Enlightened Zhang. Song Qingshu chuckled, Father-in-law, actually, I also have a solution. As soon as he said this, the other three people's gazes immediately shifted to him, their eyes filled with shock. One must know that Ren Wuxing was extremely talented, but he had been troubled by this problem for dozens of years. Even now, he still couldn't think of a perfect solution. Jiamaji was also an expert among experts, but when he heard this problem, he only felt confused and couldn't think of a solution in a short period of time. Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was the highest and he was the most knowledgeable. After hearing this, he faintly had a few guesses in his mind, but they all needed time to verify. Song Qingshu was the youngest among them, but he also thought of a solution in such a short period of time. Moreover, his tone was even more confident than Zhang Sanfeng's. How could the three of them not be smart? Song Qingshu knew that the three people in front of him were all super experts who had been famous for at least dozens of years. Purely in terms of martial arts knowledge, he probably couldn't compare to any of them. However, who asked him to have a cheat? He naturally knew that the flaw in Ling Huchang's absorbing star's great technique in the original work was solved by the body metamorpho scripture. And now, the body metamorpho scripture was in his hands. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but want to hug Zi in his arms and dote on her. What a considerate little girl. I'll feel embarrassed if you stare at me like this, Song Qingshu smiled shyly. He noticed the strange expressions on the three people's faces and said, however, I also need time to verify my deduction. Father-in-law, after this matter is over, I will personally make a trip to Blackwood Cliff. Ren Wuxing immediately beamed with joy. Compared to owing a favor to Zhang Sanfeng, he was obviously more willing to find his own son-in-law. Moreover, he had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts and knew that it was even higher than his own. Naturally, he wasn't worried that Song Qingshu was boasting, ha ha ha, Ying has found a good son-in-law for this old man. Song Qingshu smiled along with him, but in his heart, he was cursing incessantly, you were the one who forced her to marry me, how was she the one who asked for it? But like this, I only hope that the more the better. The few people continued to chat for a while. Then, Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng bid farewell to the two. Ren Wuxing wanted to go back to recuperate, while Jiamaji wanted to search for the remaining copies of the minor phaseless technique to complete his internal energy. Therefore, neither of them had any objections. When night fell, an old man and a young man, like two shadows, quietly snuck into the Shaolin temple. Seeing that the sutra depository was not far away, Song Qingshu chuckled, great Shifu, if the two of us join forces, no matter how big the world is, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we can still do whatever we want. Zhang Sanfeng's face carried a trace of a smile. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, be careful. Song Qingshu also felt that there was a slight change in the airflow around his body. This attack came without the slightest warning. In a state of shock, he immediately used the 9 Yin manuals, snake form flipping fox, martial art and rolled on the ground. His entire person looked extremely battered. During the New Year period, I had to visit various relatives. In addition, I had a fever a few days ago, so the updates were not stable. Today, I will start to update normally, at least 2 chapters a day. Song Qingshu landed on the ground and rolled away. He felt 2 long objects sweep past his face. They were less than half a foot away from each other. They were moving at a high speed, but there was no wind at all. Now that he was so powerful, even though it was only a split second, he could still recognize that the 2 long objects were 2 black ropes. 1 reading book WW? W? 1. K? A reading N? S? H? You reading C? C? Could it be the Vedra subduing demon hoop that beat Zhang Wuji up like a dog at the lion-slaying convention? Just as this thought flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, another black rope was pointed at his chest. The black rope turned into a straight blade, like a spear or a rod, stabbing at him. At the same time, the other 2 black ropes wrapped around him from behind. Song Qingshu flipped his left hand and clamped the black rope with 2 fingers. He chuckled and said, let me show you what Kato Taka's telepathic finger is like. Just as he was about to use his strength to break the long rope, he suddenly felt the long rope shake, and a wave of internal energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas struck his chest. Song Qingshu's expression couldn't help but change slightly. If this internal energy hit him, even if he had a divine skill to protect his body, his ribs would still be broken, and his internal organs would be damaged. In this split second, he waved his right hand backward and pushed away the 2 black ropes that attacked him from behind. His left hand pressed on the black ropes, and his whole body became as light as a swallow. With a swoosh, his body shot up into the sky. Huh? 3 low voices came from the darkness. It was unknown whether they were praising the martial arts of the person in front of them or his peerless lightness skill. 1 reading book WW? W? 1. K? A reading N? S? H? You reading C? C, however, the 3 did not hesitate. Soon, the 3 black ropes rose up like 3 black dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing on him from 3 different directions. In the dark night, the 3 long ropes were completely black without any light. When they danced, not a single shadow could be seen. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state, even in the dark night, as long as there was a trace of light, he would be able to see as clearly as day. When the black rope was swung, it was silent. Obviously, the user's internal energy was extremely pure and had reached the realm of emptiness and no sharp edges. If an ordinary master was in Xianxia's current situation, he would not be able to see where the enemy's weapon was coming from and would not be able to fight back. These 3 long ropes seemed to be moving slowly but were actually moving rapidly. However, there was not the slightest sound of wind. The 3 long ropes were like ghosts and demons, indescribably strange. Xianxia's figure was like a banished immortal in midair, unrestrained and unrestrained. Often, with a flick of his fingers and a tap of his toes, he would avoid the opponent's killing move. Zhang Sanfeng, who was watching from the side, secretly nodded. The other party had just used a total of 3 moves and 9 styles, and each style had dozens of hidden moves and dozens of killing moves. But the result was that Xianxia was able to resolve these 3 moves and 9 styles one by one. Even though each style was extremely dangerous, and even a slight mistake could result in broken bones and death, he still seemed calm and at ease. If it was any other time, Zhang Sanfeng would definitely take a closer look at how Xianxia was going to break this Vajra demon subduing ring. But now, the 2 of them were exploring the Shaolin temple. If the fight continued for too long and alerted the other monks in the temple, it would inevitably lead to unexpected twists and turns. 1 reading book? 1. CC Zhang Sanfeng's mind moved, and his entire body took advantage of the center of the 3 black ropes. He pulled left and right, one coiled and one entangled. Borrowing the strength of the 3 people, he had already coiled the 3 black ropes together. This move was precisely the Tai Chi heart technique that he created himself. His strength formed a perfect circle, and the inner strength of the 3 black ropes was immediately pulled and twisted into a ball. Zhang Sanfeng rubbed his hands together, and that ball of black rope suddenly began to spin rapidly. In the darkness, 3 exclamations suddenly sounded, and soon, 3 figures flew out from the nearby pine trees in a sorry state. Fortunately, Zhang Sanfeng was merciful, and did not use too much strength. Thus, the 3 people were able to hastily exchange positions with each other. With a hurried shake of their hands, the 3 entangled ropes finally separated. Zhang Sanfeng did not stop them. Instead, his eyes revealed a look of approval. The cultivation of these 3 old monks was indeed much higher than those of the Xian generation. They were able to stabilize their footing so quickly and not panic. Only then did the 2 of them clearly see the appearance of the 3 monks. The monk in the northeast corner had a pitch-black complexion, like raw iron. The monk in the northwest corner had a withered yellow complexion, like a dead tree. The monk in the south, however, had a deathly pale complexion. The 3 monks' cheeks were all sunken, and they were so thin that they did not have any muscles. The yellow-faced monk glanced at them, and the 5 eyes of the 3 old monks were like torches, sparkling with vigor. Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded. These should be the 3 Shaolin tribulations, and tribulations. As the 2 of them were sizing up the 3 monks were also sizing up the 2 of them. Just now, Xianxia had been able to move freely and easily within the Vajra subduing evil ring. In the lives of the 3 monks, other than the leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, they had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Just as they were overwhelmed with shock, they did not expect that the old Taoist beside him would be even more unfathomable. As soon as he made his move, the 3 of them became unsteady. They could only exchange positions with each other, and with great difficulty, they were able to dispel the strange strength that was transmitted from the black ropes. "Who are the two of you, and why have you intruded into the Shaolin forbidden area in the middle of the night?" Tribulations was the first to speak. His voice was imbued with his internal energy, booming loudly. Presumably, he was informing the other monks in the temple. Actually, if it were not for the fact that the martial arts of the two people in front of him were too shocking, why would Tribulations need to call for help? During the lion-slaying assembly, all the heroes of the world had gathered at Shaolin Temple. The three of them did not need a single soldier from the abbot's side. Relying solely on the black ropes in their hands, they had repelled wave after wave of martial arts masters with ulterior motives. They had forcibly protected Xiaxin's safety. But now that they had only exchanged a few moves with the two people in front of them, the three monks' hearts were as clear as snow. Even if there was only one person in front of them, the three of them would not necessarily be their opponent, much less two of them. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to come to Zhang Sanfeng's side and said in a low voice, "Great master, if we wait for Xianxia and the others to rush over, it will inevitably be difficult for Shaolin Temple and Wu Dang's face to look good. Great master, it will also be inconvenient for you to make a move. I think it would be better for us to take advantage of this time to first investigate the Sutra Depository and see if we can find out the whereabouts of my father and the others. Then, when Xianxia and the others rush over, we will float far away and not come face to face with them. In this way, Shaolin Temple and Wu Dang's reputation can be preserved." Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. He knew that what Song Qingshu said made sense. Shaolin Temple's attitude was strange. This Sutra Depository had to be investigated. But after all, the Sutra Depository was Shaolin Temple's forbidden area. The two of them would inevitably be in the wrong if they were to force their way in. The only thing they could do was to fight and leave as soon as possible. The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Very quickly, their figures flashed and they pounced towards the three monks. "How dare you?" Seeing the two of them pouncing towards them, how could the three monks not know what they were thinking? They couldn't help but be startled and angered. However, the three of them had been meditating for more than 30 years. Their greatest skill was to use the telepathic connection. When one of them thought about it, the other two would immediately understand it. The combined power of the three of them was far greater than the combined power of 3 ordinary masters. Therefore, even though they were startled, they didn't panic. 3 black ropes suddenly shot out and formed a circle that was like an iron wall, trapping the two of them in the middle. As long as they could delay for a little while and wait for Abbot Xianxia and the other masters of the temple to rush over, then everything would naturally be fine. "You deal with Dunan. Leave the other two to me." Zhang Sanfeng quickly began to assign the tasks of the 2 monks. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's voice fell, he activated his Tai Chi force, causing Du Yi's and Du Jia's whips to collide. The black rope was imbued with vigorous internal energy. The 2 monks sensed a strange internal energy coming from the black rope and found that the 2 whips were uncontrollably colliding with each other. They cried out in their hearts, "Oh no!" Immediately afterwards, the opposing black rope's internal energy came pressing down on them, causing the 2 monks to tremble. The 3 monks were martial brothers, so the gap between Dunan and Du Jia's martial arts was not big. However, Du Yi's martial arts were obviously higher. Du Jia was hit by Du Yi's internal energy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his body churned violently, causing him to instantly lose the ability to fight. Although Du Yi's situation was slightly better, it was not much better. Du Jia's full force attack made his chest numb. Within a few breaths of time, his whole body was sore and numb, and his internal energy suddenly became sluggish. If it was any other day, it would not be a problem. In such a short period of time, he would be able to adjust the internal energy in his body. However, what kind of person was Zhang Sanfeng? Since he had already made his move, how could he give his opponent a chance to breathe? Dunan saw that his 2 martial brothers had instantly lost the ability to fight. He immediately turned pale with fright. With a flick of his whip, he attacked Zhang Sanfeng's back, hoping to stop him for a moment so that Dewey could recover. Song Qing laughed mischievously. He absorbed a handful of pine needles from the ground and shot them towards Dunan's face with his internal energy. It was like the pear blossom storm needles of the Tang sect. Dunan's expression changed slightly and he hastily dodged to the side. However, the black rope in his hand did not stop and continued to sweep towards Zhang Sanfeng's back. Dunan suddenly felt a sense of danger. He suddenly realized that Song Qing, who was several feet away from him, was actually standing next to him and smiling at him. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Is this really the world's Qinggong? This was his last thought before his acupoints were sealed. The black rope lost its momentum and directly fell to the ground. Song Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dunan had to split his attention to save Dewey. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the details of his Qinggong, I was able to easily subdue him. Otherwise, it would really have taken some effort. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng had also sealed Dewey's acupoints. Seeing Song Qing subduing Dunan so quickly, his eyes were full of admiration. We will leave immediately after the investigation, Zhang Sanfeng whispered. Song Qing nodded and the two figures flashed and they went to the Sutra Depository Pavilion. They had only just pushed open the door, but before they could even check out the situation inside, their expression suddenly changed. They hastily placed their palms before their chests. It did not take long for a vast and majestic force to collide with their palms, causing their bodies to involuntarily sway. Yu and I Ching looked at the door and monk. The Li monk was a Suidu. The I monk Nan and I Nan's Li monk. The Nan is Luas Hua San San, San Su, Chi monk Ingli Jia Jia I Jia, I, the monk Dong Du Jia's face and Chi San San monk. However, the two of them didn't dare to underestimate each other in the slightest. After all, this emaciated old monk was fighting one against two earlier, yet he actually shook the two of them to the point their figures swayed at the same time. Even though it was because the old monk had been waiting for them to tire themselves out and the two of them were caught off guard, this result of the battle was sufficient for them to be proud of. May I know which master has come to visit the Sutra Depository Pavilion in the middle of the night? Although the monk sweeping floor monk looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had the feeling that he would be able to look down on all the other mountains. Many of the world's famous masters couldn't even take one move from him. He didn't expect that in that exchange just now, he would be shaken to the point where his blood and qi were in turmoil. Just where did these two people come from? Zhang Sanfeng looked at Song Qing and rejoiced in his heart. What Song Qing said was true. This Shaolin Sutra Depository Pavilion was actually hiding such a super master. If it wasn't for Song Qing's warning, he would have rashly come to the Shaolin temple. The monk sweeping floor monk looked at the old Taoist in front of him. Just by standing there casually, he looked like a deep pool and a high mountain. His appearance was unfathomable. He couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be him? When his eyes moved to Song Qing, he was even more surprised. So it is Almsgiver Song. Almsgiver not only healed the meridians in your body, but also learned this amazing ability. Your situation is really beyond this old monk's expectations. Song Qing hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Junior Song Qing greets Senior. Thanks to Senior's guidance, Junior's life has turned for the better. I didn't give any substantive advice at the time, so I dare not take credit. The monk sweeping floor monk wanted to ask how the other party repaired the meridians, but now was not a good time to chat. He could only turn to Zhang Sanfeng. Is this Master Zhang of Wudong? Zhang Sanfeng bowed slightly. I am Zhang Sanfeng, greet the master. Master's cultivation is the best I have ever seen in my life. I admire you very much. There is a method in the world, but it is all a dream. What's more, in front of Master Zhang, I dare not call myself the best. The monk sweeping floor monk also bowed back. Faintly hearing the sound of the Shaolin monks rushing over here, Song Qing used the secret voice sending. Great master, why don't you come and stall this person in front of you? I will take the opportunity to go to the Sutra Depository to investigate. Otherwise, when Xianxia and the others come, I am afraid there will not be a chance. Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded. Okay. Song Qing's expression changed. He cupped his hands and said to the monk sweeping floor, Senior, this time we broke into Shaolin at night to investigate the whereabouts of my father and several martial uncles. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. I will come back to apologize in the future. As soon as his voice fell, his whole body was like a green smoke, rushing into the Sutra Depository. Almsgiver's lightness skill is probably the best in the world. The monk sweeping floor monk showed a look of surprise. He put his hands together, and without any movement, Song Qing suddenly felt that there was an invisible high wall in front of him. His whole body seemed to have crashed into a fishing net. He hit it with his palm, but the power of the palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas could not be used. Instead, it was rebounded by the wall. Song Qing's expression froze. The wooden sword was already in his hand. With a wave of the sword, the wooden sword seemed to have turned into an invincible laser knife. The wall of qi in front of him was instantly split into two, and he suddenly felt the pressure around him relax. Huh? The monk sweeping floor monk was even more surprised. He was about to continue to attack when Zhang Sanfeng also moved. No matter how confident he was, he did not dare to expose his flank to the world's number one Zhang Sanfeng. He could only let Song Qing leave, and turned back to face the strong enemy in front of him. At this time, Xianxia had already led the experts of Shaolin to rush over. Seeing that Sandu was injured and restrained, and Zhang Sanfeng was fighting with the monk sweeping floor monk, she could not help but be shocked and angry. Zhenren Zhang broke into Shaolin's forbidden area in the middle of the night. I am afraid that you have lost the bearing of a member of the royal family. Zhang Sanfeng could only smile bitterly. At this time, all of his energy was focused on the monk sweeping floor monk in front of him. He did not dare to open his mouth at the crucial moment, for fear that he would leak his inner qi and let the other party take advantage of his weakness. Thank you, my friend, for your support. Please don't make a scene, as well as the monthly ticket support of Simple and Crude City, XM Lion, Yi Zhaixing, and the others. Also, during the Spring Festival period, my fellow friends, for their support and monthly tickets. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng did not respond, Xianxia was also helpless. Although she wanted to help the sweeping monk, looking at the martial arts of this group of people, the difference between them and the two was too great. When the time came, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also drag their companions down. Originally, Xianxia was the best candidate. With his martial arts, he should be qualified to join the battle. Unfortunately, he was injured by that foreign monk during the day. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little angry. All of this was really a trick of Wu Dang. First, they colluded with the leader of the devil cult and the foreign monk of the western regions to injure the Shaolin masters and weaken the strength of Shaolin so that they could sneak in the middle of the night. At this time, the surrounding area was completely silent. A group of Shaolin masters watched the two people in front of them exchange blows. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Generally, when a Jianghu master made a move, every move and style was often very famous. If you used the 18 dragon subduing palms, I would have to use the 9 strategies beyond the swords to deal with it. Both of these moves were famous moves in Jianghu. But the two people in front of them had completely broken this understanding of everyone. The sweeping monk lightly patted. No one could recognize what was so special about this move of his. It looked very ordinary, as if any farmer in the countryside could easily avoid it by taking a step to the side. But Zhang Sanfeng acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he punched towards the palm of his opponent. If Song Qingshu was here, he would certainly sigh in admiration. In the original work, Morong Bo's martial arts were very good. In the face of this slap, he chose to raise his hand to block, and his body floated backwards. The martial arts of the Morong family of Gusu was already extraordinary. After studying the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple, it was like adding wings to a tiger. With a raise of his hand, his body floated, seemingly ordinary, but with a single palm, he could block all kinds of attacks in the world, and with a single retreat, he could evade any pursuit in the world. His defense was tight and elegant. But even so, he was still lightly patted on his Baihui acupoint by the sweeping monk, and died. Zhang Sanfeng hadn't seen this move before, but his 100 years of experience made him keenly aware of the crisis within it. Unlike Morong Bo, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on and directly broke it with a punch. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng's fist, the Shaolin monks once again let out a cry of surprise. They could not understand the moves of the sweeping monk, and similarly, they could not recognize the name of this fist. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. When one's martial arts has reached such a high level, why would one still care about any moves? Often, a palm, a slap, or a kick, the most ordinary, simple moves would be enough to subdue the majority of the world's martial arts experts. Throughout Jin Yong's 14 divisions, only Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk had reached this level. As for the other experts, whether it was Zhang Wuji, whose martial arts were heaven-defying, or the main character of the fantasy world, Sherpatian, when they fought, they would always need to use their own moves. If they encountered a top-notch expert, it wouldn't be strange for them to fight dozens or even hundreds of rounds. However, it was only Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk who had only fought once or twice, and each time, they would defeat their opponent with a single move. It was impossible to see what was so special about their moves. With a grab, Zhang Sanfeng subdued the two Xianming elders with a single move. Behind him, he faced the sneak attack of the firm deity. After he was severely injured, he similarly killed him with a single palm strike. The sweeping monk also used a palm strike to kill experts like Morong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan. Zhang Wuji and Guo Jing were the protagonists. Every single move and every single style was often very famous. If it wasn't the Qian Kuan de Nua 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 de Nua, what was that slap from the sweeping monk? When one's martial arts reached this level, an ordinary move would be able to achieve an effect that far surpassed the various divine skills of those main characters. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks. At first glance, the people around them wouldn't be able to comprehend the mystery behind it. Often, they would only be able to understand it after a long time. In the situation at that time, that one punch and one kick was the most perfect response. However, at this time, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. During this time, the moves of the two of them naturally couldn't be seen. The sweeping monk's eyes swept across the scene from the corner of his eyes. He understood the current situation like the back of his hand. When he saw that Shaolin had the advantage in numbers, but was unable to turn it into a victory, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. If it were any other time, it wouldn't have mattered. However, today, Zhang Sanfeng was in the wrong. Coupled with the fact that this was a rare opportunity, the sweeping monk thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to make the other party stay here. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. His body leaned into Zhang Sanfeng's bosom, forcing the other party to fight with his internal energy. Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't avoid the other party's move, but if he did, he would lose the initiative. The other party's martial arts were not below his own. At that time, the continuous attacks would come one after another, and he would be in even more danger. What's more, with his 100 years of cultivation, the internal energy in his body cycled. The internal energy in his dantian was like smoke curling up, leisurely and free. The so-called dense purple gas, if he wanted to compete with internal energy, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the world. Moreover, in this way, it might be easier for him to win. Having made up his mind, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand to receive the sweeping monk's palm strength. The two palms intersected, and an invisible force spread in all directions. Even Xianxia and the other masters couldn't stand steadily and fell back one after another. But Zhang Sanfeng's internal energy was vigorous. How could the sweeping monk be worse? 40 years ago, before the sweeping monk came to Shaolin, he was already an earth-shattering figure in the Jianghu. It was just that the average person didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with him. In these 40 years in Shaolin, he had also integrated the unique skills of Shaolin, and his martial arts had even reached an unprecedented level. This time, in a battle of internal energy with Zhang Sanfeng, they were actually evenly matched. Xianxia knew that this was not the way to go. Although the sweeping monk's cultivation was extremely high, Zhang Sanfeng had been in the Jianghu for over 100 years. As time went on, the sweeping monk might not be able to hold on. Therefore, he decided to call for help from the other masters. Master Zhang, today is not a martial arts competition. You have trespassed into our temple's forbidden area in the middle of the night. Don't blame us for relying on numbers to win. However, Xianxia also had self-awareness. The disparity between their group and the two of them was too great. If they ran over and engaged in close combat, they would instead be injured by the aftershocks of the two's internal energy. However, the Shaolin Temple's unique skills did not lack long-range attacks. Dozens of masters surrounded him, attacking and harassing Zhang Sanfeng from afar, distracting him. In a battle of internal energy between masters, the most taboo was to disturb them. As long as they succeeded in distracting Zhang Sanfeng, the sweeping monk would be able to successfully win. Zhang Sanfeng had never expected that these Shaolin Temple's eminent monks would actually disregard their status to launch a sneak attack on him while he was competing with others in terms of internal energy. He couldn't help but be startled. The Shaolin Temple monks are trying every possible means to keep me here. Could it be that Yuan Xiao and the others have really fallen into the hands of the Shaolin Temple? Having received Xianxi's signal, the Shaolin Temple's eminent monks began to use their unique skills one after another. Flower-pinching finger, formless finger of disaster, great Vajra palm, all kinds of long-range skills were launched towards Zhang Sanfeng's back and sides. Zhang Sanfeng's mind was shaken. He knew that he was at a critical moment in the battle of internal energy. If he allowed these attacks to land on his body, he would definitely die. He secretly clenched his teeth and decided to risk getting injured. First, he would use his internal energy to shake off the sweeping monk, then, how dare you? At this critical moment, Song Qingshu descended from the sky. He did not expect that he would say this catchphrase that had been ridiculed countless times in his previous life. But at this moment, besides this, he could not find any other words to describe the anger in his heart. Reading WW? W? 1. K? A reading N? S? H? You reading C? C? He didn't expect that the Shaolin eminent monk, who had always been sanctimonious, would actually take advantage of the critical moment when Zhang Sanfeng was competing with his inner force to make a move against him. This was clearly to put him in a dead end. Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly turned red. He was waiting to neutralize the opponent's various long-range attacks. The wooden sword faintly wandered around his body. He had already planned to start a massacre tonight. Seeing the look in Song Qingshu's eyes, Xianxi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He also made a prompt decision and shouted, "Get into formation. This concerns the reputation of our Shaolin. There is no need to talk about Jiang who rules with him. Let's attack together." Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "It seems that his abbotship intends to leave both of us here. When the time comes, no one will know what happened tonight. Your Shaolin Temple can just come up with a random excuse to get away with it. You can even take the opportunity to get rid of the Wudong sect's greatest threat. You are indeed brilliant." Song Qingshu secretly regretted it. Xianxia was the big brother who massacred Xiaofeng's family that year. If this matter could still be explained by Murong Bo deceiving him, but after that, he had an affair with Yi Ernyang, causing Yi Ernyang, a good girl, to get pregnant before marriage, but he didn't care about it. Want? Reading 1? K? A reading N? After Yi Ernyang brought disaster to Jianghu, where did her martial arts come from? Xianxia had always claimed to be compassionate. Why did he not control her? Moreover, when the heroes of Jianghu died one after another in order to keep his identity a secret, why did he not show up? Only when he was forced into a corner by Xiao Yuanshan at the Shaolin Convention did he confess everything. At the end of the day, Xianxia was not as sanctimonious as he looked. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was another Yubuchuan. Looking at the monks before him, Song Qingshu began to ponder. Xiancheng, Fangzheng, and Sandu were seriously injured and had yet to recover. As for the remaining Xian, Kong, and Fang generation monks, although they were first-rate experts in the eyes of ordinary people, in Song Qingshu's opinion, only Xuzhu and Xianxia were worth paying attention to. I'll make Shaolin Temple bleed today. A fierce look flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. In fact, the best choice for him now was to take advantage of this opportunity to seriously injure the sweeping monk. After all, the two of them were competing in terms of internal energy. If he and Zhang Sanfeng joined forces, even if the sweeping monk's martial arts were divine, he could only die with a grievance on the spot. Then, within the entire Shaolin Temple, there would be no one who could be a match for the two of them. It was a pity that Song Qingshu was unwilling to take advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation, so he shifted his target to Xianxia and the others. The Shaolin Temple and Song Qingshu had been enemies for many times, so they had long wanted to get rid of him. Therefore, the monks glared at Song Qingshu with hostility. Reading a book? WW1CC. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of zither and flute resonated in the air. It sounded like several zither and flutes were playing at the same time. The music was ethereal, faintly discernible, but everyone could hear it very clearly. It was just that it fluctuated from east to west, and no one knew where it came from. Song Qingshu was startled. Who was playing tricks on him? When he saw the slightly changed expression of Xianxia and the others, he couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed that these Shaolin temple monks obviously knew the identity of the other party, and they seemed to be quite afraid of them. The zither clanged 3 times, and suddenly 4 girls in white floated down from the east and west eaves to the courtyard. Each of them held a zither in their hands. These 4 zither were shorter and narrower than ordinary 7-spun zither, but they still had 7 strings. After the 4 girls landed, they stood in 4 corners of the courtyard. Then 4 girls in black walked in, each holding a long black flute in their hands. This flute was half the length of a common flute. The 4 girls in black also stood in 4 corners. 4 white and 4 black, standing in a crisscrossed position. The 8 girls stood in position. The 4 zither sounded a tune, and then the flute joined in. The music was extremely gentle and elegant. Song Qingshu didn't understand music, but he still felt that the music was sweet. Although he was in a very urgent situation, he was willing to listen to it for a moment. Amidst the melodious music, a woman in a light yellow robe slowly walked in. She was about 27 or 28 years old, graceful and charming, extremely beautiful, but her face was too pale, without the slightest hint of blood. What an exaggerated way to appear. Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but think of an extremely mysterious person in the original work, the yellow-robed woman. She also appeared in the lion-slaying assembly. But at that time all the meridians in Song Qingshu's body were broken, and he was struggling at death's door. Naturally, he didn't have the chance to see her. "Miss, why have you come to our temple again?" Xianxia took a step forward and asked. If outsiders saw this, they would certainly find it strange that someone of Xianxi's status in Jianghu would be so polite to a little girl. But Xianxia knew that the martial arts this woman had displayed at the lion-slaying assembly were really shocking. He had no choice but to respect her. "I don't dare to give you advice. I'm here today because I'm worried that you will all be used by others and hurt the harmony between Shaolin and Wudong." The yellow-robed woman smiled slightly, like the first melting of ice and snow. Many of the young monks couldn't help but blush when they saw this. Used by others? Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself. The yellow-robed woman didn't continue to answer his questions. Instead, she turned to Song Qingshu. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity. In recent years, young master has suddenly become a new force to be reckoned with. You're in the limelight, almost as if you're the leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji. I thought you were some amazing person. But seeing you today, young master's head is full of murderous intent. I. But Song Qingshu didn't fall for her trick. He laughed coldly and said, "Song Mao has heard that Miss made a stunning appearance at the lion-slaying assembly, like a fairy who has fallen to the mortal world. I've always regretted that I didn't have the chance to see you. Who would have thought that when I see you today, I only see an ordinary woman who cares about ostentation and reputation. I'm so disappointed." He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. He learned it so well that many of the Shaolin monks had to suppress their laughter. The yellow-robed woman's face turned red. She had a noble status and was extremely beautiful. Everywhere she went, everyone treated her with the utmost respect, as if they were afraid of blaspheming a fairy. When had she ever met such a scoundrel like Song Qingshu? "I've long heard that young master has a sharp tongue. Your clever mouth has deceived the hearts of many women. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation," the yellow-robed woman said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Miss, it's better if you don't talk to me too much. I'm afraid that if you talk too much, you'll accidentally fall in love with me." The yellow-robed woman's starry eyes widened. She had never met such a shameless person. She couldn't help but let out a soft snort and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, she walked towards Zhang Sanfeng and a sweeping monk who were competing with their internal energy. Fourth update, once again, I would like to thank you for your support. Song Qing's expression turned cold. He was worried that she would suddenly kill him, so he quietly stood around Zhang Sanfeng and watched her vigilantly. The lady in yellow rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. When she turned to face Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk, she put on her usual warm smile and said in a gentle voice, "Two elders, please listen to what I have to say. This conflict between Shaolin and Wudong is caused by some people. If the two of you are both injured, wouldn't that be exactly what those people want? Seniors, please stop." Then she stretched out her hand and flicked her fingers on the palms of the two people. Zhang Sanfeng and the monk felt a soft force mediating between them. Without hesitation, they withdrew their internal energy and took a step back. Song Qing's eyes narrowed. This was a kung fu technique from the Nining manual. It was somewhat similar to the Nining white bone claw, but it lacked the strangeness of the technique. Instead, it was more graceful. To be able to separate Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk, this kung fu technique must be extremely powerful. "Thank you, young lady." Zhang Sanfeng bowed respectfully towards the yellow-robed woman. It must be known that he and the sweeping monk's internal energy were almost on par with each other. Now that they were enemies, how could he dare to easily withdraw his internal energy? If no one intervened, the only way to end this was to wait for one side to be defeated. The girl in yellow smiled lightly. "I still have to thank the two elders. If either of you did not withdraw your internal energy, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured and died." Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. The yellow-robed woman was right. In that situation just now, she had actually taken a huge risk by acting as the middleman. If either side had not withdrawn their inner energy, then she would have been the only one who could withstand the attack. Although her martial power was not bad, compared to the cultivation of the two of them, there was naturally still a gap. "Young lady, you mentioned that there was someone behind this matter. Can you explain in detail?" the monk asked. The girl in yellow nodded and said softly, "Not long ago, the Mongols seemed to have shifted their strategic focus to the western expedition. They withdrew their troops one after another from the central plains, leaving many empty areas. The Song took the opportunity to recover Sichuan, and the Jin took the opportunity to occupy Hanzhong and Shenyang. Without the pressure from the Mongols, the leaders of the Jin kingdom shifted their attention to the territory of the Song kingdom. They wanted to occupy the land of the Song kingdom to make up for the land they lost to the Mongols a few years ago. However, the two countries signed the Shaoxing peace treaty, so the Jin kingdom needed an excuse to start a war. The people in the area were all smart people. When they heard this and remembered the conflict between Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect, they could not help but feel shocked. The yellow-robed woman continued, "Shaolin is the largest sect in the Jin kingdom, while Wudong is the largest sect in the Song kingdom. Zhenren Zhang is the Zhenren of subtle manifestation bestowed by the emperor. His status is transcendent. Whether it is in the imperial court or among the people, he has an extremely high reputation. If Shaolin and Wudong fight, the Jin kingdom can use Song's provocation as an excuse to send troops. But if something happens to Zhang Zhenren in Shaolin, I'm afraid the entire Song kingdom will be enraged. At that time, a great war will be inevitable, and I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." "Miss, do you mean that the mastermind is a senior of the Jin kingdom?" Xianxia was shocked. The Jin kingdom had tried to rope in Shaolin several times, but Shaolin had always pretended to be a snake. He did not expect that the revenge of the Jin kingdom this time would be so fierce. He did not know which master came up with this plan, but he made full use of the conflict between Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect. He knew that Shaolin would definitely make a move against Zhang Sanfeng if there was a chance. Tonight, if the yellow-robed woman had not suddenly appeared and stopped him, Xianxia could not help but shiver. According to his original plan, as long as Zhang Sanfeng were eliminated, wouldn't the Shaolin Temple be the one to speak? But since the Jin kingdom had been planning this for a long time, they would certainly not let Shaolin control the public opinion. As long as they leaked some information, they would frame Shaolin Temple for the attack on the heroes of Wudong. Then, Shaolin Temple would become the one who deliberately plotted against Wudong sect. At that time, not only would Shaolin Temple not be tolerated by the martial arts world, but they would also offend the southern Song kingdom and offend all the Han people. Shaolin Temple would probably not tolerate all the Han people in the world and could only obediently surrender to the Jin kingdom. The yellow-robed woman nodded. According to reliable information, the attack on the heroes of Wudong was planned by some senior members of the Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, this matter is extremely secretive and we could not find any more information. Just because you say that the mastermind is the Jin Kingdom, does it mean that it is the Jin Kingdom? Do you have any evidence? Although Song Qing believed about 70 to 80% of her words, this matter was of great importance and he had no choice but to be cautious. This is the information that the entire intelligence network of the Song dynasty had to expend tremendous effort to find out. If young master still does not believe me, the yellow-robed woman paused for a moment before turning to Zhang Sanfeng. Have you heard of the Jianshang courtyard? Zhang Sanfeng's face was full of surprise. Is it the Jianshang courtyard that Huang Chang founded? The yellow-robed woman smiled and nodded. Yes. I am the current generation's holy maiden of the Jianshang courtyard. I represent the Jianshang courtyard and naturally would not lie to anyone. Since you come from the Jianshang courtyard, I can naturally trust you. Zhang Sanfeng nodded, then glanced at Song Qing. Qing, did you manage to find out the whereabouts of Yuan Qiao and the others in the sutra depository? There was no trace of them. Song Qing shook his head slightly, then asked curiously, what is the background of this Jianshang courtyard? Why did Great Master believe it the moment he heard it? The Jianshang courtyard was founded by Huang Chang in the past to promote Confucianism. The professors there are all great scholars of the present age and it can be said to be the holy land in the hearts of the entire Song Kingdom's scholars. Everyone who is able to study in the Jianshang courtyard takes pride in it. Furthermore, because of Huang Chang, the Jianshang courtyard has specially established an inner courtyard. The disciples of the inner courtyard are all highly skilled in martial arts. They help the imperial court to gather information and deal with troublesome matters. Huang Chang. Song Qing muttered to himself. No wonder the yellow-robed woman's mastery of the Nining Manual was so good. It turns out that the author of the Nining Manual was the principal of the Jianshang courtyard. I have brought the news to you. I will take my leave now. The yellow-robed woman smiled faintly, then turned around to leave. Hey, who is that? Song Qing was anxious and did not know the other party's name. May I ask which high-ranking official of the Jin Kingdom captured the Wudang heroes? The yellow-robed woman shook her head slightly. The Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom are enemies. Finding out that the Wudang heroes are in the hands of the Jin Kingdom is already our limit. As for their specific whereabouts, forgive me for not being able to do anything. However, I have often heard of the legends of you in Jianghu. You are able to do so many impossible things. I believe this matter will not be a problem for you. Song Qing thought to himself, this woman is quite narrow-minded. She only finds an opportunity to make fun of me. As the yellow-robed woman walked further and further away, Song Qing shouted from afar, one last question. Is your surname Yang? This was what Song Qing was most curious about. In the original work, the yellow-robed woman should be the descendant of Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu. However, Yang Guo was still a virgin, so this relationship was naturally impossible. Therefore, he wanted to know how this world corrected the identity of the yellow-robed woman. The yellow-robed woman's figure paused and her tone became somewhat emotional. I have two surnames. My original surname, let's not talk about it. You guessed correctly. Now my surname is indeed Yang, the Yang of the Yang family general. As soon as she finished speaking, the yellow-robed woman floated away. Yang of the Yang family's generals. Song Qingshu muttered in his heart. In his previous life, the Yang family's generals were well known in novels, TV shows, and even comic books. Ishu 1? K? A? The Yang family's generals were loyal. This yellow-robed woman came from the Yang family. It seemed that she had a close relationship with the southern Song government. However, Song Qingshu's attention quickly shifted to another point. Compared to the Yang family's generals, the Yang family's female generals were more famous. Her husband died on the battlefield, leaving behind a house of beautiful young widows. Based on the yellow-robed woman's appearance, the women of the Yang family must be beauties. Should he go and save them? Song Qingshu's mind was full of wild and unrestrained thoughts, causing him to despise himself a little. Wasn't this a little too much of a beast? His father's life and death were still unknown, however, Song Qingshu quickly tossed this concern aside. After all, he wasn't the real Song Qingshu. He had never even met Song Yuanqiao, let alone had any feelings for him. He had already done his best to save Song Yuanqiao. If he couldn't even think about women because of Song Yuanqiao, then Song Qingshu would never be willing. As for whether or not seducing the Yan family's female generals would be letting down the heroes who died on the battlefield, Song Qingshu did not even consider this question. Firstly, these people were too illusory to him. Secondly, he never intended to use force. What was there to let a group of beautiful women become widows at such a young age? In his opinion, it was too unfair to those women. Abbot Xianxia, I have offended you tonight. Please forgive me. Qingshu, let's go. Zhang Sanfeng saw that Song Qingshu did not respond and could not help but call him again. If he knew what was going on in his mind at this moment, even if Zhang Sanfeng was a man of great self-restraint, he would probably still get rid of him. Xianxi's face showed some hesitation. In the end, he gave up on using the power of the entire temple to keep the two of them. However, the uneasiness in his heart was expressed in his words. He coldly replied, I won't send you off. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the darkness, Kongwen could not help but say, Senior Abbot, are we really going to let them go just like that? Xianxia sighed and said, now that we know that this is a conspiracy of the Jin Kingdom, we can't jump into it and be used by them. Kongwen hurriedly said, but today's opportunity is once in a blue moon. If we want to keep Zhang Sanfeng here again, I don't know how long it will take. Do you really think you can stop the two of them? Not far away, the monk who had been silent all this time suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted his breath. He sighed with lingering fear, the dense purple qi is really powerful. What are you? Xianxi's face instantly turned pale with fright. She quickly took out the Great Recover pill, the holy healing medicine of Shaolin Temple, and gave it to him. After taking the Recover pill, the monk's complexion finally improved a bit. He slowly opened his eyes. If it was just Zhang Sanfeng alone, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if I were to risk my own serious injuries and combine the strength of the entire temple, I would still be able to force him to stay. Unfortunately, there is still Song Qingshu. Although his martial arts is currently not as good as mine, the gap is already very small. If we really fight, I am afraid that tonight will be an unprecedented catastrophe for Shaolin Temple. Want? See? Book 1 Book K? A? Shu Cc is the one surnamed Song really so powerful? Xianxia looked at him in disbelief. The monk nodded slightly. For the next period of time I will be in seclusion to recuperate. Unless something big happens, don't disturb me. As for the other things, we will proceed according to our previous plan. After saying this, he slowly walked back to the sutra depository. Xianxia and the others behind him respectfully bowed and said, yes. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng and Song Qingshu had just left Shaolin Temple. Song Qingshu had been chattering along the way, but Zhang Sanfeng had not said a word. Finally, Song Qingshu finally noticed his abnormality. Great Master, what's wrong with you? Zhang Sanfeng leaned against a pine tree on the side of the road. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he hurriedly transferred his internal force into his body. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Sanfeng felt that the churning internal qi in his body had gradually calmed down. He could not help but sigh. I did not expect that there would be such a master in this world. If you had not warned me in advance, I am afraid that I would have suffered a great loss by going to Shaolin Temple without knowing anything. Great Master, is that monk really so powerful that even you are not his opponent? Song Qingshu turned pale with fright. During this period of time, he could be said to be in awe of Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation. If someone said that the monk's martial arts were higher than Zhang Sanfeng's, he would never believe it. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. The other party's internal injuries are not light. The reason why you lost this time was because Xianxia and the others sneak attacked me from behind. My mind was shaken, and I planned to exchange injury for injury to force the monk to retreat first. Song Qingshu's face was full of guilt. It's all my fault. If I had come down a little earlier, you would not have suffered such a serious injury. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said, how can you be blamed for this? Everything happened in a flash. It was you, Great Master, who was careless. You should not have easily competed with the monk's internal force. Who would have thought that Xianxia and the other monks would actually sigh? Song Qingshu snorted coldly, these Shaolin monks are full of fake compassion. I have observed their words and actions, and it seems that they are plotting something big. We must be careful in the future. Zhang Sanfeng deeply agreed, yes, I also feel that they seem to be plotting something. Leave these conspiracies to us juniors to worry about. Great Master, you should concentrate on pursuing the way of heaven. Song Qingshu continued, as for the whereabouts of my father and the others, this time let me investigate. Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly, that's good too. I'm afraid that you will have to return to Wudang to recuperate for a few months to recover from your internal injuries. Qingshu will first send Great Master back to Wudang, and then we will go to the Jin Kingdom to investigate. Song Qingshu was worried that Zhang Sanfeng might be in danger on the road due to his serious injuries. Zhang Sanfeng could see his worry at a glance, and could not help but laugh, Qingshu, you worry too much. Although I am injured, I am afraid that no one in this world can stop me if I want to protect myself. On the contrary, your father and the others, I am worried that as time passes, they may be in even more danger. There is no time to lose, you should go and save them first. But since the Jin Kingdom has deliberately designed such a trap, I am afraid that when the time comes, they will not easily let you return to Wudang. In the end, Song Qingshu still persuaded Zhang Sanfeng to first rest at the inn in the town at the foot of the mountain for a night, and help him heal his injuries. After a night of hard work, Zhang Sanfeng's injuries finally stabilized. Only then did Song Qingshu feel a little relieved. With Zhang Sanfeng's current condition, as long as he did not encounter a master like the sweeping monk, it was absolutely more than enough to protect himself. After seeing Zhang Sanfeng off, Song Qingshu began to think about how to find out the whereabouts of Song Yuanqiao and the others. According to the yellow-robed woman, this was the plan of some high officials of the Jin Kingdom. High officials? Song Qingshu was a little confused. He did not have much interaction with the Jin Kingdom, so the first person he thought of was Ouyang Feng. However, after being tricked by him a few times, he subconsciously became a little defensive and did not want to look for him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Mount Song was not far from Feng. At first glance, he knew that Madame Tang was a social butterfly among the nobles. He should be able to find some information from her. Kaifeng was not far from Mount Song. Song Qingshu used his qinggong to rush all the way and arrived at his destination in the evening. Go away, go away. Do you think the residence of the provincial governor is something you can break into? The guard at the door impatiently waved his hand. He was here every day to greet and see off guests, so he knew almost everyone who had a friendship with his master. Song Qingshu was a stranger to him, not to mention he was dressed like a Han, so the guard looked down on him even more. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly to himself. It was really easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with. A mere courtyard wall was not enough to stop him, but he was here to ask for help, so it was not good to be sneaky. Therefore, he decided to pay a visit to the other party openly. I really do know your madam. Handsome, look at my pure and innocent smile. Do I look like someone who would lie to others? Song Qingshu squeezed out a smile and said embarrassedly. The guard snorted, if you look like it, how can you lie to others? You Han people are the most cunning, I will not fall for your trick. Song Qingshu almost couldn't help but slap the guard to death. But as the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. No matter what, he and Madame Tang had a friendship. If he killed her subordinate the second time they met, it would be too unreasonable. But Song Qingshu had already tried countless methods, but the person in front of him was impervious to everything. This made him so angry that he even wanted to use a lion's roar to directly call out Madame Tang. In the end, Song Qingshu still stopped this tempting idea. He kept using Tiger Lei's words to convince himself, we must use virtue to win people over, use virtue to win people over. If you give this to your madam, she will naturally know who I am. Song Qingshu finally thought of a way. He took out a dagger and handed it over. This dagger was the chastity guard given to him by Madame Tang. Song Qingshu saw that this dagger was extremely sharp, so he always carried it with him in case of emergencies. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. This The guard's eyes immediately widened. There were several gems embedded on the dagger, and with a single glance, he could tell that it was an extremely precious item. Moreover, he also recognized that this dagger belonged to the Jurchen nobles. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this pretty boy really knew the madam? This young master, we are only doing our duty. I hope that young master does not mind. The guard immediately changed his expression. This lowly one will go find madam now. I will trouble young master to wait here for a moment. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. He didn't mind the man's flattery at all. Before the guard left, he smiled coldly and thought to himself, I am being polite to you now just in case. If madam doesn't recognize this thing, you will be in for a treat. Song Qingshu didn't pay attention to the guard's expression. The two of them weren't on the same level. Why would an elephant care about an ant's thoughts? After standing at the entrance for a short while, the door to the provincial governor's mansion opened and a group of people hurriedly came out to welcome them. The person in the lead was the incomparably charming Madame Tang. Young master, it really is you. Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, Madame Tang's expression immediately became excited. She immediately rushed over and held Song Qingshu's hand in her arms. I'm not dreaming, am I? Feeling the softness of the other's chest on the back of his hand, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a tall man standing next to her. He had bronze-colored muscles and a full beard. He wore a felt hat on his head and gave off a valiant aura. Song Qingshu was startled. Looking at this person's clothes and the aura he faintly exuded, he was definitely not a servant of the provincial governor's mansion. Could this be Madame Tang's husband, the provincial governor of the Chongyi army? Song Qingshu subconsciously withdrew his hands. Although he had always been absurd, taking advantage of someone else's husband in front of so many people was not something he could do. Sensing Song Qingshu's actions, Madame Tang's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. She looked at him with hidden bitterness. Young master, why are you acting so distant with me? You're quite bold. How dare you act so frivolously in front of your husband? Song Qingshu cursed inwardly, but a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Madam, is this the provincial governor? Madame Tang was startled at first, but then she realized what Song Qingshu was worried about. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Young master is worrying too much. He is not my husband, but my older brother. He is currently the left deputy inspector of the palace, Tang Quebian. Left deputy inspector of the palace? Song Qingshu was shocked. The Jin kingdom and the Manchurian Qing kingdom were brotherly countries. He had stayed in the Manchurian Qing kingdom for a long time and had heard a little about the Jin kingdom's situation. This position was in charge of the imperial palace's guards. It was a very important position. However, Song Qingshu soon had a strange expression on his face. Why were these two siblings so different? The younger sister was beautiful and charming, while the older brother was burly and rough. How were they brother and sister? The world was so big, and there were so many strange things. This must be the savior my sister has always mentioned. Today, I finally get to see him in person. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. Tang Quebian laughed heartily. However, Song Qingshu could detect a trace of disdain in his eyes. Sigh, being too handsome is also a kind of burden. Song Qingshu secretly complained. This Tang Quebian obviously thought of him as a pretty boy, thinking that his sister was looking for him. He thought that Madame Tang was purposely boasting in front of him for the sake of her lover. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He couldn't possibly run over to him and tell him that he could probably knock him down to the ground with a single slap. Come on, let's talk inside. Madame Tang grabbed Song Qingshu's hand and walked into the mansion. She didn't know that she had only been affected by Song Qingshu's soul-shifting technique last time, and that the two of them hadn't done anything. However, Zhao Min had sacrificed herself last time, so when Madame Tang thought back on that night, it was a beautiful night. It was just that in her memory, the other party was Song Qingshu. The next day, Song Qingshu left without saying goodbye, which made her resentful for a long time. Now that they were finally reunited, she was afraid that he would leave again, so she held on to him tightly. In front of her brother, Song Qingshu wasn't as open as she was. He found an opportunity to quietly ask Madame Tang, "Your husband?" Madame Tang smiled charmingly and glanced at him. She said flirtatiously, "Don't worry, he won't be home for a few days." Her charming little eyes made Song Qingshu's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, what a vixen. When Song Qingshu arrived, the two siblings were preparing to start the banquet. Now that the banquet was ready, they didn't need to prepare anything else. The siblings dragged Song Qingshu to the table. In front of Tang Quebian, Song Qingshu was thinking about how to find a chance to secretly ask Madame Tang about Song Yuanqiao and the others' whereabouts when the siblings came to toast him. Madame Tang's face was coquettish, and when she toasted him, her pair of peach blossom eyes were about to ooze water. Song Qingshu could understand the relationship between the two. "But Tang Quebian, I'm not familiar with you. You're a burly black uncle, and yet you keep coming to toast him. What's going on?" Congratulations to Focus Lunatic for becoming the 1024th reader of this book, 1024. Did I expose something? As they toasted each other, Song Qingshu finally figured out what Tang Quebian was thinking. It turned out that Tang Quebian looked down on a pretty boy like him, but he didn't want to embarrass his sister, so he decided to get himself drunk. Prairie people are so simple-minded. Do you think you can hold more liquor than me just because you're a brute? Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. After the baptism of high-purity liquor in his previous life, drinking liquor from this world was a piece of cake. Tang Quebian's eyes flashed with admiration as he watched Song Qingshu gulp down a large bowl of liquor each time. He gradually grew fond of this pretty boy, but at the same time, his competitive spirit was aroused, so he opened his mouth and competed with Song Qingshu in drinking. Madame Tang knew that her brother loved to drink, so she didn't want to ruin his mood. She could only grumble inwardly, "It took me so long to reunite with young master. If young master dies drunk tonight, who am I going to talk to about my feelings?" Song Qingshu and Tang Quebian drank one bowl after another. After a long time, Song Qingshu felt like he was seeing stars, but Tang Quebian remained calm. Song Qingshu was shocked. What a heaven-defying capacity. With his strength, it wasn't difficult for him to secretly force the alcohol out of his body while drinking. But he was very confident in his capacity, so he didn't need to fake it. As the two of them drank, they began to appreciate each other, and Song Qingshu didn't want to lie to Tang Quebian. "Brother Tang Quez, alcohol tolerance, I'm really inferior to you," Song Qingshu stuttered. "Cooking a lamb and slaughtering a cow for fun, and drinking 300 cups of wine in one go. I used to think that was just a legend, but I didn't expect that. Brother Tang's alcohol tolerance is actually more than 300 cups. I admire you." Tang Quebian roared with laughter, causing the wine utensils on the table to tremble. Clearly, he was being sincere this time. "All these years, I've never met an opponent who can drink as much as you, Brother Song." "I was right, Brother Song, you're really a man of indomitable spirit." Hearing that the other party was also slurring his words, Song Qingshu was greatly relieved. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who was drunk. He wasn't any better. Suddenly, Tang Quebian stood up and staggered towards Song Qingshu. He put his hand on Song Qingshu's shoulder and said, "It's rare to see someone so congenial. Why don't we become sworn brothers? What do you think?" "Brothers?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. These ancient people were really too much. They just met once and they wanted to become sworn brothers. "What? Are you looking down on me?" Tang Quebian glared at her, looking annoyed. "Not at all. To become sworn brothers with Brother Tangqua, Song Mao couldn't ask for more. I'm just afraid that I'll be climbing up the social ladder." Song Qing smiled. Tang Quebian held an important position. If he could become friends with him, he would have a better chance of finding Song Yuanqiao and the others. "What do you mean climbing up the social ladder?" Tang Quebian knelt down first. "I, Tang Quebian, will become sworn brothers with Brother Song. We'll share prosperity and hardships for the rest of our lives. If one day I die, my property will be Brother Song's property, and my wife will be Brother Song's wife." He was tipsy and couldn't remember Song Qingshu's name. It wasn't convenient for him to ask him, so he just let it slide. Since Tang Qibian was about to swear an oath, he just had to remember it. Song Qingshu had a solemn expression on his face when he heard the last sentence. What the hell kind of oath was that? The property is one thing, but what about the wife? Song Qingshu broke out in a cold sweat. That's the most solemn oath in the Jin Kingdom, Mrs. Tang said with a smile. It means that the two parties who make the oath are willing to give up everything for each other. The most important things for us perfected ladies are our property and our wives. It shows how congenial my brother is with you. How can there be such an absurd oath in the world? Song Qingshu exclaimed. From Mrs. Tang's tone, it seemed that the oath had to be made by both of them at the same time. Mrs. Tang explained with a smile, young master, you may not know this, but the customs of us nomads are different from those of the Han. Due to natural and man-made disasters, population is the core resource of a tribe. The more people there are in a tribe, the more prosperous the tribe is. If someone dies in battle, the tribe will never allow his wife to be widowed like the Han. Instead, she will be forced to remarry and continue to have children. Later, it gradually became a custom that when the elder brother dies, the younger brother inherits the sister-in-law, and when the father dies, the son inherits the wife and concubines. Of course, the biological mother is an exception. Seeing the look of disbelief on Song Qingshu's face, Mrs. Tang continued, Wang Zhaojun, one of the four great beauties in the history of the Han people, experienced something like this. She married Xianxia Chanyu less than 2 years after she was married to the Xiongnu. Then she married Xianxia Chanyu's eldest son, Fu Zhilian Chanyu. They lived together for 11 years. Fu Zhilian Chanyu also died, and at the age of 33, Wang Zhaojun married Fu Zhilian's eldest son. Song Qingshu frowned and sighed. I only hate that I wasn't born in that era and couldn't save this poor woman. Humph. A heavy snort came from beside him. Tang Qi argued angrily, Song, I treat you with sincerity, but you make excuses here. Are you worried that my wife isn't beautiful enough, so you deliberately blackmail your wife? Ask my sister, in the entire Jin Kingdom, which woman is more beautiful than my wife? Brother, Prince Song is a Han, so it's normal that he isn't used to our customs, Mrs. Tang explained, then said to Song Qingshu, Prince Song, my brother is the emperor's son-in-law, and his wife, goodbye, is the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. There are countless people in the Jin Kingdom who want to be my brother's brother, but he has never agreed. Today, he took the initiative to make this request, so it's obvious that he is sincere. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. If he did not agree, he might offend these two siblings. At that time it would be impossible to find information about Song Yuanxiao and the others. However, Song Qingshu was not that generous to make such a vow. Suddenly, Song Qingshu had an idea. He pulled Mrs. Tang aside and whispered in her ear, Did you tell your brother my real name? Mrs. Tang shook her head subconsciously. You are a criminal of the Qin Kingdom, how could I dare to tell him your real identity? I told him that your name is Song Siming. I thought that since you are fighting against the Qing and restoring the Ming, you wouldn't mind giving yourself such a name. After saying this, she looked at him worriedly. She had heard that Han people cared the most about their bodies, hair, skin, names, and ancestors. She didn't know if he would be angry if she changed his name on her own. Song Siming? Song Qingshu felt like 10,000 beasts were galloping through his heart. What kind of freaking name am I? Song Qingshu deliberately emphasized the 3 words Song Siming and said in his heart, Old Song, please help me solve the problem. Anyway, even if you die, Tang Qibian can't inherit Hai Zhao and the others. Reading? W? WW? 1. K? N? SH? U? CC Mrs. Tang had a strange expression on her face. How could she not know that there was something wrong with Song Qingshu's vow? But thinking of their relationship in the past, she hesitated and didn't expose him. She thought that this kind of vow was enough. How could it be so coincidental that one of them would die? Moreover, Mrs. Tang and her sister-in-law didn't get along well. Wanyan Jebi had secretly reminded Mrs. Tang several times to be a woman. Mrs. Tang had been unhappy for a long time. So at this moment, she had another thought in her mind, if something really happens to my brother and you're pressed under another man, let's see if you still have the face to laugh at me, Tang Qubian didn't know that his own sister had sold him out. When he heard Song Qingshu finally vow, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Good brother, let's continue drinking. Ah? Song Qingshu immediately frowned. This guy was a bit too good at drinking. Mrs. Tang covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, my brother loves drinking the most in his life. But he can't drink because he has to guard the palace. He's been craving for it. It's rare for him to have a vacation. Of course he won't let go of such a good opportunity. Song Qingshu had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink with him. In the end, he was so drunk that he couldn't even walk steadily. Reading? W? WW? 1. CC Mrs. Tang saw that the two of them were about to fall and quickly stopped the banquet. She ordered the maids to help Tang Qubian back to his room, and she personally helped Song Qingshu back to his room. Most of his weight was on Mrs. Tang. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Madam, why is your body so soft? Madam Tang glanced at him charmingly. It's not like you haven't touched my body before. I really didn't, Song Qingshu said honestly, thinking that it was Zhao Min who had sex with you that night, not me. Mrs. Tang's face was full of resentment. Young master is so heartless. I've been thinking about you day and night, but young master can't even remember this. Song Qingshu's body was already swaying from drinking too much wine. With Madame Tang's low frown and faint smile, most of his body became limp. After the smell of alcohol rose, his hands also began to become dishonest. Soon, Madame Tang's cheeks turned red and her breathing became rapid. She pleaded in a low voice, Young master, don't do it here. There are too many people in the matter. If my husband hears about it, it won't be good. Song Qingshu had no intention of letting go. Instead, he said unscrupulously, Wuji, so what if he knows? What can a mere Chongyi military governor do to me? Song Qingshu didn't have any tender feelings for this noble lady. What he had was pure love. Therefore, as he spoke, joyful Xianxia slowly entered her body from his fingertips. Reading a book? W1? K? Angshu CC and Madame Tang's red lips opened slightly, and she let out a soft moan that even she was ashamed to hear. She felt a warm flow slowly flowing out from the depths of her body. Her cheeks became even hotter. She murmured, Young master, I'll come to you secretly later. What are you afraid of? Song Qingshu snorted. Amidst Mrs. Tang's exclamation, he carried her in his arms and walked to his room. Along the way, she saw the shocked and inexplicable gazes of the servants. Madame Tang was about to die of embarrassment. However, being held in Song Qingshu's arms and surrounded by his masculine aura made her heart throb inexplicably. If I die, then I die. Madame Tang bit her lip lightly and buried her head in Song Qingshu's arms, allowing him to openly carry her back to the bedroom. Young master, you're so bad. You're obviously not drunk, but you just had to let me hold you. Madame Tang suddenly sobered up and couldn't help but pout coquettishly. Song Qingshu took a deep breath of Madame Tang's body and said with a smile, I was drunk, but with such a stunning beauty as Madame accompanying me, if I didn't wake up, wouldn't it be too unromantic? Madame Tang laughed happily, young master's mouth is so sweet. Madam, do you want to try it? Song Qingshu sat down against the side of the bed and took advantage of the situation to put her on his lap. Feeling her plump and firm buttocks, he couldn't help but secretly praise. Madame Tang put her hands on his neck and looked into Song Qingshu's deep eyes. Her eyes began to become blurred. She subconsciously bit her lip and whispered, yes, her pearly white teeth and bright red lips were intertwined, creating a strange sense of beauty. Song Qingshu lifted her smooth chin and said with a smile that was not a smile, I've drunk too much wine and my body is hot. I'll have to trouble Madame to help me take off my clothes. Madame Tang nodded and snorted as she undressed him, I'm not even this gentle to my husband. Song Qingshu said with a smile, that's because your husband doesn't have the ability to subdue a peerless beauty like you. Young master, don't make fun of me. Her fingers touched Song Qingshu's strong chest, and Madame Tang's slender snow-white neck was unconsciously dyed with a layer of red. She couldn't help but exclaim, young master looks so gentle, but I didn't expect his muscles to be so hard. Why, madam, you don't like it? Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. No, I like strong men. Madame Tang snorted, and her red lips moved closer. Song Qingshu's hands had unknowingly reached into her loose robe, and the feeling of not being able to control it made him sigh. Madam, I guess your husband should be very thin. Madame Tang looked at him in confusion. Young master, why do you think so? Song Qingshu said with an evil smile, with such a beautiful wife with a superb figure, my husband must be infatuated with her, and he must be tired and thin. I hate you, young master, you only know how to make fun of me. Madame Tang pouted and couldn't help but punch him. Seeing Mrs. Tang suddenly reveal her girly side, Song Qingshu could no longer hold himself back. He tore off her belt, revealing a pair of snow-white long legs, and pressed his entire body heavily on top of her. Madame Tang let out a satisfied grunt. The heavy pressure of the man made her body tremble inexplicably. Song Qingshu took advantage of the fact that he was sober, and he didn't have any pity for this noble woman, so from the beginning to the end, he was the most primitive and barbaric collision, wantonly releasing the heat in his body. Madame Tang couldn't help but frown and secretly sigh in her heart. No matter how gentle a man looked, he was a beast when he took off his clothes. However, her trace of displeasure was quickly replaced by a tidal wave of trembling. Her slender and delicate neck was like a swan, raised high, and finally turned into a burst of soul-stirring cries. The next morning, when Song Qingshu got up, he touched the quilt beside him. The beauty was gone, and he couldn't help but feel a little lost. Thinking of last night's pleasure, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. He hadn't felt so refreshed in a long time. Mrs. Tang was not only delicate, but also plump and juicy. She was indeed a woman among women. She was the best weapon in combat. He didn't know what her husband was thinking. He was not there twice, leaving such a charming wife at home alone in the bed. As the saying goes, capable people do more work, so he had to work harder to irrigate the family's fertile land for him. Song Qingshu, pay attention to your moral integrity. Song Qingshu muttered to himself. When he thought about how he had used a rich lady as a toilet bowl last night, he felt a little embarrassed. Squeak dollar, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a graceful figure came in with a basin of water. Seeing Song Qingshu sitting on the bed and looking at her, she, who had been a wife for many years, had the shyness of a young girl. Young master, I'm here to help you get up. Mrs. Tang was wearing a close-fitting silk dress today, which vividly outlined her plump and graceful body. There was a faint blush on her charming face. Even Song Qingshu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had to admit that the woman in front of him was really of the highest quality. When she walked to the side of the bed and bent down to put the basin of water down, her snow-white chest was faintly dotted with many bright red love bites. Song Qingshu's heart warmed when he saw this. These were all his illustrious battle achievements. Noticing Song Qingshu's eyes, Mrs. Tang looked down and couldn't help but say, young master treated me like that last night. How can I face people today? Song Qingshu suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You went out early in the morning, changed your clothes, and came back with water. I don't know how many people you've seen, but you don't seem embarrassed at all. Mrs. Tang wrung the towel and said to Song Qingshu with a smile, young master, it's time to get up. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Madam, the way you wake me up is not right. Ah, how else? Mrs. Tang looked at him with a puzzled face. Song Qingshu waved his hand, motioned for her to bend down, and whispered in her ear, like this. Mrs. Tang's face suddenly turned red. She glared at him and said, I didn't expect young master to be such a person. We Han people have a saying, a guest feels at home. Since I have come to Madam's place as a guest, of course Madam has to satisfy my request to the best of her ability. Song Qingshu's skin had long been trained to be thicker than the city walls, so he replied confidently. I'm really scared of you. You're simply a devil incarnate. Mrs. Tang tucked her hair behind her ears and bent down to get into Song Qingshu's bed. Hiss. Soon, Song Qingshu's face showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. His fingers gently rubbed Mrs. Tang's plump buttocks, and he said leisurely, yes, this is the right posture to wake a man up. After some time, Mrs. Tang suddenly coughed violently and quickly got out of the bed. She looked at Song Qingshu bitterly and said, oh, *#yen. Song Qingshu smiled and reached out his finger to hook her chin. He gently touched it. Mrs. Tang's throat slid down, and the sound of swallowing suddenly sounded in the room. "Madam, I can't refuse your kindness." "Song Mao will get up now." Song Qingshu nodded with satisfaction. Mrs. Tang hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but glare at him. However, looking at the handsome and resolute man in front of her, she found that she was not angry at all. "Take your time. I've been here for a while. I have to go see my brother's situation first." Then, without waiting for Song Qingshu to answer, Mrs. Tang walked out. However, her hurried steps showed that she was extremely flustered. Obviously, she was afraid that if she continued to stay here, Song Qingshu would have some absurd request. Looking at Mrs. Tang's swaying figure, Song Qingshu was amazed. "She's so feminine." After washing up, Song Qingshu walked into the courtyard and found that Mrs. Tang had returned gloomily. He couldn't help but smile. "It seems that Madam still cares about me. Why hasn't your brother gotten up yet?" Mrs. Tang pursed her red lips. "I went to wake him up, but he kicked me out. He even told me not to disturb him today. He wants to have a good sleep." "Humph, he still boasted that he won't get drunk. Last night, you both drank so much. In the end, you were like a tiger torturing him all night. In the morning, you were still refreshed, but he was drunk like a dead man. Humph, when he sobers up, I'll make fun of him. Let's see if he will still boast about his alcohol tolerance in front of me. Brother Ling's alcohol tolerance is indeed astonishing. If I hadn't sweated all over Madam's body last night and dissipated the alcohol, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much different from Brother Ling this morning," Song Qingshu said as his gaze moved back and forth over her body. "Young master, you're so bad." Mrs. Tang couldn't help but punch him. After playing around for a while, Mrs. Tang tidied up her messy hair and slightly wrinkled dress. With a red face, she said, "Young master, it's rare for you to come to Kaifeng City. Let me do my duty as a host and accompany you on a tour of this ancient city." Song Qingshu was looking for an opportunity to ask her about Song Yuanqiao and the others. When he heard this, he said, "I couldn't ask for more." The two of them walked together, and it could be seen that Mrs. Tang was in high spirits. She was like a little girl, bumping into things here and there. Her beauty naturally caused a lot of commotion, but when people saw the warriors following behind her, no one would be so stupid as to cause trouble. Song Qingshu saw everything and secretly rejoiced. Before they left, Mrs. Tang didn't want to bring any guards with her. She thought that he would be enough to protect her, but the guards didn't know Song Qingshu's background and didn't dare to let the mistress go out like this. When the two sides were in a deadlock, it was Song Qingshu who made the decision to let the guards follow her. After all, although he could protect Mrs. Tang's beauty attracted bees and butterflies. It was inevitable that she would run into some small thieves along the way. If he had to deal with all of them himself, it would be too troublesome. At least bringing these guards could prevent trouble before it happened. "By the way, your brother has the heavy responsibility of guarding the palace. Why did he come to Kaifeng City?" Song Qingshu pretended to ask casually. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Tang Quobian's appearance here at this time had something to do with the disappearance of the Wu-Tang heroes. "I'm not too sure about that. I think I heard him mention that although this trip is nominally a vacation, he has something important to do in secret." Mrs. Tang picked up a stick of candied hawthorn from a roadside vendor's stall. Obviously, she was more focused on whether it tasted good or not. She didn't realize that Song Qingshu was trying to get information out of her. Song Qingshu didn't ask again to avoid arousing her suspicion. He just thought about what she had just said thoughtfully. "Rong-er, what are you looking at?" In an inn not far away, a man wearing a bamboo hat came to the window and looked curiously at his beautiful wife. The woman standing by the window had a graceful figure. Her breasts were full and tall, and her waist was slender and soft. There was not a trace of excess fat on her body. She stood there naturally, and her plump and firm buttocks were raised in a perfect curve. Any man who looked at her from behind could not help but feel a primal impulse in the depths of his body. The woman was in her early 30s, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She was a young married woman. Although she was wearing a plain dress, it could not hide her stunning beauty. If someone saw her, they would definitely be able to tell at a glance that she had deliberately dressed like this to disguise herself. Rong what are you looking at? The man who spoke was wearing a bamboo hat. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a broad chest, and a straight waist. He was about 40 years old, and he had a slight mustache on his upper lip. He was the world-famous hero of Xianxia, Guojing. The woman by the window was naturally the famous Huang Rong. Hearing her husband's question, she subconsciously withdrew her gaze and lowered the window. She shook her head and said, "Nothing much. I'm just observing the customs of Kaifeng." As she said this, she glanced at Song Qingshu and Mrs. Tang in the distance. She snorted inwardly, he really is a greedy and lecherous man. Every time I see him, there are different stunning beauties by his side. How infuriating. Huang Rong was suddenly shocked. Why am I angry? Could it be that impossible? Huang Rong hurriedly hinted that it was because she wanted to marry Fu to him, and she was worried that Fu would not have a good life in the future. Thinking of this, Huang Rong finally calmed down a little. However, there was still a question in the depths of her heart that she did not dare to ask. Why did she subconsciously lie to brother Jing? The careless Guo Jing did not notice his wife's abnormality. Instead, he said to himself, Rong this time we are going to assassinate Tang Qibian. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. I don't know how many of our brothers will die tonight. Huang Rong finally came to her senses. This time, we have a high chance of success. Brother Jing, don't worry too much. I hope so. Guo Jing nodded. But even if there is a slim chance of survival, I have to do it even though I know it's impossible. According to the information sent back by the spies, the Jing kingdom was planning to invade the south. He's very powerful. His status is illustrious and he's a staunch supporter of war. As long as we get rid of him, the Jing kingdom's supporters of peace will gain the upper hand. At that time, the people of the Song kingdom will be spared from suffering. Huang Rong frowned and said, Brother Jing, I feel that there's something fishy about this incident. We seem to have gotten the intelligence from the Jing kingdom too easily. Furthermore, it seems that Tang Qibian wasn't prepared at all. The Jing kingdom is treacherous, and there are many Han people in their territory who are still loyal to their country. With their help, it's not surprising that we can find information about the internal affairs of the Jing kingdom. Rong don't think too much about it. Rest well, we have a big battle tonight. Guo Jing finished speaking and went to the side to meditate. Yes. Huang Rong nodded and subconsciously opened the window. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Song Qingshu on the street. The beautiful young woman leaned against the window, looking lost and disappointed. Unknowingly, Song Qingshu and Tang Foren had already visited many scenic spots. Tang Foren felt a little tired, so she found a seat in a tea house by the river and sat down. After the accompanying guards drove away the miscellaneous people, they spread out to guard the surroundings. It's our fault for disturbing the mood of these people. Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing as he looked at the people who left in a hurry. I don't want anyone to disturb our private time, Madame Tang said coquettishly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He quietly reached out and grabbed Madame Tang's little hand. Thank you for your kindness, Madame. Mrs. Tang subconsciously glanced at the guards around her. Seeing that no one noticed their little movements, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, You seem to be very afraid of these guards? Madame Tang looked embarrassed. I'm not afraid. Although these guards are all my people, it's inevitable that some of them can't resist various temptations and are bought over by my husband. It's not good for him to hear about this. The more she said this, the more interested Song Qingshu became. I remember you mentioned last time that you were bullied by a big shot, and your husband didn't even dare to let out a fart. Since he's been cuckolded once, I'm sure he'll be able to accept another one. This is not the same. Madame Tang's expression darkened. My husband let me be bullied. On one hand, that person is extremely powerful, but more importantly, he seems to have something that he needs that person to complete. That's why he's letting him do as he pleases. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He urgently needed to inquire about the high-level officials of the Jing kingdom, so he took the opportunity to ask, Madam, last time I asked you about that man's identity, you didn't tell me. Now that we are so close, are you still not willing to tell me? Feeling Song Qingshu's fingers gently stroking her palm, Madame Tang blushed. I don't want to tell you for your own good. If you know some things, I'm afraid it will bring you big trouble. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. I think you have heard a lot of rumors about Song Mao. Although my martial arts are not the best in the world, I can beat anyone I want. What's more, I have tens of thousands of elite soldiers under my command and control thousands of miles of territory. I'm very curious, whose name in this world can I not even hear? You know that's not what I mean. Madame Tang hurriedly said. Seeing Madame Tang's conflicted expression, Song Qingshu continued, I'm not like your husband who let his woman be bullied. Just tell me the man's name, and I'll take care of him for you. I can't share your wife with another man. But... Madame Tang still looked hesitant. Song Qingshu's face suddenly darkened. What, you don't want to part with that man? No, no. Madame Tang hurriedly waved her hand and then looked at him with a blushing face. Last night, thanks to your pity, I realized that I have lived the first half of my life in vain. How could I put other men in my eyes? Although you are modest that your martial arts are not the best in the world, in my opinion, your skills in bed are absolutely the best in the world. Being affirmed by an experienced and mature woman, Song Qingshu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Madame's little mouth is really sweet. Madame Tang smiled charmingly. Since you want to know who that man is, I will tell you. He is the second son of the Liao king, Wanyan Zonggan. He is now the hailing king, Wanyan Liang. It's him? Thinking of the Jin Kingdom's prince in the inn where he had met Xiao Long Nu, Song Qingshu thought about it. End of this chapter. Mrs. Tang continued, I hope young master won't think about killing him. Firstly, he has many experts around him, and it's too dangerous for young master to assassinate him. Secondly, in the eyes of some people, Tang Qua's family has already marked him as a traitor. If he dies, our political enemies will definitely take the opportunity to purge our family. I don't want to see that happen. Song Qingshu frowned. Song Mao doesn't have the habit of sharing women with other men. Madame Tang smiled sweetly, young master, you don't have to worry about that. That person has many beauties by his side, and I'm so far away from the capital. He won't even have the chance to touch my body. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still unhappy, Madame Tang took his hand and said coquettishly, young master, please have some confidence in me. Young master is a man among men. After being favored by young master, how could I like another man? Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that Madame's husband has returned home and Madame doesn't allow him to touch her? Madame Tang's eyes were like silk as she whispered, if young master doesn't allow it, I won't let him touch it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, I suddenly feel that your husband is really pitiful. Madame Tang giggled and said, who asked him to not be as capable as young master? Song Qingshu was enraged by her coquettish appearance. Pulling her along, he walked to a nearby inn. Mrs. Tang was startled at first, but after she understood what the other party was thinking, she couldn't help giggling foolishly. Looking guiltily at the guards behind her, Mrs. Tang knew that a few of them were her husband's trusted aides. But now that things had come to this, she couldn't be bothered to care so much. In the end, who asked him to be so incompetent? Yeah. Guojing and Huang Rong, who were resting and meditating, opened their eyes at the same time. The woman's tender moans from next door made their hearts jump. How could they calm down? How shameless! Hearing the high-pitched voice of the woman next door, Huang Rong blushed and couldn't help but spit. She could tell that the woman was extremely happy right now and didn't even want to suppress herself. Guojing was also aroused by the seductive voice of the woman next door. His eyes turned red as he looked at his beautiful wife. Huang Rong also noticed the desire in her husband's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Brother Jing had been focusing on guarding Xianxia City all these years, and the number of times they had been intimate could be counted on one hand. Thinking about it carefully, Brother Jing had not touched her for almost a year. Could it be that Brother Jing wants to? If it was in the past, Huang Rong would definitely be filled with joy and anticipation. But now, for some reason, she suddenly felt a little hesitant. Guojing was, after all, a hero of his generation. He knew how important tonight's mission was. He couldn't afford to waste his energy at this critical juncture. Finally, his reason overcame his desire. He got up and said, Rong let's go out and relax. Huang Rong shook her head. Brother Jing, you should go. My identity might be exposed if I go out. Unlike Gu Jing, who had a common face that would not attract attention in a crowd, Huang Rong's peerless beauty could not hide her charm even if she was dressed like a peasant woman. If she met some lecherous playboys on the street, it would inevitably cause trouble. They were in the territory of the Jin kingdom, and if anything happened, their plan might fail. Gu Jing also understood this, so he didn't try to persuade Huang Rong when she refused. The noise from next door was getting louder and louder. As a gentleman, Gu Jing couldn't stay in the room any longer. He said, Rong I have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Then he left in a hurry. After Gu Jing left, Huang Rong found 2 balls of cotton to plug her ears. It was inevitable that she was bored to death. Suddenly, she had an idea. Humph, I want to see what this shameless couple looks like. How dare they do it in broad daylight? As the daughter of the Eastern heretic, she had been mischievous since she was a child. It was only after she married Gu Jing that she became more restrained. Now that Gu Jing had left, she started to have the idea of peeping. Outside the door, Huang Rong suddenly found that there were a few guards at each entrance of the corridor. They were staring at everyone with unkind faces. She suddenly realized that no one cared about the 2 people next door even though they were having an intense fight. It turned out that someone was guarding outside and taking all the trouble for them. Because the guards' attention was all outside, Huang Rong, who was next door, escaped their surveillance. She quietly went to a hidden window and found that the noise was getting more and more obvious. The woman's singing voice was mixed with the sound of water. As someone who had been through it, how could Huang Rong not know what that sound was? Her face quickly turned as red as an apple. Seeing that there was no one around, Huang Rong hurriedly licked her fingers, then gently poked a hole in the window. Looking through the hole, the first thing that came into view was the clothes scattered on the ground. Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. Her gaze continued to move up, and what she saw was a pair of snow-white slender legs raised high in the air. A burly man was pressing down on the woman's body, wantonly galloping. The woman's snow-white body and the man's masculine skin unexpectedly formed a harmonious picture. That strong body and that unique sense of rhythm made Huang Rong's heart beat wildly. Just as she was about to leave, the man inside seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and stared at the window Huang Rong was at. Who is it? Huang Rong was shocked. She hurriedly used her qinggong and ran back to her room. She leaned against the door, her full chest rising and falling rapidly. After a long time, seeing that the other party didn't chase after her, Huang Rong finally let out a sigh of relief. However, her previous nervousness was quickly replaced by a wave of shame and anger. Song Qingshu, you bastard! In the room next door, a snow-white arm quickly hooked around Song Qingshu's neck. Young master, who is it? I don't know. Maybe it's a little thief from somewhere. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At that moment, he didn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Don't worry about that nonsense. I still want it. Madame Tang clamped her legs together and wrapped them around the man's waist. Madame is so kind. Song Mao will respectfully accept. At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the mind to care about anything else. His whole body pressed down heavily. On the way back to the provincial governor's mansion from the inn, Madame Tang changed her previous apprehension. She held onto Song Qingshu's arm and leaned against him as if she didn't have any bones. Looking at this beautiful woman's gentle appearance, a great sense of satisfaction rose in Song Qingshu's heart. Love really had to be done. Young master, do you want to ask about something? The two were affectionate on the way when Madame Tang suddenly asked in a small voice. Song Qingshu was surprised, but he quickly understood. Madame Tang was a noble young lady who usually mingled with men. She definitely had this little bit of insight. He had tried to beat around the bush several times before, so it was inevitable that he would reveal some traces. Swordsman Song. Mrs. Tang frowned and seemed to be thinking, but finally shook her head. Master, I've been away from the capital for a long time, and I'm not as well informed as before. I haven't heard anything about Swordsman Song. Well, I'll go back and ask my brother about it. Song Qingshu also thought that Tang Qibian was more likely to know, but he was a little worried when he heard that Mrs. Tang was going to inquire about it. won't this arouse his suspicion? Mrs. Tang smiled and said, don't worry. I don't have any other skills, but it's a piece of cake for me to deal with men. Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He thought, that man is your brother. Are you going to deal with him like how you usually deal with men? Seeing that he was still worried, Mrs. Tang continued, don't worry too much. What's more, you have become brothers of the opposite sex. Even if he knows, it's not a big deal. Young master's father is his father, and he has the responsibility to save you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, as the saying goes, everyone has their own master. I don't want to make things difficult for him, so I'd better hide it from him. You're really a gentleman. Mrs. Tang couldn't help but sigh. But she quickly thought of his tricks in bed and couldn't help blushing. She added to herself, just a lecherous gentleman. The two of them strolled around outside for half a day, and then spent the rest of the day fooling around in the inn. By the time they returned to the mansion, the sky had gradually darkened. Tang Quobian had already woken up. He was not surprised to see the two of them walking in so intimately. Instead, he patted Song Qingshu's shoulder and said with a smile, brother, not bad. You've managed to get your hands on such a beautiful girl so quickly. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. After all, Mrs. Tang was a married woman. Tang Quobian saw his uneasiness and couldn't help but smile, brother, don't think too much. I really want you to be my brother-in-law. I've always disliked that Wu Dai. The Wu Dai that Tang Quobian mentioned was the current Chongyi army commander of the Jin Kingdom and Mrs. Tang's husband. Mrs. Tang couldn't help but say, big brother, you're teasing me again. The three of them chatted happily, and soon, it was time for the banquet. Perhaps it was because Song Qingshu looked normal after a long day of drinking, but Tang Quobian felt embarrassed, so he started a drinking contest with Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he thought that it would be more convenient for Mrs. Tang to take the opportunity to get information when the other party was drunk, so he didn't refuse. However, even though they had drunk a lot, they still couldn't get any useful information out of Tang Quobian. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel shocked. There were two possibilities in this situation. One, Tang Quobian really didn't know anything, and the other, he wasn't as rough as he looked, and could keep his mouth shut even when he was drunk. Song Qingshu began to feel depressed that he couldn't get any information from Tang Qua. While drinking, one's alcohol tolerance was greatly affected by one's emotions. Not long after, Song Qingshu felt the world spinning around him. He knew that if he continued drinking, he would definitely faint, so he quickly admitted defeat to Tang Qua. Tang Quobian wasn't much better. Seeing that Song Qingshu admitted defeat, he was more than happy. He didn't make things difficult for him, and let Mrs. Tang help Song Qingshu back to his room to rest. After fighting with Mrs. Tang for a day and a night, Song Qingshu's stamina had been greatly depleted. Then, he spent the next 2 days debating and drinking with Tang Qua. When Song Qingshu returned to his room, he could no longer bear it and fell into a deep sleep. Mrs. Tang took off his clothes, shoes, and socks, and covered him with the quilt. Looking at the man sleeping soundly in front of her, she couldn't help but smile. You are usually so fierce in bed, but now you look quite cute. After a while, Mrs. Tang got up and returned to her room to rest. After all, she had been tortured for 2 nights, and her body was still weak. If Song Qingshu woke up later and took her while he was still drunk, she wouldn't be able to live. After the 3 masters had rested, the entire military governor's manor fell into a strange silence. In the darkness, a dozen or so black-clothed men stealthily snuck outside a secluded courtyard wall of the regional commander manor. The burly man in the lead whispered to the crowd, this time, if our attack does not succeed, immediately retreat far away. Do not continue fighting. Everyone's safety is the most important. Hirogwa, we understand. The men cupped their hands. The burly man turned to a small and slender figure in black and whispered, Ro-er, remember to follow me closely. Yes, Brother Jing. The voice of the person in black was clear and melodious. It was a woman. These people were the experts led by Guojing and Huang Rong. Let's go. Guojing made a hand signal and was the first to climb over the wall. The rest of the men followed him and quietly snuck in. They had planned this for a long time, so they naturally knew where Tang Qibian's room was. Like a night owl, Guojing silently appeared behind the guards at the door and killed them before they could react. You guys guard outside. Rong come with me to kill Tang Qibian. Guojing arranged everything, then snuck into the room with Huang Rong. The room reeked of alcohol, and Tang Qibian was snoring thunderously on the bed. Huang Rong couldn't help but show a hint of disgust. Letting him die in his sleep is too easy for that bastard. Guojing shook his head. Don't let things get out of hand. He then slammed his palm down on the chest of the man on the bed. With Guojing's 18 dragon subduing palms, the man on the bed had all his ribs broken, and it looked like he was going to die. But Guojing's expression changed. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Huang Rong's sharp eyes immediately saw that Guojing's palm was bleeding. It was pierced by a steel needle. Under the moonlight, she could see that the needle was glowing with a blue light. It was obviously coated with poison. Fortunately, Guojing had drunk the blood of a poisonous snake before, so he had a certain resistance to all poisons. Otherwise, the poison on the needle would have killed him instantly. At this time, the men who were stationed outside began to scream. Guojing's expression was solemn. He grabbed Huang Rong's arm and wanted to rush out. But just then, the wooden boards under the bed exploded, and a figure shot out from under the bed. Guojing was a veteran of hundreds of battles, so he didn't panic. He hastily turned around to block his opponent. The two of them exchanged several palms. Because of the injury on his hand, Guojing's palm strength was at a disadvantage, and he was forced to retreat a few steps before regaining his balance. Huang Rong quickly took out her dog beating stick and stood beside Guojing to protect him. Only then did she see the person in front of her. He had a high nose, deep eyes, and a brown beard. He was full of heroic spirit, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. Huang Rong couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh Yang Feng." Oh Yang Feng laughed maliciously. Thanks to you, my cour has died, and I've been crazy for more than 10 years. Today, I'll settle this debt with you and your wife. Huang Rong has appeared again. Do you think she'll be able to keep her chastity this time? Guojing and Huang Rong looked at each other. From the look in each other's eyes, they could tell that tonight would not be a good night. Hearing the shouts from outside the house gradually die down, Guojing knew that most of the experts accompanying them were in trouble. If they waited for Ouyang Feng's companions to come in and attack them from the front and back, in this narrow space, Guojing and his wife would most likely die on the spot. Very quickly, Guojing had an idea and shouted, "Watch this." Bending his left leg slightly, he drew a circle with his right palm and pushed it out. It was the 18 dragon subduing palm's arrogant dragon's regrets. He practiced this move day and night without rest. When he first learned it, it was already no small matter. In addition, after more than 10 years of hard work, he had already reached the point of perfection. When he first pushed it out, it seemed to be an understatement, but when he encountered resistance, he was able to add 13 streams of force in an instant. Each stream was stronger than the last, layer upon layer, and it was truly invincible and unstoppable. This was the wondrous state he had comprehended from the Nining manual. Even Hong Qigong didn't have such profound attainments with just this one move in the past. R/4all is identical to plus or minus Ouyang Feng was just about to attack Huang Rong when he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Although the wind was not strong, it was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. He knew something was wrong and quickly squatted down and pushed out his palms, using the toad membrane skill that he was most proud of. The 3 palms collided, and both of them trembled. Guojing increased the power of his palms, one after another, surging forward like a raging wave. Ouyang Feng's mouth gurgled and his body swayed as if he was going to fall at any moment. But the stronger Guojing's palm was, the stronger Ouyang Feng's counterattack was. At the sword meet of Mount Hua, Guojing was not Ouyang Feng's match, but after that he bravely advanced and his martial arts reached perfection. Although Ouyang Feng practiced the manual in reverse and had his own insights, in the end it was still better to be on the right side than on the other side. In this fight, Guojing's internal energy was actually slightly superior to his opponent's, but unfortunately his hand was injured and his body was poisoned. In this fight, he was actually gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Old poison, take this. Huang Rong was worried about her husband's safety and did not care about the rules of Jianghu. She lightly struck Ouyang Feng's shoulder with her palm. Although this palm strike was light, it was the Luoying Jianzhong skill. When it landed on the enemy's body, the internal energy would penetrate the enemy's internal organs. Even a first-rate master like Ouyang Feng would be injured. Ouyang Feng sneered and pushed out with his palms, forcing Wu Jing's attack back half a foot. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Huang Rong's shoulder with his fingers like hooks. He hated Huang Rong to the core and wanted to break one of her arms. The three of them were shocked when they saw this. Ouyang Feng felt a sharp pain in his fingertips and quickly loosened his grip. His face turned ugly and he said, "Soft hedgehog armor." After so many years, he had forgotten that Huang Rong had this kind of armor. Right at this moment, Gu Jing's palm arrived again. Ouyang Feng countered with his own palm. In this critical moment, both of them used their full strength. Bang, both of them retreated at the same time. Dust and sand flew everywhere, the walls collapsed and the house collapsed. Turned out the two of them had used their killer moves at the same time. In the darkness they could not see each other's silhouette clearly. The 18 dragon subduing palms and the toad stance's tremendous force unexpectedly struck each other's shoulders. The two of them broke through the wall and half of the roof collapsed. Huang Rong's shoulder was grabbed and although she was not injured, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She managed to get away just as the roof was about to collapse. She saw Ouyang Feng and Gu Jing standing half a foot away from each other, motionless. It was obvious that they had both suffered internal injuries. Huang Rong did not have time to attack the enemy and immediately stood by her husband's side to protect him. She saw the two of them close their eyes and circulate their qi. Suddenly they spat out a mouthful of blood. Ouyang Feng called out, "The 18 dragon subduing palms. Hey! Good fellow, good fellow. Mr. Ouyang, do you need help?" Suddenly a cold laugh came from not far away. Huang Rong raised her head and recognized the person was the iron palms on the water, Qiu Qianren. Next to him was an old man wearing a green monk's robe. Huang Rong did not know who he was, but from the way he stood there, she could tell that his internal energy was above Qiu Qianren's. But when Huang Rong saw the other person, a one-armed young man with a heavy sword on his back, she was shocked and angry. "Gua how dare you collude with the Jeans to harm your uncle Gua?" This one-armed young man was Yang Gua. Yang Gua looked hesitant, but he quickly calmed down and replied coldly, "The hatred of my father's death and the hatred of my severed arm, I must settle this." Gua Gu Jing couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment in his eyes. "You killed my father and severed his arm, isn't it a little too late to play the warm card?" A well-dressed young man walked out. His face was handsome and full of manly charm, but his eyes always carried a trace of gloominess that made people feel uncomfortable. Wan Yanliang? Song Jin was an enemy of the Jeans, so Gu Jing naturally knew about the important people of the Jeans. "That's me." Wan Yanliang smiled, but when his eyes fell on Huang Rong's beautiful face, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. "I've long heard that Chief Huang is a heavenly beauty. Now that I've seen you, you truly live up to your reputation." Huang Rong felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but give a cold humph. No matter how careless Gu Jing was, he could tell that Wan Yanliang had designs on his wife. He couldn't help but feel angry. "Ha ha ha, the Mongols have attacked Xianxia for so many years without any success. But in the end, Your Highness, you were able to easily capture Gu Jing and Huang Rong. This is a great humiliation to the Mongols." Tang Qubian flashed out from behind Wan Yanliang. His eyes were clear and he didn't look drunk at all. Seeing Tang Qubian's expression, Gu Jing couldn't help but sigh to Huang Rong. "Rong it's my fault for not taking your opinion seriously. This is indeed an excessive trap." Wan Yanliang smiled confidently and said, "It's too late to regret it now." Gu Jing shouted, "Do you really think you can trap us like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored his internal injuries and shot towards Wan Yanliang like a cannonball. He knew that the only way to survive was to capture the ringleader. Wan Yanliang's eyes flashed with panic and he hurriedly retreated. Qiu Qianren, who was standing to one side, had already predicted that Gu Jing would do this. He laughed evilly and attacked with his iron palm. Gu Jing didn't stop. He used his left palm to meet Qiu Qianren's palms. Qiu Qianren sneered inwardly, thinking that if we were to fight one-on-one, I really might not be a match for you. But now that you're injured and distracted, if you want to take my full force attack with a single palm, I'll take advantage of the situation and cripple your arm first. Qiu Qianren used all of his strength and slashed at Guojing's left palm. However, the scream that he expected didn't come. Instead, he felt as if all of his strength had hit nothing but air. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Thank you for your help, Mr. Qiu. Guojing let out a long shout and borrowed the strength of Qiu Qianren's attack. His speed doubled and he appeared in front of Wan Yanliang in a flash. Do you think that Guojing and Huang Rong will be able to escape? Just as Guojing's hand was about to grab Wan Yanliang's neck, the old man suddenly moved and attacked Guojing's wrist with his finger. The solitary sun finger? Guojing's eyes narrowed. He was a good friend of South Emperor Eating and knew how powerful the solitary sun finger was. He didn't dare to let the old man poke his acupoints, so he changed his stance and used his palm to block the finger. Even though the old man in the monk's robe knew that Guojing's 18 dragon subduing palms was very powerful, when their palms and fingers collided, the old man felt a faint pain in his fingertips. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. His solitary yang finger had not been trained to perfection. If he had been hit by Guojing's attack, his 2 fingers would have been crippled. He had no choice but to open his palm and use his family's secret technique to neutralize Guojing's surging palm strength. And for all. Plus or minus at. *p. Guojing was surprised to find that he couldn't control his palm strength and almost hurt himself a few times. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of martial arts is this? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he blurted out, the shifting stars. Noticing that Wan Yanliang and his companions were looking at him strangely, the old man's face turned green. He was the previous master of the Murong family, Murong Bo. He had disguised himself as Old Monk Li and sought refuge with Wan Yanliang because he wanted to fish in troubled waters. He hadn't used his real martial arts while he was with Wan Yanliang. The Murong family was very knowledgeable and had practiced the 72 ultimate techniques in the Shaolin Sutras depository. Therefore, he could use other martial arts with ease and didn't reveal any flaws from the beginning to the end. Who would have thought that in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he was forced by Guojing to the point where he could only use his family's secret technique to resolve the situation. Moreover, his identity was exposed by Guojing, causing all the effort he had put in to conceal his identity to go to waste. How could Murong Bo not be angry? While everyone's attention was on Guojing and Murong Bo, Huang Rong had already sneaked over and was waving the dog-beating stick at Wan Yanliang. Tang Qubian roared, drew his saber, and slashed at the bamboo stick in her hand. If it hit, the thin stick would break in half no matter how you looked at it. However, the most exquisite part of the dog-beating stick was the word skillful. In a flash, Huang Rong used the entanglement formula and lightly tapped on the opponent's saber. The bamboo stick coiled around the tree like a thin vine. No matter how thick the tree was, no matter how tall or straight it was, it would never be able to break free. Tang Qubian felt a strong force that he could not break free from. He felt extremely frustrated. Huang Rong did not stop. She used the tripping formula and Tang Qubian felt a force coming from his saber. He lost control and fell to the side. However, Tang Qubian was the head of the Imperial Guards after all. His martial arts might not be as good as the 5 masters, but he was by no means a weakling. He hurriedly circulated his energy to stabilize himself. However, the tripping formula was like the Yangtze River. It was continuous and did not allow the enemy any time to breathe. Although it was only a tripping formula, it contained a myriad of changes. Tang Qubian managed to block it twice, but in the end, he could not hold on and was tripped by the bamboo stick in Huang Rong's hand. Huang Rong hated Tang Qubian for being so cunning and putting her and her husband in danger. She showed no mercy and used the Zhuan formula. The bamboo stick turned into a green shadow and fiercely struck the enemy's major acupoints. These acupoints were located in the center of the back. If they were struck by the stick, they would either die or be seriously injured. Your Highness, save me. Tang Qubian turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked Wan Yanliang for help. But Wan Yanliang did not know whether he was powerless or did not hear him. He stood there like a wooden chicken and did not respond. Tang Qubian spat out a mouthful of blood when the bamboo stick struck his acupoints. Soon he was on the verge of death. Fortunately, Huang Rong was in a hurry to capture Wan Yanliang and did not take this opportunity to kill him. By this time Ouyang Feng had recovered. He looked at Guojing, who was with Morong Bo, and sneered inwardly, "You were hit by my toad stance and did not recover in time. You still dare to fight the enemy. Even if you manage to escape this time, you won't be able to recover without a few years of practice." Seeing Huang Rong's display of power, he could not help but let out a sinister laugh. His whole body moved and he attacked Huang Rong's back. Guojing had long been on guard against Ouyang Feng. Seeing this, he hastily stretched out his hand to block the attack. In the past, he had learned the left and right mutual combat technique from Zhou Badong. Therefore, for a short period of time, he was able to deal with two masters who were not inferior to him. Huang Rong and Guojing understood each other's thoughts and did not waste any more time. The bamboo stick in her hand went straight towards Wan Yanliang. It was the same Zhuan formula that she had used to injure Tang Qubian. Huang Rong's mind was clear and she did not know Wan Yanliang's background. She was worried that something might happen, so she decided to injure him first. Qiu Qianren also cried out in alarm, rushing over from afar, but was also stopped by Guojing, who was gritting his teeth. The three experts saw that Guojing was injured and poisoned, but he was still able to block the joint attack of three people at the same time, and they all secretly admired him. Just as the bamboo stick was about to hit Wan Yanliang, a dragon's roar suddenly came from beside Huang Rong. The bamboo stick in Huang Rong's hand instantly shattered. At the same time, she felt a strong force pushing her back. When she saw Yang Hua holding the heavy sword, Huang Rong secretly sighed. Her previous actions were all a gamble. She had seen Yang Hua fight at the Golden Snake meet and knew that his power was not below her brother Jing's. If he really stood on Wan Yanliang's side, she and her husband would not be able to escape today. However, when she thought about the entanglement between the Gua and Yang families, she decided to take a gamble. She bet that Yang Hua would hesitate, that he would stand by and watch. Unfortunately, Huang Rong had lost the gamble. Guojing, who had been concerned about the situation, had tears in his eyes. He had always treated Yang Hua as his own son. Now that he saw Yang Hua helping an outsider to deal with his wife and him, he could not help but feel sad. Because he was distracted, he was surrounded by danger under the simultaneous attacks of the three experts. Huang Rong knew that today would not be a good day. She was a decisive person and quickly said, "Yang Hua, your father Yang Kong died from the snake venom on my soft hedgehog armor. Your arm was lost because I didn't teach my daughter well. In short, everything is my fault and has nothing to do with your Uncle Gua. You know how your Uncle Gua treated you. He did not do anything wrong to you and your father. If you still have a conscience, then save your Uncle Gua. I will stay here and let you take revenge." Yang Gua's expression couldn't help but change. Deep in his heart, he really did respect Guojing. It was only because he couldn't live under the same sky as the death of his father that he became enemies with the two of them. If there really was a way to satisfy both sides, it wasn't impossible to consider it. Shut up. You and I are husband and wife. If anything happens, it should be me, the husband, who will bear the responsibility. Furthermore, Brother Yang's death was a coincidence, not. As soon as Guojing opened his mouth, his internal energy leaked out. The situation became even more dangerous. He had no choice but to shut his mouth and concentrate on dealing with the three experts in front of him. Ouyang Feng knew Yang Hua's personality very well. He knew that Yang Hua was tempted and shouted, "If you kill Huang Rong, do you think Guojing will let you go? You can only take this opportunity to get rid of both of them. Only then will you be able to avenge your father." Wan Yanliang opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Ouyang, please spare Madame Gua's life. I have a use for her." Furthermore, Wan Yanliang was a famous wife Khan in history. His TR index was on par with Genghis Khan's. There's a use for it. When everyone heard these words, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Wan Yanliang's subordinates all knew his character, and very quickly revealed an expression of as expected. Although Guojing and Huang Rong didn't know Wan Yanliang's character, the lustful aura that flowed out from his tone couldn't be concealed no matter what. Chuangrong's face turned red. She was the daughter of the Eastern heretic and her husband was the respected Guojing. She was also the leader of the beggar sect. Although she had met many lecherous men in the past few years, because of her status, those men could only bury their desires deep in their hearts. Huang Rong pretended not to know, but she had never been humiliated like this before. Guojing was also furious, but he knew that his opponent had the upper hand. He could not do anything even if he wanted to. He only had one thought left in his mind, I must not let Rong'er be defiled. Guojing suddenly roared and completely disregarded his own defense. He did not want to die together with his opponent. Ouyang Feng and the others had the upper hand and naturally did not want to be injured by Guojing's desperate struggle. They all retreated, so even though it was 3 against 1, Guojing still had the upper hand. Rong'er, go quickly. Huang Rong's face was red and her eyes were filled with tears. She clenched her teeth and said, Brother Jing, I will definitely come back to save you. As she said this, she used her lightness kung fu and ran outside. If it was any other time, Huang Rong would definitely stay and die with her husband. But Wan Yanliang was too shameless. Want? Look? Moreover, Wan Yanliang had too many experts under his command. Huang Rong was afraid that she would not even have the chance to kill herself. If she really stayed, she would not be able to escape the fate of being defiled. That would be too unfair to Brother Jing. So she could only run out while her husband was blocking the experts. Huang Rong was indeed a female Zhuge Liang. In such a dangerous situation, she was still able to think of a way to save her husband. When she said that she would come back to save Guojing, it was not for her husband, but for Wan Yanliang to hear. Since Wan Yanliang had such filthy thoughts about her, Huang Rong made full use of it. Hearing her words, Wan Yanliang would definitely not kill Guojing in order to lure her into his trap. As long as Guojing was able to survive, she would have a chance to save her husband. Stop her. Wan Yanliang was shocked and angry at the same time. He immediately ordered his men to capture Huang Rong. This did not mean that he had seen through Huang Rong's plan, but that he had seen his prey fly away. He was exasperated. Unfortunately, Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren, and Morong Bo were blocked by the arrogant Guojing and couldn't do anything. Although Yanghua could make a move, he still stood where he was and didn't move an inch. After all, even though he hated Huang Rong and her husband for killing his father, they still helped him in the past. How could he sit back and watch Huang Rong be humiliated by Wan Yanliang? However, even if they couldn't do anything, Wan Yanliang's subordinates were all top-notch warriors of the Jin kingdom. In order to surround Guojing and Huang Rong, it could be said that they had set up an inescapable trap. Huang Rong had just climbed over the wall when she was greeted by a rain of arrows. You want to watch? Books. Huang Rong used the beggar clan's free and unfettered roaming movement technique to the extreme to evade most of the arrows, but there were still a few that she was unable to evade. Huang Rong knew that if she was left behind, she and her husband would really be finished. So she gritted her teeth and rushed out even if she was seriously injured. Seeing that the arrows were about to hit her, a thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind, I wonder if the soft hedgehog armor can save my life. Just as she was about to resign herself to her fate, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground and held her in his arms. His other hand seemed to casually wave in the air, and all the fierce arrows instantly fell to the ground. Huang Rong raised her head and looked at the man holding her. Although he was wearing a mask, she could still see the familiar eyes and the sly smile on his face. If it wasn't Song Qingshu, who else could it be? As it turned out, although Song Qingshu was drunk, his internal energy was profound. When he heard the commotion in the courtyard, he immediately woke up. He first used his internal energy to force out the alcohol in his body, then he quietly rushed over and witnessed everything that had just happened. But when he arrived, Guojing was already injured. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingshu didn't show up. It was one thing for him to admire Guojing, but he and Guojing did not have any personal friendship. To ask him to take such a big risk to deal with so many experts with Guojing, he knew that he could not do it. After all, his life was no longer his own. His safety was related to the fate of tens of thousands of soldiers of the Golden Snake Battalion. Moreover, he was the object of many lovers' heartfelt concern. If he took the risk, it would be irresponsible to these people. Of course, he could still save Huang Rong in passing. Song Qingshu held Huang Rong with one hand and picked up a weapon with the other. Wherever he went, no one was his match. Huang Rong was secretly shocked. Although this little thief is greedy and lustful, his martial arts are really superb. Unconsciously, she thought of the two snow-white long legs she saw in the afternoon. Huang Rong couldn't help but blush, and she quickly spat in secret, "Bah, what time is it, and you're still thinking about these messy things?" The three experts were entangled by Guojing, and Yang Hua had the intention to let Huang Rong go. Soon, Song Qingshu broke out of the encirclement and used his lightness kung fu to disappear into the night. Wan Yanliang looked at Yang Hua with dissatisfaction, but he quickly adjusted his mood and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked in the direction where the two disappeared and sighed, "There are actually such experts in the world. I wonder who has come to visit." Ouyang Feng had witnessed the process of Song Qingshu rescuing Huang Rong. With his eyesight, he could naturally recognize him. But because he had a good relationship with Song Qingshu, he hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Tang Quebian, who was lying on the side, also recognized Song Qingshu. After all, Song Qingshu had covered his face in a hurry and hadn't changed his clothes. Tang Quebian and Song Qingshu had been drinking for a long time, so he could naturally recognize him. But now that he was seriously injured, and thinking about how Wan Yanliang had just stood by and watched, he couldn't help but be on guard. He wondered if Wan Yanliang was planning to use someone else to do his dirty work, because he was worried that Guojing and Huang Rong would see through him. Wan Yanliang and his men had been hiding in a courtyard next to the military governor's mansion. During this time, Wan Yanliang had forbidden his men from showing their faces because he didn't want to alert them. All the information had been secretly passed on by Tang Quebian's trusted aides. And for some reason, Tang Quebian kept the matter of Song Qingshu a secret, so Wan Yanliang didn't know about Song Qingshu's arrival. Now that Tang Quebian had begun to suspect Wan Yanliang, he naturally wouldn't mention it. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong sprinted all the way back to the military governor's mansion. Of course, they didn't return to the battlefield, but to his own residence. Seeing Huang Rong's shocked expression, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "The most dangerous place is the safest place." Thank you to Shidu33, 6666 DDDD, Shidu1 TV9, E Xiaomiao, BYF 5678, Second Brother E for their monthly votes. By the way, there were so many people who voted every day, but why didn't anyone join the VIP group? Zongheng VIP group, 3162895994 Zhongyue app reader group, 196988784 normal 2 group, 5244433728. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Huang Rong's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she quickly bowed to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu quickly helped her up and said, "Given our relationship, you don't have to be so polite." Huang Rong calmly withdrew her hands, but she was secretly angry. "You speak as if we have a shameful relationship." However, Huang Rong saw that his eyes were clear and knew that he had always spoken lightly. He did not mean to take advantage of her, so she quickly let it go. "Why did you end up in a siege tonight?" This was what Song Qingshu was most curious about. Why did they come to the Jin kingdom instead of staying in Shenyang? It's a long story. Huang Rong thought for a while and answered briefly. After the Mongols retreated, the Jin kingdom took the opportunity to occupy those territories. The beggar sect received news that the Jin kingdom intended to invade the south. The people of Shenyang finally managed to escape from the Mongols. Brother Jing did not want to see the war start again and cause the people to suffer. We found out that the leader of the Jin kingdom's warring faction, Tang Quebian, had left the capital, so we planned to assassinate him and stop the Jin kingdom from invading the south. Song Qingshu sighed and said, "Looking at the situation tonight, it seems that the Jin kingdom is luring the snake into the hole." "Ah, we were too careless." Huang Rong sighed and suddenly thought of something. She stood up and said, "Young Master Song, I know this is a bit too much, but I really don't have any other choice. Can I ask young master to help my husband? Hirogwa's righteousness reaches the clouds and everyone in the world respects him. Now that he's in danger, it's my duty to save him." "But..." Song Qingshu's expression became awkward. "Madam has seen the situation tonight. Wan Yanliang's subordinates are all as strong as Hirogwa. Even if I were to risk my life to save him, I would only be throwing my life away." Huang Rong knew that he was telling the truth. Her face paled and she sat down on the bench in a daze. Her hair was a mess and she muttered to herself, if Jing Gich dies, I don't want to live anymore. Seeing Huang Rong like this, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, I'll cut to the chase. Although Hirogwa is famous, we're not friends. I can't risk my life to save him. However, Madam and I are fated. I don't want to see Madam so sad. For Madam's sake, I can give it a try. Really? Hearing that Song Qingshu agreed to help, Huang Rong suddenly jumped up and grabbed Song Qingshu's wrist. A pair of beautiful eyes blossomed with an astonishing expression. Hey, Madam is really heartless. You only have your husband in your heart. Don't you care about me, your friend? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel depressed. Huang Rong then realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly let go of his hand and tidied up the messy hair on her face. She said apologetically, I know that this matter is very difficult for young master, but I can't let young master risk his life for nothing. How about this, as long as young master can save my husband, I can satisfy any of your requests. Any requests? Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Women should be careful when making such a promise, especially a beautiful woman like Madam. Huang Rong was flustered by the look in his eyes, but she still braced herself and said, I mean what I say. After spending so much time with Song Qingshu, Huang Rong was very clear about his lascivious nature. She could also read the hidden meaning in his eyes when he occasionally looked at her. However, she made this promise not because she really wanted to repay him with her body. Huang Rong was a very smart woman. She was very clear about her advantages and knew how to use them. In the early years, she used her beauty to play around with Ouyang Ku. This was one of the things she was most proud of. However, in recent years, her martial arts skills had gradually improved. Coupled with her husband's rising reputation in the martial arts world, the number of times she had to use her beauty was very few. However, this didn't mean that she had forgotten this skill. She could clearly see that if there was no sweet stimulation, that little thief Song Qingshu wouldn't do his best to save her brother Jing. So, she deliberately used this kind of ambiguous words to lure him. After her brother Jing was rescued, with her husband by his side, even if Song Qingshu had any ideas, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Later, even if Song Qingshu brought up this promise again, she could pretend that she didn't mean it and use other things to make it up to him. Song Qingshu didn't know that in Huang Rong's heart, he had already calculated everything. Looking at Huang Rong's beautiful but slightly haggard face, Song Qingshu shook his head. Madam, you don't have to do this. I am willing to help you, and I don't need anything in return. He wasn't a despicable and shameless person. Facing a woman like Huang Rong, who had the chi of heaven and earth, he really didn't want to take advantage of her. Seeing Song Qingshu's face full of righteousness, Huang Rong couldn't help but be stunned. She wondered if she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Song Qingshu continued, but now is not a good time to save Hirogwa. After all, the 4 great kung fu masters are nearby. I plan to observe from the shadows and find an opportunity to strike when the guards are weak. I hope Madam can understand. Afraid that Huang Rong would worry about Gui Jing's safety, Song Qingshu added, Madam, don't worry. Based on what I saw just now, Wan Yanliang won't kill Hirogwa so soon. We still have time to think things through. Huang Rong nodded. It was her judgment that Wan Yanliang wouldn't kill Gui Jing for the time being. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. I'll leave this matter to you, young master. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I treat you as a friend, but you've always been so distant from me. You keep calling me young master. Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Huang Rong was stunned at first, but then she smiled sweetly. But if I don't call you young master, what should I call you? Song Qingshu was stunned by her beautiful smile. He subconsciously replied, you can call me darling. Dear, if you want to buy a piece of land, just pick one. I'm not picky. Although Huang Rong didn't really understand other terms, she could at least understand the word dear. She was angry and amused at the same time. You're taking advantage of me again. How about this, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Brother Qingshu. You don't have to call me Madam, just call me sister. She had the intention of calling the two brother and sister, hoping to take the opportunity to warn Song Qingshu not to have any other thoughts. Qingshu it is. Why do you have to add a brother? Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. Then he smiled. What sister? I see that your skin is so delicate, even better than most young girls. I'm afraid you're still in your budding years. You're too young to be my sister. How about this, from now on I'll call you Sister Rong. You can call me Brother Qingshu. Dividing line, in Yangzhou City, Luo Bing spat out a mouthful of soda water. She hurriedly ran to the computer and posted a post. Song Qingshu actually said that he's not the kind of despicable and shameless person who takes advantage of others. I've never seen such a shameless person. Nan Lan, Jiao Weiner, Little Tong, and Princess Jingnan all liked it. Dividing line 2, in the room, Song Qingshu began to count with his fingers and began to ponder. How many good opportunities has this been? To push or not to push is really a problem. To push such a heroine, I, Song Mao, still feel a little guilty. Dear readers, lend me some vitality. Let me transform into a Super Saiyan werewolf. Woo, end of this chapter. Although she knew that Song Qingshu was just spouting nonsense, which woman didn't like to hear others praise her beauty? Huang Rong was in a bad mood, but his teasing made her tremble. She blushed and said, "How can you be so ridiculous?" Song Qingshu chuckled. Who was the one who said that she would agree to any of my conditions? You won't even agree to such a simple condition? You also said that you don't want anything in return. Besides, Huang Rong rolled her eyes shyly. How could you say something like that? No matter how Song Qingshu threatened and used her, Huang Rong refused to call him older brother Qingshu. In the end, she was pestered to the point that they had no choice but to take a step back and reach an agreement. Song Qingshu could call her younger sister Rong in private, but Huang Rong would never call him older brother Qingshu. R+. Infinity. Little sister Rong. Song Qingshu looked at the young woman in front of him and purposely dragged out the last syllable. Huang Rong's pretty face was so red that it looked like water was about to seep out. She nodded slightly and made an almost inaudible sound. Yes. Little sister Rong, this is your fault. Why didn't you agree when I called you? Song Qingshu deliberately said with a straight face. I clearly agreed. Huang Rong knew that Song Qingshu was deliberately teasing her. She immediately became embarrassed and anxious. But I didn't hear you, little sister Rong. Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said innocently. Huang Rong's heart trembled. It must be known that only those closest to her would call her Rong. For the last 10 years she had not seen her father Huang Yaoshi or her Shifu Han Qigong, so normally only her husband would call her that. Now that she heard Song Qingshu call her little sister Rong, Huang Rong suddenly had a strange feeling. Her voice rose uncontrollably and she softly responded, ah. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had to comfort herself, it's only to save brother Jing that I had to mess around with him. Song Qingshu's bones were all softened by her crisp ah. He couldn't help but move closer to her with a drooling face. My good sister, call me brother Qingshu. Just this once. Huang Rong's almond-shaped eyes widened. Just as she was about to refuse, Song Qingshu added, if you shout, I'll be more spirited, and it'll be easier to save Hirogua. Huang Rong was so angry that she almost fainted. She knew that he was deliberately saying this, but when she thought of her husband, whose life and death were still unknown, her heart softened. After hesitating for a moment, she finally opened her red lips and humped bashfully, Qingshu. Brother. Just take it as a good omen, Huang Rong said to herself. Ah, my good sister. Hearing this mature and beautiful woman call him brother shyly, Song Qingshu felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. All of the 13,600 pores on his body felt refreshed. Just because you called me brother just now, I'll definitely do my best to save Hirogua. Huang Rong blushed and said hurriedly, when the time comes, don't tell him about this. Brother Jing is a person who values etiquette. I'm afraid he won't be able to accept your, okay, this is a secret between the two of us, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Huang Rong's heart trembled when she saw the look in his eyes. She quickly looked away and said, I'll leave this place to you. I have to contact the brothers of the beggar sect to help us, in case they get caught by that dog Wan Yanliang. That's good too, Song Qingshu nodded. He had a lot of things to take care of, Sister Rong be careful. Once you're done, we'll meet here and discuss how to save Hirogua. Hearing him call her Sister Rong so happily, Huang Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him before she left. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes revealed a coquettish anger. It almost stole Song Qingshu's soul. After Huang Rong left, Song Qingshu knew that it was time to get down to business. Since he had promised Guojing, he couldn't just let Guojing die. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, he could use the cover of the night to move stealthily. Very few people in the world would be able to detect his movements. Returning to the courtyard, Song Qingshu hid in the shadows and watched everything unfold in front of him. By this time, the battle had already ended. Guojing was lying on the ground. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. He could only force his eyes open and glare angrily at Wan Yanliang, who was not far away. The masters were scattered all around him, vaguely surrounding him. Wan Yanliang was very satisfied with the angry look in Guojing's eyes. In an almost elegant tone, he said, "So this is the hero of Xianxia who gave the Mongolians 10 years of headaches? It seems to me that you're only SOSO. Hirogua, do you think that I'm very shameless now?" Humph. Guojing snorted coldly and did not reply. In fact, he knew that on the battlefield, there was no limit to what could be done. Wan Yanliang's use of all his methods was reasonable. Wan Yanliang did not care about Guojing's disdain. He said, "Hirogua, don't worry. Once I capture your wife, you'll scold me." "You." Guojing's eyes widened in anger and he struggled to throw himself at Wan Yanliang. However, fighting against 3 masters of the same level as him had exhausted all of his energy. Now, even moving a finger was difficult. "You don't have to be so angry," Wan Yanliang said with an evil smile. "In my opinion, such an outstanding beauty should be doted on by everyone. But after marrying you, she has to live in the wilderness and live in fear every day. It's like sticking a fresh flower in a pile of cow dung. I've always been a helpful person, so I reluctantly accepted your wife into my harem. From now on, she will wear luxurious clothes and eat good food. Of course, in return, she will serve me wholeheartedly every day." Hearing Wan Yanliang's words, the surrounding people all had different expressions. Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren already had great enmity with Guojing and Huang Rong, and now they were rejoicing in Guojing's misfortune. Morong Bo was expressionless, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Yang Guo's expression was the most complicated. It was true that he wanted revenge, but he did not want to see Huang Rong suffer such a fate. Seeing Guojing's angry eyes, Wan Yanliang felt a strange sense of pleasure. He liked to torture his enemies like this. He liked to humiliate his wife in front of his enemies while enjoying their angry but helpless expressions. This gave him a great sense of satisfaction and conquest. When he thought about how Huang Rong had successfully escaped, Wan Yanliang's complacent mood suddenly turned sour. Although he had already arranged for his subordinates to set up an inescapable net in Kaifeng City, he knew that this was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It was better than nothing. Turning his head to look at Guojing, Wan Yanliang's mood quickly improved. With her husband in his hands, there was no need to worry that the beauty wouldn't fall into his trap. Wan Yanliang felt his body heat up at the thought of the beautiful and charming young woman riding under his body. Dividing line. Thank you to my book friends for your support, as well as LZYYYD, Wu Xianyan, QD1980 and the others for their monthly votes. Dividing line 2 in front of Guojing, Wan Yanliang proudly sang, looking forward to a stroke of luck and a shock. What a wonderful encounter over the top of the mountain and layers of white clouds. Song Qingshu, who was in the shadows, had a strange expression on his face. Wan Yanliang's hobbies were quite interesting. If not for the fact that the two of them had a fundamental conflict of interest, Song Qingshu would have liked to invite Wan Yanliang over to discuss his experiences. However, Song Qingshu knew that this was just a thought. Wan Yanliang was different from him. Wan Yanliang's actions were too unscrupulous and had no bottom line. From the bits and pieces of information from his previous life, Song Qingshu understood that Wan Yanliang was a perverted pervert. At most, I can be considered a playboy. What you have done is already despicable. Song Qingshu repeatedly hinted that he and Wang Yanliang were fundamentally different. Only then did the strange feeling of déjà vu slowly dissipate. At this time, Wang Yanliang gave a new order. Put Hirogua in prison and watch him carefully. At the same time, I will have to trouble you all to keep an eye on him. Ouyang Feng laughed maliciously. Don't worry. This couple has brought me endless suffering. I will not allow anyone to save him. Wang Yanliang smiled. With Mr. Ouyang's words, I can rest assured. He then turned to Qiu Qianren and the others. Mr. Qiu, please assist me from the side. Yes, Your Highness. Unlike Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren had long since pledged his allegiance to Wang Yanliang. He did not have the slightest bit of pride as an expert and spoke to Wang Yanliang in a flattering tone. Wang Yanliang did not arrange for Yanghua to watch Guojing. After all, although Wang Yanliang was licentious, he was still a top talent in the Jin Kingdom. He could naturally see that Yanghua was suffering and was worried that he would do something impulsive. Thus, he found another task and sent him far away. Yanghua was intelligent and immediately saw through Wang Yanliang's intentions. However, he was also worried that if he stayed and watched Guojing suffer, his heart would soften. Thus, he did not say anything and agreed to the task. Beside him, Song Qingshu thought to himself, although Ouyang Feng and I can be considered old friends, with the grudge between him and Guojing and Huang Rong, I'm afraid he won't give me face in this matter. If I force myself, I'll have to face 3 super experts at the same time, as well as countless elite warriors. Song Qingshu shook his head and immediately rejected this unrealistic plan. Although his martial arts were high, it wasn't high enough for him to ignore Ouyang Feng and the others. Moreover, Guojing was in their hands. If the situation turned for the worse, they could easily take his life. Song Qingshu had to be cautious, so his chances of success were close to 0. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, the people in the courtyard began to disperse. Guojing was taken away by Ouyang Feng and the others. Seeing Ouyang Feng's evil grin, Song Qingshu guessed that Guojing would suffer a lot of pain. Song Qingshu didn't know what to do about it, so he could only let Guojing fend for himself. Only Wang Yanliang and Morong Bo were left in the courtyard. Wang Yanliang looked at Morong Bo with a faint smile and said, I don't know if I should call you Old Monkly or Mr. Morong? Morong Bo's expression turned cold. After being by Wang Yanliang's side for so long, he knew how sinister this man was. He hurriedly explained, Your Highness, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that the Morong family has many enemies. In the past, I faked my death to escape. Now, it's not convenient for me to reveal my true identity. Wang Yanliang nodded and said, I don't care what you're planning, and I don't care. As long as you do your best for me, you'll be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Of course, Your Highness can rest assured. Although Morong Bo had an illustrious status in the martial arts world, Wang Yanliang was above tens of thousands of people in the Jin Kingdom. Compared to the strength of the country, an individual's martial arts was nothing. The two were simply not on the same level. When Morong Bo heard what Wang Yanliang said, he didn't show any strange expression. Since you have difficulties, then use Old Monk Li's identity from now on. Wang Yanliang nodded to show that he was satisfied with Morong Bo's attitude. When he had arranged everything, his body suddenly surged with heat. Even the biting cold wind couldn't alleviate it. He clearly knew that this was the desire aroused by Huang Rong. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain Huang Rong right now. However, there was also a charming and passionate woman in this mansion. Thinking of Madame Tang's soft body, Wang Yanliang's eyes shone. During this time, in order to successfully ambush Guojing, he didn't appear in front of Madame Tang. Now that the general situation was settled, he no longer had any scruples. He decided to vent all of his accumulated desire on that foxy woman. Accompany me to a place. After Wang Yanliang finished instructing Morong Bo, he turned around and left. Although this time he was going to meet his old lover, Wang Yanliang was a cautious person. In addition to having many bodyguards with him, he also needed a super expert to accompany him. Seeing Wang Yanliang hurriedly leave with a flushed face, Song Qingshu was startled at first, but he quickly realized that Wang Yanliang was heading in the direction of Madame Tang's room. Thinking of the information that Madame Tang had previously revealed, a trace of killing intent flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared. Wan Yanliang arrived at Madame Tang's room. Through the candlelight, he looked at the beautiful figure and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. He raised his hand and ordered the bodyguards to stand guard outside. Although he had a hobby of violating other people's wives in front of his husband, he didn't have the mood to let unrelated people watch a live erotic scene. Although Wan Yanliang didn't say it clearly, Morongbo also tactfully stood guard outside the door. Seeing Wan Yanliang proudly push open the door and enter, Morongbo's heart sank. This old man is a dignified descendant of the Yan Kingdom's imperial family, yet I've actually been reduced to guarding the door of a junior. Humph, wait until this old man completes the great cause of reviving the Yan Kingdom. The first thing I'll do is twist the head of this Jin Kingdom's dog. Madame Tang had long been awakened by the battle cries in the mansion. When she was about to go out to see what was going on, she discovered that all the bodyguards outside the door had been replaced. Those bodyguards had received orders not to let her leave the room even half a step. She could only stay in the room, feeling uneasy. She recognized the appearance of some of the bodyguards. Although she didn't know their names, she knew that they were Wan Yanliang's bodyguards. Her face suddenly became incomparably pale. These 2 days with Song Qingshu, she had fully experienced the happiness of a woman. She had long thrown Wan Yanliang to the side. Originally, she thought that she wouldn't have to deal with that demon for the rest of her life. She didn't expect that he would come knocking on her door so quickly. In fact, she was actually more worried about Song Qingshu. Even if she was bullied by Wan Yanliang again, she could treat it as a dog biting her. However, after these days of being together, she knew that Song Qingshu would definitely not tolerate such a situation. However, Wan Yanliang had many experts by his side. If there really was a conflict, the one who would suffer would definitely be Song Qingshu. As her imagination ran wild, with a creak, the door was pushed open. Madame Tang looked up and her heart subconsciously tightened. The demon that she hadn't seen for a long time had once again appeared in front of her. "Madam, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Did you miss this prince?" Wan Yanliang casually closed the door, his eyes wantonly sizing up Madame Tang's plump body. Dividing line, this concubine, greets Wanya. Although she was afraid, Mrs. Tang still stood up and saluted. Truly a stunner. As a prince of the Jin Kingdom, Wan Yanliang had played with many women, but he still had to admit that Mrs. Tang was the most charming and feminine of all his women. Seeing Madame Tang's voluptuous body and her pretty face, Wan Yanliang exclaimed in surprise, "Madame's complexion is so good. She's even more beautiful than before." Morongbo, who was outside the door, frowned. Sometimes, being too good at martial arts was a burden. Although they were separated by a wall, he could still hear the conversation inside clearly. He didn't have the hobby of eavesdropping. Morongbo couldn't help but frown when he thought that there would be some absurd sounds coming from inside. He didn't want to make himself uncomfortable, so he lifted his leg and walked a few feet away. He estimated that he couldn't hear the private conversation inside, so he stopped. He was not worried about Wan Yanliang's safety. After all, there were so many highly skilled bodyguards around. Moreover, from his current position, he could see the entire courtyard. If an assassin appeared, he would be able to react immediately. Wan Yanliang didn't know that Morongbo had left the room, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Right now, all his attention was on the beautiful woman in front of him. Hearing Wan Yanliang's words, Mrs. Tang couldn't help blushing. Thinking of Song Qingshu's tireless efforts in the past 2 days, she couldn't help but speculate maliciously, if I tell Wan Yanliang that I look so good because of another man's nourishment, will it stimulate him to the point of impotence? In the end, Mrs. Tang dispelled this tempting idea. After all, Song Qingshu was still in the mansion. She was worried that it would cause trouble for him, so she forced a smile and said, "Wang Ye is overpraising me." Wan Yanliang naturally reached out and put his arm around her waist. "Madam, there is no need to be so polite with me. Give me a fragrant incense." Unexpectedly, Madame Tang's waist subconsciously dodged his Lushan claws. Wan Yanliang's expression suddenly changed and his voice became cold. "What? Did Madame find a new lover and forgot about your old one so quickly?" Mrs. Tang's face turned pale and she hurriedly explained, "Wang Ye misunderstood. It's just that I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days." Wan Yanliang heavily snorted, "If you're not feeling well, tell me." Mrs. Tang panicked, but she was still a social butterfly among men, so she quickly regained her composure. Is here? Damn, I'm so unlucky. Wang Yanliang cursed his bad luck. He didn't doubt Mrs. Tang's words, because in his heart, Mrs. Tang would never dare to lie to him. Is your mouth okay? Wang Ye, first help me. After saying that, he sat down and began to untie his belt. Mrs. Tang's face alternated between green and white. If she hadn't met Song Qingshu, she wouldn't have found it difficult to make such a request. But just half a day ago, she had promised Song Qingshu that she would never let any other man touch her. If she really did it for Wang Yanliang, she wouldn't be able to get over it. What? Do you want me to beg you? Wang Yanliang was displeased that Mrs. Tang didn't move. Mrs. Tang bit her lip. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want to have anything to do with Wang Yanliang, but she couldn't resist his power. There's no other way. Is this the fate of women? Mrs. Tang sighed faintly and finally took a step forward. Seeing Mrs. Tang slowly walking towards him, Wang Yanliang showed a satisfied smile. He was not angry because of the other party's slowness. Instead, he liked the hesitation on her face. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. You're such a charming vixen. Wang Yanliang didn't know that this was Mrs. Tang's true feelings. He thought she was deliberately showing this kind of attitude. He couldn't help but admire her. A mature woman knew how to fully display the charm of every inch of her skin. Such a woman was often more amorous than many women who only had good looks. Mrs. Tang was such a mature woman. Wang Yanliang's heart became more and more restless. He had already made up his mind. Later, whether she came or not, he would press her under his body and have a good sprint. However, Wang Yanliang's wish was doomed to fail. He was excitedly staring at Mrs. Tang, who was slowly walking over. Suddenly, a shadow appeared between the two of them. Wang Yanliang's reaction was also first-rate. He was about to call for the guards to come in when he suddenly saw a pair of deep black eyes. When he saw a pair of dark and deep eyes, he slowly swallowed the cry for help that was already in his throat. Look at my eyes. Song Qingshu calmly stared at Wang Yanliang's eyes. Although Wang Yanliang's eyes revealed a trace of struggle, the difference in their spiritual power was too great. Not long after, Wang Yanliang's pupils began to lose focus. Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he was able to avoid Morong Bo's heavy guards and appear in the room was not because his concealment technique was brilliant, but because he had been lying in ambush in the room from the beginning. It turned out that when Song Qingshu realized that Wang Yanliang's destination was Mrs. Tang's bedroom, he used his lightness kung fu and rushed inside. Wang Yanliang had made a mistake. He had arranged a heavy guard outside, but he had forgotten to send people to search the room. Even Mrs. Tang didn't know about this. She didn't know any martial arts, so it wasn't difficult for Song Qingshu to sneak into the room without alerting her. The reason why he hid it from Mrs. Tang was because Wang Yanliang was incomparably cunning. Song Qingshu was afraid that he would see through Mrs. Tang's expression. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who waited, and he hit the target. Seeing that he had successfully confused Wang Yanliang, Song Qingshu finally let out a sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't choose to kill Wang Yanliang. A mature man could clearly distinguish between likes and dislikes and benefits. A living Wang Yanliang was much more useful than a dead Wang Yanliang. It wasn't that he didn't think of killing Wang Yanliang and replacing him, but the reason why he had succeeded in impersonating Kangxi was because he was too familiar with Kangxi. Moreover, he had stayed in Xinjing for a period of time, so he could calmly replace Kangxi's old people. However, there was too much information that he did not know about Wang Yanliang. Furthermore, the people accompanying him were all top-notch experts, and they were all shrewd people. If he revealed even the slightest flaw, his identity would be exposed. Song Qingshu didn't want to lose the bigger picture because of a small gain, and he might even implicate Kangxi. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he finally decided not to kill Wang Yanliang for the time being. Dividing line 3rd Mormony. Thanks to book friends, Please Don't Make Trouble 0, Tianjin Hot Gongzi for their support, as well as Dusty AID Dream, Doglazlm and others for their monthly votes. Seeing Song Qingshu descend from the sky, Madame Tang was first shocked, but when she saw his appearance, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She threw herself at Song Qingshu and hugged his waist from behind, burying her head deep into his back. "Young master, I thought I would never see you again." Song Qingshu patted the back of her hand to comfort her. In fact, the reason why he didn't let her know that he was hiding here was because he wanted to see how she would deal with Wan Yanliang. Song Qingshu was very satisfied with the final result. Even though Madame Tang seemed to have yielded in the end, he couldn't blame her for it. She had tried her best to reject Wan Yanliang, which was already beyond Song Qingshu's expectations. After all, in his heart, although Madame Tang was an alluring beauty, she was still somewhat frivolous. "Alright, you won't be bullied by him in the future." Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. "Really? Mrs. Tang raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. "Of course it's true." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. When he used the soul transfer technique, he took the opportunity to leave a mark in Wan Yanliang's heart, causing him to lose interest in Mrs. Tang. In the future, if there were no accidents, Wan Yanliang would never come looking for her again. However, Wan Yanliang was in a high position. Whether it was knowledge or courage, a little girl like Z couldn't compare to him. Song Qingshu could easily use the soul transfer technique to turn Z into his female slave, but he couldn't make Wan Yanliang become his slave. He could only give him some very simple orders, so that it wouldn't cause a strong objection from deep in his heart. For example, Wan Yanliang only treated Mrs. Tang as a plaything. After all, he had already gotten what he wanted, so when Song Qingshu asked Wan Yanliang to give up on Mrs. Tang, he didn't resist. However, when Song Qingshu asked him to give up on Huang Rong, his subconscious resisted fiercely. Song Qingshu didn't dare to force him, fearing that he would wake him up. After comforting Mrs. Tang, Song Qingshu turned his attention back to Wan Yanliang. Although he had decided not to kill him, he still had to find out what he needed to find out. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to ask, "Is the Jin Kingdom behind the disappearance of the Wu-Tang heroes?" "Yes." Wan Yanliang's eyes were dull as he murmured. Song Qingshu was delighted and hurriedly asked, "Where are they now?" "Laundry yard." Wan Yanliang gave an unfamiliar name. "Where is this laundry yard?" Song Qingshu asked subconsciously. Who knew that Wan Yanliang would keep his mouth shut and not say a word? Song Qingshu immediately understood that this place should be an extremely secretive place. He did not dare to ask too much, in case Wan Yanliang woke up and alerted the enemy, making it even more difficult to save Song Yuanxiao and the others. Song Qingshu looked at Mrs. Tang inquiringly. After a glance, Mrs. Tang slightly shook her head and said, "I have been in the Jin Kingdom for so long, but I have never heard of this place." Song Qingshu could only firmly remember these 3 words in his heart. Then he interrogated Wan Yanliang again, but in the end, he did not get any useful information. Looking at Wan Yanliang's pale face and forehead full of sweat, coupled with the worry that Morong Bo would notice something unusual, Song Qingshu quickly stopped. "Rub yourself." Song Qingshu gave him one last order. Wan Yanliang's eyes suddenly lit up, as if that tender and beautiful Huang Rong had appeared on the bed next to him and was waving at him seductively. He hurriedly tore off his pants and hugged the quilt on the bed. Mrs. Tang's face turned red, she spat and turned around. Seeing that the usually arrogant Wan Yanliang was now like a dog, she couldn't help but feel happy. She looked at Song Qingshu with eyes full of admiration and said, "Young master, you are really amazing." In her heart, Wan Yanliang had always been a demon. She didn't expect that he would be so easily dealt with by Song Qingshu. At this moment, Song Qingshu was no different from a god in her heart. Song Qingshu smiled strangely and whispered in her ear, "Actually, you know what my most powerful ability is?" Mrs. Tang's cheek suddenly turned red and she coquettishly said, "Hateful." In the past 2 days, Song Qingshu had fully experienced the beauty of her body. In addition, he had some clues about the whereabouts of Song Yuanxiao and the others. He felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Her feminine gaze made his heart itch, and he wanted to immediately embrace this delicate girl in his arms and dote on her. However, with Wan Yanliang panting heavily next to him, he wasn't so evil as to do Mrs. Tang on the spot. "You can't stay here anymore. Although I have given Wan Yanliang a hint and he won't come to bother you, if you appear in front of him often, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. How about this, you come to my room later?" During this period of time, you can lie low there until Wan Yanliang leaves. Then you can relax, Song Qingshu said. Yes, Mrs. Tang leaned against him like a little bird and suddenly said with a worried expression, my brother has always doted on me. Tonight, Wan Yanliang appeared here, but he didn't seem to care. I'm worried that something has happened to him. Young master, can you help me check on him? Thinking about how Tang Quobian had been seriously injured by Huang Rong, Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At that time, Wan Yanliang and the others seemed to be playing with him. He was afraid that Tang Quobian's situation was not optimistic. No matter what, Tang Quobian was still his sworn brother. Although he only saw him as a fair-weather friend, Song Qingshu decided to do his best. He immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll go check on your brother. You go back to my room first and wait for me after you've washed up. Mrs. Tang's eyes were like silk, and she bit her lip and whispered in his ear. She exhaled and said, tonight, everything that belongs to me belongs to young master. Young master, you can do whatever you want with me. Madame Tang deliberately bit her tongue and slowly said these words. The faint nasal sound made Song Qingshu's heart sway. He wanted nothing more than to immediately go back with her. However, he was clear about the importance of the matter. He planned to first complete the task she had entrusted him with and then slowly enjoy this delicious meal. Song Qingshu carried Mrs. Tang and floated out of the room through the window. Now that he was using his lightness skill to the extreme, he could jump dozens of feet like a wisp of smoke. In addition, the guards were guarding outside and Murong Bo, who was the strongest martial artist, was in front of them, so they didn't notice the two people's presence. As for Wan Yanliang, Song Qingshu had already given him enough hints. When he woke up, he would forget everything that had happened tonight. He would only think that Mrs. Tang had left after serving him. When they reached a secluded place, Mrs. Tang and Song Qingshu separated. She gracefully and quietly walked to his room. When she opened the door, she was thinking about what position she would use to serve her man. Suddenly, she felt her waist go numb. Her vision went black and she didn't know anything. Looking at Mrs. Tang who had fainted on the ground, Huang Rong softly spat, really shameless, running into a man's bedroom in the middle of the night. It turned out that Huang Rong was worried about Gu Jing's safety. After meeting with the beggar clan's spy, she hurried back. She had been waiting in Song Qingshu's room for a long time. Who knew that after waiting for half a day, a woman would come back? After shoving Mrs. Tang into the closet, Huang Rong felt a wave of tiredness wash over her. She waited for a while, but there was still no sign of Song Qingshu coming back. After hesitating for a while, she decided to take a nap to replenish her strength. Only then would she have the energy to save Brother Jing. Huang Rong lay on the bed with her clothes on. The soft hedgehog armor made her very uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, she took it off and threw it aside. She had been with Song Qingshu for a long time. She knew that although this man was a playboy, he still had a certain bottom line. He would never take advantage of her. Huang Rong was too tired that night. As soon as she lay down, she couldn't support herself anymore. Soon, she fell into a sweet dream. Dividing line. Fourth, thank you again for Tianjin Hot Prince, please don't mess around. And monthly votes from Bass Color S, Seikoi Baidu, CCTV 9, Random Brother, Mao AO, Doglazlm, etc. It seems that many readers don't even know where this book is. Let me add that this book is published by Zongheng. The above readers are also Zongheng users. I can't see the feedback from readers from other channels. Sorry. Song Qingshu moved stealthily, avoiding the patrolling guards, and finally found Tang Quobian's room. There were 2 guards standing guard outside Tang Quobian's room. Song Qingshu snuck into the room through the window at the back. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a low moan. It was obvious that the person who was making the noise was in great pain. Song Qingshu pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and hit on the beam. Looking down, he saw Tang Quobian lying on the bed, his face pale and beads of sweat rolling down his face. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Huang Rong was really vicious. Tang Quobian's spine acupoint has been damaged. I'm afraid he'll have to spend the rest of his life bedridden. Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. However, although Tang Quobian was injured, it didn't seem like his life was in danger. Song Qingshu was about to return to his room to report when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the door. 2 stifled grunts could be heard. If Song Qingshu's guess was right, the 2 guards outside the door were most likely dead. Tang Qubian, who was lying on the bed, realized that something was wrong. He grabbed the scimitar by his bedside and stared at the door with a ferocious expression. Puff, a few black figures suddenly rushed in, and with a wave of their hands, a large number of hidden weapons were shot at the bed. Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't expect these people to be so decisive. They didn't waste any time talking, and immediately attacked with killing moves. Even if Tang Qubian wasn't injured and couldn't move, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the poison needles that filled the sky, let alone Tang Qubian. Song Qingshu's figure flashed, and he jumped down from the beam. With a wave of his sleeve, most of the poisonous needles fell to the ground. Unfortunately, it happened in such a hurry that a few missed and hit Tang Qubian. Seeing the sudden appearance of Song Qingshu, the black-clothed men were shocked, but they did not hesitate for too long. Swoosh 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 swoosh, they drew their swords and rushed towards Song Qingshu. These men's movements were clean and efficient, and their attacks were simple and ruthless. It was obvious that they were meticulously trained men of sacrifice. Song Qingshu was in a hurry to check on Tang Qubian's condition, so he had no time to deal with them. He stretched out his arm and snatched the saber from one of the men's hands. The man was shocked, and just as he was about to retreat, the whole room was suddenly lit up with a dazzling saber light, and then he lost consciousness. Looking at the dead warriors on the ground, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. At the beginning of his transmigration, because he came from the modern world, he was extremely resistant to killing people. But now, he no longer showed mercy when it came to killing people. It seemed that he had gradually assimilated into this chaotic world. He only paused for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and rushed over to check on Tang Qubian. The wounds on Tang Qubian's body were bleeding black blood, and it was obvious that the needles had been poisoned. Song Qingshu frowned. Tang Qubian was already seriously injured, and now he was in danger. But Madame Tang had entrusted him with the task, so he could not just stand by and watch. He quickly ran to Tang Qubian's side and sealed the acupoints around his wounds, then pressed his palm on Tang Qubian's back and sent a steady stream of genuine qi into his body to force the poison out of his body. Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, Tang Qubian smiled with relief. "Brother Song, I was right about you." Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. "Brother Tangqua, stay calm, I need to force the poison out of your body as soon as possible." But he sighed inwardly. The poison in Tang Qubian's body had already spread to his internal organs, and even a Daluo Golden Immortal could not save him. Tang Qubian shook his head slightly and smiled sadly. "Brother Song, don't you think I don't know the condition of my body? You don't have to waste your genuine qi, I have something to tell you." Song Qingshu fell silent, but he continued to send his genuine qi into Tang Qubian's body. Tang Qubian's expression finally improved a little, but he knew that this was only the final radiance of the setting sun, so he quickly said, "Brother Song, do you still remember the oath we made when we became sworn brothers?" Song Qingshu was stunned, thinking of that ridiculous oath, and could not help but smile bitterly. "Brother Tangqua, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person to take advantage of others." "That's exactly what I want you to do," Tang Qubian said anxiously. Seeing Song Qingshu's stunned expression, he quickly explained, "Actually, I want to ask you to do something for me." "Brother Tangqua, just say the word, I'll do it for you." Song Qingshu and Tang Qubian were sworn brothers, and could also be considered half a brother-in-law to him. Song Qingshu did not hesitate to fulfill one of Tang Qubian's dying wishes. Tang Qubian revealed a strange smile. "After I die, please cut off the skin on my face, Brother Song, and pretend to be me for a period of time." Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. "Why? Who do you think sent these assassins, Brother Song?" Tang Qubian sneered. "Could it be Wan Yanliang?" Song Qingshu also had his suspicions. "That's right." Tang Qubian gritted his teeth. "After all, we're on the same side." "Brother Song, do you know why he wants to kill me?" Song Qingshu could not help but shake his head. This was also what puzzled him the most. Judging from the fact that the two of them had conspired against Guojing, they were obviously in cahoots. "Brother Song, do you remember that I once mentioned that my wife, Goodbye, is the most beautiful woman in the Jin kingdom? At the mention of his beautiful wife, Tang Quebian's eyes showed a hint of pride, pain, and reluctance. Thinking of Wan Yanliang's personality, Song Qingshu was shocked. Could it be? Tang Quebian nodded. That bastard has always been lustful. I knew that he had been coveting Gubai for a long time, but I thought that he would only reveal his ambition after that big incident. I didn't expect him to act so quickly. Tang Quebian's tone was filled with regret. Song Qingshu did not notice the big incident mentioned. He frowned and asked, Brother Tangqua, could it be that you want me to protect sister-in-law? That's right. Tang Quebian's breathing became more and more urgent. Wan Yanliang is a treacherous man. If no one is constantly by Gubai's side to protect her, she will not be able to escape his clutches. That's why I need you to pretend to be me, to ensure Gubai's safety. That's the first reason. Tang Quebian coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued, I'm also responsible for the Tangqua clan's rise and fall. If I die without a trace, the Tangqua clan will immediately be devoured by the other large clans. I don't want to become a sinner of the clan, that's the second reason. Tang Quebian suddenly looked up into Song Qingshu's eyes, and the third reason, I want you to find an opportunity to avenge me, to kill that bastard Wan Yanliang. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. None of the three tasks Tang Quebian had mentioned were easy to accomplish, but pretending to be Tang Quebian was a good opportunity to find out the whereabouts of Song Yuanxiao and the others, as well as to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom, and if done right, he might even be able to take control of the Jin kingdom's royal court. Seeing Song Qingshu's hesitation, Tang Quebian hurriedly said, I know that these tasks are difficult, but I can't let you risk your life for nothing, Brother Song, so I'll pay you handsomely. As long as you guarantee the Tangqua clan's power, the entire Tangqua clan's resources will be at your disposal. All the wealth that I and the others have accumulated will be yours from now on. Lastly, my wife, the most beautiful woman of the Jin kingdom, will be yours from now on. Line of division. Song Qingshu smiled wryly. Brother Tangqua, aren't you pushing me into an unjust position? Tang Quebian shook his head. We enlightened masters don't have as many formalities as you Hans. What I've just said is what I truly think. Besides, we've already made a vow. Now that I'm dead, you can inherit my wife and assets. Issue 1? Song Qingshu hesitated. I can promise you anything else, but your wife, how can I? Tang Quebian was overjoyed when he heard that Song Qingshu had agreed to do the three things for him. Ha ha ha, with Brother Song's promise, I, Tang Quebian, can die in peace. Brother Tangqua, did you hear what I said? Song Qingshu was speechless. Tang Quebian sighed. Do you think I'm willing to let another man ride on Gubai? But I can't save her now. Without anyone to protect her, she'll be the most delicious delicacy. When that happens, let alone Wan Yanliang, even the other nobles will want to have a bite of her. Rather than letting her become another man's plaything, why don't I just give her to you? You have the ability to protect her, and at the same time, you can fulfill my dying wish. Furthermore, we are sworn brothers. In the words of Yuhan people, this can be considered as keeping fertile water in one's own field. Song Qingshu was speechless. Tang Quebian didn't know much about Chinese. How could he use an idiom like this? Although, the concept was quite fitting, Brother Song, I don't have much time left. Listen carefully to what I have to say about the Tangqua clan. Tang Quebian interrupted when he saw that Song Qingshu was about to say something. He hurriedly told him some secrets that only he knew, so that his disguise would be even more perfect. Want to see? Books? 1. After some time, Song Qingshu stood in the room with a letter written in blood by Tang Quebian and his clan leader's seal in his hand. Tang Quebian had died a long time ago. His eyes were wide open. His hatred for Wan Yanliang and his longing for life had caused him to die with a grievance. The reason why Song Qingshu was so desolate was because he was powerless in front of the god of death. He could only watch as Tang Quebian's life slowly extinguished. No matter how high a person's martial arts were, they were insignificant in the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, the death of his sworn brother, Tang Quebian, saddened him greatly, even though Song Qingshu had only treated him as a fair-weather friend. Especially when Tang Quebian entrusted his funeral to him before he died, he could still feel the weight on his shoulders. Song Qingshu picked up Tang Quebian's body and used spectral treading through sands to leave the city. After finding a quiet place to bury Tang Quebian, Song Qingshu looked at the hasty grave in front of him and made a promise to himself, "Brother Tangque, you'll have to suffer here for the time being. Once I've finished what you asked of me, I'll bury you in a grand way and return you to the ancestral grave of the Tangque family." See? Book 1. Song Qingshu didn't follow Tang Quebian's last words and cut off the skin of his face. After all, he had the ability to disguise himself, so he didn't need to resort to such a bloody method. In his mind, the dead were the most important, and leaving an intact body was a custom recognized by all ethnic groups. Too many things had happened tonight. Witnessing his sworn brother's death with his own eyes, coupled with his own powerlessness, Song Qingshu's heart was burning with anger. He desperately needed to vent it, and the warmth and softness of a woman was the best medicine for his wounds. After busying himself for most of the night, by the time Song Qingshu returned to his room, half of the night had passed. However, the 2 hours before dawn was the darkest, and also the time when people slept the most soundly. Song Qingshu didn't light a lamp. He groped his way to the bed in the dark. In the hazy darkness, he vaguely saw the beauty lying on her side with her back to him. She was sleeping soundly, and the beautiful curves of her body were enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Song Qingshu reached out his hand to wake her up, but stopped himself. He thought to himself, Mrs. Tang's mood has already changed from joy to sorrow tonight. If she finds out about her brother's death, I'm afraid her body won't be able to take it. Of course, Song Qingshu had his own selfish reasons. He urgently needed to vent the negative emotions in his body. If Mrs. Tang found out about his brother's death, it would be too much for him to ask her to have sex with him. Looking at the woman sleeping soundly, Song Qingshu didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Mrs. Tang's body seemed to be a bit more seductive than usual. Song Qingshu rarely encountered this kind of opportunity. Looking at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, he suddenly felt like he was having an affair, and his heart was thumping with excitement. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingshu calmed his mind. He carefully pinched a corner of the quilt with 2 fingers and gently lifted it up. The woman was only wearing a close-fitting undergarment, and a large area of white skin on the back of her neck was exposed. In the dark of the night, it shone with an alluring halo. Looking at that slender neck, Song Qingshu's body became even hotter. Song Qingshu hurriedly took off all his clothes and carefully got on the bed. He put down the brocade quilt and wrapped the 2 of them in it. There was a refreshing and sweet woman's fragrance in the quilt. Song Qingshu's body suddenly became harder than iron. He faintly felt that he was about to explode, and he urgently needed the comfort of the woman's moist body. There was a big difference between men and women. Women were very sensitive to fragrance and could keenly distinguish whether their husbands had the scent of other women, but it was difficult for men to distinguish the difference. Therefore, the careless Song Qingshu didn't realize that the sweet fragrance coming from the woman in the quilt was actually very different from Mrs. Tang's. Song Qingshu hugged the woman from behind, and his other hand very familiarly untied the last layer of the woman's close-fitting clothes. In order to avoid waking the other party, he even directly used sword energy to lightly cut through the other party's clothes, effortlessly stripping the woman in the quilt. Although he couldn't see clearly in the darkness, a man's intuition about women told Song Qingshu that the woman in the quilt was an extremely seductive stunner. Song Qingshu's hot and hard body reached between her legs, and her full and beautiful buttocks were tightly embedded in his lower abdomen, causing the 2 of them to be intimately connected. At this time, Song Qingshu could fully feel the astonishing elasticity and smoothness of the other party's skin. With a light caress, that delicate feeling made Song Qingshu's entire body tremble. Song Qingshu reached out his hand and went in front of her, grabbing that full and towering place. The perfect touch made Song Qingshu's heart burst with joy. It was too wonderful for words. This Mrs. Tang is really a stunner. Every time she gives me a completely different feeling of novelty, Song Qingshu thought to himself. Song Qing moved closer. Just as his lips were about to kiss the delicate snow-white neck, he suddenly raised his head because he suddenly thought that if he kissed her like this, she would inevitably wake up. If that happened, he would lose the greatest pleasure. But if he didn't do some foreplay, the woman's body might not be ready to accept him. Song Qing rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. A few strands of joyful true qi unknowingly entered the beautiful woman's body. Joyful true qi was very effective on women. Song Qing usually didn't use it easily. He would only use it on women who were in love with him. It was usually used when the two of them were extremely passionate in bed. After all, he was a playboy and didn't want to use dirty means to obtain a woman's body. There was nothing wrong with using it on Mrs. Tang. In the past 2 days, Song Qing had almost unlocked all of her positions. He had long regarded her as his exclusive property. With Mrs. Tang's personality, when she woke up and knew everything, she wouldn't blame him. As the joyful true qi entered her body, the beauty lying on the bed unconsciously moaned. Soon, the temperature in the blanket slowly rose. The beauty's body also became softer and softer. At the same time, she unconsciously wriggled. It's done. Song Qing couldn't help but sigh at the great power of the joyful true qi on women. He slightly straightened his waist and entered through the smooth and round gap between her thighs. When he reached the end, he touched a moist and warm area. He was so excited that he almost whistled. Song Qing used the soft and slender flesh to squeeze in. Because he couldn't see and he didn't dare to move too much, he was afraid of waking her up. Therefore, he couldn't find the right place and couldn't get in even after pushing a few times. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He used the fingertips of the joyful true qi to caress the beautiful woman's perfect and delicate back while gently sliding in the water. The beauty in his arms seemed to feel something. Her body subconsciously trembled and her legs involuntarily tightened. In an instant, she clamped little Song Qing between her legs. Song Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, he had almost lost the city gate. After catching his breath, Song Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He used all his strength to straighten his waist and rushed into the body of the beauty in his arms. Huh? Song Qing couldn't help but be amazed. This Madame Tang's body was truly gifted. After being developed by him for the past 2 days, she had actually recovered so quickly. Now, she was even as taut as a virgin. A moist and warm feeling rushed to the top of his head along with an itch that penetrated deep into his soul. Song Qing couldn't help but let out a low growl from his throat. He straightened his body and tried to squeeze in. The person in his arms moved again and unconsciously arched her body. Her fragrant but naturally rose even more. Seeing this, Song Qing was overjoyed and immediately seized the opportunity to straighten his waist. After a while of continuous stimulation by the genuine qi of joy, the inside of the beauty's body was very smooth, and there was no sign of dryness. Song Qing went straight in and did not encounter any more obstacles. At first, Song Qing didn't dare to use too much force. He was afraid that Mrs. Tang would suddenly wake up and ruin his mood, so he tried to be as gentle as possible, slowly swaying in the beauty's body. However, after moving a few times, the beauty's layers of wrapping stimulated his entire body to the point that it became as hard as iron. He felt that a certain part of his body was about to explode. He could no longer control the extent of his movements, and his movements gradually began to become bigger. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of bodies colliding, and there seemed to be a faint sound of water splashing. Huang Rong had experienced a hard battle tonight, and she had to go around contacting the beggar sect disciples. She was tired from running back and forth. In addition, Gu Jing's life and death were unknown, which caused her to be extremely emotional. So when she returned to Song Qing's room, she was already extremely tired. She resisted the urge to sleep and waited for Song Qing to come back. However, Song Qing was so busy that he couldn't get away. Finally, Huang Rong couldn't hold it anymore, so she lay down on the bed in her pajamas and fell asleep. When Huang Rong lay down, she quickly smelled a familiar man's scent. She immediately realized that it was Song Qing's scent. Thinking of Mrs. Tang's seductive face when she came in, Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. However, a strange thought popped up in her mind: Song Qing and this woman must have had a lot of fierce battles on this bed. As soon as this thought popped up, she couldn't control her thoughts anymore. Her mind was filled with the scene she saw at the inn in the afternoon: a pair of slender, snow-white legs, the back of a strong man in the middle. Unconsciously, Huang Rong thought back to that time in the cave. In order to deceive Ouyang Feng, they almost put on an act, and the time she eavesdropped outside his and Ah Zhou's door, which led to the illusion of qi deviation. When the water gushed out, Huang Rong finally woke up. Feeling the slippery thing between her legs, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt. Huang Rong, brother Jing's life and death are unknown, and you're actually thinking about this kind of thing. Her rationality finally prevailed, and Huang Rong also fell asleep in a daze. Exhausted, she fell into a deeper sleep than usual. Huang Rong had a dream. She dreamt that she had successfully rescued Brother Jing and persuaded him to leave the mess in Xianxia behind. The two of them returned to Peach Blossom Island and returned to the room where they got married. Then, for the first time, Gu Jing took the initiative. She was tightly held in his arms, and then something as hot as iron rushed into her body. Brother Jing, why are you so big today? A vague thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind, but this trace of doubt was quickly drowned out by the tide of happiness. Her whole body was sore and relaxed, as if she had fallen into the clouds. Huang Rong bit her lip and softly hummed, twisting her soft waist. She was still half asleep, and for a moment she didn't know what was happening. She thought it was just a beautiful dream. She didn't want to wake up from this beautiful dream of being able to stay with Brother Jing for a long time in a dream. Suddenly, Huang Rong opened her eyes, because she felt a very thick and hard thing wriggling in her body. The exaggerated size and the blazing heat made her break out in a cold sweat. Ah! Huang Rong cried out and struggled to get up, but the person behind her grabbed her waist and she couldn't move. She couldn't help but hoarsely ask in a panic, "Who are you?" "It's me." Song Qing saw that the person in his arms had woken up, and his body became even more excited. He firmly held her slender waist and sprinted, so he didn't notice the abnormality in the other person's voice. Ah! A violent impact, and Huang Rong almost fainted. She heard Song Qing's voice, and her heart was filled with confusion and anger. How could he do this to me? Just as she was about to scold the other person, she heard Song Qing say while panting, "Madam Tang, you are really a woman among women, a man's gift, especially you tonight. I am most satisfied. When I came back just now, I wanted to wake you up, but seeing you lying on the bed so seductively, I couldn't help it. Please don't blame me, madam." Huang Rong was about to shout angrily, but suddenly stopped, and there was only chaos left in her mind. So he thought I was that woman. If he recognized me, I really wouldn't have the face to live. Dividing Linny as a reader, if I succeed in making your heart beat faster, please feel free to reward and whip me. This was the tragedy of smart people. They often subconsciously pursued a plan that was the best of both worlds. In order to achieve the best ending, they often thought a lot. Unfortunately, sometimes, the more they thought, the more mistakes they made. Huang Rong was such a smart person. If it was an ordinary woman, she would have screamed subconsciously at this time. But she was different. Huang Rong, who was known as the Zhuge Liang among women, thought too much at that moment. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, she finally understood why Mrs. Tang's face was full of lust when she came in. But it was too late for her to understand at this time. Huang Rong knew that because of a combination of factors, she was mistaken for Mrs. Tang by Song Qingshu. I have to suffer in silence. I have to suffer in silence. This sentence suddenly flashed across Huang Rong's mind, because she realized that she actually couldn't blame Song Qingshu for it. It was she who knocked Mrs. Tang out and stuffed her into the wardrobe. Then, she took off the soft hedgehog armor and lay on Song Qingshu's bed. And Song Qingshu and Mrs. Tang had obviously made an appointment to spend the night together in the room. All of this was actually her own doing. This adulterous couple. 2 lines of tears silently slipped down her cheeks. Huang Rong felt bitter in her heart, but she knew in her heart that it was not the best strategy to fall out with Song Qingshu now. After all, what should not have happened had happened. If Song Qingshu knew her identity, with his greedy and lustful personality, he would definitely keep pestering her. At that time, her happy and peaceful life would be completely destroyed. What made Huang Rong even more worried was that she didn't know how to face this man after the truth came out. If it was an ordinary person, she could kill him with a knife. But compared to the difference in strength between them, Huang Rong immediately got rid of this idea. Or if it was another time, if Song Qingshu dared to treat her like this, even if it was a misunderstanding, she could directly fall out with him and never contact him again. She could even confess to Gu Jing afterward. She believed that her husband would definitely forgive her unintentional mistake. But now the situation was special. Brother Jing was in the hands of the Jin people, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. She still needed to rely on Song Qingshu to save her husband. If they really fell out, who would save brother Jing? Countless thoughts turned in her mind, and finally, Huang Rong sadly found that her best choice now was to remain silent. After all, Song Qingshu didn't know her identity now and only regarded her as Mrs. Tang. As long as she muddled through tonight, she would be the only one who knew the truth from beginning to end. In that way, no matter if she was facing Song Qingshu or Guo Jing, she could face them calmly. Every woman had a few secrets. After making up her mind, she had to remain silent. Tears flowed down her face as she continued to endure the invasion of the man behind her. But it didn't take long for Huang Rong's expression to change. She didn't feel it so clearly in her dream before, but now that she was awake, she deeply felt the strong stimulation. Although she didn't want to believe it, she had to admit that Song Qingshu, who looked a little delicate and thin, was actually much stronger than her burly husband. When Song Qingshu entered her body again, Huang Rong immediately opened her mouth and let out a silent cry. The muscles in her legs tensed up. Hearing the sound of water, Huang Rong couldn't help but curse herself for being useless. Why did her body surrender to that person so quickly? But the feeling was too strong. Not long after, her whole body was covered in sweat and her cheeks were red. The only thing she could do now was to tightly bite the corner of the pillow and not let out a shred of shameful sound. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong felt that all the bones in her body were about to fall apart, but the man behind her didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She couldn't help but secretly complain, "Is this person a raging bull?" She had cultivated the Nining manual for so many years and was proficient in the dog-beating stick technique. Her physical fitness was many times stronger than ordinary women, but under the simple and violent attack of the man behind her, she was like a small boat in a raging storm. Even in the blink of an eye, she could completely fall apart. But this storm still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. At first, she deliberately suppressed her voice to avoid making a sound, but later on, a tender moan uncontrollably came out of her mouth. Huang Rong suddenly felt some admiration for the woman called Madame Tang. She was already a little unbearable after being done with by Song Qingshu for a while, but she was tormented by him for an entire afternoon, and in the evening, she actually ran over to offer herself as a pillow again. "Madame Tang, you really are a woman among women, a man's gift. Especially tonight, you made me the most satisfied." The words that Song Qingshu had just said suddenly appeared in Huang Rong's mind. Thinking about how even though Song Qingshu didn't know her identity, he still felt that she made him more satisfied than that fox spirit, Huang Rong actually felt a trace of joy. Bah, so useless. Are you trying to compete with other women? Huang Rong quickly cut off these unbearable thoughts. Pa. The crisp sound of a slap stunned Huang Rong. That man actually hit her butt? Although Huang Rong had decided to endure it, it didn't mean that she had to endure some excessive humiliation. Just as she was thinking about how to express her protest without being seen through by the other party, she heard Song Qingshu's domineering and somewhat arrogant voice. "Raise your butt higher." Ah? Huang Rong's mind was muddled. Before she could think clearly, her body had already responded in advance. "That's good." Song Qingshu whistled as he watched the woman under him raise her buttocks meekly. He pressed down hard on her again. Oh, Huang Rong was shocked. She finally understood that Song Qingshu had asked her to raise her but so that it would be easier for him to enter. At that moment, Huang Rong was ashamed and angry. Like a female leopard, she planned to release all the grievances and pain that she had accumulated for a night. Who knew that Song Qingshu's subsequent impact would make her legs weak, and all thoughts would vanish like smoke in thin air. After another period of time that made Huang Rong confused and happy, the man behind her might have gotten tired of the position. He pinched her fragrant shoulder and suddenly turned her whole body over. Huang Rong cried out in alarm. Even though the room was pitch black, Song Qingshu's martial arts were very high. Who knew whether he could see her or not? If he saw her appearance, then the humiliation she had endured in silence would be too ridiculous. However, the difference in their skills was too great. Song Qingshu's unquestionable posture made Huang Rong understand that it was impossible to resist. In a panic, Huang Rong had an idea. The moment she turned over, her whole body wrapped around Song Qingshu's body like an octopus. Her whole head also leaned on his shoulder. This way, no matter how good Song Qingshu's vision was, he wouldn't be able to see her appearance. Dividing line. What do you guys think would happen if the siren Huang Rong transmigrated to the modern era and saw the Huang Rong series on the internet? Dividing line 2. Thank you to Shidu L1450, Gao Fei Yuan, Xian Yu for their enthusiastic support, as well as Zero Pepper Powder 0, Q593305154, Who's Egg 11, A Man of Ordinary People, Killed 7, Wolf Riding Wolf, Long Night, ZZ3360, QD 1980, Nangong Ju, Reverse Sidewalk, LZYYYD, Dusty ID Dream, Cleansing Rain, Ghost Fight 33, Northern Hemisphere of Memories, Ichiyun, Soft Water, Yangxing, Red Cliff 0, Shidu 004959, Diyu Luojia, Xiaosu Shang's monthly fan support. Song Qingshu was stunned by Huang Rong's action, but he thought that it was Mrs. Tang's emotional performance, so he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He raised his head and kissed her red lips. Oh. Huang Rong did not expect that Song Qingshu would suddenly kiss her. She was caught off guard and was kissed. Just as she was about to close her teeth, Song Qingshu's tongue broke in and entwined with hers. Mrs. Tang, your little mouth is really sweet. Although Song Qingshu's tongue was not free at this time, he still knew how to use the secret voice-sending skill, so he subconsciously praised her. When the last territory on her body was lost, Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a blank look, and then she faintly sighed. In the end, she still gave it to him. Images emerged in her mind, recalling the scene when they first met in the Jingzhou government. At that time, she was the high and mighty Chief Huang, the beloved and respected Mrs. Gua, while the other was just an unknown young man. The only thing that left a deep impression on her was his clear eyes, but that was all. At that time, how could she have expected that one day she would be pressed under him and wantonly bullied by him? Huang Rong also thought of the golden snake gathering in the cave, where the two of them teamed up to deceive Ouyang Feng, and almost made a mistake. Is this all fate? Huang Rong was at a loss. After so many crises, she had tried hard to protect her chastity, but she did not expect that in the end, that man would still enter her pure body. Brother Jing, I really tried my best. Huang Rong's heart flashed a trace of sorrow. Song Qingshu did not know that the woman under him was the incomparably beautiful Mrs. Gua, but he greedily tasted her sweet taste. Although she did not want to admit it, Huang Rong still sadly found that his passionate kiss had moved her. Anyway, what happened tonight is only known by me. An inexplicable thought flashed in Huang Rong's mind. Since what should not have happened had already happened, why should she be shy? He had to finish his business as soon as possible so that he could escape. Thinking of this, Huang Rong finally stopped resisting her body's instinctive reaction. She stretched out her arms and gently hugged the man's broad and thick back muscles. A pair of snow-white slender legs also took the opportunity to clamp around the other's waist. Raising her snow-white slender neck, she began to passionately respond to the other's kiss. After an unknown period of time, Huang Rong leaned against her head and looked at the man who had fallen asleep beside her. Her cheeks were bright red. She knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were extremely high. If she could not make him exhaust his energy and fall into a deep sleep, it would be impossible for her to exchange for Mrs. Tang. Therefore, she used almost all of her skills to pester him. What a monster! Huang Rong secretly spat. Thinking about how many times he had erupted in her body, her beautiful eyebrows and the corner of her eyes revealed a faint hint of worry. What if she accidentally got pregnant? However, this wasn't the time to ponder about this problem. When Huang Rong saw that Song Qingshu had finally fallen into a deep sleep, she hurriedly tiptoed down from the bed. As soon as she landed, her legs suddenly went limp, and her entire body almost fell down. Looking at her still trembling legs, Huang Rong glared at the man on the bed. Tonight was really a big loss. He almost killed me. Taking a deep breath, Huang Rong finally got used to it. First, she fumbled for her clothes in the dark. When she was about to put them on, she suddenly found that her underwear had been torn in half. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed. What a rude man! Hastily putting on other clothes, she stuffed the torn underwear into her arms. She couldn't leave any traces of her presence at the scene. After tidying up her clothes, Huang Rong ran to the wardrobe and carried Mrs. Tang back to Song Qingshu's side. She hurriedly untied Mrs. Tang's clothes. In the dark, Huang Rong accidentally touched Mrs. Tang's body. She had to admit in her heart that this vixen really had a good figure. No wonder that bastard Song Qingshu was so infatuated with her. After arranging the scene, Huang Rong was about to leave when she suddenly froze. She felt something warm flowing out of her skirt. Biting her lower lip, Huang Rong walked back to the side with a dark face. She reached out and touched her skirt, then wiped the thing in her hand on Mrs. Tang's body. "It's all your fault for making me suffer so much tonight." As Huang Rong wiped, she secretly rejoiced that she had almost left a trace. If there was no trace of sex on Mrs. Tang's body the next day, both of them would probably be suspicious. Finally, the scene was arranged flawlessly. Huang Rong didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Her figure flashed and she ran out. After returning to her secret meeting place in the beggar gang, the first thing Huang Rong did was to ask her subordinates to prepare a large bucket of hot water for her. Looking at the woman on the water's surface with a peach blossom on her face and watery eyes, Huang Rong was completely different from the woman from a few days ago. Huang Rong knew that it was all because of that bastard's hard work. She couldn't help but feel sad. She fell to the side and cried. Until dawn, Huang Rong kept washing in the bathtub. Finally, when her skin was red and even faintly painful, she fell asleep in tears. When Song Qingshu woke up the next morning, he only felt that he had never felt so refreshed. Looking at Mrs. Tang curled up in his arms, he couldn't help but smile and cover her with the quilt again. "You must be tired after being tossed around in bed all night." Song Qingshu looked at her with pity and carefully got up. After saving Mrs. Tang from Wan Yanliang last night, Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to check on Wan Yanliang again. Even though he had used the soul transfer technique on him, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If the Jin Kingdom's people became suspicious, it would be terrible. Last night, Tang Qibian had told him that Wan Yanliang and his people did not know of his existence. Therefore, this was an extremely advantageous situation. If his whereabouts were exposed because of what happened last night, it would be bad. On the way, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of Huang Rong. He didn't know when she would be able to deal with the matters of the beggar gang. Why did he need to discuss a complete plan with her to rescue Guijing? But what he didn't know was that Huang Rong had returned last night and had been pressed under his body to train fiercely all night. As soon as Song Qingshu left, Huang Rong entered the courtyard. In fact, she had been here for a long time. After all, she was still worried about her husband's safety. But she didn't know how to face Song Qingshu, so she had been lingering nearby and didn't dare to enter. Seeing that Song Qingshu had left, her courage finally returned. In addition, she thought of a flaw in her plan last night. She had to take care of it before Song Qingshu left, so she quietly sneaked into the room, dividing line, thanks to the monthly votes of board book friend, Yangjing, Suyivan, Zhizban, and others. Zongheng, if you have any comments or suggestions, please leave them in the comments section of the official website or in the reader group. Zongheng VIP Reader Group, 3162895994 Zhongyue Panda App Group, 196988784 General Group, 5244433728 Looking at Mrs. Tang, who was sleeping sweetly on the bed, Huang Rong couldn't help but sigh, "What a beautiful woman." After a person's acupuncture point was hit, it would automatically be unblocked a few hours later, so Mrs. Tang's acupuncture point had already been unblocked. However, it was late at night when the acupuncture point was unblocked, so she instinctively went back to sleep. Reading a book, hearing the movement beside her, Madame Tang opened her sleepy eyes and saw a charming young woman standing in front of her. Even Madame Tang, who had always been conceited, was amazed by the charm that she exuded. However, she quickly recovered. Although the woman in front of her was beautiful, looking at the anger in her eyes, it seemed that she did not come with good intentions. Someone, Mrs. Tang subconsciously wanted to call for help, but before she could speak, she saw a pair of beautiful gem-like eyes. "Look at me. Look at me." Huang Rong stared closely into Mrs. Tang's eyes, and her voice began to become faint. It turned out that after Huang Rong went back last night, she had been bathing until dawn. The gradually colder water made her slowly calm down. Finally, she realized that there was a huge flaw in her previous plan. The next day, when Song Qingshu told Mrs. Tang about what happened last night, Mrs. Tang would definitely be confused. Although Huang Rong had arranged the scene perfectly, perhaps Mrs. Tang would only think that she was too tired to remember something and would not suspect anything. However, Huang Rong could not take the risk. After all, Song Qingshu was a meticulous person. If he saw a flaw in Mrs. Tang's reaction, last night's efforts would be in vain. Want to read? Book. Thinking about how she had endured Song Qingshu's violent assault for a whole night to prevent her identity from being exposed, Huang Rong felt ashamed and resentful. She had already sacrificed so much, so how could she make a mistake at the last stage? At this time, Huang Rong was like a red-eyed gambler. She had no way out, so she could only bet everything she had. Therefore, she had been lingering nearby. After Song Qingshu left, she came in and performed the soul transfer technique on Mrs. Tang, telling her everything that happened in this room last night. Over the years, although Huang Rong had the complete Nining manual, due to her personality, she did not practice it diligently. As a result, her attainments in this area were far inferior to her husband, Guo Jing. However, when it came to the fancy martial arts of the Nining manual, Guo Jing was far inferior to her. The great art of shifting souls was such a fancy kung fu. Guo Jing was an upright person and felt that this kung fu was crooked, so he had never practiced it. However, Huang Rong was very interested in it. She had practiced the great art of shifting souls to 70 to 80%. Although it was limited by her internal energy, making it difficult for it to be effective against an expert, it could be used against a pampered noble lady like Madame Tang who did not know the slightest bit of martial arts. Seeing that she had successfully captured Mrs. Tang's soul, Huang Rong began to engrave the events of last night into her mind bit by bit. Worried that the slightest mistake would cause the entire plan to fail, Huang Rong did not let go of a single detail. Not only did she remember every word that Song Qingshu said, she even remembered the positions that he had used to bully her from beginning to end. When Huang Rong finished and came out of the house, the cool breeze in her face made her realize how hot her cheeks were at this moment. Because she had just repeated the events of last night, at this moment, the scenes of the fierce battle from last night kept flashing in her mind. Thinking of that man's brutality, his wildness, and the occasional gentleness and consideration, Huang Rong felt her legs turn to jelly. She did not dare to continue thinking about it. She quickly covered her face and hurried away. Song Qingshu did not know what had happened in the room. All his energy was focused on how to avoid being discovered by Wanyan Liang's expert subordinates. He made his way to Mrs. Tang's original room and found that Wanyan Liang was no longer there. Song Qingshu was startled and hurriedly looked elsewhere. Finally, he found traces of Wanyan Liang in Tang Quobian's study. Song Qingshu crouched under a remote window and quietly listened to what was happening inside. Useless, all of you are useless. Have you still not found Tang Quobian's whereabouts? An angry voice suddenly rang out. It was Wanyan Liang reprimanding his subordinate. This subordinate is useless. A trembling voice said. It was obvious that the subordinate was filled with fear. Continue to search for him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If you still can't find him by today, don't come back to see me, Wanyan Liang said coldly. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, Song Qingshu sensed that a few people had left the room in a hurry. Not long after, Wanyan Liang's voice rang out again, Sir Morong, did you find any clues on the bodies of those men of sacrifice? Reporting to Your Highness, I checked the wounds on their bodies. All of them were killed with a single slash. The murder weapon was the saber in their hands. It was obvious that as soon as they encountered the enemy, their sabers were snatched away by the enemy. Then, in the blink of an eye, the enemy killed all of them. This person's martial arts are so high that it's rare to see someone in Jianghu. An old but calm voice replied. Song Qingshu secretly nodded. This person was Morong Fu's father, Morong Bo. Although he was a bit crazy, his eyesight was extremely accurate. In just a few words, he was able to describe everything that had happened last night as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This person was able to silently kill my men of sacrifice in my residence, which is filled with experts. Then, he successfully kidnapped Tang Quobian. Who is it that wants to make things difficult for me? A crisp sound rang out. It should be Wanyan Liang throwing the teacup in his hand to the ground. Your Highness, do you think it could be someone from the Emperor's side? Morong Bo's voice sounded uncertain. His Wanyan Liang sucked in a breath of cold air. That's not impossible. The room quickly fell into a strange silence. Song Qingshu secretly thought that under the peaceful appearance of the Jin Kingdom's palace, there were treacherous waves. The emperor and this Wan Yanliang were obviously afraid of each other. He estimated that in the near future, the two of them would come to an end sooner or later. Actually, I suspect that the other person could be the person who rescued Huang Rong last night. Wan Yanliang snorted. Whenever he thought of Huang Rong's flirtatious appearance and figure, he would have a belly full of evil fire. You've ruined my plans several times. If I find out who it is, I'll tear your body into 10,000 pieces. Your Highness, please be at ease. Guijing is in our hands. Huang Rong will walk into our trap sooner or later. Morongbo clearly knew what the other party was thinking. His words hit the nail on the head. Wan Yanliang laughed loudly. Mr. Morong, if we can successfully capture Huang Rong, I'll give you a great merit. Thank you, Your Highness. The room rang with ambiguous laughter. Song Qingshu continued to listen for a while. When he couldn't find any meaningful information, he quietly left. Returning to the courtyard where his room was located, Song Qingshu suddenly turned around and stared at the rockery beside him. A beautiful woman with a peach blossoming face flashed out and stared at him coquettishly. Dividing line, thank you to my book friends HJH501, Don't Think of Floating Life Sama, Yuluojia, Love Around the Corner, Qingshujian, Yangjing, Please Use Truth, Nangongju, Amber Cat and others for their monthly votes. Dividing line 2, once again, thank you to all the friends who voted this month. February's monthly votes are the most votes I've ever received for this book, thank you. Little Sister Rong-er. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up as he happily trotted over. Looking at the bright smile on the man's face, Huang Rong's face alternated between red and white. She secretly snorted in her heart, now he looks so sunny and modest, but last night he was like a beast that only knew how to move on me. Men really can't be judged by their appearance. Huang Rong trembled when he called her little sister Rong-er. She subconsciously took a step back to keep a distance from him and said in a slightly flustered manner, Don't call me that. Song Qingshu's smile suddenly froze on his face, weren't you fine yesterday? Did something happen? Thinking of how hard he had tried last night to get her to agree to call him that, Song Qingshu's face became gloomy. This woman was too fickle. Did she still want him to save her husband? Of course, he didn't dare to say what was in his heart, lest he leave the impression that he was taking advantage of others. Looking at Song Qingshu's aggrieved expression, Huang Rong really wanted to cry but had no tears. It was clearly her who was aggrieved, okay? Last night, she not only became his little sister, but also his little sister. But what happened in the middle of the night, Huang Rong would rather die than talk about it, so she could only snort with a straight face. Song Qingshu felt that the other party was simply inexplicable. However, when he thought that she was probably in a bad mood because of her husband, Song Qingshu felt relieved. He was a man, so he had to be magnanimous. Little sister Rong-er, have you dealt with the matter of the beggar gang? But understanding was one thing, listening to her words was another. It was obvious that Song Qingshu was very thick-skinned. He wouldn't give up the power he fought for last night just because of a cold look from the other party. Hearing him call her little sister Rong-er so intimately, Huang Rong was also numb. She thought in her heart, anyway, he has already taken advantage of me, so there's no loss if he takes advantage of me verbally. So, I let him be. Huang Rong nodded in response. Clearly, it was impossible for her to treat him well after what happened last night. Song Qingshu was confused. He didn't know what he had done to offend her, but the yard was obviously not a good place to talk. Let's go inside. It will be troublesome if someone sees us in the yard. Huang Rong had this intention. Although Mrs. Tang was in the room now, she actually wanted to watch with her own eyes to ensure that the whole thing did not reveal any flaws. Even if something went wrong at that time, she could remedy it at any time. At this time, Mrs. Tang had already woken up and was dressing up. When she saw Song Qingshu return, she smiled at first, but when she saw the young woman behind him, who was as handsome as herself, her smile froze. After being used the soul-shifting technique, Mrs. Tang forgot that she had actually seen the other party before. At this time, she was like a cat whose territory had been invaded. She ran to hold Song Qingshu's arm without a trace and looked at the bright and charming young woman with vigilance. Song Qingshu, this is? Although she was someone else's wife, she and Song Qingshu had been glued to each other for the past 2 days. She had long regarded him as her own man. Coupled with Huang Rong's brainwashing just now, she thought that she had been intimate with Song Qingshu last night, so she called him Song Qingshu with sincerity. Huang Rong was very smart and immediately saw that Mrs. Tang's action was deliberately showing off. She couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. Who wants to compete with you for this stinky man? But when she saw Mrs. Tang holding Song Qingshu's arm with a sweet expression, for some reason, Huang Rong felt a flash of irritation in her heart. She didn't know why, but she secretly cursed, "Fox. Don't you like to hear me tell stories about Jianghu? Is this the famous Huang Rong, heroine Huang?" Song Qingshu smiled and introduced her to the 2 beauties. "This is Mrs. Tang." "Huang Rong?" Mrs. Tang exclaimed. There were not many people in the world who hadn't heard of the story of Guo Jing and Huang Rong defending Xianxia. Huang Rong nodded slightly. "Hello, Mrs. Tang." "Hello, Mrs. Guo." Mrs. Tang forced a smile. She didn't know why, but she subconsciously didn't like the woman in front of her. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Hearing the 2 beauties call him madam, he couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart, someone else's wife really has a strange kind of temptation. Madam Tang has been conquered by me, but I don't know if I have fate with this Madam Guo. Go and prepare some tea and snacks. I have something to discuss with Mrs. Guo. Song Qingshu smiled and patted Mrs. Tang's butt. Madam Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Although she was still a little unhappy with Huang Rong's appearance, Song Qingshu's actions undoubtedly proved that she was the mistress of this place. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. She swayed her waist and went out to prepare. Song Qingshu's little trick just now didn't escape Huang Rong's eyes. She secretly cursed in her heart, "What a shameless couple." Huang Rong said with a faint smile, "Prince Song has a good temperament. Aren't you afraid that this Jing beauty will go to Wanyan Liang and tell on you?" Song Qingshu chuckled and said with a proud expression, "This is Rong or Mei. Sister, there is something you don't know. I don't have other skills, but as long as a woman has slept with me, there will be no other man in her heart. These days I have completely conquered her. Now she loves me to the bone. How can she be willing to tell on me?" In fact, Song Qingshu was not usually such a vulgar person, but when he saw Huang Rong sitting upright like a young married woman, he couldn't help but want to deliberately tease her. This bastard is really shameless. Huang Rong heard this and blushed. Thinking of the man's bold words about how as long as a woman has slept with him, there will be no other man in her heart, she almost couldn't help but refute. "Humph, I have also slept with you, but I still think of Brother Jing in my heart." Of course, this kind of words could only be thought in her heart. She didn't dare to say it out. But as she was led by Song Qingshu and recalled the scene last night, she couldn't help but feel a burst of heat in her body. This bastard does have some ability. Huang Rong gently bit her lips. Although she was unwilling to admit it, Song Qingshu's extraordinary talent, coupled with his tireless and barbaric charge, had indeed left a very deep impression on her. "Humph, I wanted to betroth Fu to him in the past. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. Fuer's delicate body can't withstand such a rough attack from him." Huang Rong's face turned even redder when she thought about how she had been a married woman for many years, and how her body had already matured and plump. In addition, she had cultivated the Nine Sutra, so her physique was much better than that of an ordinary girl's. However, she had almost been tortured to death last night. Seeing that Huang Rong didn't fly into a rage after hearing his provocative words, but instead lowered her head shyly, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be possible? Looking at that face that was even more beautiful than a peony, a thought suddenly arose in Song Qingshu's mind. Should I help him save Guo Jing? Dividing line, thank you book friends cut off, slack, dust sealed dream, by Zay 145, Zhuzhu 3360, Qingshujian, Master Shiman, 265-2418, Stsos, Yi Xiaomiao, Ghost Fight 33, Diyu Luojia, Memories of the Northern Hemisphere, Board playing Soy Sauce 8, Color Espencer, Flower pierces my heart, Alone under the heavy fog, Shuyu. 199815001, square inch, Luda 8001, aimed at the concave, Hulua Scholar, Yongjing, please don't make trouble 0, Nangongju, 378385038, PAS color RBY Pine Song Qingshu had done such a thing before. When Luo Bing was arrested in the Forbidden City because of her husband, he took the opportunity to play with Luo Bing. But now Song Qingshu's temperament was not the same as before. He didn't care about his previous means. Moreover, Huang Rong was not a stupid woman like Luo Bing who would use her body as a bargaining chip to save her husband. Want to see? 1 Ka. Mshu Cc for Song Qingshu himself, he didn't want to leave Huang Rong an impression of a despicable and shameless person who took advantage of others. In the long run, it was not worth it. But now looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Although he promised to help her save her husband, there would be opportunities to let Guo Jing have an accident on the way. Song Qingshu quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. Even without Huang Rong, he would still try his best to save Guo Jing. Although he didn't quite approve of some of Guo Jing's methods, he admired his persistence. He did it even though he knew it was impossible. Song Qingshu was full of admiration for those who could do what he couldn't do, so he quickly dispelled the tempting idea in his heart. The reason why people were different from animals was that people had their own moral system and values. Although he was more likely to kiss Huang Rong when Guo Jing was in trouble, he still decided to save Guo Jing. Huang Rong didn't know that her husband's life was in the hands of the man. She was also confused now. She didn't know whether this bastard was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. He kept using such dirty words to molest me. Knowing that she couldn't go on like this, Huang Rong hurriedly changed the topic. Have you thought of a way to save my husband? She really only thinks about her husband. 1 Ka 1. K? A? Mshu Cc Song Qingshu sighed inwardly and hid his strange thoughts in the bottom of his heart. He replied, I've already gone to Hirogua's prison to investigate. That place is heavily guarded, with sentries every few steps. In addition, Ouyang Feng is always by Hirogua's side. If a strong enemy were to invade, he could control Hirogua at any time. At that time, Hirogua's life or death would be up to him. At such a close distance, no one in the world has the ability to save Hirogua from Ouyang Feng unscathed. Ouyang Feng hates us. Now that Brother Jing is in his hands, I don't know how much suffering he will suffer. When Huang Rong thought of the torture her husband might suffer, she couldn't sit still anymore. She paced back and forth in the room, her beautiful face full of worry. Sister Rong you don't have to worry too much. Wanyan Liang needs Hirogua alive. No matter how reckless Ouyang Feng is, he wouldn't dare to kill Hirogua. At most, he would torture him a little. Hirogua is one of the top heroes in the world, he can handle this little bit of torture. Song Qingshu saw that Huang Rong was panicking and stood up to support her shoulders, comforting her. When Song Qingshu's hand touched her shoulder, Huang Rong trembled and instinctively dodged to the side. She looked at him with lingering fear. Song Qingshu didn't expect Huang Rong to have such a big reaction. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister Rong believe it or not, I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just wanted to comfort you. 1 Ka 1. Ka? N? Shu Cc Huang Rong's face reddened. What, haven't you taken advantage of me before? Of course, she would never say this out loud. She could only smile awkwardly. Young master's way of comforting me is too shocking. Song Qingshu shrugged and said helplessly, I almost forgot that in this era, there is a rule that men and women should not touch each other. Where I come from, a man lending his shoulder to a woman to lean on is a very effective method of comfort. If little sister Rong wants to cry, big brother can lend you his shoulder. Huang Rong's face reddened and she couldn't help but spit. If I remember correctly, young master's hometown is Wudong. It's not far from Xianxia. I've been in Xianxia for so many years, how come I've never heard of such a custom? Huang Rong was secretly angry. This person really didn't change. He was always thinking of ways to take advantage of women. Hearing Huang Rong's answer, Song Qingshu was stunned at first, then he sighed in a barely audible voice, the hometown I'm talking about is my previous life. What? Huang Rong was startled. She didn't hear him clearly. It's nothing, Song Qingshu smiled, I just thought of a way to save Hirogua. Really? Huang Rong's anger suddenly turned to joy. She looked at him excitedly. But it depends on how much Sister Rong is willing to pay. Song Qingshu looked at her meaningfully. Huang Rong's heart jumped when she saw his expression. Her expression became somewhat unnatural. What do you mean? That Wanyan Liang has obviously coveted you for a long time. If Rong is willing to spend a night with him, rescuing Hero Guo will be as easy as flipping your hand. Song Qingshu said as he looked at her with a smile that was not a smile, waiting to see how she would react. You. Huang Rong was so angry that her whole body was trembling. If I were to offer myself to Wanyan Liang, why would I need to discuss this with you? Huang Rong's heart was filled with disappointment. She didn't expect Song Qingshu to come up with such an idea. Actually, before last night, she had a good impression of Song Qingshu. Even after what he had done to her last night, she didn't blame him too much. Instead, she vaguely saw him as a man who was second only to her husband. She didn't expect him to ask her to accompany another man. Thank you, Prince Song, for saving my life last night. I won't trouble you anymore. I'll take my leave now. Huang Rong expressionlessly turned around and left. Huh? Song Qingshu didn't expect Huang Rong to have such a big reaction. He immediately became anxious and used his lightness kung fu to block the door. Huang Rong's movements were too hasty. When she saw Song Qingshu standing in front of her, she couldn't stop in time and bumped into his chest. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he felt a warm and fragrant body in his arms. He quickly gathered his thoughts and helped Huang Rong up. Rong, I was just joking with you. Why did you have such a big reaction? Surrounded by his familiar manly scent, Huang Rong couldn't help but think back to last night when he held her in his arms and ravaged her. Her legs felt like jelly. Borrowing his strength, she quickly steadied herself and said in a flustered voice, "Don't call me that." But you agreed to call me that last night. Song Qingshu's face was full of pride. Huang Rong immediately became anxious. I only allowed you to call me little sister Rong. I didn't allow you to directly call me Rong. Rong. All these years, the only person who had ever called her that was her husband. Losing her virginity last night had made her feel very sorry for Guojing. She didn't want another man to call her by her name. What's the difference? Song Qingshu couldn't understand a woman's thoughts. In his opinion, little sister Rong was a lighter choice. He couldn't understand why she could accept little sister Rong but not Rong. I don't care. You can't call me that. Huang Rong stomped her feet. Song Qingshu was captivated by her girlish demeanor. He couldn't help but sigh. Rong, you're so beautiful. How could I bear to let Wanyan Liang take advantage of you? Even if you have to sacrifice yourself to save Guojing and Rong, you should sacrifice yourself to me. Dividing line, thank you to Book Friends or Peasant for your support. Thank you to Song of the Rain, AFD Wei Wei Tun, PAS Color RBY Pine, Long Night, for 6919639, Yuluojia, Inlay Beats Warcraft, BTH 1118, OO Pepper, Yongjing, Maple Hidden, Waiting for Blood Cow to Get Stronger, Willow Catkin, Pond Breeze, F** 9527, 0 Degree Frog, Q5933 05154, Amber Cat, DAS Color S, Green Bamboo Leaf, and others for their monthly votes. Huang Rong felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She thought that something had gone wrong and that Song Qingshu knew everything that happened last night. 1. Reading? 1. Seeing Huang Rong's pale face, Song Qingshu panicked. Rong, you know that I like to talk nonsense. Don't take it to heart, I was just joking with you. Huang Rong finally felt relieved. She couldn't help but have a naughty thought. She bit her lip and looked at the man in front of her. If I really sacrifice myself to you, can you guarantee that you can save Brother Jing? Song Qingshu was stunned at first, then became ecstatic. Of course, I'll save Hero Guo even if I have to risk my life. Noticing that Huang Rong's face had turned cold, he finally came to his senses. He coughed and put on a serious face. Rong, I was just saying that to make you feel better. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Don't worry, with our friendship, I'll definitely do my best to save Hero Guo. Huang Rong's cheeks were dyed with a layer of red, and her smile became extremely strange. Why does it seem like you're that kind of person? Rong, you must be mistaken. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and immediately straightened his chest. I'm an upright person, a gentleman among gentlemen. Bah, gentlemen. Huang Rong spat. In fact, she really thought that Song Qingshu was a gentleman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so relieved to take off the soft hedgehog armor and sleep on his bed last night. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Thinking of his vigorous appearance in bed last night, Huang Rong's face turned red. From then on, she could no longer associate the man in front of her with the word gentleman. 1. Reading? Book 1? But thinking of Song Qingshu's excited expression, Huang Rong suddenly had a thought. If I really reach the end of the line, I can only tell him what happened last night. Humph, with my appearance and identity, I was played by him for an entire night. It's not too much to ask him to take a little risk, right? As soon as this idea came to her mind, Huang Rong blushed. She couldn't help but secretly despise herself. Huang Rong, how could you have this idea of exchanging? In this way, how are you any different from those prostitutes who sell their bodies? When Huang Rong came back to her senses, she saw Song Qingshu blankly staring at her. She couldn't help but tremble and hurriedly said, "Have you thought of a way? If not, I'm leaving." Don't, I've thought of it. Seeing that Huang Rong was about to leave again, Song Qingshu anxiously grabbed her hand. Because of what happened last night, Huang Rong wasn't so sensitive to him taking advantage of her body. Plus, her attention was now focused on him saying that he had a way, so she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Tell me quickly." A trace of slyness suddenly flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes, and he whispered, "Everything has its own destiny. I'm afraid it won't work if I say it." Huang Rong couldn't help but become gloomy. "You're trying to fool me. In all honesty, I really have a way." Seeing that Huang Rong still didn't believe him, Song Qingshu hurriedly swore, "If I can't think of a way, then I won't be able to touch a woman's body for a year." What a messy oath. 1 to read? 1. See? Huang Rong's face turned red, but she believed him 80%. After all, such an oath wouldn't have any effect on others, but it was an extremely poisonous oath to this big pervert. "But if you don't tell me, how will I know if it's true or not?" Huang Rong believed it was one thing, but she always planned before she acted. How could she dare to put all her hopes on someone else? "But I'm really worried that it won't work if I say it," Song Qingshu said with a bitter face. "This is the only way I can think of. If it fails and Hirogui can't be rescued, I'll be guilty." "How can it be so evil?" Huang Rong couldn't help but frown. "Are you worried that the walls have ears? But with your martial arts, you won't be able to hide it from your ears even if there's no one within 100 feet radius," Song Qingshu said with a serious face. "For people like us, when our martial arts reach a certain level, we can already faintly touch the heavenly Tao, so naturally we will have some understanding. I'm sure you've heard, Rong that Buddhist enlightenment can't be verbally taught by a senior monk, but can only be achieved by oneself, right? Because once it's verbally taught, the senior monk's own Tao will lose its effect." Huang Rong couldn't help but nod slightly. There was indeed such a phenomenon in history. Since ancient times, those famous senior monks or wise men did not teach their own Tao to their disciples after they had comprehended it themselves, but instead guided them to comprehend it themselves. So this was the reason. Then what should we do? Huang Rong was secretly shocked at the same time. Could it be that Song Qingshu had already reached such a level? "How about this, come closer to me, and I'll whisper it to you," Song Qingshu replied. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Huang Rong was afraid that the plan to rescue Guojing would go awry. Although she had a vague feeling that something was wrong, she still let Song Qingshu lead her to lean against him. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and sat on the stool. He reached out and pulled Huang Rong, who couldn't stand still, and fell into his arms. Huang Rong was shocked. Just as she was about to get up, she heard Song Qingshu's voice in her ear. "Rong don't move, I'll tell you now." Song Qingshu's voice became softer and softer. Huang Rong was worried about her husband, so she unconsciously moved her ear closer. Looking at the crystal-clear earlobe in front of him, Song Qingshu's breathing quickened. At this moment, all reason had completely lost its effect, and he kissed her. Huang Rong's whole body tensed up, and she said in a trembling voice, "Is this what young master meant by telling me?" Song Qingshu originally regretted his impulsiveness. He thought that she would immediately become hostile, but he didn't expect her to react like this. He couldn't help but become more courageous. He used the tip of his tongue to gently play with her sensitive earlobe, and whispered in her ear, "This is the only way to deceive everyone." Just who are you trying to deceive? Huang Rong actually knew in her heart that she had most likely fallen into Song Qingshu's trap. She didn't know why, but being in his arms like this, her whole body felt lazy, and she actually didn't want to get up. Heavenly Tao. Song Qingshu was not satisfied with her ears, and his lips gradually began to move along her slender snow-white neck. Don't do this. Huang Rong tightly grabbed the big hand that wanted to reach into her clothes. The plan is like this. Seeing that Huang Rong's resistance was becoming more and more obvious, Song Qingshu knew that if he didn't give her some sweetness, she would probably get up and leave in the blink of an eye. Listening to his plan, Huang Rong's pair of beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. She had to admit that although this man was lustful and shameless, he was really very capable. Although Song Qingshu deliberately slowed down his speech, the plan itself was based on the word clever, and it wasn't considered complicated. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to finish the plan. Huang Rong no longer had an excuse to stay in his arms. After taking a deep breath, she faintly sighed and said, "Hey, can you let me go now?" Dividing line, thank you to ZZ33XXB and Punlai General Bookstore for your monthly tickets. If readers have any comments and suggestions, please leave them in the comments section of the official website or in the reader group. Zongheng Genuine Readers VIP Group, 3162895994 Xianxia Panda App Group, 196988784 Song Qingshu was actually very curious about Huang Rong's reaction. Logically speaking, she should have already turned against him for treating her like this. However, Huang Rong remained silent. He was a bastard who did not take advantage of others. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to give up the great opportunity in front of him. In the beginning, he had some scruples and only dared to pretend to speak in Huang Rong's ear, accidentally touching her earlobes. But after a while, Song Qingshu saw that Huang Rong did not respond, so he suddenly became bolder. He was no longer satisfied with that kind of touch, but gradually began to kiss the back of her snow-white neck, cheeks. In fact, Song Qingshu was also very uneasy when he did this. He was afraid that Huang Rong would turn against him and cause the relationship between the two to completely break down. But as his actions became more and more excessive, Huang Rong actually did not have any reaction other than her skin gradually turning red. Could it be that in order to save her husband, she purposely let him take advantage of her? So that he could do his best to save her? An idea flashed through Song Qingshu's mind. On one hand, he admired Huang Rong's willingness to sacrifice for her husband, but on the other hand, he was secretly vigilant. I have so many female friends, and there must be many who are willing to sacrifice for me. For their innocence, I have to be careful at all times, lest I become a prisoner of other men and cause them to be threatened. In his previous life, Song Qingshu had seen a lot of such plots on TV. The life and death of the male lead was in the hands of the villain. The female lead or the second female lead, in order to save the male lead, had no choice but to sacrifice her chastity and let the villain play with her. The most outrageous was a certain TV series. He couldn't remember the name, but the strange plot left a deep impression on him. The first, second, and third female lead were all raped by the villains for various reasons, but the male lead didn't even get to touch their hands. What the F***ck is this? Song Qingshu cursed under his breath. He didn't know what was wrong with the Chinese TV scriptwriters in his previous life, but they always liked to ntring the female lead. It left an indelible shadow in his innocent heart. In this world, I don't want to be a stupid male lead. I want to be a winner in life. Song Qingshu hugged Huang Rong and swore in his heart. Hey, can you let me go now? Huang Rong's faint sigh woke Song Qingshu up. Feeling Huang Rong struggling to get up, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to let her go. He tightly hugged her waist, feeling the warmth and softness of her body, and softly said, Rong, let me hold you for a while. Huang Rong secretly felt bitter. She let him take advantage of her, but he wanted more. Seeing Huang Rong raise her eyebrows, Song Qingshu knew that she was on the verge of exploding. He quickly diverted her attention and said, Rong, why do I feel that the fragrance on your body is so familiar? Which store did you use the powder from? Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. She didn't expect to see a flaw in this, however, she quickly realized that Song Qingshu was just asking casually. He didn't really have any doubts, so she hurriedly replied, "Isn't the fragrance powder used by women almost the same?" "That seems to be true." Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. He wasn't that sensitive to the differences in these scents, so he didn't continue to ask. "How much longer do you want to hold me?" Huang Rong knew that if the two of them continued to be so intimate, it was hard to guarantee that Song Qingshu wouldn't find other flaws. After all, her body still had the traces of him ravaging her last night. "To tell you the truth, I want to hold Rong like this for the rest of my life." Seeing Huang Rong's face covered with a layer of frost, Song Qingshu hurriedly raised his hands. I'll let go, I'll let go." Huang Rong snorted and stood up from his arms in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Huh? Previously, when he was holding Huang Rong from behind, he didn't notice it. Now that Huang Rong was facing him, from her slightly open clothes, Song Qingshu's sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be some red marks on her neck and near her collarbone. "Rong, what happened to your neck? Are you injured?" Song Qingshu subconsciously walked over to check. Huang Rong was startled. She hurriedly covered her collar and took a step back. "It's nothing." Song Qingshu frowned. "Rong, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. It's just that you fought with the masters under Wan Yanliang yesterday. If they left hidden energy on your body, it would be terrible. The sooner you find it, the sooner you can treat it." "What hidden energy?" "These are obviously the marks left by you last night." Huang Rong was so angry that she kept stamping her feet, but she couldn't say this to him. She could only smile unnaturally. "You worry too much. Don't forget that no matter what, I'm still the leader of a gang. How could I not know whether I'm injured or not? It seems that I worry too much." Song Qingshu thought that what she said made sense. He couldn't help but nod with a bitter smile. "I'll go prepare the things we need to save people tonight." Huang Rong covered her collar with one hand and used the other to lift up the hair that was a little messy because of Song Qingshu. She hurriedly left after leaving these words. Looking at the delicate figure, Song Qingshu was deep in thought. What if those red marks weren't caused by hidden energy? Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. They looked more like hickeys. Soon, it was night time. The peaceful Kaifeng city suddenly became noisy. In the provincial governor's mansion, Wan Yanliang frowned and hurriedly asked his subordinates, "What happened outside?" "Your Highness, it seems that several places in the city have caught fire." "Caught fire?" Wan Yanliang was deep in thought. Where are the places that are on fire? The south, north, east, and west of the city all seem to have caught fire. All four directions are on fire at the same time? Wan Yanliang sneered. "I'm afraid that someone deliberately set the fire." "Your Highness, it seems that the Kaifeng city's water dragons are stretched thin. Should we send someone to help the prefectural magistrate of Kaifeng?" Wan Yanliang shook his head. "Don't worry. Although the fire looks powerful, it won't be long before it is extinguished. This is obviously a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Pass down my order, everyone is to guard their posts in case someone tries to break into the prison." "Yes, Your Highness." Opening the window, Wan Yanliang looked at the flickering flames in the distance and smiled playfully. "Huang Rong, is that you?" Thinking of Huang Rong's beautiful face and the mature charm of a young married woman, Wan Yanliang felt something 3 feet below his lower abdomen heat up. Speak of the devil. Just as Wan Yanliang was imagining Huang Rong under his body and having fun with her, Huang Rong's voice came from not far away. "Wan Yan bastard, let go of my husband." Although Huang Rong's voice was full of anger, Wan Yanliang was still subdued by her clear and melodious voice. He wondered how tempting it would be to be woken up with such a beautiful voice. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance you find it by chance. Wan Yanliang was determined to get his hands on Huang Rong. Seeing that she had walked right into his trap, he couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly ran out. At this time, a few of his subordinates heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Seeing Wan Yanliang, they secretly surrounded him. Wan Yanliang looked up and saw a fairy-like figure standing on the wall not far away under the hazy moonlight. Her hair was tied up in a lingyun bun, making her look dignified and elegant. Her 2 curved willowy eyebrows and her sorrowful and resentful eyes made the hearts of all the men in the courtyard tremble. They didn't know what was bothering this stunning beauty. She wore a dress that was as clear as blue water and a silk ribbon was tied around her waist, making her look tall and slender, elegant and refined. She stood on the wall, her black hair and green dress fluttering in the wind. She had an otherworldly aura. What a peerless beauty, this was the consensus of all the men present. They wished they could hug this fairy-like figure in their arms and caress her. However, they knew in their hearts that this peerless beauty could only belong to one person tonight, and that was the Xi King, Wan Yanliang. Madame Gua, we meet again. Looking at Huang Rong's full chest, Wan Yanliang's eyes flashed with greed. Humph, I wish I could never see you again. Huang Rong coldly replied. Wan Yanliang didn't care about her words and didn't rush to have his subordinates catch Huang Rong. At such a close distance, he was confident that Huang Rong wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. If Huang Rong really escaped, the super experts under his command would really be so embarrassed that they would buy a piece of tofu and commit suicide. I'm afraid this wish will be difficult to fulfill. Madam is destined to be entangled with me for the rest of your life. Wan Yanliang laughed proudly. Shameless. Huang Rong coldly looked at him. Wan Yanliang's expression became solemn and he lightly said, whether you're shameless or a dog thief, your husband's life is in your hands. As long as you're willing to spend the night with me, I'll immediately let Hero Gua go. But if you dare to say no, Mr. Ouyang has long wanted to kill you. Tonight, I'll make Gua Jing's head roll on the ground. Dog thief, die. Huang Rong was obviously angered by his obscene conditions. Her figure flashed and she waved the dog-beating stick towards him. Wan Yanliang took a step back and chuckled, capture him alive. Morong Bo grunted. He took a step forward and stood in front of Huang Rong. Huang Rong's exquisite dog-beating stick technique was unexpectedly neutralized by his bare hands. Seeing that the number of Jin Kingdom's imperial bodyguards was increasing, Huang Rong shouted in a tender voice, Wan Yan dog thief, I'll let you live for a few more days. After saying that, her figure flashed and she used the momentum to fly out of the mansion. Wan Yanliang suddenly became anxious. Madam, do you want Gua Jing to die tonight? Hearing his words, Huang Rong's figure paused for a moment before she replied, if Jing Ji dies, you will never have me. Finishing her sentence, she tapped the ground with her toes and jumped off the wall. Hearing Huang Rong's tone soften, Wan Yanliang was overjoyed and quickly ordered, Mr. Morong, Mr. Qiu, young Hero Yang, quickly catch Huang Rong and bring her back for me. Morong Bo and Qiu Qianren grunted and quickly chased after her. However, Yang Wu didn't seem to have any intention of moving. Wan Yanliang's heart flashed with a trace of displeasure, but he quickly recovered and said, young Hero Yang is indeed righteous. I know that you and a couple are old friends, so you don't have to worry about this matter. Yang Wu nodded and looked in the direction where Huang Rong disappeared. His eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and left. Dividing line seeing him leave, Wan Yanliang knew that he had an eccentric temperament, so he didn't bother with him. At this moment, his mind was focused on Huang Rong. He was afraid that Morong Bo and Qiu Qianren wouldn't be safe enough, so he hurriedly called his warriors and ordered them to chase after her. After Huang Rong jumped off the wall, she didn't run away immediately. Instead, she hid in the shadows and looked at the woman in front of her. Her clothes and hairstyle were exactly the same as hers. She couldn't help but laugh and say, you're quite good at pretending. Rong we're familiar with each other, but if you laugh at me like this again, I'll get angry. Song Qingshu looked at her with a gloomy face and said, I've sacrificed so much for you, but you're still laughing at me? Huang Rong tried to hold back her laughter and said, I won't laugh. But she couldn't help it. Seeing Song Qingshu's pale face, she quickly said, they're chasing after you, you should run quickly. I'll settle this with you later. Song Qingshu raised his fist threateningly, but he already heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. He knew that Wan Yanliang's experts were chasing after them, so he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly used his lightness kung fu to run away. She's over there, quickly chase after her. Qiu Qianren was known as Iron Palm floating on water. Other than his pair of iron palms, his qigong was also the best in the world. Therefore, although he started later than Morong Bo, he was the first one to reach the courtyard wall. Seeing a green shadow flashing not too far away, he recognized Huang Rong's back and hastily called the others to chase after her. Seeing the group of people disappear into the distance, Huang Rong, who had been hiding in the shadows, quietly came out with a complicated expression on her pretty face. The dignified Golden Snake King, one of the world's top experts, was actually willing to disguise himself as a woman in order to save my brother Jing. In ancient times, saying that a man behaved like a woman was the biggest insult. In the past, Zhuge Liang used a woman's clothes to humiliate Sima Yi for being a coward and not going to war. Sima Yi was so angry that he almost couldn't bear it. Of course, Huang Rong knew these rules. Seeing that Song Qingshu had sacrificed so much, she was moved. She even thought, he did this for me, so I'll make it up to him last night. She even wondered if brother Jing would disguise himself as a woman for her. Huang Rong quickly shook her head. Brother Jing was an indomitable hero. Why would he wear women's clothes? Even though Huang Rong had convinced herself, she still felt a little lost. She knew that in her husband's heart, the country and the people were the most important. If he had to choose between her and Xianxia, he would probably give up his love for the greater good. Although Huang Rong could understand her husband's choice, she was a woman after all. Which woman didn't need her husband's unreserved love? Which woman didn't want her husband to go against the world for her? Rong are you worried about me? After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong, who was in a daze, suddenly felt a breath of hot air blow into her ear. Huang Rong was startled at first. Even though she was a little distracted, it was really not right for her to not notice that someone had bullied her. However, she soon relaxed. Who else but Song Qingshu would talk to her like that? Can't you talk to me properly? Huang Rong instinctively took a step back, leaving a relatively safe distance between the two of them. She then rolled her eyes at Song Qingshu. What's wrong with talking like that? Song Qingshu shrugged disapprovingly. If you want to have a serious conversation, don't you think it's enough with your brother Jing? Huang Rong held her breath. She didn't want to compare the two of them, so she quickly changed the topic. You shook them off so quickly? Of course. Speaking of this, Song Qingshu's face was full of pride. He raised his head and snorted. Although my martial arts aren't the best in the world, I have two skills that are the best in the world. One of them is Qin Gong. Looking at the whole world, I am the best. Green-winged bat King Wei Yixiao and Dongfang Bubi are the best. As for the others, they can slowly find their own places. Just now, Song Qingshu used the moonlight to disguise himself as Huang Rong. He lured all the experts under Wan Yanliang out of the city. At first, he didn't dare to use Qin Gong too much in case the pursuers couldn't catch up. But when they were far enough away from the city, he didn't hold back anymore and shook them off in the blink of an eye. After losing track of Huang Rong, Qiu Qianren, Morong Bo, and the others would definitely need a long time to find her. By the time they realized something was wrong, the time they spent on the way back would be enough for Song Qingshu to save them. Looking at Song Qingshu's high-spirited appearance, Huang Rong suddenly thought of a poem, When the wind blows, the horse gallops. It's good to be young, Huang Rong secretly sighed. Although she wasn't that old, she and Guojing had spent all these years protecting Xiangyang. It made her feel like a beauty past her prime. Being with Song Qingshu, she unconsciously felt like she had returned to the time when she was a young girl. She once again experienced the carefree feeling of the past. Look at how proud you are, Huang Rong was mischievous. She deliberately cooperated and asked, then may I ask, young Master Song, what other kung fu is the best in the world? Song Qingshu smiled strangely and whispered a few words in her ear. Huang Rong's pretty face immediately turned red. She was so angry that she raised her fist to hit him. Song Qingshu laughed and innocently said while dodging, Kung fu in bed is also kung fu, you should tell this kind of nonsense to your Mrs. Tang. Don't pollute my ears. Huang Rong deliberately put on a serious face, but her heart was beating fast. Thinking about how she almost fainted last night, she had to admit that his kung fu in bed was probably the best in the world, but I like to say it to Rong Huang Rong looked up and saw Song Qingshu looking at her with a playful expression. She couldn't help but panic and hastily coughed, we'd better hurry up and save brother Jing. It would be bad if we wait for those people to react. Song Qingshu didn't want to push her too hard. Seeing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go save Hero Gua." Looking at his hand in front of her, Huang Rong was slightly startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu said seriously, "Of course I'm carrying you. Otherwise, with your lightness skill, how could you sneak into the prison without a sound?" Ah? Huang Rong knew that what he said made sense. But she still felt a little hesitant to let him hold her in his arms when she was still conscious. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, "Rong why are you so shy?" "It's not like we haven't hugged each other before." Huang Rong was shocked. Her first thought was that he knew what happened last night, but she quickly realized that he was talking about what happened between them at the Golden Snake meeting. Seeing Huang Rong's hesitation, Song Qingshu didn't care whether she would be angry or not. He stretched his arm and put it around her waist. Song Qingshu embraced Huang Rong's soft body, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. It smells good." Surrounded by that demonic aura, Huang Rong's entire body instantly went limp. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but faintly sigh. "Prince Song, I still think you're too young to be my younger brother. Do you think this is interesting?" "Of course it's interesting." Song Qingshu smiled slightly, and then his expression became solemn. "Rong you can say anything about me, but you can't say that I'm too young." "You're clearly younger than me?" Huang Rong was slightly startled. She didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. It wasn't until she saw his winking expression that she finally reacted. She couldn't help but secretly spit, despicable. She had experienced it firsthand last night. Indeed, no matter what standard she used, it had nothing to do with being a little girl. Huang Rong didn't want to talk about such a shameful topic with him. She hurriedly said, "You're a young hero. Who knows how many beautiful girls in the world like you? Why do you have to obsessively pester a married woman like me?" "I like married women," Song Qingshu replied boldly. Huang Rong was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know how to respond at all. Song Qingshu was worried that she would react and fly into a rage. He hurriedly said, "Don't talk anymore. Let's go save your husband." Finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Huang Rong's slender waist. With a light tap of his toes, the two of them leapt up to the top of a nearby tower. A biting cold wind blew, and Huang Rong's delicate skin couldn't help but be covered in a layer of fine particles. She subconsciously shrank into Song Qingshu's embrace. Forced back by the boiling heat of his chest, the chill in her body immediately dissipated. Only then did she ask, "What are we doing at such a high place?" Hugging Huang Rong's slender waist, Song Qingshu could keenly feel her waist brimming with vitality. He could even feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly sigh in admiration. Guo Jing really had good luck with women, to be able to hug such a stunner to sleep every day. However, he didn't expect that Guo Jing, who was usually busy with state affairs, would rarely share a room with Huang Rong in recent years. Even if they slept together, it was usually because he was too tired and fell asleep as soon as he laid on the bed. How could he be like Guo Jing, living a carefree and unfettered life? Only when you stand high can you see further. Song Qingshu had a mysterious smile on his face as he quietly stared at the military governor's residence in the distance, observing the gaps in their guards. Seeing that he did not speak, Huang Rong suddenly began to feel a little uncomfortable. The heat from Song Qingshu's body made her body unknowingly have a strange reaction. It must be known that she had always been chaste. In her life, she had never been hugged by a man other than her husband. In addition to the events of last night, Huang Rong felt that her legs were a little weak. "How much longer do you want to hug me?" Huang Rong knew that she could not continue like this and couldn't help but bite her lip coldly. Song Qingshu was stunned. Lowering his head to see that her face was as cold as frost, he suddenly smiled strangely, "Since Rong doesn't want to be hugged by me, then I won't hug you." Before Huang Rong could react, she felt her entire body become light. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she suddenly discovered that she had been thrown out of the tower by Song Qingshu. Unable to understand why Song Qingshu suddenly wanted to kill her, Huang Rong's mind was completely blank, and she could only instinctively scream. But before her voice could leave her mouth, her lips were blocked by a scorching hot and dry mouth. Huang Rong opened her eyes to see that Song Qingshu's smiling face was right in front of her. Being embraced by Song Qingshu, she was no longer free falling like before. Instead, the two of them were like night falcons, quietly gliding high up in the sky towards the heavily guarded military governor's residence. Huang Rong had not yet recovered from the shock. Looking at the man in front of her, she felt as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable feeling of being moved. At this moment, her body was high up in the sky, and everything around her was silent. At this moment, Huang Rong felt as if she had left the world and stood alone. At this moment, whatever etiquette and defenses were all thrown to the back of her mind. She no longer thought that she was someone else's wife. At this moment, the only thought in her mind was to passionately respond to the man in front of her. Her hands hooked around his neck, Huang Rong gradually closed her eyes, allowing him to wantonly taste her fragrant tongue. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms who was allowing him to do whatever he wanted, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Knowledge is indeed power. So the drawbridge effect is actually this useful. The drawbridge effect was a scientific phenomenon from his previous life. When a person was on tenterhooks crossing a drawbridge, their heartbeat would involuntarily increase. At this moment, if they happened to meet someone of the opposite sex, then they would mistakenly think that the person in front of them was the other half of their life, and thus develop feelings for them. In the end, people would mistakenly think that the accelerated heartbeat caused by various kinds of dangerous situations was a physiological reaction caused by the other party moving their heart. Thus, they would develop feelings of love for the other party. Just now, Song Qingshu had purposely thrown Huang Rong down from the high tower, and then saved her when she was in despair. In such a short moment, she experienced life and death, and from death to life. No matter how intelligent Huang Rong was, she was still a woman. In that kind of situation, all of her defenses would instantly collapse. As it turned out, Song Qingshu's guess was right. Huang Rong really did change her normal behavior, and even raised her chin to cooperate with his kiss. Song Qingshu knew that at this time, even if he wanted to go a step further, Huang Rong would most likely not refuse. Unfortunately, no matter how capable he was, he could not complete the entire intimate process in such a short period of time. If only I were Superman. I could directly fly around the world with Huang Rong in my arms. There would be plenty of time to do whatever I want. Song Qingshu thought indignantly. But no matter how unwilling he was, the two of them still landed on the ground. The attention of the guards in the residence was all outside. Who would have thought that someone would directly come down from the sky? Thus, Song Qingshu picked two guards and hid in a blind spot. The guards not far away did not notice anything out of the ordinary. When her feet landed on the ground, Huang Rong seemed to be suddenly pulled back to the real world. Her entire body trembled, and she pushed Song Qingshu away. Her face alternated between green and red. She asked hesitantly, "Just now, why did you kiss me?" "I wanted to kiss you, so I kissed you." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "You." Huang Rong felt a burst of anger. "But I have a husband." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I don't mind." "But I mind." Huang Rong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't know why, but it was very difficult for her to really get angry. "All right, in order to prevent your pitiful moral values from breaking, I will give you a reason." Song Qingshu's expression became serious. "The reason we were able to successfully sneak in was because we caught them off guard. If you kept screaming just now, weren't you clearly telling the guards below to be on guard? How could we save your husband then? It was clearly you who took advantage of me, but in the end, it was my fault." Huang Rong cursed in her heart, but hearing him say this, she really felt better. She said with a red face, "This time I will let it go. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me like just now." Dividing line. Speaking of which, many readers have privately asked me what the name of the TV series mentioned in yesterday's chapter is. Where's your moral integrity? Knowing that it is so poisonous, you still rush to watch it? Song Qingshu realized that he really did not understand women. The fact that he had been kissed did not change anything. All he had to do was change the excuse, and the other party's attitude changed from angry to barely accepting. Thinking about the meaning behind Huang Rong's words, his expression became even more strange. "So according to Rong as long as you agree, I can kiss you?" Only then did Huang Rong realize the loophole in her words. She quickly replied, "Even if I agree, you can't kiss me." "No, how can I agree?" Seeing Huang Rong's rambling, Song Qingshu smiled playfully. "That's not necessarily true. I believe that one day, Rong'er will allow me to kiss you." Seeing Huang Rong's expression change slightly, he quickly changed the topic. "Alright, let's go save Hirogua." Huang Rong was not in the mood to argue about her husband's safety. She nodded solemnly. "Stick to the plan." Song Qingshu reminded Huang Rong and then covered his face with a black cloth. Finding a gap and seeing that the surrounding patrols were not paying attention, he floated into the prison like a gust of wind. Before the guards in the prison could react, he struck their acupoints and subdued them in an instant. When Huang Rong followed him in, she looked at the guards who remained motionless along the way. She couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. This bastard's lightness skill is too terrifying. Fortunately, I'm not his enemy. Huang Rong did not realize that deep in her heart, she had subconsciously regarded Song Qingshu as one of her own. Not far away, Huang Rong heard an angry shout. She recognized it was Ouyang Feng's voice and hurriedly ran over to help Song Qingshu. Not long after, she saw Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng fighting not far away. Seeing her come in, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Quickly go save Hirogua." When Ouyang Feng saw Huang Rong, he couldn't help but be enraged. If it wasn't for her, Ouyang Ku wouldn't have died. Ouyang Feng himself had been crazy for more than 10 years because of Huang Rong. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be worthy of being called the Western poison. Therefore, he did not care about Song Qingshu at all, and directly used the toad stance to pounce on Huang Rong. Before he arrived, the biting cold wind from his palm had already made Huang Rong breathless. In a panic, she hurriedly raised the dog-beating stick in front of her, but she also knew that in the face of Ouyang Feng's full-strength attack, it would be very difficult for her to resist. Song Qingshu's eyes, he knew that if he allowed Ouyang Feng to attack, Huang Rong's life would be in danger within a few moves. Thus, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed forward to protect Huang Rong. "Hurry up and save them." Ouyang Feng attacked with hatred, so Song Qingshu had no choice but to treat him with caution. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged several palms. The wind from their palms shook the surrounding walls, and the whole prison cell shook. Huang Rong was also a quick-witted person. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was entangled by Song Qingshu, she did not hesitate and immediately ran to where Guojing was imprisoned. With just one look, Huang Rong's tears fell. At this moment, Guojing was tied to a pillar. From head to toe, there was not a single part of his clothes that was intact. His whole body was like a man of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered great torture in the past 2 days. What made her even more furious was that Guojing's scapulae were pierced by 2 thick iron chains. Piercing the scapulae was a special torture used by the government to deal with bandits. It made it impossible for them to use their strength and martial arts. It was obvious that the enemy was afraid of Guojing's martial arts, so they added such a cruel punishment to him. Thinking that her husband had suffered so much here, but she was flirting with other men and even had sex with them, Huang Rong suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of guilt and could not help but sob. Hearing the movement, Guojing struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Huang Rong in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. "Rong-er, why are you here? Hurry up and leave, it's dangerous here." Seeing that Guojing was still thinking about her at this time, Huang Rong felt even more guilty. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "Jing Ge, don't worry, Rong-er is here to save you." After saying that, she picked up a Buddhist monk's knife next to her and cut off the shackles on Guojing's body. The reason why Guojing could still stand was because of the chains. Now that the chains were broken, he could no longer stand and his whole body fell to the ground. "Jing Ge." Huang Rong was shocked and quickly went over to support him. Seeing that Guojing was free, Ouyang Feng suddenly became angry. He used the toad skill to its fullest extent, but unfortunately, it was still unable to force the masked man in front of him to retreat. He could not help but roar, "Song, don't think that I can't recognize you with your face covered. Are you really going to ignore our friendship for this woman?" Having been seen through, Song Qingshu could only take off his mask and smiled embarrassedly. "Mr. Ouyang, what a coincidence, we meet again." "Coincidence my ass. Ouyang Feng said angrily, you really want to save him? Song Qingshu shrugged. Mr. Ouyang, you are my friend, but Huang Rong is also my friend. Originally, I should not help either side, but she can't beat you. I am worried that you will kill her in anger, so I have to help him. Seeing Ouyang Feng's face turn as black as charcoal, Song Qingshu hurriedly added, in fact, I treat you all equally. If Mr. Ouyang can't beat her, I will certainly help Mr. Ouyang. I am the Western Poison, one of the 5 grades of the Central Plains. How can I not beat her? Ouyang Feng was so angry that he laughed. You have clearly forgotten your friends because you have a woman and don't want friends. Song Qingshu was struck speechless. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was not having it. If it was under normal circumstances, she would have tolerated it. But now, in front of her husband, how could she allow her innocence to be tarnished? She couldn't help but scold, old poison, did you not brush your teeth today? Prince Song and I are pure, like the bright moon in the sky. How can you stain us like this? Although her words were righteous, only she knew how strong her tone was. After what happened last night, how could she and Song Qingshu be pure? It was more like it. Ouyang Feng heard this and laughed. You and Song Qingshu are pure? Back in the cave, you. Huang Rong panicked, afraid that he would say something unpleasant. Fortunately, Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking and took the opportunity to attack. Ouyang Feng didn't have the time to say anything else. Huang Rong had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly realized that Guojing was looking at her and Song Qingshu suspiciously. She could not help but say guiltily, Jing, don't listen to that old poison's nonsense. Guojing smiled and shook his head. Rong why would I suspect you? I'm just curious how you know such an expert. Jing, he is the Song Qingshu I mentioned to you before. She didn't know why, but just speaking his name caused Huang Rong's heart to tremble. Oh, he really is a young hero. If Fu can really marry him, it will be the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Guojing's eyes shone with a strange light. End of chapter. Hearing her husband's words, Huang Rong's legs gave way and she almost fainted. Reading a book, after returning to Xianxia from the Golden Snake Conference, Huang Rong had told Guojing everything that had happened. She had also praised Song Qingshu, the rising star of the younger generation. Whether it was his martial arts or his leadership skills, he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. Therefore, she had also mentioned her idea of matchmaking her daughter, Guofu, with him. Guofu was the apple of the couple's eye, but Huang Rong had to admit that apart from her beauty, Guofu's temper and intelligence could be said to be useless. For her daughter's future, she had been worried a lot as a mother. Until she saw Song Qingshu at the Golden Snake Conference, Huang Rong's heart was suddenly moved. If she could successfully matchmake the two, first, she could find an ideal husband for her daughter. With Song Qingshu's martial arts and ability, they would not have to worry about the rest of Fuer's life. Secondly, they had Song Qingshu as their son-in-law. Based on his martial arts skills and the leadership he displayed in defeating the Qing army, Xiangyang would no longer have to worry about. It would also solve the biggest headache the couple had in their lives. Thirdly, Huang Rong was vaguely aware of Song Qingshu's thoughts about her. Even she herself felt that it was not worth telling others about it. Thus, she wanted to build a solid relationship between the two of them. With this mother-in-law and son-in-law relationship, it was impossible for anything else to happen between the two of them. All potential possibilities would be nipped in the bud. But Huang Rong never thought that before she could make Song Qingshu her son-in-law, she would make him sleep with her first. After what happened between the two last night, how could Huang Rong still have the thought of marrying her daughter to him? Even though she was the daughter of the Eastern heretic and was a famous demoness when she was young, this matter was still too shocking. If that was really the case, it would not just be two women working together, but a mother and daughter working together. How could Huang Rong tolerate such a ridiculous thing? But she could not tell her husband the reason, so she could only change the topic. Brother Jing, let's talk about Fuer later. The most important thing now is to get you out of here. Ouyang Feng finally managed to force Song Qingshu away. He seized the opportunity and said, Brother Song, when Wan Yanliang asked about your identity after you rescued Huang Rong, I didn't reveal it to him for the sake of our friendship. But now you've completely turned against me for this woman? Song Qingshu saw the thick killing intent in Ouyang Feng's eyes and couldn't help but raise his guard. Among the 5 uniques, each of them had their own unique skills, and their skills were about the same. However, in a real life or death battle, the one Song Qingshu least wanted to meet was Ouyang Feng. Wang Chongyang had died young, so there was no need to consider him. Reverend Eating of the South and Hong Qigong of the Northern Beggar were soft-hearted people, so there was no danger in dealing with them. Although the Eastern heretic was a little troublesome, he had his own principles and morals, and a gentleman could be deceived easily. Only Ouyang Feng was a man who would do anything. Moreover, his nickname was the Western Poison, and his skills in using poison were not inferior to his martial arts. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation and eyesight, as long as the environment was right, Ouyang Feng had the ability to kill East Heretic, Northern Beggar, and South Emperor. Therefore, he had to be careful. Brother Ouyang, there is actually no irreconcilable hatred between you and them. Why do you want to fight to the death? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. What do you mean there is no irreconcilable hatred? Ouyang Feng seemed to be provoked and roared, if it was not for Huang Rong, my Ke-er would not have lost his legs. If he had not lost his legs, he would not have been killed by Yang Kong. And Guo Jing, that stinking brat. He looks simple and honest, but he tricked me with that sly girl, Huang Rong. He used a fake 9-yin manual and tricked me into going crazy for more than 10 years. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice, Brother Ouyang, you are wrong. Your son's legs were indeed disabled because of Huang Rong, but the murderer was Yang Kong. Yang Kong coveted your White Camel Manor's martial arts, but your White Camel Manor has always had only one master. Therefore, as long as this rule exists, Yang Kong would definitely use all means to kill your son. Even if Ouyang Ke's legs were fine, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Sooner or later, he would still die in Yang Kang's hands. Hearing this, Ouyang Feng's face alternated between green and white. Yang Kong was already dead, and he had only wanted to kill Guo Jing and Huang Rong to avenge Ouyang Ku. He hadn't thought about the ins and outs of what had happened. Now that Song Qingshu had said it, even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that it was true. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was silent, Song Qingshu continued, as for them causing you to be crazy for 10 years, it was only because you threatened them with your life and forced them to tell you the 9-yin manual. In order to protect themselves, they had no choice but to give you a fake manual. Moreover, it can be said that you have profited from your misfortune. You have successfully practiced the 9-yin manual in reverse and your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. In your madness, you have accepted a young hero like Yanggua as your godson. Thinking about Yanggua, a faint smile appeared on Ouyang Feng's face. But he quickly gave a cold snort. If he was someone else, then it would have been fine. He really is a good child and I would have treated him as my own. But out of all the things I should not have done, he is the son of that bastard Yang Kong. Song Qingshu frowned. No wonder he felt that Ouyang Feng's feelings towards Yanggua were a little strange. So there was a hidden layer of relationship. Brother Ouyang, why are you so stubborn? It is said that the grace of raising someone is greater than the grace of giving birth. Apart from giving birth to him, when has Yang Kong ever done any of his duties as a father? Yanggua is a man of chivalry and righteousness. His character is pure and kind. He is completely different from his father. In his heart, I'm afraid he would be more willing to recognize you as his father than Yang Kong, who is cursed by tens of thousands of people. Hearing Song Qingshu praise Yanggua, Huang Rong secretly sighed. She thought to herself that she was smart and had watched Guo grow up. But her understanding of his character was not as clear as Song Qingshu's. No wonder Brother Jing has always liked Guo. Great minds think alike. Compared to them, I can't help but be petty. Seeing that Ouyang Feng was silent, Song Qingshu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Thank you Brother Ouyang. As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared between Guo and Huang Rong. With one hand holding onto Guo's clothes and the other holding onto Huang Rong's slender waist, he used, treading on the sands, and disappeared from the prison. Ouyang Feng finally reacted. He couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. But he quickly calmed down. Thinking back to Song Qingshu's hand that was holding onto Huang Rong's slender waist, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. Messing with his wife in front of her husband, I was right about you. Humph, Huang Rong, did you forget my nickname? Do you really think you can save Gua? Ouyang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking in the direction where the three people disappeared. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Dividing line, thank you to my book friends Shiyu Jingchen, Geese, Ichiyun, 997-4315, Diu Luojia, Lion Burning Winds Candle and others for their support and monthly votes. As soon as Song Qingshu's hand wrapped around her waist, Huang Rong's entire body stiffened. She guiltily glanced to the side and, seeing that her husband had not noticed his actions, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Huang Rong did not relax for long. Very quickly, her pretty face turned red and white. It turned out that Song Qingshu's hand on her waist was not being honest. As he held her, he was also rubbing her lower abdomen. Huang Rong's heart trembled and she almost cried out in alarm. However, she remembered that her husband was beside her and that they were currently in the lion's den. She did not want to complicate matters. In any case, the one surnamed Song had already taken advantage of her, so this matter was not a big deal. She had already let down her Jing Jige. If her impulsive actions caused Jing Jige to be thrown back into prison, then she would really die 1,000 times over. Having made up her mind, Huang Rong bit her lips and allowed Song Qingshu to take advantage of her. Intentionally or unintentionally, she even twisted her body to cooperate with him, taking the opportunity to block her husband's view. Song Qingshu looked at her meaningfully, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up in a proud smile. As he rushed out of the imperial prison with Guo Jing and Huang Rong, they quickly attracted the attention of the guards outside. However, in the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be overcome by speed. Before the guards could surround them, Song Qingshu took the two of them and leapt out of the encirclement. Then, he led the pursuers in a few large circles before stealthily returning to the rear residence of the military governor's residence. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Song Qingshu smiled and said to the two of them, in a moment, Wan Yanliang will definitely search the entire city. Whether you hide in an inn or a residence, it is safer than hiding right under his nose. As soon as they were out of danger, Huang Rong felt as if she had been scalded by boiling water. She pushed him away, her pretty face so red that it seemed as if water would seep out of it. Guo Jing did not notice his wife's abnormality. Instead, he weakly cupped his hands towards Song Qingshu and said, Song Xianxia is indeed wise and brave. I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. Hero Gua is too polite, Song Qingshu hurriedly supported him, you and your wife have guarded Xiangyang all these years and are heroes admired by all Han people. When Hero Gua is in danger, we should lend a helping hand. Huang Rong, who was at the side, listened to him speak with fervor and assurance. She felt extremely strange in her heart. She had begged him to save her previously, but he had clearly looked unwilling. She had finally begged him to help, but now he was pretending to be a big shot. What's more, the covert movements of his hands along the way were not at all chivalrous. Song Xiaoxia is indeed righteous. Guo Jing thought of the future edition of such a chivalrous character in Jianghu, and could not help but be overjoyed. Huang Rong couldn't help but purse her lips. Brother Jing was an open and aboveboard person. He would only think well of others. How could he know how much of a bastard Song was? Of course, she would never say these words out loud. Brother Jing, you should treat your injuries first. Huang Rong thought of how her husband had suffered such a great loss, but still had a grateful expression towards that bastard. She felt extremely uncomfortable and did not want Guo Jing to continue praising him, so she interrupted him. Rong I'm fine. Guo Jing forced a smile, but from the cold sweat on his forehead, it was obvious that he was enduring a great deal of pain. Her fingertips slid across the iron chain on her husband's shoulder blade, and Huang Rong couldn't help but cry, who did this to Brother Jing, and that traitor Yan Liang was afraid of my martial arts, so after he captured me, he ordered his warriors to pierce my shoulder blade. Seeing Huang Rong's tears, Guo Jing hurriedly said, Rong don't cry. Aren't I fine now? You're already like this, and you still call that fine? Huang Rong choked with sobs. Seeing Huang Rong cry, Guo Jing subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe her tears, but he suddenly realized that there were outsiders present. He had always valued etiquette, so how could he act so intimately in front of outsiders, but letting Huang Rong cry wasn't what he wanted either. For a moment, Gu Jing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lady Gua, you should be happy right now. How can you cry? Song Qingshu's frivolous voice rang out. Even though he was extremely daring, calling Gu Jing his wife Rong in front of him made him feel a bit guilty. Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. That bastard Song had always been absurd and unexpected. If he continued to call her Rong she really wouldn't know how to explain it to her husband. But she quickly recalled Song Qingshu's words and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. You say I should be happy? Brother Jing is injured like this, and you want me to be happy? Because of the events of the past 2 days, Huang Rong always felt that Song Qingshu had ill intentions towards her. She subconsciously thought that he couldn't wait for something to happen to Brother Jing. Gu Jing looked at his wife in astonishment. In his heart, his wife had always been an intelligent person. It was rare to see her lose her composure. But today, she had such a big reaction, and the person she was talking to was her savior. What was going on? Seeing that Huang Rong was like an angry female leopard, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, as the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Piercing the scapula is used by the government to deal with bandits. Although it will cripple a person's martial arts, as long as they are treated in time, their martial arts can still be preserved. Lady Gua, think about it carefully. If it wasn't for the fact that Wanyan Liang didn't know the ropes and personally ordered for Hero Gua's scapula to be pierced, then Hero Gua's martial arts would really have been crippled. Gu Jing nodded and agreed. At that time Ouyang Feng did object, but Qiu Qianren hated us to the bone because of what happened to his brother, so he persuaded Ouyang Feng. After all, the process of piercing the scapula is extremely painful and they wanted to torture me more. Who would have thought that you would be able to save me so quickly? I really have to thank Xianxia for saving my martial arts. Huang Rong finally understood and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She stammered, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. Lady Gua, it's not a big deal. Let's first remove the iron chain from Hero Gua's scapula. Thank you for your trouble. Huang Rong made an almost imperceptible sound. About 2 hours later, Song Qingshu tossed the iron chain aside and let out a long sigh of relief. The iron chain has been removed, but Hero Gua has suffered such heavy injuries. I'm afraid he'll need to rest for at least half a year to recover. Thank you very much, Song Xiaxia. Gu Jing's face was covered in cold sweat. He had been gritting his teeth and holding on, but now that the iron chain had been removed, as soon as he relaxed, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Hero Gua, you're welcome. You've lost too much blood, so after taking the medicine, you'll need enough sleep to recover. Also, the situation outside is very tense, so you should rest here and recuperate. Song Qingshu smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. Rong please thank Song Xiaxia for me. After saying this, Gu Jing could no longer hold on and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Huang Rong put down the bowl of medicine and carefully wiped the beads of sweat from her husband's forehead. Seeing her so focused, Song Qingshu secretly sighed, what a good wife and loving mother. When Huang Rong covered Gu Jing with a blanket and got up, she suddenly found Song Qingshu leaning against the door, looking at her with a burning gaze. She couldn't help but blush and whisper, thank you. Pointing at the beads of sweat on his forehead, Song Qingshu smiled. Aren't you too insincere in thanking me? Only then did Huang Rong notice that Song Qingshu's forehead was also covered in a fine layer of sweat. She immediately realized that when he had just untied Brother Jing's iron chain, the entire process required a high degree of concentration and precise control of strength. Otherwise, it would have been easy to injure the meridians around the shoulder blades. Huang Rong had a delicate heart. She had been worried that Song Qingshu, in order to obtain her, would secretly do something to save Gu Jing and cause him to have some sort of internal injury. In the end, throughout the entire process, he didn't do anything. Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a surge of shame. She really was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. She subconsciously picked up a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but who knew that Song Qingshu would subconsciously shrink back and point at the embroidered handkerchief in her hand. He smiled and said, I'm a clean freak. I'm not used to using things that have been used by others. Only then did Huang Rong realize that she had just used this embroidered handkerchief to wipe Guojing's sweat. But she was amused by Song Qingshu's words. She thought, if you're not used to using things that have been used by others, then why do you keep pestering me? Although Huang Rong had always been very confident in her beauty, she was, after all, married, so she couldn't understand why Song Qingshu didn't go looking for a girl, but instead pestered her. Bah, I'm not a thing. No, I'm a thing. Huang Rong felt that her thoughts were in a mess. Inadvertently, she thought of the scene from last night. She couldn't help but secretly spit. When you used me last night, you didn't seem uncomfortable at all. As she thought about it, Huang Rong blurted out, when you used Mrs. Tang, you didn't seem uncomfortable either. As soon as the words came out, Huang Rong's face suddenly turned red. She never expected that she, who had always been reserved, would actually discuss this kind of topic with a man other than her husband. Obviously, Song Qingshu was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered and couldn't help but laugh. You're someone else's wife. Naturally, I'm not uncomfortable with using her. Dirty. Huang Rong heard this and couldn't help but fiercely spit. Song Qingshu cried that he was wronged. It was you who brought up this topic with me. Huang Rong snorted heavily to show her dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, what do you think of Mrs. Tang? She's a woman among women. As soon as he touches her body, a man can't bear to get out of bed. Song Qingshu sighed sincerely. Huang Rong's original intention was to ask Mrs. Tang what kind of person she was, but she didn't expect that Song Qingshu would suddenly go in a direct direction. However, she was already used to his language style, so she didn't make a fuss. Instead, she was hooked by a whim and pretended to ask a question inadvertently. When was the happiest time she made you? End of this chapter. Song Qingshu was very surprised. He didn't expect Huang Rong to ask such a question. He couldn't help but laugh. Rong aren't you afraid of polluting your ears? Huang Rong regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Her heart was thumping nervously. Hearing Song Qingshu's teasing, she subconsciously turned her back and snorted guiltily. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Song Qingshu leaned over from behind and whispered in Huang Rong's ear. Rong since you asked, how can I be so cruel? I can't even satisfy your little curiosity. Huang Rong could faintly feel the heat of Song Qingshu's breath on her neck. Her whole body suddenly stiffened. Although she didn't look back, she could still feel that Song Qingshu was very, very close to her. That faint sense of oppression made her heart tremble. Huang Rong subconsciously looked at Guojing, who was not far away. Seeing that he was still snoring, she didn't know why, but instead let out a sigh of relief. Don't be like this. Brother Jing is still there. I didn't do anything. The smile in Song Qingshu's voice became even stronger. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. Why wasn't your first reaction to avoid me, but to see if I woke up your husband? Huang Rong seemed to wake up from a dream. She let out a low cry and hurriedly dodged to the side. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu's hands would press down on her shoulders. A strong force passed through her, and she could no longer move. What do you want? Huang Rong was really a little panicked. Her eyes kept glancing at Guojing. On one hand, she was worried that Guojing would find out something. On the other hand, she was hesitant to call her husband for help. Huang Rong was a very smart woman. If it wasn't for the accident that happened last night, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. But the tragedy was that it happened last night. Compared to what happened last night, even if Song Qingshu took advantage of her today, it would not be a big deal. Instead, it would alarm her husband. If Song Qingshu was forced to kill her to silence her, Huang Rong shuddered at the thought of the possible consequences. Under normal circumstances, she and her husband would not be afraid of each other. But now, Brother Jing was seriously injured and could not use his martial arts. Although her dog-beating stick technique was not bad, in front of Song Qingshu could subdue her with one hand. Huang Rong had completely lost confidence in her own strength when she thought about how she had tried to resist last night, only to be pinned down by him and unable to resist at all. Now, Huang Rong was like a buyer who accidentally paid in full in advance. As for whether the seller would honor the contract and deliver the goods, she had no idea at all. Having lost the bargaining power, she could only carefully cooperate with the other party in case the other party turned hostile. I have to leave with Brother Jing as soon as possible. Huang Rong secretly made up her mind. In fact, she had wanted Guo Jing to rest here at first, but now she had completely thought it through. Although the Jin people were hateful, the Song people were not much better. If they continued to stay here, who knew what would happen? Don't worry, Hero Guo has been tortured by the Jin people for the past 2 days and has exhausted his mind. In addition, the medicine he just took has calming ingredients, so he won't wake up so easily. Song Qingshu continued to speak in her ear. Hearing this result, Huang Rong's mood was very complicated. She did not know whether to be happy or unhappy. She subconsciously twisted her body and said, "Let me go." Rong aren't you curious about the private matters between me and Mrs. Tang? Why, don't you want to hear it? Song Qingshu had an inexplicable smile on his face. Who cares if you say it or not? Although Huang Rong said that she did not care, her body no longer struggled. Instead, she stood there quietly, pricking up her ears and waiting for Song Qingshu to continue. Mrs. Tang is a wonderful woman. Her body is plump and graceful, her skin is smooth and tender, and her face is charming. Every time I make out with her, I am very happy. Seeing the expression on Song Qingshu's face, Huang Rong blushed and secretly spat. How shameless! Rong do you know what I like most about her? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. How would I know? Huang Rong snorted, but her mind could not help but think of Mrs. Tang's surging breasts and her pair of white long legs. It should be these two, she added in her heart. You must think that I like her breasts or legs more. Song Qingshu seemed to be able to read her mind and continued, but you guessed wrong. What I like most is actually her identity. Her identity? Huang Rong was confused. What was so special about her identity? Yes, she is someone else's wife. An inexplicable spark flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Because she is someone else's wife, every time I see her under me with a sweet and happy expression on her face, I have a great sense of conquest and satisfaction. That is what I like most about her. You are such a pervert. Huang Rong's mouth was wide open, obviously extremely shocked. Pervert? Song Qingshu shrugged. It is just a harmless little hobby. Huang Rong's heart was pounding. She finally understood why the other party had been obsessed with a married woman like her. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. The topic that the two had talked about before was a bit explicit, but no one had ever said such things in front of Huang Rong before. Therefore, she was ashamed and angry, but at the same time, she had a novel feeling of touching a taboo. You have talked about so much, but you still haven't told me which time Mrs. Tang made you happiest. This was something that Huang Rong didn't even dare to think about, let alone take the initiative to ask a man who was not her husband. But in the end, she couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu smiled, which made Huang Rong a little flustered. Ronger, why are you so curious about this? I am just curious. It is none of your business. Huang Rong responded guiltily. She couldn't tell him that she actually wanted to hear that answer. But it is too much of a loss for me to reveal such a private question. Song Qingshu touched his chin and looked hesitant. Then how do you feel that you are not at a disadvantage? Huang Rong felt that she was getting bolder and bolder. She gradually put aside some of her usual concerns, as if she was communicating with a close friend. Well, let's play a game of truth or dare, Song Qingshu suddenly said. What is truth or dare? Huang Rong's pair of beautiful eyes were sparkling. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Once there was a beginning, the rest would be natural. At first, she felt that it was too embarrassing to talk about this topic with another man. But after talking for a while, she found that not only was she not disgusted by it, but she also ignited the fire of gossip. As the name suggests, it is a combination of truth and dare. Song Qingshu seemed to have returned to the time when he met with friends in his previous life. We take turns to ask each other a question. If the other person chooses truth, you must answer truthfully. If the question makes you feel awkward, you can also choose dare. Dare is to do one thing according to the other person's request. Huang Rong was very smart. Although she had never come into contact with this concept, She understood the whole process from a few words from Song Qingshu. I don't want to play this game. It is obviously more disadvantageous for women, Huang Rong said with a red face. What disadvantage? Song Qingshu said disapprovingly. If you are worried that you will be at a disadvantage in dare, then you can choose to answer the question. I won't force you. Huang Rong showed a trace of interest. She was proud of her intelligence. She thought that with her reaction speed, she could easily make up a lie. Naturally, there was no need for her to do dare. Okay, but I have to ask first. Huang Rong raised her chin. At that moment, it was as if she had returned to her youth. Of course, ladies first. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Huang Rong was about to speak when she suddenly glanced at Guojing, who was not far away. She hesitantly said, let's go outside so we don't disturb Brother Jing's rest. That's exactly what I wanted. Song Qingshu's answer almost made Huang Rong jump. Lowering the curtain, the two of them went outside. Song Qingshu poured 2 cups of tea. With a wave of his sleeve, the teacups were steadily moved in front of Huang Rong. Huang Rong was already used to his kung fu, so she didn't react much. She just picked up a stool and sat on the other side of the table. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Why are you sitting so far away? I'm not going to eat you. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. I think it's better to stay far away from you. Can we start now? Song Qingshu nodded. Ask away. I've already asked the question. Huang Rong pursed her lips, and an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. Which time did Mrs. Tang make you happiest? Song Qingshu looked deeply into her eyes, and when she looked away uncomfortably, he replied, she makes me very happy every time, but last night, she made me especially happy. Huang Rong's heart was beating wildly. She deliberately suppressed her emotions and asked expressionlessly, why? Is this the second question? Seeing Huang Rong's angry look, he laughed. Forget it. I've just started playing, so this question is a bonus. Actually, even if I had to say the reason, I wouldn't be able to say it either. Perhaps we usually enjoy more physical pleasure, but last night, she made me experience the feeling of a fusion of spirit and desire. Last night, her breath seemed sweeter than usual, her skin smoother and more supple, and her body more supple. Especially the struggle that she unintentionally revealed, and the purposefully suppressed moans, it was like a young woman from a good family being violated by a big bully. It gave me a different kind of feeling of conquest, it was simply perfect. Song Qingshu looked into the air, as if recalling the taste of last night. Song Qingshu didn't notice that with his evaluation, Huang Rong's pretty face became redder and redder. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt like a nervous little girl. Dividing line, I haven't been in a good state for the past 2 days. I'll adjust as soon as possible. I'll update more than one day. Please forgive me. Don't say it. Huang Rong's voice trembled. Rong why are you so nervous? Song Qing looked at her strangely. I'm not talking about you. Besides, haven't you always wanted to know the answer to this question? Of course I'm not talking about me. Huang Rong exclaimed. She quickly realized that her performance was a little too revealing, so she quickly added, although I'm the one asking, your answer is too detailed. Very detailed? Song Qing didn't think so. I just roughly described the feeling. I didn't mention the specific details. If you think I didn't answer carefully enough, I can tell you from the beginning to the end. Last night, when she was asleep, I sneaked in from the side, okay. Huang Rong didn't need to look to know that she must be blushing at this moment. The burning feeling made her feel a little dizzy. She hurriedly interrupted, how can a girl listen to the secret between you two? Girl? Song Qing looked at her playfully. Rong you seem to be 20 years younger now. 20 years old. Huang Rong suddenly looked gloomy and sighed faintly. I'm indeed old, and I can't compare to young girls. Song Qing wanted to slap herself. Huang Rong's appearance, figure, and identity were all top-notch existences in the world. The only thing that bothered her was her age. However, in Song Qing's opinion, a woman in her early 30s was at the peak of her life. However, in this world where people could get married at the age of 12 or 13, a woman in her early 30s was indeed not considered young. Wrong, you're belittling yourself. Now you're at the most mature and charming stage. Even if all the girls in the world gathered together, they wouldn't be as charming as your smile. Although she knew that Song Qing was deliberately coaxing her, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a little happy. This made her feel very strange. She used to hate this kind of glib-tongued and handsome libertine. Ouyang Ku had suffered a lot because of him, but now that she met Song Qing, why did she not feel disgusted? I'm not an ignorant girl. How can I be fooled by your flowery words? Huang Rong deliberately put on a straight face, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her true feelings at the moment. Besides, don't tell me that those people in your family, such as the ninth princess and Miss Zhou, can't compare to me? Looking at Huang Rong's deliberately suppressed smile, Song Qing knew that if he answered yes, it would definitely make Huang Rong's heart ripple even more. However, he was a man with integrity after all. He couldn't do that kind of thing like belittling his own woman to please another woman. They're not young anymore. How can they be considered little girls? Song Qing smiled embarrassedly and tried to change the topic. A man who doesn't mean what he says. Huang Rong snorted slightly. However, she was a smart woman and did not harp on this issue. Song Qing saw that the situation was about to bring trouble to himself, so he hurriedly said, I've answered your question. Are you satisfied with the answer? If you're not satisfied, I can tell you what happened last night. No, Huang Rong hurriedly waved her hand. She knew how unnatural her smile was at that moment. I am satisfied. Since that's the case, it's my turn to ask. Song Qing looked at her maliciously. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She knew that he would definitely ask something that she would find difficult to say. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. It's already late. Let's stop here for today. If you have any questions, you can continue asking them tomorrow. Song Qing's smile suddenly froze. Tonight, he had painstakingly built up an ambiguous atmosphere and made Huang Rong open her heart. If it was any other time, how could she be as bold as she was now? Tonight, there were many coincidences that led to this situation. How could there be such a good opportunity in the future? Wrong, aren't you being shameless? Song Qing was extremely depressed. This lady is being shameless. If you don't like it, then bite me. Huang Rong raised her chin and turned her body. As her skirt fluttered, she was about to get up and leave. However, Huang Rong didn't feel smug for too long. She had originally planned to enter the inner room to accompany her husband. Who knew that when she lifted the curtain, her eyes would suddenly darken? It turned out that Song Qing had arrived later and was already blocking her way. She couldn't stop in time and bumped into his arms. Ah! Huang Rong exclaimed. However, the exclamation stopped abruptly and only a muffled sound remained. Huang Rong's eyes widened. She didn't expect Song Qing to be so bold as to directly kiss her. By the time Huang Rong reacted, her lips had already been invaded. His tongue had pried open her pearly white teeth and was constantly teasing her tongue. At that moment, Huang Rong recalled the scene of the two kissing last night. That electric shock made her feel a little dazed. However, in the end, she didn't indulge in this feeling that made her heart race. After all, this wasn't a special situation like last night. Last night, she passionately responded to Song Qing's kiss mainly because he didn't know her identity. However, now that the two of them were face to face and her husband was just a curtain away, how could she dare to be so presumptuous? Pushing Song Qing away, Huang Rong was embarrassed and angry. What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to bite you? Song Qing had a silly expression on his face. In my entire life, this is the first time I've heard such an unexpected request. Naturally, I have to satisfy you. You. Huang Rong was speechless for a moment. She knew that the other party was deliberately pretending to be crazy and stupid. However, her own words were ambiguous. She didn't want to be entangled with Song Qing here, so she could only swallow this loss in silence. Get out of the way, I want to go in. Wrong, this is your fault. Clearly, we agreed to take turns asking questions. In the end, after you asked me, you stopped playing. Isn't that too much? Song Qing put one hand on the curtain. Huang Rong pushed a few times, but it didn't budge. Then ask. Huang Rong knew that she was in the wrong. She snorted and returned to the table. She had already made up her mind. When the time came, she would just randomly make up a story to deal with him. He wouldn't know whether it was true or not. This is the style of a heroine, gang leader Huang. Song Qing walked over with a smile. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for her. He asked casually, since you asked me that kind of question just now, let me ask you something similar. When did Hirogwa make you happiest? Please describe the process in detail. I don't have as many scruples as you do. Of course, the more details, the better. Looking at Song Qing's smiling face, Huang Rong wanted to pick up the teacup in front of her and throw it at him. With great difficulty, she suppressed this tempting thought and began to think about how to deal with this question. Hearing this question, Huang Rong instinctively began to recall everything that had happened since her marriage with Jinggo. The happiest time for her had to be on Peach Blossom Island. She had been carefree and had just gotten married. Compared to her days in Xianxia City, it was like heaven. But when it came to a specific time, Huang Rong was shocked to find that she couldn't remember. No matter how hard she tried, the scene from last night would always appear in her mind. Compared to last night, how could the previous night be considered as happiness? Huang Rong's face was a little pale. She hurriedly suppressed her chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and said calmly, Brother Jing made me happiest when he came to Peach Blossom Island to propose. He defeated Ouyang Ku and passed my father's test. Song Qing was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Why not? This is completely in line with your question. Song Qing then remembered that the woman in front of him used to be a troublemaker. He could not help but look depressed. Okay, you passed. Now it's my turn to ask a question. Seeing that it was so easy to deal with, Huang Rong had no more scruples. Moreover, she was really interested in this game. Ask away. Song Qing looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and had experienced all kinds of dirty jokes in the future. He really could not think of a reason to be afraid of her question. You have so many confidants around you. Who do you love the most? To Song Qing's surprise, Huang Rong did not continue to ask about that. Instead, she asked a very refreshing question. Who do you love the most? A trace of confusion flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Zhou Jirua, Xiaoqingqing, Icy Snow, Ajiu, Dongfang Muxue. Names appeared in his mind one after another. He loved every one of them, but unfortunately, even he did not know who he loved the most. It seems that I really have the potential to be a stud horse, Song Qing smiled bitterly. He quickly put away his thoughts and said to Huang Rong with a smile, I love you the most. Glib and not serious. Huang Rong obviously did not choose her words carefully. Although she knew that Song Qing was lying, her heart still pounded when a man confessed to her like this. Is this how you respond to my confession? That's so sad. Song Qing made an extremely aggrieved expression. Huang Rong could not help but laugh. I'm afraid of you. You passed this question, okay? Then it's my turn to ask you? Song Qing laughed. Ask away. Huang Rong smiled. The two of them had chatted for a while and were no longer reserved and worried at the beginning. Rong do you think that accompanying Hirogwa to defend Xiangyang will give you hope of successfully retiring? To Huang Rong's surprise, Song Qing didn't ask any embarrassing questions this time. Of course there is hope. Didn't the Mongols retreat? As long as we can defeat the Jin's wild ambitions. Huang Rong was still smiling at the beginning, but as she spoke, she could no longer force a smile. The southern Song dynasty was dark and the generals were useless. However, the nomadic countries in the north were all prospering. Their armies were full of tigers and wolves, especially the Mongols. Perhaps ordinary people really thought that the Mongols and the Song dynasty had become allies, but someone like Huang Rong could clearly see that the Mongols were only retreating in order to advance. The next time they made a comeback, they would definitely win. Huang Rong thought about it but could not see the way out of Xiangyang. What hope was there? In the past, she subconsciously avoided this question. As long as her family could live together, she would be happy every day. But now that Song Qing brought it up, she could no longer avoid it. Seeing Huang Rong's silence, Song Qing sighed and said, "Rong you've shouldered too much for Xiangyang. With your martial arts skills and status, you could have lived a happy life even in troubled times. Why do you have to get involved in this mess?" Huang Rong smiled sadly. "Brother Jing works for the country and the people. As his wife, of course I have to support him." Song Qing sighed. Hero Guo works for the country and the people, but has he ever cared about his family? Perhaps in the hearts of the world, he is an indomitable hero, a chivalrous man, but in my heart, he is not a good husband. He made his wife change from a mischievous and carefree girl to a woman who is always worried and scheming. It is really a reckless waste of God's gift. Song Qing did not say anything. In the original novel, Guo Jing let Huang Rong be chased by the Mongolians like a stray dog when she was about to give birth. He did not show his face and only cared about his Xiangyang city. If it were not for Yang Guo's help, Huang Rong and her daughter would have died. Now that Huang Rong was not pregnant, these things did not happen. Song Qing suddenly had a strange look on his face when he thought of the lively girl in the original novel. If he had taken Huang Rong away, would there still be Guoxiang in the world? "Shut up, don't say bad things about Brother Jing." Song Qing was still daydreaming when Huang Rong stood up with a frosty face. She said coldly, "A gentleman does not criticize others behind their backs. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I was wrong about you. Isn't this because I'm fighting for you?" Seeing that Huang Rong's face was getting uglier, Song Qing hurriedly raised his hand and smiled bitterly. "Forget it, Rong You are right. It was a slip of the tongue. My behavior was indeed a bit despicable." Seeing that he admitted his mistake, Huang Rong's face softened. After sitting back down, she said, "Prince Song, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But if there is a next time, I will not treat you as my friend." Song Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly grabbed her hands and said, "So Rong treats me as a friend." Huang Rong blushed and withdrew her hands unnaturally. She said grumpily, "Of course I treat you as a friend. Otherwise, why would I talk to you like this? It would be better if last night's incident did not happen." Huang Rong added in her heart. "Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good." Song Qing realized that his behavior was rude and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I was too excited." Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. "Now it's my turn to ask you, right?" "Go ahead, Rong Song Qing laughed. Huang Rong hesitated and asked, "You took such a big risk to save Brother Jing this time. Do you have improper thoughts about me?" She regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. It was fine as long as everyone knew the answer to this question. She shouldn't have brought it up to the table. However, she didn't know why, but at that moment, she threw her rationality out of the window and asked the question. "Yes." Song Qing's answer was simple and powerful. His burning gaze made Huang Rong flustered. She hurriedly changed the topic. "It's your turn. Rong how often do you and your wife make out?" Song Qing had an inexplicable smile on his face. Huang Rong secretly spat. This person was really shameless. He had already revealed his true nature and asked this kind of question. But Huang Rong quickly fell into a dilemma. If she told the truth, Brother Jing was busy with the defense of Xiangyang and did not have the opportunity to touch her even once a year. Wouldn't that make her husband lose face and give Song Qing an opportunity to take advantage of? But if she made up a lie and said that the two of them made out every day, Huang Rong subconsciously looked at Song Qing. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to tell him that she was frequently used by other men, even if that man was her husband. Huang Rong took a deep breath and bit her lower lip. "I refuse to answer this question. I choose dare." "Dare?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and stared at her with a faint smile. "Rong are you sure you want to choose dare?" "Yes." Huang Rong took a deep breath, but her heart was extremely calm. She thought to herself, "I'm not a fool. If your request is too much, I won't play anymore. Rong in case you don't know the rules of the game, let me confirm with you again. No matter what request the other party makes, you must do as he says. Do you still want to choose dare?" Song Qingshu's expression was rather playful, causing Huang Rong to panic in her heart. She couldn't help but slightly regret this choice. However, she was also an extremely stubborn person in her bones. She thought in her heart, since I have a way out, why should I admit defeat in front of him? I've thought it through. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Huang Rong raised her chin, and her smooth and delicate neck was dazzling under the light. Song Qingshu smiled strangely and sat down on the stool. He waved at her and said, come here. Seeing his legs spread apart and his face strange, it was difficult for Huang Rong not to have some strange thoughts. Her face turned slightly cold. What do you want me to do? This stool is too hard, and I don't want to knock so I invited to sit on my lap. I guarantee that it will be much softer and more comfortable than a hard stool. Song Qingshu smiled. Huang Rong was stunned. This is the dare you want me to do? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Why, is it difficult? Why don't I change it? No. It's not difficult. Huang Rong's face turned slightly red. She had imagined countless possibilities in her mind. She had always thought that the other party would make some excessive request, but she didn't expect him to make such a request in the end. Although sitting on his lap was a little inappropriate, it was much better than what she had expected. Huang Rong naturally did not dare to ask Song Qingshu to change his request. Who knew what kind of embarrassing things would happen then? Afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly change his request, Huang Rong lifted the hem of her dress and walked over. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly realized that her behavior was too unreserved. It was as if she desperately wanted to sit in his arms. Seeing Huang Rong stop in her tracks and her expression change, Song Qingshu smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to grab at the air. Huang Rong felt a soft force coming from him, causing her to lose her balance. When she came to her senses, she found herself sitting on Song Qingshu's lap. Due to her long years of etiquette education, she subconsciously wanted to stand up, but Song Qingshu's hand was soft but firm around her waist, so she couldn't move at all. Huang Rong sighed. In any case, she had agreed to dare. The only thing that made her happy was that other than holding her waist, Song Qingshu's hand didn't do anything excessive. Rong your body is so soft. Separated by 2 layers of clothes, Song Qingshu could keenly feel the amazing softness and elasticity of her legs. Huang Rong's face heated up. She used the hair beside her ear to hide the unnatural expression on her face. I have already done as you asked. Is it my turn to ask you? Ask. Song Qingshu showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Of course, with a warm and fragrant body in his arms, it would be strange if he didn't enjoy it. What is your Golden Snake Battalion's final plan? Huang Rong was really curious. Since the last defeat of the Qing army and the armistice with the Manchurian Qing, the Golden Snake Battalion had gradually gained a foothold and became a force that couldn't be ignored in the world. But in the eyes of most people, it was nothing more than that. Limited by their own strength, the Golden Snake Battalion was at most a warlord of a region. In the end, there were only 2 paths. One was to be destroyed by the surrounding powerful countries, and the other was to rely on a certain country and eventually be annexed. The reason why Huang Rong asked this question was to see if she could guide the Golden Snake Battalion to rely on the southern Song dynasty. If they could successfully subdue such a powerful warlord, the status of the husband and wife in the imperial court would be incomparable to what it was now. Huang Rong could take the opportunity to plan for her husband to officially enter the center of the imperial court. Only by influencing the decisions of the imperial court could she barely see a glimmer of hope in the future. But now, as a person of Jianghu, helping to defend the city, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of destruction. Of course, Huang Rong didn't just want to make use of Song Qingshu. She planned to push him into the imperial court. Compared to the honest brother Jing, Song Qingshu was more suitable for her plan. When the time came, the 2 of them would support each other, and maybe they could really fight for a chance of survival. He didn't expect Huang Rong to ask such a formal question. Song Qingshu pondered for a while before spitting out 8 words: expel the Tartars and restore China. Hearing his answer, Huang Rong's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. As intelligent as she was, she naturally knew the hidden weight behind these 8 words. Even though she had always thought that Song Qingshu wasn't the kind of heaven's chosen one who was willing to be under others, she never thought that his ambition would be so great. Like a tiger that could swallow 10,000 li, these words subconsciously appeared in Huang Rong's mind. She couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. She had always thought that he was only fighting for supremacy in Jianghu. Who would have thought that his ambition was actually to conquer the world? It would be great if Brother Jing was like him. Huang Rong's expression turned gloomy. All these years of helping the southern Song defend Xianxia, it could be said that she had been working for others. If that was all, it wouldn't have been so bad. After all, she and her husband didn't have too much ambition. But the darkness in the officialdom had really chilled her heart. It was one thing for the local officials to impede each other in order to compete for merits, which led to the loss of good opportunities. But the big shots in the court often played dirty tricks, either by delaying the payment of the army's pay or deliberately delaying the food and fodder. All kinds of dirty tricks led to the failure of the war, just to have one more reason to attack the political enemies. Countless times Huang Rong had wanted to leave, but her husband had made up his mind to stay in Xianxia. She could only follow her husband's lead. Countless nights, she would think that it would be great if she could control the imperial court. Although she wouldn't dare to say that she would be able to recover the Central Plains, she would be able to prevent the nomadic regime in the north from taking a step further. But this thought only flashed in her mind for a moment. Huang Rong knew how childish and laughable this thought was. Not to mention that she was a woman. Even if she was an extremely talented man, how could she control the imperial court? The imperial court had always been the result of several factions balancing and compromising each other. Even the emperor couldn't do whatever he wanted, let alone her. But Song Qingshu's ambition made her see another possibility. Since she couldn't do it, why not break all the rules and build a new regime from scratch, without the cumbersome officialdom, without the various conspirators holding her back? She would probably be able to fully display what she had learned. But Huang Rong quickly dispelled this tempting idea. As the daughter of the Eastern heretic, she had never been a person who stuck to the rules. Rebellion wouldn't scare her. But it was a pity that her husband was Guo Jing, not Song Qingshu. What? Did I scare you? Song Qing could not help but laugh when he saw Huang Rong remain silent. It is indeed somewhat surprising. Huang Rong withdrew her thoughts and subconsciously tucked her hair behind her ear. She picked up the teacup on the table and handed it to Song Qing. This is also the hope of all the Han people in the world. Here, I will use tea in place of wine to wish Gongzi success. Looking at the fair hand holding the teacup in front of him, Song Qing was slightly dazed. He smiled and said, I must drink this cup of tea, but I have to change the way I drink it. How? Huang Rong was stunned. Just like this. Song Qing's hand that was holding the teacup passed by her forearm and returned to his face. Greater than or equal to. Huang Rong's snow-white face suddenly turned red, and she said with some panic, Don't mess around, this is how to drink the nuptial wine. Song Qing shrugged, looked at the teacup in front of him and asked, Is this wine? It looks like tea. Huang Rong was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Since it's not wine, what kind of wine is it? Song Qing smiled and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. His eyes shined as he looked at the pretty face in front of him that was as delicate as porcelain. Rong'er offered me a toast, but you don't want to drink it. Could it be that you don't want to expel the Tatars and restore China? Of course not. Huang Rong was angry and anxious. What's the matter with you? Song Qing's expression became serious. Of course it's the same thing. In my opinion, if you don't drink this cup of tea, I'm afraid the heavens are foretelling the failure of this enterprise. I used to think that I had a glib tongue, but compared to you, I'm really ashamed. Huang Rong glared at him. I'll drink it, okay? Although her posture was a little inappropriate, as Song Qing said, she wasn't drinking wine. Therefore, Huang Rong didn't continue to insist. She raised her head and drank the tea in one gulp. As Song Qing watched Huang Rong swallow the tea, her slender, snow-white neck slid slightly, and he suddenly felt his heart move. Are you satisfied now? Huang Rong shook the empty teacup in front of Song Qing and rolled her eyes at him. I can't be more satisfied. Song Qing smiled. Huang Rong's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of craftiness. If there comes a day when you can drive away the Tatars and unify the north, Will you lead an army to the south? I don't want to fight a tiger like you after fighting the Mongols and the Jin in Shenyang. Song Qing shrugged and said firmly, I will. Huang Rong was shocked in her heart. She was just asking casually. After all, she didn't think that he could really unify the North. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in her heart when she heard his answer. Could it be that I really have to become enemies with him when the time comes? Seeing her pale face, Song Qing added, when the time comes, I will lead hundreds of elite soldiers to the city of Shenyang and declare that as long as I get you, I will immediately retreat. Rong do you think the southern Song dynasty will offer you up to avoid a military disaster? Huang Rong was startled. With the shameless conduct of the officials in the court, this was not impossible. But she quickly reacted and snorted, I'm not a commodity. If that happens, I can just leave. Besides, Brother Jing will protect me. Song Qing said playfully, with Hero Guo's heart for the world, I'm afraid the first one to decide to sacrifice you will be him. Huang Rong's face turned pale, shut up. Brother Jing will never do that to me. That's not necessarily true, Song Qing continued, on one side is the common people, and on the other side is his beloved wife. If I have to choose one, if I'm not wrong, Hero Guo will definitely choose the common people. Seeing that Huang Rong's face was about to change, Song Qing added, of course, Hero Guo loves you so much. If he makes such a decision, he must be in great pain. He can't face you and can only commit suicide to apologize to his wife. Thinking of the scene of Xiaofeng's suicide outside Yanmen Pass in the original work, Song Qing was filled with emotion. When a person has no other choice, death is the only ending. When Huang Rong saw that Song Qing was once again trying to drive a wedge between their husband and wife, she was furious. However, his last sentence extinguished all her anger. With her intelligence, it was not difficult for her to simulate her husband's choice in that kind of situation. Perhaps it really would be as he said. Seeing Huang Rong's desolate face, Song Qing smiled, Rong do you really think I'll have the chance to bring hundreds of troops to Shenyang to demand you back? Huang Rong looked at him deeply. After a long time, she said, although I don't think it's possible, if that day really comes. I hope you won't bring troops to Shenyang. I'll take the initiative to find you first. Are you afraid that if I really bring troops to Shenyang, Hero Guo will be forced into a dead end? Song Qing saw through her with one look. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Song Qing immediately smiled. His smile was somewhat proud. I wonder what Rong will find me for. The corners of Huang Rong's lips curled up, sweeping away her previous shyness. Her face was brimming with a different kind of expression, do whatever you want. This time it was Song Qing's turn to be stunned. He did not expect such an answer from her. Just as he was about to say something, Huang Rong giggled, look at you, I really think there will be a day when you unify the North. Song Qing stopped smiling, in this world, nothing is impossible. The confidence on his face stunned Huang Rong. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, maybe there will really be such a day. Rong remember what you said today. Hearing Huang Rong's answer, Song Qing was in a good mood. Huang Rong blushed and snorted, what did I say just now? Why don't I remember? Song Qing looked at her thoughtfully and said lightly, you will remember when the time comes. The smile on Huang Rong's face slowly disappeared. Both of them were smart people. Both of them knew that if that really happened, she would be the only choice. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, Song Qing suddenly changed his words, now it's my turn to ask a question? Huang Rong also calmed herself down. After all, worrying about that kind of situation would be groundless. She could not help but smile gently, ask. Following that, the two of them did not ask too many questions. Most of them were related to the trivial matters of life. After a few rounds of questions and answers, both of them had a deeper understanding of each other, and their relationship seemed to have become closer. It's getting late, why don't we call it a night? With the current posture of the two of them, not to mention Song Qing, even Huang Rong felt a little uneasy. She knew that the atmosphere was harmonious, and it was a good time to end it. This time around, you were the one who asked the question first, so I still have one last question? Song Qing's smile suddenly became strange. What a stingy man. Huang Rong snorted, then asked. Huang Rong had been waiting for the last question to end tonight's conversation. Who knew that Song Qing would say something like that? It was just a few words, and Song Qing's voice was very soft, but to Huang Rong, it was earth-shattering. He knows, he knows. Huang Rong felt her vision go black and her soft body stiffened. She almost fell to the ground. Song Qing held Huang Rong's shoulder to prevent her from falling. He said with a faint smile, "Why, is this question difficult to answer?" Huang Rong wanted to strangle him to death when she saw his evil smile. Was this question not difficult to answer, and p.v. less than or equal to, how would he know? I planned everything perfectly, there's no way he would know. Huang Rong's mind was in a mess. She did not respond to Song Qing but thought quickly in her mind. But after a few thoughts, she gave up on this question. After all, Song Qing already knew. It was useless to think about where the flaw was. Huang Rong quickly began to think about how to salvage the situation. I must not let Brother Jing know, this was the first thought that came to Huang Rong's mind. But she also knew that it was easier said than done. Song Qing would definitely use this as a threat to achieve his long-term goal. Was she really going to do something wrong to Brother Jing just to hide it from him? After all, Huang Rong wasn't a weak person. She quickly made a decision. If Song Qing really wanted to threaten her, she could just confess the truth to Brother Jing. She couldn't continue to make mistakes. Of course, Huang Rong knew that she could only tell the truth after they left Kaifeng City. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. First, Brother Jing might kill Song Qing in a rage. But now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for Song Qing. Second, Song Qing would think of killing them when he saw that the truth had been exposed. Then, he would blame the whole thing on the Jin people. That would be really secretive. Although Huang Rong's mind was in a mess, she forced herself to think through the whole thing in order. She made a final decision: she would pretend to be a snake to Song Qing first, and when she and Brother Jing safely returned to Shenyang, she would confess to him. Rong-er? Seeing that Huang Rong was silent and her body was trembling violently, Song Qing couldn't help but reach out and shake her. Are you okay? Huang Rong's face turned pale. She forced a smile and said, I'm fine. Looking at Song Qing's innocent face, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Can you tell me the answer now? Song Qing looked into her eyes. In fact, when Song Qing entered her body last night, Huang Rong already had an answer in her heart, but how could she say it out loud? What's more, it involved her husband's dignity. She had already let her husband down, so how could she trample on his dignity in front of other men? Huang Rong took a deep breath and answered ambiguously, Who do you think is older? How would I know? Song Qing shrugged. Rong-er, you've experienced it yourself. Only you know. How shameless, Huang Rong secretly spat. She and Gu Jing had been married for so many years, but she had never said such explicit words in private. This man was really thick-skinned. Of course it's Brother Jing who's older. Huang Rong braced herself and said something against her will. Huh? Song Qing frowned and revealed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? What's impossible? Huang Rong snorted coldly. But Ajio and Jirua were all subdued by my greatness. Song Qing said in distress. Seeing that Song Qing's words were becoming more and more outrageous, Huang Rong cursed in her heart. But now that things had come to this, she could only continue to insist. They don't know Brother Jing's situation. That's true. Song Qing nodded sadly. I thought my ambition was big enough, but I didn't expect Hero was to be even bigger. Does he want to unify the world? Huang Rong was stunned. You're asking who has the bigger ambition? What else do you think? Song Qing looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Huang Rong's previously pale face suddenly turned red. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Song Qing's voice rang out at the right time. Rong-er, what were you comparing? Huang Rong said hatefully, I don't know. Really? Song Qing smiled even more happily. But from what you said just now, why did it sound like you were comparing that, something? Huang Rong was embarrassed and anxious. She suddenly turned around and stamped her feet at the same time. I don't understand what you're talking about. Song Qing ignored her and said, Rong-er, it's not surprising that you know Brother Jing's size, but how do you know mine? Huang Rong took a deep breath and steadied her chaotic breathing. Young Master Song, please conduct yourself with dignity. Behave myself? Song Qing's voice became a bit ethereal. But not long ago, I accidentally looked down from Ronger's collar. There seemed to be a lot of love bites on Ronger's body. If I remember correctly, Hero Guo was still in prison at that time. Huang Rong was shocked and subconsciously covered her collar. Only then did she realize that this was the flaw. She also realized that Song Qing was just deliberately teasing her. Prince Song, I don't understand what you want to say. Huang Rong pretended to know nothing and said with a smile. I want to know, who is that lucky man? Song Qing stared at her with burning eyes. Huang Rong looked away unnaturally. You think too much. There is no man. Song Qing couldn't help laughing. In fact, we don't need to test each other like this. There are a lot of things that need to be said directly. Huang Rong was shocked and looked at him nervously. She didn't know what he was going to say. Song Qing walked to the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the quiet night sky outside. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. After a long time, he said, last night. I really didn't know it was you. Huang Rong's heart jumped. What should come finally came. She had imagined countless possibilities before, but when it came, she found that it was not as difficult to deal with as she had imagined. After a long silence, she replied, I know. I'm really sorry. I thought it was Mrs. Tang, so I was so rude last night. Song Qing turned around and looked at her apologetically. Do I have to apologize for this kind of thing? Huang Rong almost died of anger. She bit her lip and said coldly, I don't want to hear anything about last night. It was just a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. Song Qing immediately understood what she meant. She meant that she didn't blame him for what happened last night, and she didn't want to pursue it. Her only request was that both of them forget about it. This sentence resonated in Huang Rong's heart. What happened last night was indeed unforgettable. Putting aside the moral torment, she had to admit that the experience was unprecedentedly wonderful and happy. Unfortunately, when she thought of losing her chastity to a man other than her husband, all the wonderful feelings instantly turned into a lash on her conscience. I have to forget even if I can't. Huang Rong's voice was no longer trembling and hesitant. It was as if she had instantly returned to the decisive beggar sect leader. Unfortunately, I don't intend to forget. Song Qingshu shook his head. Huang Rong gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes full of anger. You took advantage of me last night, and I don't intend to pursue it anymore. What more do you want? That's a great advantage indeed. Song Qingshu nodded, obviously agreeing with her statement. But my appetite is also very big. Huang Rong's hands and feet instantly turned cold. What do you mean? I think you know how I feel about you. Song Qingshu's eyes slid across the delicate face in front of him. He could not help but sigh at the magic of the creator. Because of your identity, I have always maintained a certain degree of restraint. You should be able to feel it. Huang Rong's face heated up, and she gave a soft as she recalled what happened between the two of them. It was indeed as he had said. Although Song Qingshu often did some ambiguous things, it was all for a reason. Generally speaking, he was still a man of etiquette. If not for that, she wouldn't have fallen asleep on his bed last night without any precaution. Thinking of this, Huang Rong's teeth itched with hatred. She had been deceived by his gentlemanly side. But since what happened last night, a lot of restraint is unnecessary. Song Qingshu continued. Huang Rong was shocked. What do you want? To be my woman. Whether it was as Kangxi or as the Golden Snake King, he had been in a high position for a long time. Once he became serious, his voice carried an inexplicable majesty and unquestionable authority. Impossible. Huang Rong flatly refused. Why? Song Qingshu asked calmly. Because I already have a husband and a daughter, Huang Rong hastily explained. Because I already have a husband and a daughter, and because of this, I will not be tolerated by the world. Huang Rong hastily explained. However, after giving a few reasons, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why did she have to explain so clearly? A refusal was a refusal, and there was no need for a reason. It's easy to solve your husband's problem. As long as he's dead, it's normal for you to remarry. Song Qingshu's voice was cold. Huang Rong's heart turned cold and she hurriedly said, if something happens to Brother Jing, I'll bite my tongue to kill myself rather than satisfy your wish. Song Qingshu's expression was gloomy. After a long while, he sighed and said, forget it. Hirogua is a great hero after all. He's a totem in the hearts of countless people. I've always admired his integrity. How could he do something that would anger both men and gods? Rong don't be afraid. I won't use despicable means to deal with Hirogua. Hearing this, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief and subconsciously believed him. Although there was no guarantee, she felt that Song Qingshu's courage was not that kind of despicable person. After thinking about it, the only way to get you is to do as I said before and send troops to Xianxia. In the face of absolute power, all the criticism in the world is nothing. Moreover, I'll bear all the notoriety, and it won't damage the reputation of you and your wife. Song Qingshu frowned as if he was thinking hard and talking to himself. Okay, I'll wait for that day. Huang Rong knew that the possibility of that day happening was almost zero, so she didn't mind delaying the deadline indefinitely. Song Qingshu shook his head. I know what you're thinking. You must think that I'm just boasting, but I believe that this day will eventually come. It's just that it might take 10 or 20 years for that day to come. By then, we'll both be old. Since ancient times, beauties have been like famous generals, and they're not allowed to see their hair turn white. I can't wait that long. Huang Rong subconsciously took a step back and asked, what do you want? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, I'm afraid it'll be 10 years before you can be my woman openly. But if you just want to be my lover in secret, you can start from now. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. Why? Who do you think you are? You know what I'm talking about. Song Qingshu looked very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Huang Rong also fell silent, because she knew that what Song Qingshu said was true. Whether it was his martial arts, or the 9 manual soul-shifting technique, in addition to the fact that Brother Jing's life was in his hands, if Song Qingshu really wanted to take her body, it could be said that she had no power to resist. If it was in the past, even if she was in an absolute disadvantage, she could use her intelligence to find a solution. But after what happened last night, all of this became meaningless. Her innocence was already gone, what difference would it make if she did it more or less? Rong I believe that you're a smart woman. You should know the difference between taking the initiative to promise me and forcing me to do it. Song Qingshu looked at her deeply. You're a demon. Huang Rong trembled, why didn't I discover your true colors earlier? Song Qingshu smiled faintly, that's because I couldn't bear to use these methods to deal with you. I hope you won't force me to show my demon side in front of you. Huang Rong was silent again. After a long time, she said, I can promise you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Song Qingshu snapped his fingers, Rong is really smart. If you force me to force you, you won't have a chance to talk terms with me. What are your conditions? As long as it's not too much, I can consider it. First, you must guarantee Brother Jing's safety. You can't do anything to him. No problem. Song Qingshu agreed very straightforwardly. Second, this matter is only between you and me. You absolutely can't reveal it to a third person, not even to the people closest to you. Huang Rong's expression became more and more calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. You're afraid that I'll deliberately let Hirogua know and ruin your relationship. Song Qingshu smiled, don't worry, I won't do that. If he really found out, it would be boring. You can't tell others, such as Miss Zhou, Miss Ajiu, and the others. Huang Rong bit her lip and added. No problem. Is there anything else? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Third, this relationship is limited to within Kaifeng City. In the future, you're not allowed to disturb my life. Huang Rong looked at him quietly. Dividing line no. Song Qingshu refused directly. I want you to be my lover for a lifetime, not just for a few days. That's impossible for a lifetime. Huang Rong's attitude was also very firm. If that's the case, I'll be honest with Brother Jing. I believe he won't blame me. Even if you kill us, we'll still be a pair of mandarin ducks that share the same fate. Looking at her firm eyes, Song Qingshu sighed. Okay, then let's limit it to 10 years. After 10 years, I should be able to find you openly. We don't need to be sneaky anymore. 1 year. Huang Rong raised her head and looked at him stubbornly. Song Qingshu frowned. 3 years. Seeing that Huang Rong still wanted to say something, Song Qingshu said coldly, "This is my bottom line. You should know that I can totally not agree to these conditions of yours." Huang Rong's face alternated between green and white. It was obvious that she was having a fierce psychological struggle. Song Qingshu timely said, "Rong in fact, you're thinking too much. I have so many things to do right now. I travel between countries all day long. At most, I can find you once or twice a year when I have free time. Do you think this frequency is unacceptable?" Huang Rong knew that he was not lying. If it was an ordinary man who had an outstanding beauty like her as his lover, perhaps he would stay by her side all day long. However, Song Qingshu was different from ordinary people. He had great ambitions and was not the kind of man who was willing to indulge in the land of gentleness. Moreover, he had so many fairy-like lovers by his side, so he had even less time to look for her. Okay, 3 years it is. But you have to promise me that when you find me, you can't affect my normal life. Also, whether I'm willing to accompany you or not depends on my mood. Huang Rong snorted, and her face flashed with the slyness of a young girl. It's not difficult to not affect your normal life, but whether you accompany me or not depends on your mood. When the time comes, you definitely won't be willing. Song Qingshu was not Ouyang. He would not forget himself in front of a beauty. If I don't even have this little power, then wouldn't I be purely a tool for you to vent your desires? Huang Rong said angrily. This? Song Qingshu was still a little hesitant. Huang Rong had too many tricks up her sleeves. If he was accidentally led into a trap by her, it would be a big loss. Humph, didn't you boast that, whatever martial art is #1 in the world? If you're really that good, are you afraid that I won't be willing to accompany you? Huang Rong turned her face to the side after she finished speaking. From Song Qingshu's point of view, he could see that her crystal ears seemed to have a layer of pink. Song Qingshu finally smiled. Okay, I promise you. Seeing that Song Qingshu was staring at her, the silence in the room made Huang Rong a little flustered. She hurriedly added, "There's a condition, Rong tell me." Song Qingshu didn't think much of it. Huang Rong willingly agreed to be his lover was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Speaking of which, Madame Tang was their matchmaker. If it weren't for her, last night's incident wouldn't have happened. If it weren't for the fact that the rice was cooked last night, how would Huang Rong agree so easily? Song Qingshu was in a good mood at the moment. It wasn't difficult for him to agree to a few small requests from her. Huang Rong had actually only thought of the 3 conditions. Her mind was a mess, but she was afraid that if she didn't say it, she wouldn't have another chance later. She could only randomly say, "In the future, if anything happens to Xianxia, you can't refuse if I ask for your help." Sure. Song Qingshu carefully thought about it. Xiangyang's safety was actually in line with his interests. The southern Song dynasty was now relying on the natural barrier of the Yangtze River, and Xiangyang was the gateway to the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. If Xiangyang was lost, the nomads from the north would come down with the river, and the small southern Song dynasty would be destroyed in an instant. What Song Qingshu needed the most now was time. Only when the big countries kept each other in check could he benefit from both sides and expand. Seeing that Song Qingshu had agreed, Huang Rong was delighted. After all, Song Qingshu was not only skilled in martial arts, but also had tens of thousands of elite soldiers under his command. With this strong support, defending Xiangyang would be much easier. But I won't help you for free every time. While I'm helping you, you have to accompany me, Song Qingshu suddenly said. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She angrily said, "Brother Jing and I are both in Xiangyang City. When the time comes, how can I accompany you?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "I don't care. It's your business." Seeing that Huang Rong was confused, Song Qingshu reminded her, "Rong you are so smart. When the time comes, you can make up any reason to come to me. For example, you can discuss intelligence and make tactical plans with me. Why would Hirogwa suspect you? Huang Rong blushed. She looked at him in surprise. You are so young. I don't know where you learned so many dirty tricks. Song Qingshu smiled. This is all thanks to the passionate performances of the Japanese artists, and the influence of the foreign artists day and night. Of course, there are also some gentleman literary works in our country. Huang Rong was confused. What artists? What Japanese? She did not understand. She only had some impression of Japan. Japan? Is it neon? That's right. Song Qingshu smiled. Seeing his strange smile, Huang Rong knew it was not something good. She quickly stopped asking questions. Do you have any other conditions? Rong you have to seize the opportunity. I won't wait for you. Song Qingshu asked. Also, Huang Rong hurriedly agreed, but she couldn't think of anything that needed his help at the moment. Song Qingshu was also urging her on. In a moment of desperation, she thought of something. Fu accidentally chopped off one of Yang Hua's arms. Brother Jing was very angry and wanted to chop off one of Fu's arms as compensation. I had no choice but to let Fu go to Peach Blossom Island. But she is very playful and may slip into Jianghu to play. Nowadays, Jianghu is very dangerous. Do you have any way to protect her? Song Qingshu frowned. If she is in Shandong, it won't be a problem. But if she is in other places, I'm afraid I can't help her. Huang Rong was disappointed. That's true. This time, Yang Hua and Wan Yanliang are working together to deal with you. Does Hirogwa still want to see Guafu's hand? Song Qingshu asked. Huang Rong sighed. Brother Jing is a righteous man. He feels that we caused Yang Kang's death. He feels guilty towards the Yang family. Now that Fu cut off Gua hand, I'm afraid Brother Jing won't forgive Fu so easily. I don't dare to bring her back to Shenyang. I have a way to make Hirogwa not cut off Fu's hand. Song Qingshu's words immediately piqued Huang Rong's curiosity. What way? Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. Song Qingshu's lips curled into a faint smile. When the time comes, you can ask Hirogwa to betroth your daughter to me and Fu will become my fiancé. Will Hirogwa still cut off her hand? Song Qingshu spread out his hands and cried, I was just trying to get Hirogwa to give up on chopping off his daughter's hand. What else could he have been thinking? You know what you were thinking. Huang Rong snorted coldly. Alright, I was just messing with you. Song Qingshu laughed, you're thinking too much. I just wanted to show Hirogwa that he's interested in Guafu. Is he really going to chop off Guafu's hand for the sake of me, his savior? What father doesn't love his daughter? Do you really think Hirogwa would be willing to chop off Fu's hand? I gave him a way out. Plus, Yang Hua attacked you this time. All you have to do is say a few words and everything will be over. Besides, I was just putting on a show. Do you really think I'm interested in that stubborn girl? I have so many women around me. I'm afraid that she'll chop me in the middle of the night if I offend her. Fu isn't as stubborn as you make her out to be, Huang Rong blushed, besides, you're such a shameless bastard. If you really do get choked, it's God's justice. Song Qingshu moved closer to her and said with a drooling face, if I'm really killed, won't you become a widow? Pfft. Huang Rong spat, you're not my husband. I may not be your husband, but I am your man. Song Qingshu put his hands on her shoulders and his lips touched the skin on the back of her neck. What do you want? Huang Rong's voice trembled. You know what I want. Song Qingshu pressed his body tightly against her back. Feeling the heat on her back, Huang Rong was silent for a while. After a long time, she shook her head and said, not today. Brother Jing is next door. So what? Song Qingshu untied her hair bun, buried his head in her hair, and took a deep breath. Huang Rong was shocked by his answer. She didn't expect him to be so bold. Just as her mind went blank, she suddenly felt her chest tighten. It turned out that his big hand had taken advantage of the situation to reach into her clothes. I beg you, not here. Huang Rong pressed his hand and begged. Agreeing to be his lover was enough to challenge her moral bottom line. Now that her husband was next door, she did not dare to let him do whatever he wanted. The request is invalid. Song Qingshu's voice was unquestionable. If you act so presumptuously in Wuji, the thing between us will be exposed sooner or later. No, I regret it. I refuse to be your lover. Huang Rong said angrily with a red face. Song Qingshu tightly held her well-proportioned and plump body in his arms from behind. His voice was a little excited. Rong let me fool around this time. I won't fool around like this again in the future. Don't you think your married life is too dull? This kind of experience may not come even once in a lifetime. Don't you want to try it? Huang Rong felt half of her body soften when she was steamed by his masculine heat. When she heard his devilish seductive words, her heart suddenly beat wildly. When she was young, she was famous for being mischievous and liked to try all kinds of new things. It was only after she got married that she restrained her temper. However, her nature was still there. Once there was a catalyst, she was like a volcano, igniting at the slightest touch. Although reason told her that it was not right, she did not know why she had not made up her mind to refuse. When he began to untie her belt, she finally came to her senses and grabbed his evil hand. She hesitated for a moment and finally sighed, "Don't untie your belt. If something happens later, you won't have time to wear it." Hearing Huang Rong's words, Song Qingshu raised the corner of his mouth proudly. This playful young woman was willing to take the initiative to cooperate with him, which meant that she had already fallen for him. Huang Rong was also very surprised to say such words, but there was a trembling sense of taboo besides shame. Since things had come to this, she seemed to have given up on herself. She turned sideways and wrapped her arms around Song Qingshu's neck. She took the initiative to offer her lips and kissed him passionately. Song Qingshu reached out to hold her buttocks and lifted them up. Huang Rong spread her legs and wrapped them around his waist. She looked at him with a blushing face, pursed her lips and said softly, "Be quiet. Don't disturb Brother Jing." Huang Rong's peach blossom-like face exuded an amazing seductive look. Her eyes seemed to be seeping water. How could Song Qingshu bear it? He held Huang Rong's buttocks and pressed her directly against the wall. Two soft sighs of satisfaction sounded in the room at the same time. The two of them hit the wall with a muffled sound. Huang Rong was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She hurriedly pricked up her ears to listen to the movements next door. Seeing that there was no reaction, she suddenly fiercely bit Song Qingshu's shoulder. "You really are a bastard. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? I was too excited." A strange smile suddenly appeared on Song Qingshu's face. A woman who says one thing but means another. Her body is clearly so passionate, but her mouth is always pretending to be a lady. Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at his eyes. She buried her head in his shoulder and bit him again. Song Qingshu knew that if he continued to tease her, he would really anger the lovely baby in his arms. After all, this was the first time she had truly broken through a moral taboo. Song Qingshu didn't say anything else. He squeezed all the strength in his body into her warm body. Huang Rong's skin was soon covered with a dense layer of sweat, making her flushed skin look even more vibrant. Not long after, Huang Rong hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, deliberately suppressing the sweet sound of happiness that was coming from her throat. She had never experienced this before. It was just the beginning, but her body had already reached the peak of happiness. Song Qingshu seemed to sense her body's reaction, and his movements also became gentler. Although he's a bit of a bastard, he really is a gentle and considerate man. Huang Rong pressed her face against his chest. For a moment, she was a little dazed. After a moment of silence, Song Qingshu asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Rong have you rested enough?" Yes. Huang Rong didn't dare to look into his eyes. She just snorted. Song Qingshu carried her to the table. He swept away the debris on the table with one hand and let Huang Rong lie on the table. The clear sound of the cup and kettle falling to the ground made her heart jump. Suddenly, Gu Jing's puzzled voice came from inside, "Rong is that you outside?" "Jing Gij, I accidentally knocked over the teapot." Huang Rong felt that her brain had never worked so fast before. Without a second's hesitation, she found the solution. At this time, her whole body was stiff, afraid that Gu Jing would come out to check. What's more, the man behind her suddenly entered her body at this time. Fortunately, the curtain was not opened. Listening to the movements inside, it seemed that Guo Jing turned over and went back to sleep. Huang Rong's whole body suddenly went limp. Huang Rong's heart suddenly trembled from the sudden impact. Only then did she realize that the bastard behind her was still sprinting. With a lingering fear, she did not want to take this risk anymore and struggled to get up. Unfortunately, the other party's big hand was tightly pressing down on her shoulder. She tried a few times but could not get up. Just as she was about to take a deep breath and force herself to get up, Song Qingshu just happened to hit the depths of her soul. The strength that she had painstakingly accumulated suddenly disappeared without a trace. Please don't do this. Huang Rong turned her head, a pair of beautiful watery eyes full of pleading. Song Qingshu bent down and whispered in her ear, Rong why do you have to be so insincere? You don't know how smooth your body is after the stimulation from Hero Guo just now. Huang Rong turned her head to the side in shame and no longer paid attention to him. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and changed his usual manner. Instead, he became leisurely, as if he was leisurely paddling a boat on a calm lake on a sunny day. Not long after, Huang Rong finally could not bear it anymore and said angrily, Can you hurry up? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Rong do you think I'm too slow? Huang Rong was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted and blushed. I didn't mean that, I wanted you to hurry up and finish. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. Can't help it. Gifted people can be so capricious. Huang Rong almost died of anger. Just as she was about to say something, Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said, Of course, if Rong cooperates with me, I might be able to come out sooner. How do you want me to cooperate? Huang Rong bit her lip to control her voice and rolled her eyes at him. This is something that women are born with. You don't need to be taught. Song Qingshu gently stroked her milky white waist and said softly. I don't know what sins I committed in my previous life to meet you in this life. Huang Rong sighed faintly. Although she was a little embarrassed, she had no choice but to match the other's rhythm and began to gently twist her waist in order to end it quickly. After an unknown period of time, Huang Rong's eyes blurred, and her whole body slumped on the table, unable to lift a trace of strength. She secretly cursed in her heart, this bastard is really a beast. He even tricked me into taking the initiative. It's been so long, but there's no sign of anything happening. While her mind was in a daze, she suddenly felt her whole body being carried in the air. After being tormented for so long, her whole body felt like it was falling apart. She felt very lazy and didn't even want to open her eyes. She was also too lazy to care about how the other party tormented her. She casually hooked her arms around Song Qingshu's neck and pressed her face against his chest. Suddenly, Huang Rong felt something strange in her body. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. How come this person had suddenly grown so much bigger? Puzzled, he raised his head, and when he saw his surroundings, he was nearly scared out of his wits. It turned out that when she wasn't paying attention, Song Qingshu had carried her straight into the inner room, and now Brother Jing was sleeping on the bed a few feet away. This bastard, no wonder he became even more excited. A thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind, and she began to struggle with all her might. But first, her strength was not as strong as Song Qingshu, and second, she didn't dare to move too much, for fear of waking him up. If he saw her current embarrassing state, she didn't know how to face it. Song Qingshu straightened his waist, and Huang Rong felt her whole body go limp. Knowing that her vital parts were under control, she didn't have the strength to struggle. But the current scene shocked her too much, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. Don't worry, I will finish this quickly. I won't wake him up. Song Qingshu's voice came through secret voice sending. But Huang Rong didn't believe him, and tears streamed down her face. Song Qingshu felt a strong sense of conquest welling up in his chest as he looked at the tear-stained beauty in his arms. He was so excited that he wanted to roar out loud. It felt so good to have a sprint, and soon his scalp began to go numb. Huang Rong seemed to feel the changes in his body, and hurriedly began to contract her body to stimulate him. In her heart, she kept saying, hurry up, Rong is that you? At this time a voice sounded, and Huang Rong was scared out of her wits. She slowly turned her head, and found that Guojing had already sat up straight and was looking at the two. It's over. Huang Rong's mind went blank. Song Qingshu was also shocked. Just now, he had carried Huang Rong here on impulse. And he didn't want Guojing to find out about the two. Seeing Guojing staring at the two, his enthusiasm was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Now that things had come to this, it was useless to explain. Song Qingshu was also a hoodlum. Not only did he not let go of Huang Rong, but he also sped up. He was already almost there, and after being stimulated by Guojing, he could not hold on for another 2 or 3 more moves. His whole body quivered, and he poured all the enthusiasm in his body into Huang Rong's body. Huang Rong was drenched by the heat wave, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Crazy, crazy, he's really crazy. This was the only thought left in her mind. Huh? Hearing Song Qingshu's heavy breathing, a trace of surprise flashed across Guojing's face. Is Song Xiaoxia here too? Huang Rong and Song Qingshu looked at each other. What did he mean by this? Song Qingshu even thought, could it be that Guojing deliberately expressed his stance, and wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything to cover up this matter? However, he quickly shook his head. The two of them were already so obvious, how could they pretend that they didn't know what was going on? Moreover, Guojing was a straightforward person, and did not seem like a quick-witted person. Rong Song Xiaoxia is here, why don't you light the lamp? Guojing's words rang out again, and it made the two of them even more confused. The oil lamp in the room was very bright at this moment. Huang Rong's heart ached. Big brother Jing must have said this on purpose to save my face. It was still Song Qingshu who was calm. His sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be a faint black aura between Guojing's eyebrows, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Hirogua, could it be that you've been poisoned? Poisoned? Guojing was startled, and when he circulated his true qi, he found that there was no true qi in his abdomen. He couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder I didn't hear Song Xiaoxia, when did you come in? I seem to have really been poisoned. At this time, Huang Rong finally reacted, and cried out in alarm, Jing Ge, what's wrong? She struggled to go over to check on her husband's situation, but who knew that Song Qingshu would hold her tightly, and had no intention of letting go. Song Qingshu was startled. His first reaction was that Guojing's excuse was pretty good. It could resolve the awkwardness of the situation to the greatest extent. If he couldn't see, it naturally meant that he didn't see what happened between him and Huang Rong. However, Song Qingshu quickly dispelled this idea. In his panic, he didn't notice it. Now that he looked carefully, Guojing's eyes were blurred and seemed to have no focus. It was a sign of blindness. What's going on? Song Qingshu was stunned. Let me go. Huang Rong struggled even harder. Fortunately, Guojing's mind was in a mess, so he didn't notice anything unusual. This time, Song Qingshu didn't stop her. However, he also wanted to see what was going on with Guojing. So, he directly walked towards Guojing with Huang Rong in his arms. Huang Rong didn't expect him to be so bold. Even now, the two of them were still intimately together. She subconsciously struggled, but unfortunately, Song Qingshu held her tightly and had no intention of letting go. She was embarrassed and anxious. She fiercely punched his chest. Seeing that she was about to reach Guojing, she hurriedly tidied up her skirt and let it down to cover the embarrassing scene. Song Qingshu ignored her and directly said to Guojing, Hirogua, if you don't mind, let me feel your pulse. After coming to this world for so long, he had learned a lot of martial arts. Coupled with the fact that he was injured from time to time, it could be said that a long illness made a good doctor. At least, feeling someone's pulse was not difficult for him. Thank you, Song Xiaoxia. Guojing was, after all, a hero of his generation. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down and had the demeanor of a master. Huang Rong, who was beside him, almost fainted from anger. Her heart was filled with hatred. Brother Jing, the man you are grateful to is now bullying Rong in front of you. As if to confirm her thoughts, Huang Rong felt a gust of hot air coming out of her body. The thing that Song Qingshu used to bully her seemed to be showing signs of rearing its head again. Ah! Huang Rong's delicate body trembled and subconsciously cried out. Rong what's wrong? Jing turned his head in confusion. Huang Rong's heart almost jumped out of her throat when he stared at her from such a close distance. She turned her head and saw Song Qingshu looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. He didn't look the least bit afraid. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and said, "It's nothing, Jing Ge." Seeing that she didn't confess, Song Qingshu proudly raised his eyebrows. Huang Rong felt the sudden expansion of power in her body. Her delicate body went limp and she subconsciously moaned. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time and didn't cry out. Huang Rong knew that she couldn't let him continue doing evil. She suppressed her trembling and asked in a cold voice, "Young Master Song, what happened to Brother Jing?" Although her words were polite, she had already cursed the other party half to death in her heart. If looks could kill, who knew how many times Song Qingshu would have been shot by arrows? Song Qingshu knew that she was on the verge of exploding, so he didn't continue to provoke her. He said in a low voice, "Hirogwa seems to have a strange poison in his body." "Poison?" Huang Rong's voice became even colder. "Song Xiaoxia, what kind of medicine did you give Brother Jing?" Song Qingshu's expression changed. He snorted and said, "What? Do you think I poisoned Hirogwa?" As if to punish her for saying the wrong thing, Song Qingshu straightened his body as soon as he finished speaking. Huang Rong's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. She hurriedly covered her mouth and swallowed the words she was about to say. Jing's voice also sounded, "Rong Song Xiaoxia's righteousness reaches to the clouds and saved our lives." "How can you say that? Quickly apologize to Song Xiaoxia." His tone was quite harsh. Huang Rong's eyes turned red. She felt extremely wronged. "Brother Jing, you don't know anything. This bastard is not a good person." It was a pity that she couldn't explain the reason to Jing. But in this situation, she couldn't apologize to Song Qingshu. Seeing that Huang Rong had been silent, Jing couldn't help but frown. "Rong you used to be quite sensible. What's wrong with you today?" Being scolded by her husband, Huang Rong felt even more wronged. Just when she was about to expose Song Qingshu's true colors, she suddenly heard his naughty voice. "Rong only when Hirogwa is unscathed will I have a greater sense of accomplishment in conquering you. Do you think I would poison you?" Huang Rong subconsciously realized that this was Song Qingshu talking to her through secret voice sending. If he had explained it with other reasons, she wouldn't have easily believed him. After all, this bastard had always wanted to get her. If anything happened to Brother Jing, he would be the biggest beneficiary, and the chances of him getting her would be higher. But after hearing Song Qingshu's reason, Huang Rong subconsciously believed him. Because this reason, was indeed in line with his shameless and obscene style. While Huang Rong was thinking, Song Qingshu said, "Hirogwa, you don't have to blame Mrs. Gua. Mrs. Gua was just too worried and lost her composure just now." Hearing this, Huang Rong secretly cursed in her heart. She indeed lost her composure now, but it was all because of this bastard. Jing smiled. Slightly. "Song Xiaoxia is really broad-minded. I apologize on behalf of Rong Huang Rong hurriedly pulled Jing's arm. "Brother Jing, don't apologize to him." Jing didn't expect his wife to have such a big reaction. He was subconsciously stunned. "Why?" Huang Rong was speechless for a moment. She bit her lip. Anyway, you can apologize to anyone but him." Huang Rong secretly felt sad in her heart. "Brother Jing, your wife was bullied by him, but you foolishly apologized to him. That bastard must be so proud of himself." Song Qingshu timely said with a smile, "Hirogwa, Mrs. Gua means that we are like a family. There is no need to apologize to him." "A family?" A trace of confusion flashed across Jing's face. "It's like this," Song Qingshu explained with a smile. "Last time, when we fought against the Manchurian cavalry, thanks to Mrs. Gua's help, we fought together against the enemy. We are already very familiar with each other. Don't you think so, Mrs. Gua?" Huang Rong almost fainted from his sudden movement. She was ashamed and angry, but at this time, she could only follow his words and reluctantly agree. "So you are already so familiar with each other." Jing suddenly understood. No wonder he had no friendship with the Golden Snake King, who rose like a comet, but took such a big risk to save him and his wife. It's not just familiar. I know her so well that I have tasted every inch of her body. Guo Jing was surprised at first, but then he said happily, so Song Xiaoxia and Fu Er know each other. In fact, Guo Jing had always wanted to betroth his daughter to Yang Gua. Unfortunately, Yang Gua had colluded with the Golden Man, which had disappointed him greatly. Moreover, Huang Rong had mentioned to him that there was a marriage alliance between Guo Fu and Song Qingshu. At first, he was still a little hesitant, but this time, he was saved by Song Qingshu. He saw with his own eyes that not only was he talented, but he was also highly skilled in martial arts. How could he not be satisfied? He answered subconsciously, Song Xiaoxia is a young hero, of course I don't mind. Seeing that her husband did not understand what Song Qingshu meant by family, Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She couldn't help but whine, Brother Jing. She was willing to suffer all this herself, but how could she let her daughter fall into the clutches of evil? If she really took Song Qingshu as her son-in-law, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? Guo Jing was startled, thinking that his wife was reminding him of something. He immediately realized why he felt strange. Could it be that what Song Qingshu said was a marriage proposal? But it was too rash to bring it up like this. Song Xiaoxia, Fu Er is still young, and I still need to ask her opinion. This matter, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. She was about to find a reason to reject the marriage when Song Qingshu said with a smile, that's only right. Of course we should ask Fu Er's opinion first. But I heard that Hero Gua said he wanted to cut off Fu Er's arm. Hearing that he was interested in her daughter, Huang Rong was anxious and wanted to say something. But when she heard Song Qingshu's last sentence, she immediately changed her mind. It would be good to use him to get Brother Jing to give up on that idea. Guo Jing laughed bitterly and said, Young hero Song, I won't hide it from you. My daughter is a good person, but she's too arrogant and willful. That's why she's made such a big mistake. He then told him about how Guo Fu had chopped off Yang Gua's hand. Song Qingshu naturally knew the reason behind it, but he still pretended to be hearing it for the first time. He replied, Hero Gua, this time Yang Gua is colluding with the genes. Speaking of which, your daughter is still doing the people a favor. Huang Rong agreed with him for the first time. She had never liked Yang Gua and could not understand why her husband cared so much about him. Guo Jing let out a long sigh, Guo's father died because of us. Now that Fu Er has cut off one of his arms, I'm afraid it's because of this that he's on a path of no return. Fu Er is the main culprit. Hearing Guo Jing criticize her precious daughter, Huang Rong could not help but get angry. Brother Jing. Song Qingshu patted her on the back, gesturing for her to calm down. Hero Gua, you don't need to take it to heart. Since Fu Er was the cause of this incident, then Fu Er's matter is my matter. I will take full responsibility for this matter. How can I do that? Guo Jing looked embarrassed. Why would I cut off Song Xiaoxia's arm? Huang Rong, who was standing to the side, blushed. If you knew what he did to your wife, you wouldn't just cut off one of his arms. Song Qingshu saw that her cheeks were flushed red, making her look especially charming. He could roughly guess what she was thinking, so he smiled at her and replied, Hero Gua, you've misunderstood. How could I push Hero Gua into such an unjust situation? Then what does Song Xiaoxia mean? Guo Jing was startled. Song Qingshu slowly answered, actually, Yang Gua and I are friends for a while. He told her about how he saved Xiao Longnu and continued, I saved Xiao Longnu's life. For my sake, he will not pursue the matter of Fu Er. Huang Rong was overjoyed. That's great. Guo loves Xiao Longnu so much. If he knew that you saved her, he would be willing to forgive you. Huang Rong suddenly thought of Xiao Longnu's beautiful face. She couldn't help but think, with that bastard's personality, I don't believe that he won't fall for Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu's beauty shocked me. Thinking about how she had tried to persuade Xiao Longnu as an elder, she felt her cheeks burn. If both of them were conquered by the same man, how could she face him again? Xiao Longnu. Guo Jing sighed. With Guo Er's deep feelings for Xiao Longnu, it is very likely that he will not pursue the matter. However, they are still master and disciple. This is against the law. Huang Rong trembled at his words and turned to look at Song Qingshu. She found that he was looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. She was both embarrassed and angry. She wanted to hide in a hole. Against the law? Rong do you think what we're doing is against the law? Song Qingshu's hateful voice sounded in her mind again. It wasn't just a violation of etiquette, it was simply shocking and sensational. Huang Rong wanted to grab the table next to her and slap that bastard's face, but she knew that she could only think about it. Hiragua is right. They are master and disciple. To offend one's superior like this is against the law. As Song Qingshu spoke, he poked Huang Rong a few times. Huang Rong's body trembled and she didn't have the energy to scold him. Gua has gone astray. I only regret that I didn't teach him well. Gua Jing was agitated and triggered the poison in his body. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Brother Jing. Even though Huang Rong was tormented by Song Qingshu to the point that she wanted to die immediately, she still had half of her attention on her husband. Seeing that the blood he spat out was completely black and smelly, how could she not know that the poison was extremely potent? Madame Gua, don't panic. I'm here. Hearing Song Qingshu's voice, Huang Rong didn't feel so hateful for the first time. Instead, her chaotic heart gradually calmed down. I beg you, save him. As long as you can save him, I won't argue with you anymore. Huang Rong pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve and begged. Gua Jing was trying to circulate his qi to suppress the poison and didn't notice the strangeness in his wife's words. Although he had completely obtained Huang Rong's body, and although she was momentarily lost in the pleasure of her body every time, Song Qingshu knew that deep in her heart, she had always been resisting in her own way. This was the first time she had ever begged him with such soft words. Song Qingshu nodded, okay. With that, he quickly sealed several of Gua Jing's vital acupoints, and then a powerful and majestic true qi entered his body. Perhaps it was because Song Qingshu was circulating his qi, but his body unknowingly swelled up. Huang Rong let out a cry and quickly covered her mouth, afraid that she would disturb the two. After a while, the two of them were emitting hot air. Huang Rong saw that her husband's forehead was covered in sweat and felt sorry for him. She took out a handkerchief and wiped it for him. Song Qingshu naturally knew what she was doing and couldn't help but coldly snort, I also have sweat on my head. Why don't you wipe it for me? Huang Rong bit her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she finally reached out with her handkerchief. However, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to hug her shoulders and pull her to his chest. He lowered his head and kissed her tender and beautiful red lips. End of chapter 718. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.